Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
In South Australia I was born, heave away, haul away, South Australia round Cape Horn, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, you'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away, there I met Miss Nancy Blair, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, you'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, haul away, shook her round and round the town, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, you'll hear me sing, we're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind, heave away, haul away, to leave Miss Nancy Blair behind, we're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings, heave away, haul away, South Australia. And as you walk around Cape Horn, heave away, all the way. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rowing kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. where lives me dear old grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to say, "Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must fain as if they give me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. God bless the silver yet, they are both very old and feeble. They're getting very near their journey's end. But still I feel quite certain that when death shall separate 'em, inevitable their lives again will blend. They've always been contented, they've tried to do their duty. No beggar from their door's been turned away. However ragged and tattered, he's always daxed 'em inside, and then he with a smile to them would say, "Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must fain as if they give me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. I think we might a lesson learn from this earth so humble, and try like them to lead a blameless life. And if we're ever tempted to be selfish and dirty, let's throw those nasty feelings clean away. Let's try to do to others as we'd have 'em do to us, and remember what me grandad used to say. Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must fain as if they give me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down.
shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering the Madura Madame, back for my daddy-o.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of DreamLeague Season 25. Of course, we are here with you during these highlights of what happened yesterday. And it is MLP Dota and Drone Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, into day 3, this is make or break for a ton of teams. This is where your tournament lives are basically decided here, at least for your survival through group stage number 1. So we're going to have to see some teams step up to the plate. We'll see if some of our top teams stay in that position here, as well as we've had some pretty big gaps between top and bottom, at least in some of the groups, like say Group B. Team Spirit has stayed undefeated, as we saw, and as we are seeing in these highlights as well, just wrecking down every single opponent they've matched up against so far, taking no losses, all series wins for the side of Team Spirit. And it's going to be cool to see if any of these teams can start catching up, right? Like, we've got some interesting matchups here today, which should be, again, pretty much deciders here as you're having a guild. What's up, Mike? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Oh, what's that show called? I'm thinking, you know what it's, you know, the one, the English one, what's it called, John? The Peaky Blinders. That's what it is.
Ah.
By the order of the Peaky effing Blinders, Jonathan. Is that what that's the look you're going for today, are you?
No, I just felt like, you know, the mainstream gets to have some fun with some outfits. This is all I had. It brings me back to a different time. So I'm like, yeah,
what's the mainstream doing? What were the mainstream?
They're putting on. They're putting on coats. They've got all the medieval stuff on. They've got like masks on. Like, they're having fun. The band even has like a lute instead of a guitar going. So
that's embarrassing.
It's great. What do you mean?
I mean, you know, I don't watch the mainstream, John. You know how jealous I get of these tier 1 casters. I can't do it, John. I'm a very egotistical man. I have to just assume we are the mainstream. Otherwise, I get very upset.
I mean, we are the mainstream to ourselves.
Turn those damn sound effects
off. The fun stuff.
Turn them off. I've had enough.
Yeah, I mean, we are the mainstream in our hearts, of course. And again, going into day 3 of the groups, this is where some of the spicier matches are happening. Like this matchup that we've got coming up later on. Falcons haven't been doing too flash hot. Mudang has also just kind of struggled. So a lot of things are going to be happening in the stream that will make it feel like the mainstream. As we are taking a look at our EPT point distribution for this cycle. Again, we're on Dream League Season 25, 18,550 points for all of these teams heading into the Esports World Cup. Tournament number 3 in our EPT cycle here. And all of those teams will want to kind of claw their way up to get the lion's share of those points, to get into the top 8, to get into the Esports World Cup. As we look at our EPT leaderboards here as well, Paravision still hanging up in first after winning out ESL 1 Bangkok with Bet Boom, Falcons, Liquid, Team Spirit, Avulus, Tundra, and Nigma still being secure there, but maybe not for long. Teams like Shopify have been doing pretty damn good. Of course, Boom Esports, Gao Zutal not here, but Gaming still on the board, and they could have some opportunities to claw their way up as well. Heroic maybe lagging a little bit further behind, and again, a little bit up and down in their performance so far, but still have some opportunities to stay in and again, get those points to get in the top 8. So we could see some big fluxes in the top 8 depending on what teams we see breaking through group stage number 1 into group stage number 2, as we'll see our leader point system here as well for Dream League 25. First place will get 4,200 points. You've got the group stage placements as well, with first place in group stage number 1 getting 420, second place getting 210, third getting 105, and group stage 2 also having that bonus for the first placer in that part of our tournament. So a lot of points up for grabs. You do not want to be in the bottom 9 to 16, as it's probably not enough to really fully influence this board unless you're already in the top 8, and then maybe it's a little bit safer for you to at least hit 9th to 10th. But dropping out early will not do you any favors building into the Esports World Cup here.
No, it certainly won't. Jonathan, here's the prize pool again. I mean, look, 250k first prize. You can read the numbers, Jonathan. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you know, it's 250k. It's a lot of money for first place, and once again, as far as I'm concerned, everyone after first place doesn't deserve any money. That's the way I see it. If I ran a tournament, it'd be a straight up a mill for first place. Everyone else they can go home. Go home empty-handed. Yeah. You get nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what did you want to tell your second kid or your first kid, depending. It's a dog-eat-dog world in Michael Phoenix's life, and only one of them can survive.
They have to fight for their dad's approval, Jonathan, and there's only approval for only enough for one kid. Yeah, not enough for 2. That's it. Only one of them wins.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess that's the Australian way. You guys do things differently down under, as we can take a look at our group stage here as well. Our standing so far, Tundra, BetBoom, and Shopify surprisingly up there, with Falcons and Heroic drawing out for 4th to 5th. So still some chances to swing, especially if Mudang manages to find themselves a good day today. Still sitting at 2 to 6, but again, a 2-0 win drags them up to 4 to 6, and that should drop Falcons down to 4 to 6 as well, depending on this matchup. For Group B, Team Spirit just undefeated, with everyone else trailing by, with Paravision, Yakult Brothers, and Chimera sitting at 5 to 3 each. Maybe some opportunities for Gaiman and Liquid to claw their way back in, if they can, but Boom Esports not doing too well, Mikey.
I heard the pronunciation of Chimera, Jonathan. I've told you before, it's not Chimera, it's Chimera. John, we've gone
Chimera.
over this.
I forget. It's been a while since we've seen these lads, you know? Chimera. All right, Chimera Esports. Chimera.
Thank God there's no teams called Tsunami. I'd have a hell of a time casting with you. Oh, that's very good, John. Very good. Improvement. Look at that. Schedule today, Jonathan. Team Falcons versus Mudang Warriors. Chimera Esports versus Game and Gladiators later on. Tundra Esports, Extreme Gaming, and Team Liquid and Avulus after that, Jonathan. Of course, we have 2 very sweaty casters for that 2 last series here for today. But for now, of course, you and I are going to be starting with Team Falcons versus Mudang Warriors.
Yeah, and that one should be interesting. Again, the positioning of Falcons so far, they are sitting at 4 to 4 right now. Mudang Warriors not doing too flash hot with this new roster just yet. Sitting at 2 to 6. Bringing in 4-2-3, bringing in JT to replace some losses there. It's been up and down for Mudang. And for Falcons, again, they went off to a rough start in day 1 of groups. They didn't quite have that dominating start that you'd expect a team like Falcons to kind of find for themselves, but they rallied in day 2. They managed to find themselves, surprisingly, a draw up against Extreme Gaming, and then they get that 2-0 over Heroic. So still a little bit up and down, considering a 2-0 versus Extreme would put them in a much better position here in group stage number 1. But you know, that momentum seems to be building back up for Falcons, and for Mudang Warriors, and that's something to watch out for. Again, it feels like for Mudang, they've still had a lot to figure out, Mikey, and it doesn't feel like they're anywhere near figuring whatever it is they need to figure out just yet.
No, it doesn't feel like it, John. I mean, they did pull off one series win. Who was it even against? I'm just trying to have a look to see who they beat. Who did they beat?
I'm pretty sure that was Extreme. That was just Extreme Gaming.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah, I mean, which, in fairness, like, you know, Extreme, they're currently bottom of their groups. It feels like, you know, you kind of expect Mudeng to pull off the victory against Extreme right now, but like you said, they really haven't been doing too well as of late, Mudeng Warriors, and in fairness, it is somewhat of a new roster, you know, so you could kind of make the argument maybe they're just taking their time to get together, but we'll see how it all does pan out, of course.
Yeah, and we'll see. And of course, I do believe we have a little bit of a content piece about Mudeng Warriors. So we can take a listen to that to see more about them.
Mudeng Warriors are a brand new roster built from the remnants of Aurora after a long period of struggling to achieve the success they were after. While competing under Aurora, they had major issues maintaining their consistency. Sometimes they looked good, and sometimes they looked less good.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe
With the core of Jabs, Arbed, and Ollie remaining, they are now joined by JT and 423 to complete the team of Mudeng Warriors. Theoretically, this new roster might be stronger than their previous efforts, but coming into an event with a brand new team with little to no practice together is never going to be an easy task for anyone. Regardless, with a roster as stacked as this, surely Mudeng Warriors will be able to make some magic happen for all the SEA Dota fans out there. Will the Mudeng Warriors make Mudeng proud in DreamLeague Season 25? God, I hope so. Who would want to disappoint Mudeng? Just look at her face. Look how cute she is.
Well, there you have it, John X5, Mudeng Warriors. Are they going to disappoint us today? I don't know. I hope not, John, but we'll find out. I mean, against Team Falcons, I imagine they are not looking to be the favorites going into this series.
No, definitely not. Again, Falcons, despite that awkward loss to Extreme Gaming, giving Extreme Gaming a little bit of a draw, a little bit of a lifeline, although chances for them to climb out are still slim. They have shown to be very consistent in this tournament so far. And for Mudeng Warriors, look, I watched them in some qualifiers for other tournaments there, Mike. We saw them in a few other qualifiers even before they left Aurora with a slightly different roster there. But still, it looks like there's some issues here on Mudeng Warriors. And I don't know if they've had enough time to sort it. Like day 3 of groups, there's not been much downtime for these teams to figure out where things are going wrong. It's hard to ask for a paradigm shift in thinking about your draft and what you want from the game. But that feels like what we have to see here from Mudeng if they want to keep that hope alive. Again, a 2-0 here drags Falcons down to 4-6 as well. Same scoreline, might be tiebreakers if that maintains, if they manage to kind of get that same momentum going in their other games and their other series. But this is almost do or die for Mudeng if they're not too careful.
Yeah, again, they have not got an easy opponent. I believe the draft is underway, so we'll bring that up and see exactly what these two teams are up to. I mean, Team Falcons, in fairness, like on the brighter side for Mudeng Warriors, like Falcons have been pretty hit and miss throughout these these group stage for DreamLeague Season 25. You know, definitely not the Falcons we're used to seeing just being dominant straight off the bat. So there is that. You know, you might be able to make the argument that perhaps Mudeng Warriors have a better chance of pulling off this victory just based on the fact that Falcons, I mean, they dropped a game against to Extreme Gaming yesterday, which is something I don't think either of us were expecting. So we'll see. I mean, I don't want to count Mudeng Warriors out yet. That's for sure.
Yeah. A little bit surprised. We're going through the bans already. We do see that PA is still in the pool. Phoenix is still in the pool. Abaddon, Nyx is still in the pool as well. We tend to see first phase bans. And usually to close out these bans, you get something like Bounty Hunter or Ricky. That ban gets banned out as well. Or the Zeus. So there's still a lot to be concerned about here as we are just waiting in. It will be the Abaddon being taken care of by Falcons. In fact, Falcons are the ones banging all of these highly contested heroes in the meta so far. So I'm wondering if Mudeng will try to sneak away with something, like say, try to pick up that PA themselves, try to pick up maybe the Nyx or the Bounty Hunter, maybe that support Zeus or the Phoenix. There's still a ton of options that Falcons can't really ban all of that out. So Mudeng can try to sneak away with that one. I also want to point out in one of the cameras for Mudeng Warriors, there looked like a
cat.
No, not a cat. There's a ladder leading up to somewhere. And I just imagine, yeah, here in somebody's camera. I can just imagine if they do badly, Sunby goes up and jumps down and takes them down and things go south. So that should be a motivating factor. Maybe Sunby should take some wrestling lessons. And
where do you think the ladder leads to? Where does it lead, John?
It should lead maybe a roof access hatch thing. No, it actually leads nowhere. There you go. Seeing it in 423 now, it's like it just leads up.
Yeah.
For what? I don't know. Are you gonna handle? I mean, it's such a weird spot to just have it for wiring. Maybe a style thing. I just imagine Sunbee jumps down when they're doing bad. Like he comes in game 2, guys, you did bad. He jumps up, jumps down. It's like do better, you know.
Yeah.
But Pete's not like that. Pete's pretty calm for the most part.
We did see a cat, by the way, in one of the other player cams. I don't know if it was an actual cat or a cat statue that was just sitting. There it is. Look at that.
Oh,
cat. Well, is that Is it a Lego cat? Is what we're being told.
Okay.
Lego.
Oh wow.
Okay.
It almost looks real because it's so far away. It's just, you know, it's not fully clear. It's like, oh, that's a very still cat. I've never seen one sit that still.
Very ballsy as well to leave Lego in the middle of a room like that. I'm not sure if he's had this experience before, John, but stepping on Lego, not very fun.
Yeah, but it's not like, you know, the pieces will drop off. So I guess it's relatively safe. I guess it's a test. I guess it's a test for them. You know, it's like if you're not paying attention, like you don't pay attention in game, well, you're going to get punished. You're going to Lego up your foot. That's it. It's a message from Falcons as they do pick up the Pangolier with Mudang taking up the Bristleback themselves. So leaving the Phoenix Nix, Bounty Hunter Ricky on hand. There's still a ton of options. For some reason, JT's camera is the slowest of the bunch. That was interesting to see as well.
Is it always JT? Why is it always JT?
Ah, no clue, man. I still remember when he was popping off in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. That was kind of fun.
That was great.
Just got married. He was going crazy. He was getting the skewers into the cliffs. No option for that this time, though. No Magnus.
Oh, I love JT. I had a fan come up to me saying that was one of the funniest things he's ever seen. That Magnus game you were just talking about.
Oh yeah.
I still go back and watch the clips sometimes. It's so good. Anyway, final bans to come. Mudang Warriors. They'll ban out the Viper. We did see Viper doing, obviously ATF plays a mean Viper. We did see it yesterday. I'm not sure exactly what team it was anymore, but Viper's certainly a viable pick against heroes like Bristleback right now. And so, of course, Mudang Warriors will just respect ban out the hero, not allowing ATF to run from the off lane. Team Falcons, on the other hand, for now, just banning all the broken stuff, your Alchemist, your Monkey King, your Abaddon, your TB.
It's a little bit surprising Phoenix, Nix, Bounty Hunter, Ricky are all left. I mean, maybe less so for Ricky, but Bounty Hunter, Nix do feel like top tier supports as well. There's still a Clockwork option that's kind of hanging for both sides if they want that. I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons try to grab out this Phoenix themselves, if not something like a Batrider to just try to grab this Bristleback and put him in an awkward spot. As Mudang have been very focused on just these straightforward Bristleback counters with break, but everything else in terms of trying to kite this hero around is still in the pool. Falcons will ban out the Clockwork and they'll pick up the Bounty Hunter themselves. So just a little bit of a nuisance in lane, some tracking around, some gold gain that can just snowball this game out of control for Falcons off the back of a good laning phase. I'm keen on seeing what will Mudang want, because normally you see Bounty Hunter, you tend to pick up something like Zeus, if not Nyx, because of his innate. Could still be pretty good here for Mudang Warriors as well. So they've got a couple of options if they are concerned about the Bounty Hunter being a nuisance later on. There you go.
There's your Zeus coming out. Yeah. I mean, I like this. I like Zeus as a support right now. I think it's just great. I mean, the thing is, like, the one thing with this Zeus support is the whole Glimmer Cape meta does make it so once you get to the mid game, it can feel somewhat lackluster, but I suppose you did make a good point yesterday where at least Zeus can kind of burst through the Glimmer Cape barrier and, you know, give yourself an opportunity to actually deal with these heroes. And naturally, providing vision as well with the Lightning Bolt's always going to be quite nice. But yeah, it's a weird one, right? Like this support Zeus versus a billion Glimmer Capes. It's always fun to watch.
That it is. And Falcons could just opt for 4 glimmers, as we've seen from some teams now, and even like a Bounty Hunter glimmer, it just doesn't feel bad. It's fun. It's great. I was just playing a game earlier with Mr. Alphon, Mr. Lane, and I ended up having to play Axe into like Leshrac, Pottle, Techies. So I had so much magic resist, then I tied it up with a Glimmer Cape as well. Like I had Eternal Shroud, Pipe, Glimmer Cape, plus
oh my God.
Arcanist armor. Like I took 80% damage reduction, 260k damage at the end. That was fun. Damage mitigation meta. Yeah, I had to do what I had to do. We lost the game, but hey, they had to work hard to kill me as they do get the DK up on Mudeng, doubling down on tanky heroes very early on. If you're Falcons, you could actually just think about a Phoenix, right? Like a Phoenix 5, HP % burn onto something like the Bristleback and DK is very, very nice. You don't have break for sure, but Phoenix always stays relevant. It's not something Pipe or Glimmercape really fully stops either.
And that, it is something that Extreme ran against them yesterday, and XM made it look good for the first 20 minutes. Even if they want to run Phoenix Core from the mid lane, I had my doubts about it yesterday, but against Bristol DK, like just being able to rush a quick Spirit Vessel, it is actually pretty impactful. The question is, can you make the hero feel good after you hit the mid game? But, early to mid, that Phoenix mid, it actually does do some good work.
And it does. We'll go to Razor pickup first, which we've been talking about as something to handle stuff like PA and Bristol. And now we get that specialty out for Amar. So gonna have a good time regardless of what you're laning up against, be it the DK or the Bristol, depending how Mudeng flexes. You could also expect Abed to just run a mid DK up against the Pangolier. That could be one way. And JT could still run a Bristleback, leaving this 4-2-3 option open. If they are going this route where you're kind of just saving your safe lane for the side of Mudeng, there's a couple of quirky options for 4-2-3. He's been loving his Morphling as they will still take the Phoenix here in Falcons, which again is great up against these high HP heroes, even as the support or core. But for Mudeng, if you are saving and pocketing for 4-2-3, I guess some of the specialties there, stuff like Morphling, stuff like the Broodmother. I can't get over the camera of JT's. We do get the Morphling. Why is JT's camera like this? Dude, you're in the same boot camp. What the hell's going on, man?
I think it looks like he's
wearing a black pink shirt. He's wearing a black pink shirt as well. What's
wrong with him? What's wrong?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But we do get the Morphling prioritized, and they're not pocketing 4-2-3's hero. So we are looking for probably an all your jabs support coming out to close out. Maybe trying to sneak in something like the Bat Rider, perhaps. Something like that for jabs if it's not banned out. They'll take care of the Muerta first, which tends to be really damn good with calling to stop the dives, to stop like these prolonged fights in the middle. I'm very curious about how 4-2-3 ends up itemizing. Are we just going to get the standard Vlads? Is he going to be able to win out his lane a little bit better? Because now you're expecting Morphling into Razor, and at least this Morphling, you're going to have waveform. You're going to have a way to run away from the static link that Amor is going to try to leverage for winning lane. And you can kind of just sit back and farm up. My issue with Mudeng's draft is if their lanes go slow, when you have 3 heroes that are all just going to be farming up, right? Like you need Ag's timing on the Bristle, you need at least 1 or 2 small items or mid-game items on your Morphling before he's comfy. The DK needs Blink plus something else to really be online, whether or not that's Blink Orchid or more durability, really depends on the player. But none of these heroes just kind of play at 6, outside of maybe shoving towers. So my main concern is this pacing could be a little bit slow for Mudeng, and Falcons can overwhelm you. Again, they hit level 6, especially in this Bounty Hunter. They're going to be hunting for those tracks. Those track kills in Mudeng, it doesn't feel like they have that much bite back, at least in terms of threatening here.
No, I do agree with you. I mean, it could be a little bit awkward with this style of draft now. It is starting to feel a little bit on the greedier side. Mudeng Warriors' final pickup, it seems like they are either running a morph support or they're looking for a support here with this final pick. I almost want to see a Morphling support because I just think with a Morphling core as well, that the draft does feel very greedy.
Yeah,
so I don't think it probably won't be a support, I might add. But I don't know if they can make this kind of draft work quick enough.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any safe lane for 4-2-3 that's fast anyway. Like the only thing I'm seeing is like a Broodmother, but it's already not the safest Brood game in terms of utilizing Spiderlings here. So I don't think that can come out. There's also this very awkward point. Yeah.
I was going to say I prefer just to pause one Bristle and throw something else in the off lane, to be honest.
That could work, but you still end up with the potential Razor into Bristle lane if they just keep Amar on the Razor. They'll go to Bat Rider, like we were talking about, just trying to gun for the support. There's still one more flex for Falcons. You run a Skitter Razor, you pick Amar a Timbersaw, and you rip these guys to shreds. Like that could also just ruin this for the side of Mudeng. Like if they just give Skitter a safe lane Razor, you give Amar Timbersaw, You have some great synergies in lane. Maybe the lane of Timbersaw and Bounty Hunter is, not that threatening, but down the line it will be. You can't really shove Timbersaw away. Instead, they just go Husker.
It's even worse.
They just take the Husker. Like, Jesus.
It's even worse. I mean, I liked your Timber idea. I thought it was a great idea, John, but Falcons say, screw that. We've got something even better. In the Husker.
I mean,
it's a disgusting Husker game, John. There's no counters towards it this game.
No. And it's really nice. You just life break, you sap away instantly on the HP of these tanky heroes coming out from the side of Mooting Warriors. Yeah, you jump in, you kind of destroy that initial durability advantage Moodang will have. You have good damage coming in with the Burning Spears. I like this from the side of Team Falcons. I think they've got all of their answers covered. I think the one thing for Moodang is they scale really damn well. Like if this game lasts till 45, 50 minutes, which checking on how long Moodang's games have gone, they have gone pretty damn long as it tends to, then their heroes do scale. Right, Morphling's going to feel great. DK Bristle are always relevant. Maybe the Bristleback starts to taper off a little bit more, but it certainly stays up there in relevancy if you can ride through a rougher early game. But I just feel like it's too slow for Moodang. And for Falcons, again, you're looking at winning lanes already. Like this mid lane matchup for Abed is not good for the DK, no matter how you cut it. Malreen's just going to spam Burning Spears. All you could do is maybe Breed Fire, try to deny a couple of creeps, but the Husker's still going to run you down at that lane. You've got the percent-based damage coming in with this Phoenix. You've got a Razor into a Bristleback lane still, because Skitter takes the safe lane Razor, and JT's running off lane Bristle. So this is still not a good time for the Bristleback anyhow. I think Falcons have just got this covered. Every single base is covered up. Maybe your one issue is, say, it is Morphling. You don't have the best of stuns to keep 423 in his place, outside of just great Rolling Thunders out from Amar. So 423 might be the issue that you'd face down the line, but it's not like the Morphling's going to be a threat in the first 10 to 15 minutes anyhow. So it does feel like ignoring the Morphling, you're going to run down this game. You're going to try to shrink down this map on Falcons. And for Moodang, once that map shrinks, there's so much farm these three cores need. I'm not sure if you're going to find a space to farm it.
I think it's going to be a pretty challenging game one here for Moodang Warriors, but we shall see, Jonathan. We are going to game one here between Team Falcons and Moodang Warriors, and we'll see if Moodang can give us a good fight here up against the Falcons. I certainly agree with you here. I think Falcons have certainly come out with not necessarily the better draft, John, but the better draft for this game one. It feels like as long as Malreen has a decent game, they're just going to pop off. It could be a quick one.
It could be. This music's great. What is this? This is fantastic music for a potential matchup that dictates whether or not Moodang stays in this tournament. This is not the tone that they're having in the boot camp for sure. But this is great. I love it.
Have fun, crits out. Oh, that's nice from Abed.
Man, when did Abed start all chatting, man? What happened to this kid?
Yeah, he used to be that guy, but he's let himself go. Oh, hold on. Crit's already searching around here. He's already found a couple targets. It's kind of the thing with the bounty hunter. Just early on, you can always keep tabs as to where everyone is, and Falcon's naturally probably going to look for a first blood attempt at this rate. Did they see him? I think they may have.
No, doesn't seem like. There were pings, but I do believe the re-invis from Fritz just right outside vision did break smoke, I do believe, rather close, but they didn't commit the sentries for it.
Well, they're not going to give up first blood here against Falcons. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
Nope.
Oh,
3-for-1.
3-for-1 trade. Okay, never mind. 3-for-1. Falcons get away with an extra bounty.
They're a little bit defensive on the side of Moodang, but they're still going for this late smoke play with Ollie jabs. Crit breaks it again, though, and they're still not committing any of their sentries. It's like, all right, we can't kill off the bounty. Smoke's gone. I'm not sure what they were expecting with that kind of movement out from Moodang. And it just, it wastes some gold, which is not a great feeling. Do manage to get the better block on Malreen as well, so we're taking a look at that mid lane. Again, this is, well, I don't know how you play this as Abed. You just try to survive, try to throw Breed Fire every now and again, and just don't die, as Malreen will just control this lane with Burning Spears anyhow. So, again, I mean, this last pick Husker just ruins Abed's time. Like, this DK is not going to have a great time in lane. They both don't care for water runes too much, so it's not going to be something prioritized, but you might want a little bit of an earlier support rotation if you can afford to have it. Like, the issue is your supports are all magic damage, so the Husker might just be able to shrug off that damage, even just the value points up on his passives.
Well, there's not much Abed can do for sure in this mid lane right now. That's very evident. Of course, mid lane, or rather bottom lane, JT and Jabs against Skitter and Snaking. Feels like it should be a pretty okay lane here for Falcons, especially once Skitter has a couple more levels up in that static link, though Jabs is going to try and jump in with JT and see if they can take down Snaking for a quick first blood. Snaking does not have Icarus dive yet, needing a creep to die before he does have the skill point, but it's not going to work out. JT will end up getting first blood, but they will lose Jabs, and now Skitter going to try and return the favor over to JT. He won't find a kill, but he will sap away quite a bit of damage.
He does. I don't think you mind that too much. First blood bonus for JT is pretty damn big, but having to make that sacrifice already feels good. Skitter gets some solo EXP for himself. That level 3 spike lining up a little bit quicker here for the Razor considering those circumstances. So you're still not too upset. You're seeing some poking, prodding up top with Ollie and Crit just going at it. And so far the top lane's probably your best bet right now in Mudeng. Like, this is a stable lane for your morph lane. You're just going to be able to farm up. Amar can't really pressure a morph, especially as level 3 approaches, once you've got the safety net of attribute shift level 2. As long as 423 doesn't get too greedy, he shouldn't be caught by surprise too badly. You're out of mana on Ollie though, so that can make this lane a little bit more playable for Crit, but he's not even looking for any sort of cheeky pulls. He's just hanging the lane and does manage to force out the sentry reveal as well with that hit onto himself. So should be able to get some D wards going, already buying out. Again, this economy war for sports will not feel good. Like, even though Crit is going to have to buy his own sentries as well, you're playing into Zeus with Thunderbolt. Eventually, as long as you're soaking into that 6 and you play off track, then you're still going to be happy as a bounty hunter.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like he'll get the healing notice as well. Looking back at mid, Malrine, he's getting jumped right now, but the problem is Jabs, he's level 2, John. He can't do too much. But it just feels like you're going to be... Oh, no, he misses the flame break. He's just going to die. I mean, this is why, like, I know you were saying earlier you might want to see early support rotations, but I feel like most of the time this is what happens. Like, you rotate a support, you force it to try and give your mid laner a way to come back into this game, and you end up giving even more gold back the way of the Husker.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that didn't feel like a great rotation anyhow. Like, Abed was already low and walking away, so there was nothing really Jabs could do in that situation. I feel like the time was just maybe slightly off. You have to be there before the Husker is able to drop anyone too low already, and just hope you have enough damage. And even then, like, even just the Bat Rider alone just doesn't feel like it's going to cut it. You need Ollie to be able to leave 4-3 somehow, but that also causes some issues here for the Morphling left solo. So a strong start for Falcons, 2-1, 2k lead at 4 minutes. And they're just really running down almost every lane outside of 4-3. Like, this Morphling lane is the only playable lane for the side of Mudeng Warriors. And again, even if this Morphling gets free farm, it takes time for Morph to hit that point where he can join in these early fights. We're just seeing a bog standard power treads and Vlad's offering here for 4-3, nothing too strange or special. And I don't think that timing's going to be the launching point for Morphling to actually join a rotation. So it's back to that weakness of the draft, just a little bit slower. Whereas the side lanes of Falcons, the mid lane of Falcon, again popping off hard. Skitter on a Razor at level 6 has heavy kill threat, is already enjoying his matchup up against JT, as you would expect. Bristleback, not the comfiest there.
ATF dropping pretty low top lane. Crit's going to intervene, and ATF going to be just fine. It's now 4-2-3, and Ollie the ones need to retreat because Crit is not backing off. He has another Shuriken toss, and he is going to take down Ollie. Not only does ATF survive, but they find a freebie onto Ollie now. And 4-2-3, not going to be feeling so safe to stick around, will be forced to retreat and look for a bit of a reset, but he has no regen, and Crit's looking to snipe him. 4-2-3 going to be a little bit cautious. Meanwhile, JT down at bottom lane is going to go down, and now Jab's in trouble. Jab's trying to trade with Skitter, but ends up giving a double kill away now.
Now, this does not bode well for the side of Mudeng Warriors. Falcons playing it clean, and they're drafting them a lot of favors, but even just the execution lane to win out, quite hard here. They're applying pressure onto the one lane that Mudeng felt like they were slightly winning at. They are at least keeping track of Crit with a good sentry ward placement from Ollie after TPing down into mid lane, but you're losing out a lot of ground, and this rough start for the side of Mudeng Warriors means that you really have no core that will act as the launching point. Look at Snaking chasing all the way back.
Oh, yeah. This rotation's a bit interesting to me. He's going to find Crit at least, so you do get that for Ollie, but like securing power runes right now against the Husker, it's never going to be that easy. Maybe he just wasn't expecting Crit to be around, and in fairness again, Ollie kind of got the better end of that trade anyway. My only concern is you're just giving so much more golden XP to Malrine. Jay, I think is quite a bad idea at the moment considering how far ahead he already is.
Yeah. You're just accelerating this timing into that full armlet here for Malrine, and he's just set to have it. Again, there's no contest. You abandon the lane as Abed. What are you supposed to do with Mudang on this draft, right? Like, it's not like we're going to see an insane Ags timing on JT that you can launch off. Vlad's on 4-3 is not going to change this game in terms of engaging into these enemy heroes. You're going to have these early timings lining up on Falcons, and you just have nothing that you can really utilize. At this point, Snaking's more formed than Abed. Like, the Phoenix is worth more net worth than the mid DK. That's just how badly Abed's lane has gone. Forced to go into this matchup.
Oh, now Crit stalking Ollie, just wanting the Wisdom Rune. Ollie, not much he can really do about this. Crit, of course, will take the Wisdom, but Crit will have to die for the Wisdom. There is that. But Crit, we see this all the time from this man. He does not give a crap about dying if he takes the Wisdom, as now the rotation out from Skidder is going to ensure at least one trade. Can Skidder get his way out? He's going to go for the man fight. JT's the one in trouble. Oh, and now Ollie... Oh, Lord. No. Oh, it's painful to watch, John. It hurts me to see that, John.
It hurts, Mikey, but we saw the hurt coming in with the draft. You know, when this draft was forming, we're like, all right, yeah. I mean, if they didn't get Husker, they'd get Timbered. Maybe it's a little bit less of a rough time, but still a rough time nonetheless for the side of Mudang, and that's with them just opening with Bristle. You know, they pick this Bristle back early. They feel safe. They're forced to ban out all of the Bristleback counters, so it leaves a lot of things open for the side of Falcons. And Falcons adapt in the draft. Like, they just open with Pangolier, nice and safe. They pick up the bounty, you know, and they still get left this Phoenix answer to burn down these high HP heroes. Husker is left alone because, I mean, some teams have been banning Husker last pick up against Falcons, but Mudang just leave it, and, you know, none of your lanes look good. Your timings are just not there. 5k lead at 8 minutes. 5k at 8. 5k at 8. We don't see that. You don't see that. This is not with an Alchemist or Doom. This is just a bog standard game. You're just that far behind in Mudang.
We haven't even started with the Bounty Hunter tracks yet, John. He hasn't even hit level 5 yet.
Oh,
it's going to get worse as JT. He doesn't really seem that tanky as a Bristleback right now, I'll tell you. Tier 1 bottom tower, of course, is going to be going down very fast. And like I said, if you think the net worth's bad now, just wait till Crit has level 6. It's going to get a hell of a lot worse here, I think, for Mudang Warriors.
Yeah, they're losing their triangle now off the back of that take. Love these forward wards coming out from Falcons to ensure this aggression onto this bot area. They did pop eggs, and maybe the teamfight presence isn't as strong, and Mudang is starting to clump up a little bit. Eye of the Storm's also down.
4-2-3. Copper stun. A bit's going to move into Crit, so at least they can find themselves a bounty. Problem is, like, most of the creeps are already taken in that triangle. They've got a couple left. They'll move back in and take those. But pretty rough. I mean, just so much gold being stolen away from Mudang. It's just the disparity. Like, Malrine's level 9, Abed's still level 6. Obviously, JT just has not taken off the way he would have liked. And with this style of draft, where you are playing a bit of a slower style of draft, it's the one thing you don't want is to start even slower. But that's kind of what we're seeing here. And Falcons, in the meantime, they're off to the perfect start. They couldn't ask for much more as JT is dead again.
Yeah, just like that. Have you ever seen a DK this poor? Not in any of our years have we ever seen, especially post facets. We've never seen a DK this poor. You should be able to farm up with Cleave, but where can Abed actually farm? You know, he's sharing his jungle with his Bristleback, he's sharing his jungle with his Morphling. It's still slow going anyway, even when he hits that jungle. Snaking's still ahead. Snaking's getting his own jungle stacks going for himself. He's having a great old time. 3.3k net worth. He's matching JT's farm as well. Like, this Phoenix, I mean, it's not that the Phoenix is super farmed. It's that your cores are just so damn poor.
Yeah.
Like, this is just... I don't know. This is despair, Michael Phoenix.
It's despair, John.
It's so sad. This is Southeast Asia. And I can't bear it. I can't bear to think about Mudang. If Mudang could understand Dota, she would not be very happy.
No.
About her war.
No, I don't think she would be, John. I don't think she would be. Maori, onto Roshan. I mean, it's going to be taken. Snaking's not going to die. He'll naturally just walk away and kite it out. Maureen, easiest Roshan of his life. As expected. Top lane, meanwhile, 4-2-3 being chased by ATF will be okay, as Skitter's going to have a quick pause. Go on, Skitter, tell us it's Discord. Tell us that's the problem, Skitter.
He's not even saying it. He's just implying it. Discord or some such. Always is. Headset. Maybe. Mayhaps. This is, let's try. I'm going to try to huff some copium and see what Mudang Warriors can do. What Mudang will do is work that Southeast Asian magic and everyone AFK farms for 20 minutes. Somehow Falcons will forget that they can win this game. And Mudang Warriors will farm to the point where they get the blink up, they get the 4-staff up on their Bat Rider. You know, you have 1 or 2 major items on Abed and on JT. And then maybe these fights start to open up. And then also you stack Glimmer Capes. That's the way.
Yeah.
But they will have to work some dark magic to make Falcons forget that. I love this for speaking as well, just breaking off. Reason for pause, Skitter needs a second. A second for what? That's why Billion's asking.
That's not a reason, Snaking.
He needs a second for what?
Sorry, we'll never know, John. We'll never know.
I guess he just needed a second. That's it.
There you go. Skitter's back.
Maybe the Lego
9K
broke
then.
for it.
We're almost at a 1k a minute advantage here for Falcon so far. Almost. 9k to 11 and a half minutes as Abed now trying to run. Will be okay to do so. Malreen could not get in range for the life break. Top lane. It seems like everyone's just farming at the moment. ATF not really contested whatsoever here in this this dire jungle. And it seems like Malreen's just going to start on T2 towers now. It feels early, but I guess he can just take them.
Yeah. And you kind of really do want to shut out Mudang. If they're allowed to actually just play this passive game, and if this network stays stagnant from Falcons, like say it's a 9k lead, 8 minutes past, you know, this lead doesn't grow, Mudang suddenly has a game that's a little bit more playable. You've got cores that means your cores are keeping up or starting to catch up a little bit. The disparity goes into more of the supports, and the game just becomes a little bit more manageable. Despite the strong start. So you do want to apply that pressure here on the side of Falcons as much as possible. Like, look at what Jab's doing as he starts to get caught out.
Yeah. It's kind of the hard part. Like, you want to creep skip and just farm wherever you can as Mudang, but you are also playing against the crit bounty hunter, right? So it's like, most of the map is just not going to be safe. Because he's just going to roam the whole map and he's going to keep tabs on where everyone's farming. And eventually you are going to die.
Pretty much. It's, I mean, they have the right ideas. They're stalling the game as much as they can. It is not the smoothest, but you are trying to find some space. Like, you did clear out a lot of space up top. Abed sitting in that jungle now. You had a lot of room for 4-2-3. He's 2 parts away from his Yasha into the Manta style. And that could be the sort of something new once that item eventually gets built up. But that map space is shrinking. Malreen solos that tier 2 bot. They can set their sights elsewhere. Amar's just been camping top. He's got the defusal to try to chase here.
4-2-3. ATF may have gone a bit too far up the top lane. They are going to go for the jump in, though ATF actually almost dealing with 4-2-3, but eventually they will get him. Abed to secure the kill. That's a big one. Something that I think they'll be very appreciative of on the side of Mudang Warriors. But Falcons, they're still just chilling. Like, they're just hitting the tier 2 mid tower. Malreen's just hanging about waiting for the next wisdom rune. Then yeah, ATF feeds you a kill. It doesn't really change the game yet, sadly.
Not yet, but if that happens again and again, it's just down to how chill do you want to be on Falcons, right? Like, are you just perfectly fine after taking that tier 2? You're just gonna camp the triangle, give all of this room up top to Mudang Warriors to farm? Because this is where they're gonna be hanging out. You've got to get some heroes in to at least contest the area, prevent them from feeling too comfy, to again prevent this farm up from the side of Mudang. It's still a 10k lead for Falcons at 15 minutes in. It's still an insanely good game for the side of Team Falcons. But you know, now Abed's above Snake King's net worth, which it's not really a great thing to say, but hey, it's an improvement for Mudang Warriors. The scan at least flips as well on the side of Falcons. So they do have the sense to not maybe directly charge there. They are going for a smoke play out on Mudang Warriors though. Again, they have some damage coming in. They did surrender their tier 2 mid as well. And the side of Falcons are still playing as a unit for the most part, outside of Amor, maybe just sitting away from the rest of his team. So there is that. And Muting Warriors are still, again, still waiting for a lot of items to be up before they're fully comfy here. Aegis still has a minute up for Malrine. Not too much to worry about. They're applying pressure in 2 lanes, keeping it shoved in. They've denied half of the map away from the side of Muting Warriors, and they'll actually just threaten high ground.
That they will. Tier 3 tower now under siege, 15.5 minutes into the game. The Muting Warriors, I mean, they don't really have many answers here. They've got to hope for a miracle. Malrine only has 40 seconds left on the Aegis, so there is that. They could try to time the Aegis expiry. But then you've got to still deal with Malrine, which is not going to be easy, even with low HP. Malrine very confidently going after the range barracks. Will be able to take it no problem. Onto the melee barracks he will go. And I think Muting Warriors understand that they actually have no choice in the matter. They've got to let it go down. They just got to hope that Falcons look to retreat after that Aegis does expire. And I think they probably will. I think the bot racks being taken is probably good enough for Falcons for now.
It's again one lane that's constantly going to be pressuring in, one lane that's not going to be worth as much when they are going in for the farm. Aegis does expire, just a full reset for Malrine. And Amar plays tag.
TF. He's just going in. He looks like he's going to stick around for the creep wave, is he? No,
he's bored.
I mean, he probably quite literally is just bored at this point.
I mean, what are you gonna do? He was just AFK farming top for the entire game for the most part. And the rest of his team has just been winning everything else. He dies once and he's joining his team and no fights break out. You're gonna be bored as a Pangolier. You know, you've got this blink, you've got this diffusal, you want to play poke, you want to get some kills. And Muting obviously isn't gonna be offering those kills to you. They have to play this very defensive and passive game. Scan again, saving Abed. Heads up scans from Muting to get them out of danger, keep this farm game going. Never feels great when your mid DK is going for 4 staff next. Like that is, I mean, it helps you out massively, but it still doesn't feel good. You've got the Ags for JT. You know, he's got the gold for it, so that's a start. Bristleback Ags, 17.5 minutes, considering that rough start. Could be worse, could be 20 minutes. So you have that spike, but you're not tanky enough in JT to really play just yet.
Falcons looking at 4-2-3 now. But they'll find JT first instead. Jump in onto the Bristleback. 4-2-3 sticking around to try to help out, but JT's already dead. They'll go after Crit on the bounty. Crit actually proving to be a lot tankier than you'd first anticipate, but will finally go down as now the jump in for Ollie. Skittle will take the Zeus's life away, but they've jumped in on the Razor. Here comes ATF though with the Rolling Thunder, and it doesn't look good for Muting Warriors as they're going to lose 4-2-3 and Jabs. And they only end up finding Crit.
Yeah, and that's just not enough for the side of Muting. The fact that they found Crit is already a little bit of a blessing considering the positioning of her bounty hunter. So the rest of these kills come out without track, which is a small, I guess, silver lining for the side of Muting Warriors, as Falcons are just, well, they're eating up Muting. You know, imagine a big bird picking up a baby pygmy hippo. That's this game. It's very sad.
Jump in again for Abed, but Abed's going to be okay. This game now 17k advantage for Falcons at almost 19 minutes in. It just has not slowed down at all for the Falcons. Matters getting worse and worse here, as I believe we have a full Satanic on the way now for Malrine. So if it was hard enough to kill now, imagine a 4-2-3. Malrine's going to chase him through the twin gate. 4-2-3, can he actually get away? Malrine, he needs to get in range for that life break. He is trying to cut him off. Here comes ATF and Crit as well, so it looks like 4-2-3 might actually just be screwed. He's got no way out of here. 4-2-3, he'll jump through the tree line, but I think it's all too late for him, the poor guy. He will die. And Falcons, of course, will start running through the bottom lane, maybe looking to go high ground once again. Snaking?
Yeah.
No, they can't even deal with the Phoenix.
No, all alone. He's all alone. You can't stop him. He has a Glimmer Cape. What is Solar Crest? Hard to kill off that Phoenix. 17-6, 18k lead for Falcons. And if you're Mudeng right now, I'm just trying to imagine. Again, I'm looking for some copium here, just to try to spicing this up a little bit. I guess the motivational force of the threat of the ladder in your room and somebody going for a jump takedown on you is motivation enough. That is a image that they will have to drill into their minds here on Mudeng Warriors. But at the least, I don't think, again, Pete does wrestling. I'm not even sure if he watches wrestling. I'm not sure if he's a type, actually. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, no, probably not, but he should. If good old Sunbee's watching this right now, search for some videos of wrestling and try to practice the takedown.
Well, they're having a look. Abed with a very quick blink away does make it out. Again, I mean, the bright side here for Mudeng Warriors is Falcons have only got 1 Rax. I think that's the biggest bright side we have here to talk about. So it seems like they did spot out Snaking. Snaking going for a run down south, trying to avoid the gank that is incoming from the side of Mudeng Warriors, and he will be okay for now, though the chase does continue. Roshan is available, by the way, so it's a big deal for Mudeng if they can get a good team fight to go their way, but ATF's already popped that Rolling Thunder, going right towards them. He's going to find Abed and JT in the back. It's already looking like a bad team fight here for Mudeng Warriors because they're just trying to retreat out of here. JT's been left behind, though. JT will eventually die, and so will Japs. They know they've got to fight over Roshan, but as you see, as soon as the rest of the team does show up, they kind of appreciate that they have no chance at winning the fight.
Yeah, there's just no way. There's no way. They call it.
Yeah.
They call it, they're done. Which is fair enough. 21 minutes, 19-6, 20k lead for Falcons, and all we really watched here was a big bird jumping in to carry baby pygmy hippo away. That's really it. Falcons... look, it's the order of, it's just the way nature works, Mikey, right? You might have a cute little hippo around as your mascot. You might be honoring this cute little hippo, but that doesn't stop a falcon from dive bombing you and just picking it away and crushing your dreams. As we did need a 2-0 win for Mudeng Warriors to feel secure, to have a hope in this group stage number 1. Now, all they can hope for is a draw. I'm not sure if that draw will do enough for them to kind of stay in the running. It really depends on other series, and it's going to be much more out of their hands than it currently is anyhow. But Falcons, great showing. That was a burger.
With a burger?
Yes.
He just pulled a burger out of nowhere.
That's the second. That was the second. He needed second to get the burger. We need more players just eating in the middle of a match.
He literally spent that pause time getting like a food delivery. With that, see, this is what I'm telling you, John. Every time they say headset or Discord, I know they're lying. There's no way it's always Discord and headset issues. There's no way.
No.
Oh, well, there you go. I hope you enjoy your burger, Skid. Oh, he deserves it. Maybe that's why they finished their game so fast, John, because he's hungry. In fact,
perhaps.
I just saw Owie jump in for an interview. Owie, it's only 1 game, so take it easy. Take it easy. So you got to win game 2 to get the interview, Owie. Right? So let's not get cocky.
Getting a little bit excited. But, considering that performance from game 1 there for Falcons, you can't blame them for feeling pretty confident here. And for the side of Mudeng Warriors, look, for us Southeast Asians, I don't know if we can say we're disappointed when our expectations for ourselves aren't that high, but apparently it is still possible to be disappointed. And look, these guys are capable of so much more. That's why we're disappointed. So we'll see if they can bring up Malwarmite. We need something. Anything, please.
We'll find out, John. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Falcons and, of course, Mudeng Warriors. We'll see you soon.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DreamLeague season 25. My goodness, we are here once again. Game number 2 between Falcons and the side of Mooding Warriors. John, game 1 was pretty rough for Mooding Warriors. It ended up lasting, 20-something minutes. It was not a very fun time. Team Falcons looking very strong already. What are you thinking here for game 2? Mooding Warriors, what are they going to change up?
Well, I think maybe some of these ideas in the draft again are things they have to be aware of. Like, they get Huskered in the end. They are forced to ban all of these heroes out to just ensure their first pick Bristle doesn't get completely curb stomped, and it still does with this Razor pickup. And again, these ideas they have, it's just not panning out for the side of Mooding Warriors. So we'll have to see. Maybe this Bristleback first pick is just not something that Mooding Warriors can kind of get away with. They need to, again, look at something else. Try to get some specialties out for it. Like, especially when you think of JT, you don't think of something like Bristleback. You think of something like Timbersaw. You think of something like his Magnus. Something that can create space, doesn't need too much form, is a menace in lane. That's what we need to see coming out here for JT at the very least, for Mooding Warriors. For Falcons, it's all cool, calm, and collected. You know, it didn't even look like they were stressed out at that game. Heck, Skitter just looked more hungry than he was concerned about the game at any single point. Like, I'm hoping he had enough time to chow down that burger. I wish we had more footage of him just eating away. I think mukbang stream might have been a little bit more entertaining, because I don't know what a burger is. You know, I'm from the 1920s or something. Like a fast food burger. What's fast food, Mikey?
What is fast food indeed, Jonathan? What is fast food indeed? Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what they do in game number 2. I mean, surely Mooding Warriors have some kind of plan to give themselves a better chance. Game 1 wouldn't have felt very good, that's for sure. Would have been pretty demoralizing to have to play. Props to Abed for just calling it in the end as well. Like, quite frankly, I feel like they should have called it 10 minutes earlier. I just think maybe you just give yourself an opportunity to see if you can make it work, but man, it was just too one-sided of a game, and I think even you kind of said it. It looked like Falcons were kind of bored. ATF dying a couple times on his own, it literally just felt like he was bored. I think he just felt like he could not lose this game.
No. And you can't fault him. It really didn't feel like there was a way to lose unless Falcons literally went in, didn't use spells, and just stood still for 2 fights in a row. Then you could have gotten the comeback on the side of Mooding Warriors. But that would also lead to Sunby going for a suplex from the ladder. So, you know, that's not something Mooding Warriors will want to have to contend with, of course. And we'll see. It does look like the ladder was not utilized. Sunby doesn't look roughed up, but the team does look mentally a little bit roughed up. We'll see again if they can bounce back, as they, again, probably aren't going to go for Bristleback first pick. They don't have first pick overall, so they might have to take care of it with a ban if they are concerned. Take care of the Dawnbreaker first. Abed looks much more serious than he did in the last time we saw him on camps. And I'm curious what they're discussing here for Mooding, what Sunby is considering for the ban. He'll take the Magnus away. There goes, just very fast in Falcons. Monkey King Abaddon straight up, no thinking about it, not even digging into their actual time. And yeah, Crit still looking a little bit bored, just fiddling with a bottle. Skitter, he's done with his burger, so we're not getting any juicy player cam action there. He's happy, he's full. He doesn't need a second anymore, at least.
No, hopefully not. You never know, John. Maybe we'll need another second here for Skitter. We'll have to see during this game too. Final bans to come. Mooding Warriors, they actually ban out the Pangolier for themselves, so not wanting to see that again for ATF. So far though, you do have some broken heroes left. I mean, you've got the PA right now, you've got the Phoenix, you've got plenty of other heroes available for Falcons and Mooding Warriors to pick. The Lycan also available, John, one of my personal favorites at the moment.
Yep. Many tools available. I'm wondering which one Falcons bans, right? Like, do you want to ban out like the Nyx, Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Zeus? Maybe a Clockwork cheeky ban. The PA Alchemist still there. They'll take care of the Doom instead, and they'll take the Alchemist themselves.
Naturally.
As Mooding Warriors did leave that in the pool. I mean, why not? It's left in the pool. You could go PA on Mooding, right? Like, they rightfully also left it on the side of Falcons. They banned out the Abaddon themselves. No Doom. You could take PA on Mooding Warriors. Just your 423 win condition out early. It's just, I'm trying to recall from 423's time in, say, Lil Gun and other Southeast Asian teams, if he ever played a lot of PA. It's not really one of his things. And yeah, they'll just go Bounty Hunter first priority here for Mooding. So the side of Falcons can now just ban out the PA if they're concerned about that core to core. They can opt to pick up the Zeus/Nyx here on Falcons if Mudang Warriors don't ban it out next as well. So that'll give you an easy way to keep track of the tracking Bounty Hunter. So I don't think this is like the scariest first pick for Mudang. We just have to see what they tie in with the Bounty Hunter.
We'll find out, Team Falcons. I'll have a think here. More bans to come. Timber's still going to be removed. Maybe they just leave the PA. Like, you know, they might just be feeling that confident. You know, there's like, who cares if they choose PA? We have Alchemist. We can play the game much quicker than a PA can farm. And I mean, sure, you saw Yatoro farming out of his mind on PA yesterday, but that was Yatoro. You kind of, you kind of expect that from that man.
And you do. To be fair, again, I think PA isn't just like sitting around farming until Battle Fury. There is like a level 6 spike you can play with, and they don't want to play around here in Falcons. Again, they do want a very secure position into group stage number 1 at the end of it. So not give that win condition out to Mudang Warriors. Still a lot of other conditions for Mudang Warriors to consider. DK still in the pool. Stuff like Lifestealers there. Bloodseeker maybe less favorable, but also a possibility. And for the side of Mudang, do you want to ban out Nyx or Zeus? Because you have the Bounty Hunter. You don't want to have too rough of a time. Then again, last game we did see Crit having to play into Zeus, and it looked like it wasn't really an issue for the bounties. You could maybe let that go on Mudang Warriors. We'll see, as they should get their ban into a pick. I'm wondering what they tie in with a Bounty Hunter. Like, are they going to go double support pick? Yeah, they'll show respect for the Husker, actually, so they could opt for the Zeus or Nyx themselves if they wanted to go this direction on Mudang Warriors. Wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't mind something like the Zeus 5 again coming out for Ollie. I don't think it's that awful. It helps you kind of play around with early track kills, easy burst. Could be something that comes in if they want. Clockwork's still there, Phoenix still there as well. A little bit surprising. All of these top tier supports are still kind of in the pool relatively late into the picks.
That's going to be the TB. Right. Not too surprising to see the TB offlane making its appearance here for Mudang. Another broken hero that was left in the pool for either side to take. More importantly, what do Team Falcons want to choose for their next pickups? I mean, again, you do still have that Phoenix that was doing some great work from snaking last game around. They just want to go ahead and secure that for themselves here.
I wouldn't mind it too much. Still does a lot against TB. It's good magical damage. I'm wondering if Mudang will actually just stick to that offlane TB as well for JT. And they'll take it, just Phoenix Clockwork. Again, top tier supports that were left in the pool. Does pop out. So you have a very solid foundation for Falcons to play around with already. For the side of the Warriors, you kind of have to start showing what you want to do with this TB. Because I have a rough feeling this could just be a 4-2-3 TB. Because in a core-to-core matchup, Alchemist versus TB can kind of feel good, especially once he hits Scotty. The issue is he kind of has to farm into that point, which is not the fastest for Terrorblade in comparison to the early spikes you were talking about here on the Alchemist. So it might not be the smoothest road into that point for the side of Mudang Warriors to get there. We shall see. And again, when you're thinking of JT, you want something that's a little bit more tempo, a little bit more of a playmaker, right? Terrorblade isn't really that kind of hero. He doesn't have a lot to worry about in terms of trying to get Sunder off, at least. Nothing like Ricky to annoy him. But you really don't... I don't know. I just feel bad when JT's not playing something he can try to create opportunities with. Because Terrorblade doesn't really do that for you. He carries aura, he survives, he focuses attention on himself. They'll go with a Venomancer, which could tie in nicely with this Terrorblade 1 idea, perhaps. Or even Terrorblade offlane now, so it starts to look a little bit more offensive. You have Reflection plus Plague Carrier wards on top. You can kind of chase down. There's some good damage to play with in the lane. There's really good snowball potential kicking in here for Mudang Warriors once level 6 is up. So you have some good teamfight that could play with track quite nicely here on Mudang. So already I'm kind of liking just this earlier presence Mudang Warriors give themselves. There is a bit of a lack of control. That is something Falcons can look to abuse, especially in their Malrine pickup, considering that Bounty Hunter and Venomancer don't really have hold, but they'll course correct with a Beastmaster. So it is a 4-2-3 Terrorblade, which I do like to see. I think that just, again, core to core, it makes sense up against the Alchemist. You just have to farm into that point where Ascadi starts to become a reality. You have this playmaking offlane now for JT that can control the game, lane matchup up against the Alchemist isn't too bad. You kind of want to go Axis more than Boars and Hawks here just because of the acid spray, but it's still something that works out quite nicely. And either build of Ags or Dominator into Overlord still kind of works in this kind of draft here up against Falcons.
It certainly does. Team Falcons, we'll see what they would want to do for their fourth pickup. 2 more cores to go on their end of things. Already got that carry, looking for a mid and off lane. Probably ATF's hero to come next. Could be a bit of a harder lane as well for the off lane. Like, you already have that Venomancer up, so it could be a challenging laning stage to say the least against Veno. Well, we do see Veno dominating quite a bit in that Pos 5 role at the moment.
I don't know if there's anything too comfy left here for Amar. Like, anything that's going into that lane is just going to have a rough time, for sure. Like, anything melee doesn't feel great. Tidehunter just gets ripped apart. They'll go with the Legion Commanders, which is probably your next best bet. Right, you have a Self-Dispel on hand. Overwhelming odds against a Terrorblade when Metamorphosis is down feels good, especially if you're going for, as a carry, you do want more illusions up to help farm. So this is going to help take care of that. We don't tend to see a lot of LCs nowadays, but it makes perfect sense into this draft of Moodang Warriors, and just the lane looks already pretty damn good. Right, like LC Phoenix can kind of dish out a lot of damage. There's some good self-sustain, good dispels. It's not going to be as easy for Moodang to leverage that strong laning start once some points come in to press the attack.
Oh, it certainly does feel like a pretty nice pick. Just makes the Venomancer nowhere near as powerful as it once was. Very annoying having that Gale just dispelled every single time you throw it out. I wonder if they are going to run the... I mean, I guess they are running the TB safe lane at this point for Moodang. And I was going to say there is also the option of running like B safe lane like we saw from Yatori yesterday, but I highly doubt Moodang Warriors want to do that.
No. I think that would be more interesting for sure. I think that crushes the LC lane with Axis, but you're probably not going that far left field here on Moodang. Like, they are not the team that you think of with these kinds of crazy flexes. Certainly not. I think even when they had 23 Savage, even when they were on different organizations pre-Aurora, like, it was really not what they were too known for. And now the Falcons can just go for the straightforward mid-band. Same thing for Moodang Warriors, so you can look at maybe Alina being considered, although it hasn't had the highest win rate. Quap, Earth Spirit, Shaker, probably the next bets to kind of ban out along with Puck. I'll ban out the Storm first, as again, they don't have the hardest lockdown here for whatever Malrine will want to pick up. So you leave something like the Ember, Puck, Quap, like one of these slippery heroes will slide through.
Still having to think about it here, Moodang. We don't really know what either team is running for the mid lane yet. So yeah, I think they want to give Arbet at least a decent chance at having a game this time around. Like last game, choosing the DK and then getting Husked was not a very good time for Arbet at all. Hopefully Arbet at least has a bit of more of an even laning matchup for himself, so we can actually see a bit more of an even game. Just really, as soon as you saw that Husker last pick last game, you just knew it was going to be a horrible time.
Oh yeah,
it was. It's just. I feel like Husker is one of the most anti-hype heroes because you just know there's no losing the lane in a good matchup.
Yep. Pretty much. I mean, I guess there was hype before when it was the Filipino Husker, all the way back. That was all the way back, all the way back. So nowadays, maybe not as much.
That was hype for other reasons, I think, John, apart from the...
That's fair. That is fair, yeah. What are you going to ban out in Falcons? Like, again, there's a DK idea that could still come out. You don't have the Husker this time. There's a Quap Puck still in the pool for either side to kind of go for. Ember Spirit's there, as we see it occasionally pop up. I'm trying to think of very weird flexes for Moodang. Like, if they did go left field, you run a mid Venomancer. But that's... You're really not going that crazy. They ban out the Puck, they get the Razor out for the side of Falcons, so mid lane matchup is still a little bit open, but figured I think the mid Razor is just fine as well for Malrine in most matchups. You just go Plasma Field, you're very happy with pushing out the wave, you still have Tret, you can farm your small camp quite nicely as well. So it makes a lot of sense here for Falcons, just another tempo here to play with. And that kind of dissuades you from going for like a DK mid for the side of Mudang Warriors. Although, do have their choice in mind. It is the Quap. Like again, one of those slippery here is sliding through. So you do have to kind of play the Razor into Quap, which shouldn't be too bad for Abed. He should actually have a lane. Mind you, I do feel like Malrine does have some pressure that he can apply, but it's not like it's a great static link chase down lane either, as you always have the blink there for Abed. So this game is a little bit more playable for Mudang Warriors. I do still like the IDs coming out from Falcons overall, but at least this time around, we shouldn't see Mudang Warriors get crushed, as we do have the 4-2-3 Beastmaster, by the way. So they also flip that script and will keep JT on the Terrorblade, which is fine. I mean, they're dodging out that aggressive lane. The question now is whether or not they can get that to work, because I mean, I'm sure JT can play the Terrorblade fine. It's just, it always feels bad, again, to see JT on here. That's not really something that styles, outside of maybe some clutch thunder saves here.
We'll see how it all goes. Game number 2. Again, game 1 was a very tough time for Mudang Warriors. Not really a game at all for them, just calling GG at the 20-something minute mark. Team Falcons looking for a 2-0 victory here to get their group stage going a little bit better. To Mudang Warriors fighting for their lives at the moment in this group stage. I mean, just judging off the results so far, you know, you've got to hope they pull off a game 2 victory here, because I doubt their standing will be looking too good if they end up getting 2-0'd by Falcons. Probably looking pretty bad, actually, but we'll see.
It would be pretty dismal. They would go 2-8 if they do get 0-2'd here on Mudang Warriors, and I'm pretty sure that just ruins any chance they have. Like, no matter what happens to Falcons and Heroic, realistically, you're not going to expect them to go 4-8 anytime soon as well. So it's kind of do or die for Mudang Warriors to even have a sliver of hope. They will still have chances, but that really relies on a lot of other teams just having really, really bad times in their matchups. So a draw at least keeps some of that hope alive. We'll have to see if they can bring it out. But again, when you look at Falcons draft, when you consider what they're trying to gun for here, Mudang going for this last second switcheroo on the safe lane Beastmaster. I mean, 4-2-3 does play some odd safe lanes. To be fair, again, he's one of the few that still runs the Broodmother safe. We've seen in some third-party qualifiers, again, that he does pick that up still. And this does kind of fit into that tempo, as we've got some hype techno music into a pause. That's some very hype techno.
What reason do you think? Oh, there you go. Snaking straight away just says bug. Sound bug. Just say Discord, boys. Just say Discord. It's easier that way.
Could be an actual in-game Dota 2 bug, you know?
Oh, come on.
It's not Discord. The JT's disconnected. He could have Discord issues. Still has the weirdest camera out of his entire team. Like, what is up with his PC's camera? They're in the boot camp. Yeah. Why is his camera just so odd? And whereas Malrine, we can't see his cat ears anymore, as requested from Michael Phoenix. No fun.
Nobody requested that, John. Well, the cat ears anyway. I would request they get them the hell out of here. So pause continues here between these two sides. Looks like we are going to have Malrine reconnect. Now, JT, what's your reason for disconnecting, sir?
This camera is just unbelievable. I'm enjoying it. You know what? I'm just going to watch him.
Is he got a filter on or something?
No, it's just really bad. I don't know why. Like, everyone has the same camera. It's a boot camp. Everyone should have the same equipment. Except JT just has, like, a camera from 2004. Look at that. I can count on one hand the number of frames I see there. Outstanding stuff.
Smoke on smoke scenario here, though, John. ATF actually going to run right into Jabs, who does go into the invis. It's like ATF almost wanted to fight this early. To see Mudang, they are hanging about the mid lane. I mean, both sides do have some pretty decent level 1 team fight if they do want to go for it. It seems like Mudang might just play the avoid game, just try to secure some boundary runes like last game around. Is Harbet handing some tips over to JT for whatever reason?
Where there's a way.
Crit? Gonna run into JT. It's like Falcon's gonna sit back on the bottom side. Jabs will have a gander. There's no sentry wards here to see this bounty hunter rotation. And he gets away with it. Very nice here from Jabs. Swipes the banner in away. Have fun from Abed. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so an even start this game 1 round, rather this game 2 round. And this time in the mid lane, Abed should have a much better time because it's going to be a Quap versus Razor matchup in his favor.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too rough. Again, you don't tend to go Shadow Strikes in Mordo, so walking into the Screen of Pain will still leave you in the firing line for the Plasma Field, but with levels up and Blink down line, you're not going to be too concerned about the static link at the very least. So much more manageable lane for Abed. And Malrine, he's going to have to work a little bit more to try to get full value. He's still getting a fun time, at least while the blink isn't quite up for Abed. But that will equalize relatively soon into the level 2. Rune controls can be easier for Abed with the blink as well. So I'm curious to see if Falcons shift gears and tries to get that stolen away from the Quap. You do have good supports to get that done. Taking a gander up top as well. You've got the Beastmaster safe lane coming out here for 4-2-3, which we did see from Yatoro ourselves in the match yesterday. And it does make a lot of sense. Laning into the LC is a little bit better for the Beastmaster. It is still a melee matchup into Legion Commander, but you've got the Boars and their slow, plus the Sting, plus the Gale and the Wards later on. That can come in from Ollie, so there's a lot of debuffs to kind of throw out. Debuffs that don't really need too much resetting from press the attack. So that is giving a little bit more presence and threat out with his Venomancer pick. Down bot, you do have Skitter just getting poked a little bit from JT and Jabs, running that Terrorblade off lane here, up against Snaking on Phoenix again and the Alchemist for Skitter. And this one should be relatively stable. Again, JT has some presence. Reflection's always going to feel good. The threat of Metamorphosis, once it is up, is pretty big. And Jabs, again, has a lane that, at very least, he's not having to just go back and pull. He is looking for a few trades here and there, and they have coverage with his sentries to allow Jabs a little bit more reach and to keep their camps open as well. So, a much better start in the lanes for the side of Mudang. We're not seeing them get completely obliterated. In fact, they are having a pretty decent time in farm so far. Abed.
Oh, nice deny. ATF getting a deny off onto crit. The Gale was, of course, going, so the deny was possible here for ATF, but that was very nice as well, because 423 and Ollie were both going onto crit, but just could not secure the final hit.
Yep, takes away a little bit of that effort in, some of that mana already gone. Ollie doesn't quite have enough to keep the Gale spam up along with the Plague Wards. So you're stuck with less tools to play with in the lane, no region in sight just yet for Ollie. Gives a bit of an opportunity to chase down onto 423, but he does have the board to help cop through the battery assault and does get the deny off. They also should have Lotus control. They managed to reshove this lane on the side of Mudang Warriors, so that could be a little bit of a boon, but doesn't look like they can really course correct too hard into the 3-minute mark, which should give some leeway out for Amar. Although he's not going to go too far, and let's see who does snag this one away. It is 423, so does get a little bit going. At the very least, again, you're finding more things in the lane. Like, just winning out this Lotus is already a lot better than what we're seeing from game 1 for Mudang. So some massive improvements across the board that we're seeing at 3 minutes in. And Abed's crushing his mid lane this time in comparison, or at least keeping it even with Malrine. He's not getting crushed fully. He's got his bottle. He's got the refills from the bounty. And he's got a game to play. Mind you, Malrine has not been pressured whatsoever. Full mana, just waiting for a bottle refill. Has the level 2 plasma field. So can also just poke and prod when Abed steps a little bit too close.
Kid is dropping very low now. The Fire Spirits are going to save his life as Jabs could just knock any hits off. And in fact, Jabs is the one that might die as the dive is in now from Snake King, but it's not going to be enough. Jabs will barely survive. But a lot more pressure being applied down to this bottom lane. It seems like the JT Jabs combo with the Bounty TB certainly proving to be a lot better than, say, last game around.
That it is. It's all down to having this Metamorphosis threat up. And it is doing a good job from JT and just zoning out. In fact, Snaking
kind of just kept running towards them. Wanted to get by the T1 tower, but it may cost his own life as Snaking's trying to find a way out. Skitter is now rushing in as well, but it's all too late. They've lost the Phoenix. I like this. In fact, Skitter. Not anticipating they just keep going, but that's exactly what they're trying to do here is Skitter. Well, he's going to be okay. The Metamorphosis did expire. But once again, Mudang Warriors down at this bottom lane having a pretty damn good time.
That they are. Again, this side of Falcons really have to just respect when Metamorphosis is up. You're doing a great job in Jabs. He's just being infuriating towards Snaking, not allowing too much positional play to come in. You are seeing just the pokes and prods onto mid. Again, you're not getting the best value from Malrine for that static link. He leaves at the level 1, having to just play with a plasma field will allow him to farm a little bit better in camps at the very least. And that is something that he should be looking forward to with some of these stacks in the triangle on the hard camp. So do you have that flash farm potential starting to drag up? But overall, at the outside of bot lane maybe going a little bit rougher here for Skitter, you are still relatively happy with the rest of your lanes. Amar's having a decent enough time. You are getting that steady build-up for 4-2-3 this time around. Malorine's holding mid off very nicely. And for the side of Mudang Warriors, the key point here is when we start to see some more commitment. You know, as we approach level 6s, as that starts to become a reality, as track starts to come in, that's where things can get really spicy for Mudang Warriors. They should be able to secure their own bounties as well. Maybe a steal, but you're not really in position into 6 and 7 minutes here to try for that just yet. We'll have to see down the line. Some emphasis for those power runes at 6 minutes though. At least crit already showing up early here.
Yeah. It will be spawning down bottom. Jabs will be able to take it for himself, so no power rune for Malrine. Speaking of that mid lane, Malrine has still pulled ahead when it comes to the CS against Arbed, but it is a much closer situation between these two sides. So these Arbed again will be actually probably having a game this time around. Though Malrine still having a pretty strong performance. He's not really too affected by it whatsoever. Let's see what Arbed can do with this this farm and XP he has acquired, but yeah, Malrine again still having a great old time. In fact, he's going to rotate top.
Oh.
ATF has hit level 6. He's got Jewel up. They want to go for a quickie. 4-2-3, not expecting it by the looks of it. And well, now he's going to find out the hard way as the Jewel will come in at the end. And already ATF plus 10 damage, and of course 4-2-3 not too happy with that death.
No, I mean, I get what they're trying to do on Mudang. Theoretically, the Beastmaster is here. You can leave alone in lane, allowing the Venomancer to just jungle up. And Ollie is getting a lot of space out in that jungle. The investment is going to be worthwhile with Arcane's, Mech, or Solar Crest coming out at a nice time. You do have to just be a little bit aware of that movement across. They did have the ward as well watching towards the outpost, but again, just maybe not anticipating the Razor TP into the tier 1 does cost them a little bit. They've got room to clear out in mid. They're slowly shoving it in with all of these wards coming out from Ollie at the least, but that is leaving a little bit of breathing room again up top for Amar to free farm. The bot lane is still a little bit tenuous for Skitter. Bottom network core as Alchemist, never a good position to be in, but his lane has been higher pressure. And again, JT's done a fantastic job of pressuring whenever Metamorphosis is up along with Jabs. And it doesn't feel like they really stopped the bounty. Like their sentry presence isn't really anywhere behind the tier 1. The bounty hunter's been very free to just poke behind and snipe couriers and try to gain net worth that way. And there's still no response for this mid. Slowly but surely just getting poked down by Abed and Ollie as well.
Ollie. That'll be alright. Jab's still having a look around through this Radiant jungle to see if he can find anyone. Not quite running into anyone quite yet. He'll head down bottom again. Looks like slowly but surely. I mean, Skitter's had a pretty rough start to this game on the Alchemist. Obviously, the laning stage has not been really going well for him. We'll need to find a decent way of trying to keep up here. Kind of the thing as well, they haven't made many rotations down bottom to allow the bottom lane to be freed up a little bit here for Skitter. So they are kind of just allowing him to have a slower start and allow ATF and Malrine to kind of take over the farm game, which is something we tend to see a lot with Falcons. If one core's having a bad time, they don't necessarily care so much because the other two can also just carry the game. Abed's going to provide us with a smiley face apparently for whatever reason.
Yeah. Also saw a little bit of gate moving out from 4-2-3. Still trying here.
Jump in. They'll go on to Snake King. Meanwhile, Jabs, though, is going to die. So Malrine able to get one, though Abed now has rotated, moving on to the Razor. Sonic Wave does barely connect on Malrine, but it's not enough yet. The Scream will be though. 4-2-3 now in danger. 4-2-3 will go down. Abed trying to find a way to kill off Crit in the middle of all this. Will blink right in. Takes him out. ATF also in danger. Does drop as well as Abed. Finds a triple kill.
Yeah, it's starting to fall a little bit flat here on the side of Falcons. I think this is boiling down to a couple of things. You At the very least, for Falcons, you're not playing into track just yet, right? Levels aren't quite there for jabs, so you're not feeding as much gold as you could be feeding onto Mooding. However, this pressure onto Skitter is just a little bit untenable at the moment. Every single time as well, Abed just dips back into mid to push. And really the key thing is there's nothing to stop the swap. Like, you don't have the hard stuns to kind of cut areas away or to just keep her pinned down. You only really have, what, Unstable Concoction that you can bank on. Maybe a duel from Amar if the situation presents itself. But again, they were kind of cut off in that engagement. Just positioning not ideal for the side of Falcons. And Mooding Warriors are utilizing this early game start to a very strong position. I like this build-up. JT just going for an Orchid, knowing that he doesn't really need to pipe this game. He can opt for a little bit more control and damage to provide onto his team. You've got Abed just going for the Dagon, already 2 parts in, just a few 100 gold away from that full recipe. So Queen of Pain just starts rectifying the downsides of a mask hit. And for the side of Falcons, I mean, outside of that great play for Amar top, you know, without the blink, it's just hard for him to look for these angles to just instantly lock in a hero, like, say, Abed. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that Blade Mail blink. You've got good tempo coming out from the side of Mooding Warriors. They'll just dig into Roshan now. They don't have anything like the Ags up on 4-2-3, just the dominated creep up. But with the Metamorphosis commitment out from JT, I mean, this is not the quickest Rosh, but should still be a steady Roshan nonetheless with the Skelly Warriors around.
Well, that it should be, John. Roshan going down nicely here to Mooding Warriors. Again, a very kind of complete polar opposite game here for Mooding so far. Rotations coming through the twin gates from Falcons, but they are a bit late to the party. In fact, ATF doesn't seem to even know Roshan's happening. He's rushing towards Ollie instead, looking for an easy pick-off onto the Venomancer. Crit does have hookshot whenever, just looking for the angle. They'll eventually run into Ollie, and Ollie should have no way out of this, though he does have teammates making their way over. So maybe they can trade if ATF does stick around, and for now he has. But it seems as though Mooding Warriors, they will just leave them be. They don't want to go too far.
Yeah. Just play it measured. No need to overcommit on the side of Mooding. Either you only lose your Veno. He is getting a lot of space with jungle farm, but you don't need to risk that much else. You don't have the mana on Abed to really fully commit just yet. And you're trying to work the map as best as you can. Like, JT's just working top. You've got maybe a little bit more presence coming out from 4-2-3, pushing in, just shoving in onto the tier 2s. They are clumping around on Mooding Warriors. Same thing goes for Falcons, kind of hugging the top area of their map just now. The 2 supports kind of playing poke with these illusions. But the aggression is starting to kick in for Mooding, which is greatly timed anyhow. Track is up. Jabs wants to keep these kills going.
Lane. They are going to find ATF. It's a big target for them to take down, and with the Dagon of Abed available, it won't be too much work for the side of Mooding Warriors. Very nice pickup once again here from Mooding.
And again, great understanding of the timings in this draft. With a Dagon plus track up, it's time to hit and run. It's time to punish Falcons for having to go a little bit slower, for not really snowballing from the laning phase. They're going to just walk into the tier 1 and get the track going on Crit.
Will Crit going low for now is okay. Nice hook shot away back towards the creep wave as well. So not feeding his life to Mooding Warriors, but they can still stick around and just secure this tier 1 top tower as a TP rotation also cancelled off by somebody.
It's Amar.
No defense to come. Was that Amar? It was Amar.
Yeah, I think none of the rest of Falcons wanted to go in, so can't really just come in, try to duel. Didn't get the memo until that decision was made. So losing out in TP. It's free tier 1 for Mooding Warriors, feels good. A smoke out from Falcons though. They do have that egg ready to go on snaking, just kind of need to try to find an angle to work with. And they've got the Mage Slayer up on Malrine, so you can mitigate some of the output of Abed if you do manage to pin him down. So far, the smoke's not really amounting to much. They're just going top. They have that forward vision up top, but no one's really showing there. No real further reach here for the side of Falcons, mainly defensive wards. As Mooding Warriors will go for the resmoke themselves. Again, they've got everything up. Sonic Wave still ready. Just need a track kill to get things going again.
I'm going to try for Crit. Cogs down. He does have hook shot to try and get away from this, but it's going to be a bit too hard. He will get taken down. Jabs to secure that one for himself. And now officially Mooding Warriors with a 2k net worth advantage. Again, looking very happy with themselves about it. And Falcons, they are still playing catch-up. Like, looking back at Skitter, he's still not at the Radiance timing yet. Got enough gold for the Talisman of Evasion, so it should be relatively soon when he will have it up. But His courier did die as well to make matters worse, so the timing does get slowed down just a little bit. So far, I mean, this Alchemist game not looking too flash hot. It's a matter of whether Mudang Warriors can keep this pressure going. Like, can they really continue to just not allow Falcons that farm and pace that they really want to be following here? I mean, it's so far so good.
Is
mid lane. Jabs was spotted. ATF popped the blade mail, looking for a duel out, but the roar is there from 423 to not allow it, and ATF might just be dying. Get a shield out, but it's not gonna make the difference unless he can run away, but he cannot. Abed finding a 5th kill for this game too already, not dropping 1 life yet. ATF desperately trying to find these dual victories, but it is costing him. Is now snaking. Also getting taken down by Ollie. And boy, this is such a different Mudang Warriors than what we saw last game, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, again, the last game really did feel like a very big draft disadvantage for the side of Mudang Warriors. This time around, in comparison, like, you look at this from the Bounty Hunter's perspective, you don't have anything like a Zeus to worry about, you don't have anything like a Nyx to worry about to spot you out. It's a very free game for Jabs to just walk around in Invis, snipe couriers, play poke in the lane, which we saw him do very successfully. They dodge out in these rougher lane matchups as well with the LC, although Amar is looking for a little bit of a play.
That he is. He'll make the jump in onto Ollie. And looks... Oh, he doesn't get the dual victory. They will at least kill him, so there is that. But misses out on that bonus damage, which is a bit of a shame for ATF, only sitting at 20 bonus damage at the 16.5-minute mark. Still looking to pick up that Blink Dagger so he can, really get those duels going. But certainly, again, a slower game for the cause right now, Falcons. Mudang Warriors, though, not looking to slow down anytime soon. Like, they do have the Ags up on 423, now looking to build a Blink Dagger. But it does certainly mean now that the POS 1 Beastmaster can start to truly get involved in these fights if they so wish. And I think he should, quite frankly. I don't think 423 needs to spend too much time farming if they can just take fights, because you do have some great pick-off potential now with that Ags available.
That you do. Again, I love the posturing out from Mudang Warriors. They're just playing across the river. They're taking over this triangle. They're cutting off these safe areas to farm for Skitter, who does have the Radiance and wants to build up. They'll smoke out here to on Falcons then.
Hookshot is there. Jump is in onto the Venomancer. Abed gonna try and save. Ollie already down, but Crit is dropping low as well. Meanwhile, they have found JT on the TB. Crit does drop on the Clockwork though, but it's a 2-for-1 trade so far in the favor of Falcons. Now Skitter getting pretty low, but 423 is getting even lower. Skitter still alive for now as Ahmed's desperately trying to take him out, but he doesn't have enough damage. Ooh. But Jabs does. Jabs comes in and cleans him up with a shuriken toss the last second, and will make a run for it. So a team fight that seemed like it was going very well for Falcons ends up being a bit more even.
I'd say less than even. You're trading away your Alchemist for this offlane Terrorblade. It still feels good to find that big kill on JT, but you had to pop Egg. You're still a little bit more reliant on that cooldown for your big team fights, at least in area control here for the side of Falcons. You did pop Roar on 423, but it's not really the biggest loss in the world. It's not as long for cooldown, much more uptime for 423 to look for that next play. And they can just rinse and repeat. Remember, all of these kills are also coming out as track kills. So if you trade evenly on cores with track, you still win for Mudang Warriors. They are escalating that way quite nicely. Like, this farm from 423 keeping even with Skitter, not good news for the Alp. And that's just down to, again, a rougher laning start, track kills coming in whenever 423 is coming to join these engagements, and having all of this burst damage on hand. Like, we have to actually see that full glimmer for Skitter to try to save. They need multiple here as they're pressuring onto Malrine.
Certainly are. Snaking will be going down. Mid lane, they'll go for a bit more though. Crit does also get taken out here. A good start again as Arbed is going to get jeweled up here by ATF, and ATF does actually take him down. Very nice trade here for ATF. As Skitter now joining in, looking for another follow-up stun. Does catch Ollie, and that should be Ollie to go down as well. Falcons now fighting back and finding a pretty successful trade their way.
That was a lot cleaner. Great blink reveal out from Amar to catch out the Quap. And that's been one pain point for the side of Falcons, right? Like, Abed's been very free to jump in and out of these engagements. Now you have a good starting point for Falcons. Just pin down the Quap, try to focus her down with damage. The Blade Mail's going to do a lot of work and kind of softening her up as well. And Mara is back to being relevant in this game just with the blink up. So you do have some tools to play with on the side of Falcons. For the side of Mudang Warriors, again, you've still got this 3k advantage up against an Alpha draft. Amar, despite getting that link, yeah, he is still about 1,000 gold behind in comparison to the cores from Mudang Warriors. So they do still have that one edge for themselves here. There's a rush straight into the Tormentor for Mudang. Gonna be able to find that nice and quick. Same thing goes for Falcons as they're clumping around the Tormentor as well. Freebie short for Ollie's pretty damn big. Now the Dispels from Amar could end up hurting him if he's not too careful. And it will provide an opportunity here for Mudang if that Prestige attack does come in to try to save. So you are opening up just a little bit more. You do get the shard out for snaking. Some more impact from that Supernova with the Sun Ray as well. And that's one thing for Mudang Warriors, focusing that egg. It is still a level 1 egg, mind you, but once you get the level 2 egg, if you get the cogs to protect, if this team fight does execute in the way Falcons would want it to go, things become very rough. Still, Abed, love this itemization again. Rushing the Lincolns, finds it. He knows the only thing that can hurt him is the duel from Amar. So that's one less thing to worry about. Mind you, you do have some ways of popping that. At the least, Unstable Concoction can help open it up. Maybe a static link very quickly into a blink duel can also kind of set up for you here as the smoke is coming through.
It is. Jump is there. They've got a roar out. Who have they got? It's going to be ATF. He's gone already. As Crit forced a hook shot away. Already a very nice start to this fight here for Mudang Warriors. It's going to be about it. Though I say that, Falcons, they are going to go for a 4-man smoke. ATF does have buyback gold if he does require it, but Skinner unfortunately ends up stunning himself as he could not find anyone to catch out. They are still chasing and having a look. 423 has left himself behind. And they did see him, but they're unable to get within range again, so Skitter's going to end up stunning himself again. Meanwhile, Roshan does respawn in 5 seconds, so it seems as though the Mudang Warriors should have a pretty good time trying to move in and maybe taking that. That Crit and Maureen finding JT. JT does have some help around him, but they aren't sticking around as they will see Skitter moving in. JT, he'll get a nice thunder off at the very least, buying himself more time, but the rest of the team once again just kind of sat back and watched him die.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward for Mudang. That provides the opportunity for Falcons to try to contest Roshan themselves, but they'll play it safe as well, respecting the fact that the Terrorblade alone isn't enough for them to feel fully confident into the pit. But that's going to be the next flashpoint for our engagements here. Nice amp damage coming out for Abed. Already has the Veil of Discord coming out, so the magic damage on the Quap staying fully relevant in this game, despite the presence of some early Glimmer Capes here on the side of Falcons. And for Mudang Warriors, even the BKB of 423 is not too far off. Whether or not he needs the BKB over something like the Glimmer Cape, I guess the disables. I guess just having a harder way of blocking off some debuffs is pretty damn big. And that Roche will begin, but Mudang Warriors are also very aware of Roshan, already smoked up on their 2 supports. Jabs will scout out. There isn't really forward vision here, but they do have Crit breaking the smoke at least.
Spin. Jabs gonna get stunned. He does have his team right behind him though. He's not gonna get taken out that quickly. The Falcons still paying a lot of respect here. The side of Mudang Warriors in game 2. Of course, they are 5k net worth behind, and well, the top net worth hero right now is still 423 on the Beastmaster, even ahead of the Alchemist. Roshan's still standing, of course. Neither side willing to give this next Roshan up. So they will retreat. Is Roshan now going to officially begin? Falcons still hanging about again. No reason to retreat. They really can't really afford to give these Roshans away for free. They've got to try and contest. It's just very hard moving in when you've got a bounty hunter just watching every step of the way though. ATF going to jump in with a nice duel out onto Jabs. We'll take him down. 423 though with the raw route onto ATF trying to take him out, but no, 423! He's gone too! JT trying to fight. Thunder is there, but it's not going to matter. He's down a bird. Oh, an ugly, ugly fight for Mudang Warriors. And suddenly the net worth swings all the way back to Falcons. And you can see Falcons, they seem to believe that the whole game has flipped their way.
And you can't fault them. A beautiful setup coming out there from the side of Falcons. And it was down to just Crit getting this great position to trap them by the ramp on that gate. The side of Mudang Warriors just kind of hesitant, right? Like, they were scouting out with jabs. They weren't really ready to back him up if he did get jumped. Abed just instantly bailed out the moment the egg was dropped and the cogs were there. And that just led to a fight that you couldn't really sustain. 423 also just blinking in. Again, not waiting for this BKB before forcing Roche or even before forcing the fight. Means without that spell immunity, without his own way of mitigating some magic damage, he just melts to all of this output coming in from Falcons. They clean up. 1k lead back their way. Not a massive lead by any means. Still not a good position if you are Alchemist. Only being 1k ahead, but they evened the game out. And that is important considering how much we were seeing coming out here from Mudang Warriors. For the Warriors side, they need this BKB to be up on 4-2-3. I don't know if you can really afford to jump in like that in the middle of everyone in such a confined area with no one really to back him up. They couldn't even get like a thunder save going from JT. They have to be very respectful for the potential 5v5, considering just how great Falcons utilize their area denial. And you have Egg, you have Cogs. It's not the most stable way to ensure you get big usage out from snaking, but it's worked out. And this early shard from snaking is just doing a ton of work. Just the egg drop with Stun Ray all the way back, and no one can clear the egg. It's just a nightmare for the side of Mudang. They have to be so cautious when they're fighting in tight spots like that.
Oh, of course. Well, tier 2 mid tower will be going down. Falcons now in a prime position to take this game back their way. I mean, still Mudang Warriors not to be outdone yet. They are still in a pretty good position. 4-2-3 though is in the middle of nowhere right now. Maureen's going to spot him out. 4-2-3 doesn't have a TP either to make matters even worse. And the jewel is there from ATF. And these are the kind of kills you really don't want to see if you're Mudang Warriors. That's your Pos 1 Beastmaster going down all by himself down to that bottom lane. And these are, again, these are the kills that are going to make it much harder to get back into this game for Mudang.
And it does. 2k lead now for the side of Falcons off the back of that. These track kills have slowed down for Mudang Warriors as well. They've not been able to really find isolated targets to feed off of. Falcons, the confidence coming back in. They've got 90 damage on Amor. He's going for his own Lincoln Spear up. It almost feels like you need to see Lincoln spammed out on the side of Mudang, just because it's felt like the duels are just what's ruining them, right? Even though you're only catching, say, the support, like in that last Roche fight, just catching out jabs, but you take away the factor of Bounty Hunter, you know you're not going to lose economically in that kind of fight anyhow. You know that the nuisance of these shuriken toss from the back off that magic damage stacking up isn't going to be a threat, and just lose out a lot of the power in your draft here on Mudang. So maybe some more defensive items to come in can start to help the cause if you can start to consider secondary Lincolns here. Siege onto the tier 2, already down to 500 HP. Fortify forced out, still gonna be able to find his objective on the side of Falcons. And if they wanted to poke high ground, they don't need to worry about a Fortify on the tier 3 at the very least. So they do have access there if they want, but they're just playing chill. They know they scale up here. They're looking for a bit of a chase down bot, actually.
ATF. Not gonna quite find a target to jump on. Of course, the Venom wards were making it quite hard for him to find a blink in. Mudang Warriors, though, you can see that they are feeling quite passive now at this stage of the game. Like, they're not feeling as comfortable as they once did, so definitely playing a lot more carefully here, Mudang Warriors. So, Falcons. It seems like they're the ones that want to try and get aggressive now. Still have a bit more time on the Aegis, and Ollie is going to be spotted here by Skitter. So, Skitter happily to make the jump in. Crit's going to find it with a hook shot, and that should be Ollie dead. With that, at least the Aegis does expire in 45, so you don't have that to worry about too much longer here for Mudang Warriors, but I still think the game's kind of flipped here.
That it has. Again, a duel.
A nice duel from ATF. Not going to be enough to kill off the Beastmaster yet, but he's pretty damn close. The problem is ATF now is dead. Uh-oh, and they've also lost the Alchemist. 4-2-3 makes his way out. Skitter. He will be okay. His Aegis was literally just about to expire anyway, so he won't mind dying, but ATF dying like that, not going to feel too good.
Certainly not. Big turnaround. Just that survival for 4-2-3 from Duel. Barely getting through that one. As mentioned, turned for the Roar afterwards, and you still have to respect the Drums of Islam with a Veil, plus, you know, just having the Shivas as well on Abed. Magic damage can still pour out. A little bit confident out from Falcons, maybe not expecting that punishment. That does equalize the game, just back down to a 1k lead. Aegis was set to expire anyhow, but you don't have to worry about that secondary life. You have a tier 2 for yourself here on the side of Mudang Warriors, and they look like they can consider high ground. I mean, you have a Terrorblade, he does have the SNY. JT will just try to see what he can force back here, and will be Malrine showing up, but with a force staff spam as well being available on Jabs, can't really line up for some easy times with a static link. They do manage to clear out all of the outer towers though on Falcon's end. Right, so there's nothing left for Mudang to hog outside of their high ground, outside of just their outpost as a TP point, opening up the map tremendously for the side of Falcons to try to build a lead back in here. And for Mudang's side, I mean, 4-2-3 having the Veil is nice. The Shivas is going to be a nice step as well. Double Shivas isn't too bad considering how Abed wants to position himself in these fights anyhow. So you're basically looking at two fronts. Anyway, one front with everyone clumping around 4-3, another front for Abed and flanking. This will allow complete coverage in whatever part of the map they play in. But I would say the refresh is the bigger pickup for 4-2-3. If you can get to the point where the refresh orb is fully finished, double BKB, double roar changes this game in a massive way. And again, that's also going to lead into that point where JT is basically your carry as he's slowly working his way into that. Like he's going for the Hurricane Pike, you can start to consider the Scotty afterwards. And again, once you have the Scotty, plus the Poison Sting on Jabs, with his talent giving even higher HP reduction, this Alchemist is not going to feel that tanky. It already does feel like the case for Skitter if he's not too careful with how many heroes can surround him here.
Now through the mid lane, seems like Falcons maybe wouldn't try and pressure them into the fight. Falcons hanging by in the mid lane. Mudang Warriors still just trying to allow 4-2-3 that time to work towards that refresher orb, but we are going to see a 4-man smoke now by Falcons. Malrine, he'll reveal himself in the mid lane, just farming the creep wave. No one will take that bait. Falcons will run down towards the bottom lane where they do see the side of Mudang Warriors. Ollie immediately just going to TP out, and so will Jab, so they are well aware that they were coming. Seems like Mudang have successfully avoided any kind of fight that was coming their way. And I suppose if anything, if you're Mudang Warriors, like you'd love to force a high ground fight on your side of the base if you can. It doesn't seem like Falcons are really going to give that opportunity over, to be fair, but Falcons, for now, not able to find a fight with that smoke rotation.
Yeah, I don't think you mind the slow game too much for Falcons anyhow. Like you've got this great scaling with Ags being built up by Skitter, which is going to be able to start to pass that along. And Ags up on Malrine is going to be huge with the Eye of the Storm plus the Thunderhead facet. Just allows you to really take control in these fights if no one insta-bursts down the Razor. And Ags up on Amar could be good as well, although it maybe feels a little bit less important here. Mudang now out with their own smoke, taking almost the same flank angle as the side of Falcons did, trying to run down south instantly. They don't have the benefit of having forward wards themselves, not like Falcons did, spotting everyone from Mudang walking into the bot lane.
Well, they see
Doesn't
JT.
look like they're in...
They saw themselves a Terrorblade there, John, but JT does end up going back to the high ground of the base, so they give up on that. They'll run down south instead. Roshan has respawned, so both sides can be fighting over that now. Falcons, they'll start Roshan, rather Mudang Warriors. In fact, Malrine, he's going to jump in. Jabs, going to be spotted. Malrine, hookshot is there. Looks like they will just try to focus down Jabs, and they've got him. A nice start for the Roshan attempt. I mean, if you're Mudang, I don't think you can really afford to just let this go.
No. It's so awkward. 4-2-3 had a good roar angle. Malrine was basically by himself. They didn't jump for it. Now they've got the numbers advantage into Roche. At least they can try to scout out with these illusions. They're smoked up again on Mudang. They need to find a good angle. They've gotten a lot of sentries down. They've got ward vision down as well with these plague wards down. They can try to retake some control, but they need to be cautious about their positioning. Can't be stuck in a tight area again.
Well, here we go again. They found themselves JT. Meanwhile, 423 though jumping in right onto ATF, but ATF is perfectly fine with that BKB active and he'll go for a duel out.
Lord.
423, he's completely surrounded. Nobody's available to help. They're still just trying to chase Malrine and they do get the Razor. It's not the worst fight so far for Mooding. They have found themselves a hero advantage in this fight. And Mooding Warriors, they want more. They'll chase down ATF now. Skitter's going to try and reinitiate onto Abed. He'll move in, but he can't get the stun off because he's been silenced. He will at least stun JT along with himself. But Skitter, has he gone too far? He's fighting 4 versus 1. They'll finally drop the egg and the Sunray. Skitter's still just trying to man fight, but he can't do it. The Glimmer Cape, it's going to save. It'll buy him the time, and JT is down. Oh, this stupid item. This Glimmer Cape. How many times are we going to see heroes just on the edge of death surviving because of this Glimmer Cape usage?
We're going to see it a lot, Mike. You know, I mean, Glimmer Cape's just all over the place. And you can't fault teams for going for it. Mooding Warriors just not having the vision to back that up. Again, they get themselves stuck in a tight area. They don't take care of this back line first. 423 just gets way too aggro. He's not that tanky and Beastmaster. And that cost them. If they had 423 around for that kind of chase down, I don't think the same circumstances would come in. And now Roche number 2 gets surrendered to Falcons with a free Ag's Blessing as well. So now you're going to have some upgrades coming in. You're going to have that on crit. He's going to have a rocket flare spam, a little bit more utility coming out when he turns on that overclocking as well. And for the side of Mooding Warriors, I mean, the game's starting to slip out of you just a tad bit here. 10k lead out for the side of Falcons. JT, bottom net word on his side of the team. At this point, you do want the Terrorblade to actually get some form priority going his way. And it doesn't feel like he's just finding that yet, because his damage is there. When Metamorphosis turns on, he's managing to right-click. It is scary. It's just not enough to really blow heroes apart just yet. You do get your first Ags out from Skitter. And he is starting to gift things around. Malrine does have his upgrade up. So now you have to deal with Thunderhead plus the Eye of the Storm upgrade with the 2 strikes. That's a lot to be worried about. And that simplifies the high ground push here for Falcons as well with that free upgrade. Mooding Warriors, they need to try to play, I don't know, just single target pickoff when the side of Falcons is split apart, but they've, again, not managed to really find those opportunities. And they've just slowed down extremely on these track kills. Like, they've not been able to work this out with jabs. He's in the front line, he's getting blown apart. Even with that level 15 talent with Shadow Walk, still just melts once damage is committed onto him. And your scaling here from JT isn't fully done. Oh, okay. So they handed the Ags over to Malrine. The Ags Blessing for Malrine. I saw the Ags buyout though from Skitter unless he changed it. I guess he did.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, Malrine's got Ags up. Seems like Falcons want to start making a move to the high ground.
Okay. They just handed it back for the gold. Sort of with the full Satanic done. And Malrine's just too durable to kind of take care of. They drop the banner, they focus in on that tier 3. Again, with the Ags to upgrade Eye of the Storm, if they want to commit it for Malrine, this siege just doesn't take too long. They'll just play it nice and safe though on the side of Falcons. And for Mooding, their best bet is to solo pick off somehow here. Malrine twice over is not an easy go though.
Well, tier 3 tower going down pretty quick just to the Razor. It's going to be very hard with the Roshan banner just sitting there to defend this if they don't want to try and move in for a fight.
Refresh for Malrine as well. Double Eye of the Storm. They're really not pushing it here on the side of Mooding. Just going to surrender it. Not even forcing Malrine to pop any of that. Just a slow, steady siege. And the angle for Mooding is just so hard to find. Again, best thing you can hope for is maybe jumping back line, getting Roar, insta-bursting someone down, getting a numbers advantage off of that. You just can't find it. Falcons are very, very clumped up right behind Malrine. Abed just forced a Sonic Wave to clear out the Creep Wave. It is only a 35-second cooldown at least, but you have a lot of time here on the side of Falcons to just clean up.
And that they are. Malrine not backing off at all. Because why would he? And you can see, I mean, ATF, he could just sit behind and just purge off any debuffs they apply to Malrine. JT's going to pop the Metamorphosis. That should scare him off a little bit. And it seems like now if you're Falcons, you just wait out that meta to end. It will end eventually. In fact, they're just pinging out the TB. ATF's thinking about jumping in for a duel with the Blade Mail, but doesn't bother. Still waiting out that Metamorphosis, but it's already over half its duration gone. Falcons ensuring the bottom lane does remain forced in as ATF thinking again about going for a duel attempt, but the Glimmer Cave usage from JT going to be hard, but no, he does jump in. He'll get the duel off, and JT, he is just melting to the damage output. He is down. 4-2-3 now getting dived towards the fountain. Maureen's committed as well. Has he gone too far? Maureen! The Satanic keeping him alive. He'll continue just hitting away, killing off 4-2-3, and he walks out. Disgusting. GG well played. They've had enough. No buybacks available. They can't defend. No. And Falcons, they do pull off the 2-0 victory.
Now they do a little bit rockier here in game number 2 with Mudang actually having a game to play. Who figures? You know, if you manage to have some lanes that aren't completely crushed, you've got something to play for here. But Falcons still managed to rally, and it's down to just really good positioning, right? Like forcing that fight around a Roche ramp, managing to just win over Mudang Warriors, almost looking like they were a little bit too hasty to take these engagements, with Jabs turning way too far forward, or 4-2-3 just jumping the backline all by himself and just instantly melting to the output, not being the tankiest there on the Beastmaster despite having some durability items up. When he is focused in, he is just dead. And big props to Falcons for kind of having the patience to build into that game. It's a little bit slower, then again, ending slower than a 20-minute game. This was twice the duration coming out here for the side of Falcons and Mudang Warriors, but they do manage to take it at 2-0. And for Mudang Warriors, I mean, it's a lot better than game 1. Again, the drafting looked a lot cleaner coming out here. They had some good ideas. This flex for 4-2-3 early on was working out, and the Bounty Hunter was giving them a lot of early space. Just not enough up against a juggernaut like Falcons here, who again, bide their time and then just find these openings and break the game open.
They sure did. Falcons proving to still be the better team here today up against Mudang Warriors. Obviously for Mudang, that puts them in a very awkward position here for the group stages, but you know, maybe they still have a chance. I'm not 100% sure yet, Jonathan. Of course, we are going to have, hopefully, an interview coming up, though I do believe we do have to head off to a short break before that interview does come around, so we'll head off to that break, and right after that break, we'll be back with somebody from the side of Falcons to talk to. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here again, DreamLeague Season 25. If you weren't tuning in, we did have Falcons finding a 2-0 victory over the Mudang Warriors. And Jonathan, obviously, as the SEA casters, things can get a little bit depressing for us, seeing another SEA team just not performing. But what can you do? Falcons proving to be the way better team here today.
Yeah, it's great to see from Falcons, right? Like, again, day one was a little bit rockier. Day two, they were getting a draw over Extreme, who's bottom of their group right now. Now getting a clean 2-0 up against Mudang Warriors, that sets the tone a little bit better. It's still not very safe for the side of Falcons, right? Like, there's still a lot of ties in third place right now in Group A, so they still need to keep that performance going into their next series, but it's a lot safer for them considering that 2-0 win. No dangers of being taken over by Mudang anytime soon unless things go really, really bad for some other teams here.
Absolutely. We do actually have an interview on the way as well, because Mr. Crit is on the line to speak to us. Crit, congratulations, sir, on your 2-0 victory here today against Mudang. How the hell are you doing?
Doing better. We're getting there. Like you guys said, we had a bit of a rough day one, but yeah, it's getting better.
Are you able to share insights, Crit? Are we able to talk about why it's been a little bit rough for the first couple of days?
Sure. I mean, we had like some out of game like situations that were less than ideal. Like we have Marine had to go and do some passport stuff, so he wasn't able to play for a few days after Blast. Skeeter had a surgery, also wasn't able to play, so I think our individual shape is just not very good right now, and that just kind of hurts when you're playing against teams that are working hard to be the best. You know, everyone here is competitive, so like if we're slacking a little bit, or like if we don't have the opportunity to play, like we will just not be as good as we were last year, like how we want to be.
Oh, that's a great answer. Crit, talk to me about this series. I mean, game one, you guys wiped the floor with them in like 20 minutes. What made game two so much more of a tight matchup from your perspective?
To me, I think their second draft was just a lot better than their first one. I think they had like some oversights in the first draft that I think when we get a draft like that, I don't think we'll ever really lose. And I think it's just like that just happens sometimes. So like the first game was kind of a freebie, and I think they know the same thing. So like going into game two, they understood like it's not going to be the same game, and they just reset and had a decent draft. So then the game was a lot more competitive.
Okay. And from your perspective as a support player, do you like this meta right now, Crit, where every call's just buying Glimmer Capes, or does it bother you a little bit?
I mean, there's definitely some design flaw, because I feel like it's supposed to be like a cheap alternative for supports, and now it just became that the cores are buying the Glimmer Cape and the supports have to buy the pipe, and yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not fair, you know. But we'll see what they do.
All right, go on, John.
Right, fair enough, Crit. I'm curious, you did mention it was a little bit rockier in the opening, not the best individually. What's the mindset then going into this next matchup for yours later in the day up against Shopify? What's the confidence level up for that matchup against that team?
I mean, it's not, for us, it doesn't matter too much who we play against, I think. Like, we know that we can be the best team in the world, because we were last year, and it's easier for us to be like focusing on ourselves and just making sure that we get in a position where we can win against any team, and we're not worried too much about who we're playing against, to be honest, because it's more about just looking inwards and trying to get to that ourselves. So then it just makes this group stage, and if we make it to the next one, it's just kind of a grind through teams to improve ourselves, which is what we've done before in other Dream Leagues, where we've had like a little bit of a rocky group stage. Like we've been good at improving and getting better towards the end of the tournament. So we're just looking to do that. Mainly, obviously, we want to survive as well to get to the second group stage, and then once we get there, it'll be the same thing where we just want to keep improving and see how far we can go.
Fair enough. That's a great mindset to have, of course. Now, I'm curious. We've been talking about the little things in the patch. We've gone 200 days in. It's been so long that cores are buying freaking Glimmer Cape. What do you want to see in the next patch? Is there anything you'd want to see change? Any heroes you'd want to see buffed up for that next patch?
Yeah, I mean, I think some changes towards like Invis heroes or like invisibility in general, because I think that's part of Glimmer Cape as well. Like the map is big and there's a limited amount of sentries. So there has to be some change to that. I don't really know how to fix it. Maybe like just have a little bit more sentries, or I don't know. Or like just nerf all invisibility. That's also an option, I guess, but I feel like that's a very hard thing to do. There's so many different types of invis, like different heroes have, and it seems like a lot of work. So I feel like it's more likely some map changes or like some century changes, these type of things.
Fair enough. And I have a very dumb question. Game 1, we had a pause. Snaking quickly said Skitter needed the second. Can you give us an insight? We saw on the camera he was having a little snack right after the match. Do you have any insight for what that second for Skitter was? Was it food? Is he grabbing?
I mean, he like I said, he's just been in surgery, so he's like, he has like some pains and so he has some physical problems that he's just kind of like needs some time.
That's fair enough. Okay, that's a valid reason for sure.
No, well, Crit, thank you very much for the interview. It's always a pleasure speaking to you, and best of luck in your next series, sir.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Well, there you go. There's a lovely Crit. We love talking to Crit, Jonathan. Very well-spoken man, and actually gives us answers in case any other pros are watching. That's how you answer questions. Very, very nice. Thank you, Crit. I mean, it was a stupid question at the end, Jonathan. I appreciate you trying to meme around, but poor old Skinner. I mean, the poor guy's playing through pain, Jonathan.
That he is.
I appreciate suffering, John. I like people that suffer. I don't know what it is, but you can respect it, John. He's still playing the damn game at a higher level while he's in pain. I like that. Sign of a true man.
I mean, I wouldn't wish to pain upon anyone. I'd rather he not be in pain.
Why do you insinuate that I want that, John? You're treating me like I'm Queen of Pain or something. Take it easy. I'm just saying.
You are that kind of fella. I mean, it is respectable. It is respectable. But you are also that kind of fellow who would look to inflict pain upon himself. Mike, we've been together for 7-8 years. I know what kind of pain you go through. So I understand, but you don't need to see that in everyone. We've got
that shit off.
Sound effects going. But yeah, I mean, I love Crit's answer as well for the patch. Like, Invis did feel like the big one. I think that's such an important thing. No one talks about Sentry Stock, but Sentry Stock is just the one thing that's bringing Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Glimmer Cape fully back in the picture. So that would be a very reasonable change that I'd like to see. And again, a very serious answer. What did we get from Pure? He was popping off about Chronosphere. What did we get from Collapse? He wants turbo rank matchmaking. Instead, from Crit, we get actual answers. There you go. The Sentry Stock, remove it. Just bring it back to Unleash Sentries. Let's go.
Let's do it. And let's also go to a break very soon, John, because we do have another series coming right up here on the Ember stream, I believe it is, Jonathan. Exciting days. Our second series of the day will be coming right up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DreamLeague Season 25, Series number 2 for day number 3 of group stages is now upon us. And of course, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back to a second series of the day. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great, and this should be an exciting one. Again, it does feel like we have a lot of very important matches here on the Ember stream today because Gaming Gladiators aren't doing so hot. They are still in the bottom half of their group here in Group B. Their scoreline of 4-4. Not the most impressive showing from these boys that we have seen, but we've also seen them, like Falcons, go off to rocky starts before. So we are taking a look at our standings here in Group B. Team Spirit have been 8-0, not dropping anything just yet. Chimera right above Gaimin at 5-3, Gaimin at 4-4. So this is do or die for Gaimin. Or not do or die, but this kind of sets the tone into the last day, into their next series here as well after this one later on in the day. If they can get a draw here, the chances are looking a lot better to go into the top half. If they get a 2-0, they catapult into the top half instantly and drop the hopes for Chimera, Yakult Brothers, and Paravision all at once, depending on how their other series go. So a lot in the line for Gaimin, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to admit, Chimera Esports have kind of surprised me here with their performance so far here in the Group B. Jonathan sitting at 4th place, but having a pretty good time above many teams that you'd expect may have done better than them so far, but not quite. Chimera showing they're a team not to be messed with. And, well, of course, they are up against a team in Game Gladiators that should be maybe somewhat intimidating, but like you kind of just said, John, they haven't been performing as they usually do on the side of Gaming Gladiators, so we'll see. We'll see if they can put up a fight here against Chimera Esports. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for Gaiman, and again, maybe something to do with Maldi stepping in, Celery stepping out, although, again, this combination of Watts and Maldi has felt really solid anyhow. I don't think there's any issues there, but they've got to get their groove back in. It feels like we've been slowly slipping on Gaiman just a little bit, you know, and they've had these rough periods throughout the year. It looks like it's kicking in this time around, and you would not expect Gaiman to be in that bottom half, but we do have a couple of surprises in Group B, right? Like Liquid's also in the bottom half, so today is kind of their day of reckoning where they can climb back in, and we'll have to see if they can get that done in good fashion here.
Well, I believe Effie had some words to say about Gaming Gladiators as well, so we can head over to her and see what she had to say about these boys.
The Gladiators are back once again. After solidly being the overall best team of 2023, Gaming Gladiators started going on a downward trajectory for the first time since their formation in 2022. While they achieved some very good results in 2024, including winning Riyadh Masters and getting second at TI for the second year in a row, it didn't quite match their previous year. And so, after TI 2024, Gaming Gladiators changed their roster for the first time since Quinn joined the team. Duraccio was out, and Watson was in. On paper, many believed this would be beneficial and would hopefully bring them back to the top. In reality, though, they've struggled more than ever, including failing to qualify for several LAN events. Hopefully, Gaming Gladiators can get back on track and at least be in the running for one of the best teams in the world again. As it looks right now, they're coming into DreamLeague as an underdog. Maybe all they need is some more time. But with all their recent struggles, and Melody standing in for a 6th Celery, this could be one of their toughest challenges.
Well, there you go, Jonathan. I mean, Gaming Gladiators indeed have been struggling, looking kind of like underdogs here at DreamLeague Season 25, at least for this group stage number 1. They are kind of on the cusp of making it to the safety zone of top 4, but they've got to find themselves a good performance here up against Chimera Esports to make that a reality. And can I just ask, John X5, how much do you think the whole situation with Duraccio and now Celery, like, do you feel like this is mentally affecting them in a negative way, or do you feel like it should be motivating them to do better? Because so far, it feels like it has been a little bit negative.
I don't think that's what's really affecting them. I think it's probably down to do with burnout to an extent, right? Like Celery did take that break because of burnout. Just if you think about how long Gaiman's been close to the top, if not the top team in terms of consistency for at least 2-3 years now, that can take a toll on you to maintain that level of performance for that long of a time. Like we saw Team Spirit, right? Like they had a rough time after TI-10. It was up and down. We saw a couple of their players take a break. Collapse stepped back a little bit. Mir's still not back. Yatoro took a break as well. I think that might be what Gaiman might need if they don't shape up here. I think it's time to look at revitalizing themselves, figure out what they want out of the game, figure out, how to have fun with the game again or how to make it creative, because you kind of just hit a wall sometimes. And it's really not individual skill in this case for Gaiman. We've seen them individually have so many strong performances. Sometimes it's just burnout. And that's something that Chimera, in comparison to Gaiman, they're a young team, they're a new roster, they're popping out of Meswa, right? Like, they've got something to prove. They're hungry. They've had a good run so far in the group stage. They managed to get some very impressive 2-0s already. Maybe less so against Boom, which feels like a gimme at that point, but a 2-0 against Liquid, certainly nothing to scoff at, with a couple of decent draws here and there. So Chimera, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, considering this opposite sides in terms of maybe mindset and state in Dota, or how long you've been exposed to this very draining game. And we'll see if Gaiman can rally here in day 3, as we do have our draft on hand. The PA being taken care of by Chimera. They do take care of the Magnus and Abaddon and Alchemist as well. Gaiman, for their part, do take care of some specials, right? Like the Hawk has been playing some Enigma here, taken immediately out of the picture. Bristleback gone as well. There's still stuff like Lycan if you want to paint a target on the Hawk's back, if that is a concern. He has been picking up that Lycan every now and again. And for Gaming Gladiators, there are a couple of specialty picks. I do believe we've been seeing maybe less Morrissey, but stuff like the Oracle is something they've dipped into every now and again on Gaimin. They'll start off with a Beastmaster, a solid condition for Ace in the offlane, with some flex potential onto safe lane, as we have seen from a lot of our teams here today. They've been willing to do that. Whether or not Watson wants to kind of run that is a different question. Phoenix left in the pool, and Chimera will pick up that for themselves. Solid way of just kind of slowing down the pace. Good healing on hand, really great team fight presence, especially as the shard starts to come in. Dealing with a Beastmaster feels pretty damn good for the Phoenix as well, as we've seen from that last series we were just watching a moment ago, Mikey.
Do you feel like it's going to be another POS 1 Beastmaster we're looking at? I mean, we've seen 2 games now with it. It seems like it's actually pretty okay. Obviously, last game around with Mudang Warriors, it didn't quite pan out in a victory, but do you think it's more likely it's a position 3 or a position 1 beast we're looking at?
I would say it's probably more likely to be Ace's hero, but the key thing is that flex, right? Like, if they find themselves with a pretty nasty lane for the Beastmaster, or maybe a lane on safe that just doesn't feel good for natural carries, then you can just shift gears and swap that over. But chances are you are trying to bank it and just give it onto Ace and try to give Watson something that he can really pop off with. We'll have to see. But the flex is the strength of this hero on first pick. So you have that flexibility to adjust your draft on the fly with your last pick, although not last pick overall, but you can just adjust the lanes if need be. Mind you, we don't see the Terrorblade still in the pool, so that could be one thing that pops out to make things annoying. For Gaimin, that could be their flex pick as well, to swap between that POS 1 and POS 3 if they so wish. We'll see. Gaimin did ban out the Bounty Hunter and the Void Spirit along with the Gyrocopter earlier on, and we see Chimera taking care of that Pangolier that they have also been throwing onto Ace here on the side of Gaimin, as we heard from Quinn. So no big options for some of those team fights to come in. Chimera, they still have options like Clockwork, Nyx, which has really not been popular, at least in the matches we've seen, but still available. The Clockwork certainly a lot safer overall. And I just like this Clockwork Phoenix support dude that we've been seeing a ton of. I think it's highly effective. Its team fight area control is just massive. The vision game can feel really good on top of things. There's still the Dawnbreaker in the pool as well, which I'm a little bit surprised it's just left in. They'll go for the DK first on Chimera. So a solid lane to kind of also get a little bit flex. It could be mid if the matchups don't really work out your way here for Lorinov, or if you just want to be steady on the mid lane for him. You could still run the safe lane as well for TA2000. So options do abound here for Chimera, keeping things rather open as well.
That they are. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, looking to follow up with this Beastmaster pick. We'll go into the reserve time. They'll have a bit of a deeper think about this one. You have options like the Venomancer. You've got Warlock available if you want that. Zeus, no, they're going to go down the Muerta route, which is something Tofu does play very consistently pretty well, so not too surprising to see the Muerta making its appearance. I just wonder whether they want to go for like one of those broken position 5s, you know, your POS 5 Zeus, your POS 5 Veno, or the Warlock. Just these supports we just keep seeing over and over again.
Yeah, I think Lich can also kind of still fit in for Gaimin if they'd want that. Could be another option as well, although it's been just a little bit less popular in this day and age, but I think the Zeus options may be a little bit more straightforward. Ooh. Instead, they'll go for the Ogre Magi. So maybe looking for something to beef up. I mean, even just beefing up, say, a Beastmaster down the line with Inner Beast and the Drums to Slam can be pretty good. Just add more attack speed on him when he already has the aura, and that can be one way to go here for Gaimin. I want to go back to that Muerta pickup. We've seen Muerta into Phoenix actually work out really nicely, and you have the double benefit of Muerta into DK. So you have a way of actually getting some damage in onto the DK when you pop Pierce the Veil. Magic damage is always going to be relevant. Maybe you have a pipe in this game for Chimera, maybe not. Chimera do get access to the Terrorblade as that's left alone, so one of those fluxes for Gaimin is taken away for Watson and Ace to kind of flip around there. So that's the one key thing. And it's a relatively early TB pick, and it also plays into this magic damage Gaimin has. Right, like you already have something like the Ogre Magi with the Ignite, you've got the Muerta with Pierce the Veil, the Calling, Deadshot, the Drums to Slam, the Axe Spam here from the Beastmaster. Not the comfiest of times for the Terrorblade, but all he needs is kind of hit this pipe timing, or at least a very casual Glimmer Cape timing that we've been seeing from everyone else, and that can be mitigated to a great extent. So I'm curious to see which way they'll want to lane this, as they will go for the Clockwork as well, that we were talking about. So Clockwork Phoenix support duo, great area denial on hand here for the side of Chimera. I'm just curious to see which way they will run this Terrorblade and DK, because you could still run DK mid, safe lane Terrorblade. You could run offlane TB and safe lane DK as well. There's a lot of flex still to close out, and they have last pick overall on the side of Chimera.
Chimera with their draft, I mean, it's very stock standard, right? Like, this is a style of draft we've been seeing a lot of, and it does kind of... It ignites some confidence in you when you see a draft that just kind of works, and that's kind of what we've been seeing a lot with this style of draft here from Chimera Esports. Gaming, on the other hand, like, we haven't seen much Huerta apart from them picking it up, and we haven't seen much Ogre Magi either. Though I do like the idea of Ogre plus a POS 1 Beastmaster. It does seem quite nice to have that added kind of bloodlust to the Beast. See what they want to follow up with. Still 2 more calls to go here for Gaming Gladiators.
Yep. Still taking their time. Again, if you are locking in your safe, it becomes a little bit harder with most traditional POS ones to try to flex this Beastmaster. I am still seeing a Lycan online if you want to go that route. Again, you could run a Lycan 1 or off as well. Like, there is still that potential if you want to go hard flex. Instead, just into this Husker pick for Gaimin that we have seen teams last ban against him. That does mean that you should have yourself a good time. It dissuades you from running this POS to DK on mid for Chimera. So you are likely to just run that now on POS 1, force the Terrorblade into offlane, look for a different solution on the mid, and Gaimin are just going to be clearing out those more pesky solutions. Sniper being banned, already banned out the Void Spirit as well. What options are there that feel decent into the Husker? Puck is still there if you kind of want to try that, although I still feel like Husker in most matchups anyway still enjoys that. You can't really hope to run something like the Shaker or the Earth Spirit either. So it's like Puck Quap are your best bets. There's a very cheeky OD pick, but OD's just dead. So that really doesn't even exist. Not even a consideration for sure.
We'll save. Life still a ban, Sniper ban. 2 more bans to go. POS 1s are where we are looking. So they assume Gaimin's just going to run the offlane Beastmaster here, which, in fairness, with the mid-Husker that you've got here for Gaming Gladiators, I wouldn't blame them for just running the POS 1 Beastmaster and picking another kind of fast offlaner to play with. Because the Beastmaster, again, once you have Ags up, you're just ready to go. You can fight whenever.
Like, you can. And I think that still fits in nicely with your lane. Like, again, you end up with the possibly just the Ogre lane on hand. A lot of early pressure for Beastmaster Ogre Magi on a safe lane to just amp out, especially onto something like the Terrorblade while Metamorphosis is down. So there's a lot of laning pressure that Gaimin can utilize there. I'm wondering what Chimera's thoughts are, because again, they're also just banning safe lanes. They're expecting the Beastmaster just stay on Ace. I feel like this Lycan could still be a very interesting idea for Gaimin. Mind you, it's not like the easiest Lycan game. Cogs alone are maybe a little bit annoying, and a Reflection can be a nuisance as well if it's well timed from Terrorblade. But I don't know, I just like the thought of Lycan coming out here with just Pack Leader. It can do a lot, especially up against the TB, and they actually do last ban the Oracle just in case Gaimin will do something funky like a POS 1 Huerta. So they cover all their bases here on the side of Chimera, not allowing that very pocket pick. It's only been picked like 3 times, I think, and it's been like, what, Team Spirit, Liquid, and Gaimin, I believe, that has picked this Oracle in this tournament. And it has won all games. It's a very niche hero, but in the games it has popped out in, it looks great. And obviously you have Husker, so you don't want to get Oracle Huskered right now, so that would be very toxic.
It would be. What are Gaimin going to finish off with here? Do we want a POS 1? Do we want an offlane? We shall find out very, very soon. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, with that Husker pickup looking pretty damn good here in this game 1. Husker just feels unstoppable in the right games, and it does feel like one of those games once again. At least if they do run the DK mid, it's going to be one of those games it feels like. I mean, we saw Arbit just had 0 chance at having a game after having to lane against that Husker. Gaimin, 30 seconds left.
All right.
they are going to run the Pos 1 Beastmaster, which I completely agree with. I don't think you need to play greedy with a farm heavy Pos 1.
Nah, they've got that tempo. Again, with timings you're getting out from the Husker. Besides, you do have scaling now coming off of this Darkseer, so if you get a good vac wall, you can use this Terrorblade, you can use this DK up against them, and that is the one strength of the Darkseer. As the game goes on, you still have relevancy here. You end up with some pretty decent lanes. I'm very curious if they'll try to shift the Ogre Magi instead to lane with the Darkseer, as you don't really have the best Ion Shell carrier with a range hero on hand with the Darkseer, but the Darkseer Mortal lane can still be nice and stable for Tofu and Ace. So you probably don't mind overall. For Chimera now, it's time to make that choice. Will you just cop it and try to run DK versus Husker and go jungle at, say, 4 or 5 minutes? Or are you just going to look for a solution? Again, there's still a Puck, there's still a Quap if you want to try to hedge your bets. Melina's there. And to be fair, Husker doesn't have the best magic resist any longer with his passive nerfs, and they'll actually go for the Lina. So just try to outrange the Husker, try to outpoke the Husker. You do stand fairly far back here for Lornoff. So I don't mind that. I think it's still not a happy lane for Lina, but it's certainly a little bit more manageable than having to toss this DK mid. And you do still have good coverage coming out here from Chimera. You've got good burst damage on hand. The one thing you have to watch out for is just how fast this Beastmaster can come online, because you still end up having to play Terrorblade into Beastmaster and Ogre Magic. There's a lot of early magic damage coming in once level 2 is hit by Malady, and you will melt when Metamorphosis is not up here for the hack. So gonna have to watch out. The laning presence of Gaiman up top is massive. And then there's that X factor of Quinn. If Quinn finds a way to just weave in, close the gap from Lornoff and apply the Burning Spears, then he's still fairly happy. It's just, Lina is a fairly long-range hero, and Husker, he's going to get outranged. He's going to get outpoked. So if Lornoff just plays smart and safe, then maybe this Husker X factor just disappears. As Quinn's feeling the heat now.
He's not playing around here. Quinn, his jacket's off. The jacket's off. Quinn's in serious mode. He's even got that little smoke on. He knows. He's in serious mode now, Jonathan. No messing around. Look at that smile. That's a smile of a psychopath right there.
That it is. That it is. We love Quinn, you know.
Yeah, we do love Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, you need a character. I remember, what was it, TI-10, where he was dancing on the stage. Remember? He had that funky walk. And that was a good time.
I made a Borat meme off that. It didn't pop off, unfortunately, but I had the right idea, John. I always say this as well when we're talking about Quinn, but people like to assume Quinn's a mean guy, but when I first met him in real life back at ESO 1 Stockholm, which was a long time ago, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Probably the only pro that sat and just talked as if he was talking to someone on the same level as him. Very, very nice guy.
Very, very nice guy. And to be fair, I do feel like a lot of our pros are like that. You'd be surprised how kind everyone is. As the music's very nice.
I guess I was more impressed that Quinn was such a nice guy.
Okay, that's fair.
He doesn't appear that way when you see the way he speaks online, but then you realize it's just all competitive nature from him. Like he's just a competitive spirit. That's all it is.
I mean, I don't know if you'd call that competitive spirit either, considering past pub experiences. You know, it's certainly not just the spirit of competition. I don't think you go as far to type what he's typed when you're just in the spirit of competition, Mikey.
He seems like an intellectual guy, right? And I think he just can't handle stupidity. I think that's what it might be. I think when he sees something stupid, he just can't understand why it's so dumb. That's what it feels like.
He's just a Dota 2 player. It's really not complicated, Mighty. When you play Dota 2, you're just a monster as well. You know, I'm a monster as well. I know how bad I get. Let's be straightforward here. It's nothing special. We're just Dota players. We're just monsters.
1J?
We're fine people in person.
No, we're not, John. Uh-oh, 1J. He's in trouble. He'll be okay. They don't have the follow-up stuns here, of course. Ogre level 1 offers you no spells with this facet.
It's great.
It is fantastic, isn't it, John? But level 2-wise, he's going to be having a great old time. Of course, we'll start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Quinn up against Lorinov. The Lina versus Husker matchup. Of course, they could not run the DK versus Husker, because that would have been an absolute disaster for poor old Lorinov. But this matchup, it can still be pretty challenging. And as you can see, Quinn is already trying to apply as much pressure with those fire spears as possible.
I mean, this is really off the back of his blocks. Lorinov, with his creep wave up in the high ground, he can't really hit from low. He can't try to harass as much. He has to play it a little bit conservatively. This blockage from Quinn is going to help him ride through this lane. He is 200 range short of Lorinov's reach, like 400 up against 670. So again, this Lina theoretically doesn't have a bad time. You sit back, you Dragon Slave, you get some right clicks on Quinn when he tries to walk up. But because of that blockage, Lorinov's not really able to control from level 1. We'll see if he can try to repair the lane down the line, but a decent enough start for Quinn, which you would want to see when you're on a Husker. You really don't want to have to play from behind on this hero too much, as it's very tempo heavy. We'll take a gander at the other lanes, looking up at top where we are seeing the safe lane. Beastmaster once more for Watson, along with Melody on that Ogre Magi, up against the Huck and 1J on the Clockwork TV. This is a fairly nice lane. Good cogs kicking onto Watson. Not quite in time for the reflection to be back up on the Huck, but they are applying that pressure. Mind you, this level 2 timing on Melody, plus the potential axe spam coming in, it can be a little bit devastating for the Huck. Like, he has to be very smart with his metamorphosis, and they find a kill down bot.
They certainly do. First blood already being drawn here for TA2000. Panto will go down to the Phoenix, so a decent trade for Gaiman, but of course TA2000 very happy with that first blood bonus in top lane. 1J also going to drop. Watson able to pick up a kill of his own.
Yeah, and they've got really good poke damage coming out here from Gaiman up top. Just these axes, just the level 2 Ignite can just rip these heroes to shreds. Technically double melee into the Ogre Magi as well, into a Beastmaster. Fairly happy for Watson every single time Metamorphosis is down. And Hawk didn't really get the best presence out with that first Metamorphosis usage. You are still seeing mid lane, even enough from Quinn and Lorinov. So probably the best case scenario you were looking for up against a Husker. You are still drawing even. You're finding something for Lorinov overall. He's not being pressured out. He is managing to keep this Husker in check and kind of trade nicely here on the Lina. As long as you don't allow Quinn to walk up, you're fairly happy. Although the brown boots does help the cause a bit for Quinn. A little bit of pressure up top here.
Maladich, he's more than happy to keep just chasing down 1J, though. Of course, he has hit that level 2 mark, so the level 2 Ignite is available. Mind you, it is on cooldown right now, but it won't matter too much. They'll get a Fire Blast off. 1J still running, but Watson's still in the chase. It seems like they will let it go, as of course there is a big creep wave there for Watson to continue farming. They are not going to be able to keep up with the Clockwork this time around. But again, you're at the stage, you're up against an Ogre at level 2. It's not going to be fun to try and contest as the Clockwork.
Certainly not. The last lane we haven't really talked about outside of that first blood. It has been going pretty all right for Aeskin. You don't have a natural Iron Shell combination here with Tofu on this Muerta, but you still are annoying keeping those lanes shoved out. You've got good magic damage to poke onto TA2000 if he oversteps, and you can kind of punish Panto when he does overstep his bounds as well with that vacuum leveled up from Ace early on, along with the calling, of course, from Tofu. So it is a little bit more passive coming out here for Chimera. You are just going to be sitting back and farming, but that's really something DK does enjoy. So long as you don't give too much out to Ace, you're fairly happy in this lane. Although Ace with level 2 Iron Shell does start to become a threat if they do start to see some better angles to come out. Overall, laning phase start is still looking pretty decent for Gaiman, but not by a huge margin, right? Like your mid lane, Lorinov still starting to lag behind in comparison to Quinn. Your top lane is not going as smoothly as you'd want it to for the Beastmaster. I mean, you are still kind of doing well, but the Hawk is also keeping up, and you are just building up almost a free lane for TA2000 because, again, there's no Iron Shell threat that you can kind of line up here on Gaiman. So there are some early angles here.
I keep looking back at mid lane. Like Lorinov, just even with the range advantage, it's just so tough for him to actually be able to farm this lane, as they are trying to jump bottom lane. Ace is going to be fine. Like, he doesn't have Surge available, but there's no real chance of them getting enough damage off to kill him quite yet. But yeah, I mean, that mid lane is just not fun. Like, Lorinov at least playing a matchup with Alina where he can kind of farm, but he's just forced to abuse Dragon Slave to get CS. Because every time he steps anywhere near the creep wave, Quinn just runs at him. And there's just nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, maybe it also goes back to just having these earlier boots up on Quinn. Again, he has 360 move speed. He can kind of weave in and out between attacks.
TA2000 is going to lose his life. A nice gank here from the side of Gaiman. Maladich joining in to ensure they got the kill, but they will lose Tofu. Panto actually able to get out of there as 1J now rotating back onto the Ogre. Does get a bit of a cogs off, but it won't matter if they don't have the damage. Still, Maladich now copying an Icarus dive is going to go down. Panto able to secure a double kill on the Phoenix. Not too bad of a trade here for Chimera, though you did have to pay with the DK life.
Still not too comfy with this rough start coming out for TA2000, but you are starting to find some punishment for this movement across from Gaiman. These supports are going to be scuttled down just for a tad bit. The EXP spikes aren't going to be as smooth for them to find. There is room for Tofu to at least spot out this regen rune, so he's not going to be... Hey, you're not going to get this for free. For Lornoff, no bottle top-up for him is going to feel really rough, as, again, he's just not getting as much as he wants from this lane. Heck, he has to go back for so much clarities just to ensure he has enough mana to spell spam. Still,
Lornoff being jumped, Melolich with the rotation, just having to provide a fire blast here, and of course Lornoff can do nothing but just stand there and tank the damage of Quinn. You do see the rotations now coming in from Chimera to try and defend that mid tier 1 tower, and they will have to. They have a siege creep up, so that tier 1's going to take a fair bit of damage if it is left alone, and it seems like Gaiman are actually just hunting instead of just focusing down the tier 1 tower. So they don't protect the siege creep, rather they just want more kills, and well, sadly they won't find any yet, but Quinn is still having a gander. Lorinov will TP back into the mid lane, but there will be no life break from Quinn. He'll leave him alone for now.
Has a little bit of mercy. It would be a little bit too far to jump in with Panto already showing up, so they know there are some numbers to try to back that up. Really sneaky steal from TA2000 onto the Wisdom Room. They grab double here on the side of Chimera. That's a big takeaway to slow down, again, these higher levels on Maldi, these higher levels on Tofu starting to maybe get more damage in with the Dance of the Dead or just having access to an early Pierced Veil. Still try to make a move onto Tofu.
He gets the calling off. The silence is going to be somewhat annoying here, but Tofu should still be going down. He can run all he wants. Eventually, they should have the chase enough with 1J catching up, and Tofu not going to be able to juke his way through the Roshan pit either. So Panto getting a third kill now on that Phoenix, and immediately the rotation up towards the top lane here from both supports. So they wish to try and maybe find Watson, but the Rocket Flare does make it pretty obvious that the rotation through the Twin Gate has happened. So naturally, Watson just going to farm the neutrals instead.
Still getting some room out as the Beastmaster top in CS, and that top 2 in network sharing that spot with Quinn. Rushing the Ags, which I do appreciate in this game. Like not going back for the Dominator, just wanting that presence with the Drums Islam does feel good. And I do feel like it ties in better on the pause 1 Beastmaster than that diversion we saw from 4-2-3 earlier. 4-4 start, less than 1k lead still lining up for Gaiman, but again, the side of Chimera have found some wins in their lane. Like TA2000 starting to farm up a Storm, he's rushing the Blink. They're starting to collapse up top, but can't find a clean angle in. The Hawk does have the Thunder ready as well, in case anyone does get committed on, so you do have the save available on that Terrorblade. And this movement out from Gaiman, it's a lot of resources just focused in on top. It's not like Watson was under heavy threat anyhow, but the supports aren't really achieving too much either. And meanwhile, compared that to Chimera, they've built up stacks, they've got good wards watching all across the river to protect their mid, and they are kind of set to just clear out these resources as well for Lorinov down the line. He's still going back for the travels on that Lina, still wants to be able to show up and help out in these engagements. Big timing for Quinn up now, with that full armlet up, so even more durability for him, more damage coming through every single time. Could opt for a Roche as well if you want to take a little bit of a slower Roche by himself, but probably just looking for that activity. And the support's just hanging with the one core that they can really make a play with, as with Beastmaster and Darkseer, you do need a little bit more time to get online, but they're really not finding anything. These wards from the side of Chimera will just cut off any angles you might want to find, as they do smoke.
That they do. There will be a bit of a counter smoke from Chimera, both supports, or rather Lorinov and Panto rotating up towards that top lane again, maybe having a hunt around for Watson, who does get scouted now by TA2000. TP is incoming from Quinn to try and help out. There's a lot of heroes coming in here from Chimera. Still, they've got even more heroes coming in now from Gaiman. They want the 5v5. TA2000 still being chased through the tree line. Quinn cannot get within range for that damn life break though, and now the hook shot. 1J, he'll block the stairway. It's a perfect location. The perfect location for a fight if you are Chimera Esports. And Watson trying to run will get picked off. They were not expecting the hook shot in by the stairwell, and well, now Maladich not going to be able to get away either. You just saw the patience, John. 1J, he was just waiting for that perfect moment. The cogs block on the stairs, just perfect.
That's just unfortunate for Quinn. Nighttime vision playing a part there. He kept trying to cast the life break. He kept standing still, getting that initial animation, but just not long enough in the vision. And they just get stuck, kind of going in circles, chasing down, kind of getting almost just locked in, like way too locked in. They lost their line of sight there and falls flat. Maybe they can try for a playback. They don't have Roar for an easy pickoff, though.
They do not. Bottom lane. A bit of action, but Game may feel the need to back off here. There is going to be another smoke from Chimera Esports. The TA2000 and 1J both rotating into the mid lane. Seems like they want to have a crack at Quinn. I mean, they do have Laguna up. They could burst him down if they can get the initial hook shot they're looking for, but 1J actually has it on cooldown. TA2000 though, he'll jump in with his stun out. Do they have the follow-up? They will hit the Light Strike Array, but Quinn's armor toggling. He had enough time to make it happen, but can he still survive? The answer is so far yes. Quinn successfully armor toggling once again as he'll jump in onto Lorinov, takes out the Lina, and will not die. He had like 0.1 of a second to armor toggle before the Light Strike Array connected, and that made all the difference for Quinn.
Oh, Maldi?
It looks like 1J probably will fall as well. Watson will join in, though the hook shot does come off cooldown, and that will be enough to allow an escape route for 1J.
So a couple of things for Chimera falling flat. 1J not having the hook shot was because they had that attempt from Game and down bot where they missed out on 1J, but they at least forced out that hook and instantly comes into play with that instant mid rotation out. At least for Gaiman, you know, they managed to find that punishment onto Lorinov. They take the tier 1 off of it, and they start to get a lot more map space going, and they're buying a ton of space out. All right, Ace and Watson are just free farming on that Darkseer and the Beastmaster. These are the two cores that do need some time to cook up. We're inching closer towards that Ags timing for Watson, just about 700 gold away. He's got some good stacks going for himself, or is just building up the stacks every single time with his Boar micro here. And once that Ags is up, you can be more confident with your Beastmaster rotations in. For the side of Chimera, this early spike with a blink on TA2000, I appreciate him joining these engagements. Like, they know they want some steady lockdown. They don't want to be overly reliant on only 1J with a hook shot to kind of find angles in. Speaking of 1J,
yeah, jump is there. Quinn gonna have a nice easy one, I think. Hook shot is out. 1J will not survive. He will slowly burn to the fire spears of Quinn. Almost have the Ags up as well on Watson now on the Beastmaster, and that'll be a nice timing for Watson to feel like he can actually get involved here in these team fights and have a bit more impact. Mind you, it does still feel like Chimera Esports have pulled somewhat ahead, but net worth wise, it's still very even. It's a slight net worth lead for Gaiman, but by less than 1k. So still anyone's game. Gaiman theoretically should have an advantage throughout the mid game with their draft, but I still feel like it goes either way.
That it does. I think it's down to how these team fights are executed. I do feel like this earlier timing is stronger for Gaiman considering the Ags here on Watson. Gaiman will try to angle out for a smoke, but the side of Chimera do back off. Didn't quite spot the smoke with wards, but they've got some sense. Not fully out though, the Huck still stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Big pick off if they can find him. Not yet, but Quinn eventually will spot him out, and well, sadly for Tahak, see, there is no real chance of survival here. He will die. This will be, I think, the one haunting factor for Chimera Esports at the moment is Quinn is going to have pretty much free reign over the map, as long as he doesn't mess up and go a bit too far. Meanwhile, Chimera Esports, they do smoke up looking to maybe find Watson. Watson, going back towards his Wisdom Rune, does manage to pick that up and does run towards the base. So it seems like he's well aware that the smoke was incoming, will avoid it completely. And instead, for Chimera Esports, they could probably look for the bottom tier 1 tower, but they're going to have to force out the creep wave, and it is going to be a very projected attempt. So if you are gaming, you do have plenty of time to get back there and defend if you want to. Instead, though, the chase is on for 1J. 1J actually misses the hook shot, but it won't matter. He's all right. They won't see him. Maybe Roshan time, though, for gaming.
They did spot in the creep wave. I'm surprised they didn't chase that wave, but probably not caring too much about the clockwork that has escaped their grasp a couple of times. Roche a safer bet. Rocket Player will spot it out. Side of Chimera is just a little bit too far to try to take that team fight. And this is that timing we tend to see with the Beastmaster Ags up. Nice quick take on Roshan. Secondary life up for Quinn. And this Husker who's already not died is going to be even harder to kill off. Already has the Glimmer Cape up as well for Quinn. Good on ya. Glimmer Cape number 1 up and running to protect. And that's just going to ruin Loronov's game for some time here. It's not going to feel great to have to deal with that barrier on hand. 7 to 8, still a relatively even game, but that power spike for Gaiman is up. They do have the Orchid on the Hawk, and he does reveal it, just popping it on Ace, but he did manage to get the Surge out. And the Dark Sphere isn't quite set, although the auras are slowly building in. At the least.
Here we go. Panto is going to go down. Quinn finding another easy pick off from the Husker. Looking for a bit more. 1J and TA2000, they are quite close by to the Husker right now, but instead top lane, Lorinov is the one that's actually in danger. Ace does get a very nice vacuum back into the wall. Lorinov now getting body blocked as well by Ace. Has no way out. Uh-oh. The classic Warcraft 3 body blocks are here from Ace. Disgusting.
You love to see it. Yeah, it's so cheeky. Can't go out, just a slow, painful death for Lorinov, as they do manage to clear the mid-tier 1. And again, this timing for Gaiman's completely online. They've got a couple of the auras already up, just the mech. For the full Crimsons, they catch up Malady at least.
I mean, they've caught him out. The question is, what's it going to cost them? Because Quinn and Watson seem to be rotating over. They're going to find at least 1J by the looks of it. 1J actually forcing out a roar from Watson at least, so it's not the worst scenario for him, but it does end up being a 1-for-1 of the support. For now, the Ace is being chased by TA2000. Lorinov is behind as well for some follow-up damage. Ace, though, had a mech up and will commit it immediately as now the rotation's out from Tofu. Trying to find Lorinov again, but misses the dead shot. Not quite there. As now Dahak moving back in onto the Muerta will have the life of Tofu.
You aren't really bursting these heroes down just yet for Lorinov. No Ags timing just yet. You do want that Flame Cloak up for all of that magic spell amp. Still chasing for more.
Certainly is. They are going after Ace. The Ace still surviving. Finally does go down. Egg will be focused here, so Panto does die. Is now Quinn looking for a target to life break. Is going to find TA2000, and that's a big one. TA2000 going to go down. It'll make the trade a much better affair, I think, for Game Gladiators. And well, we'll see if they can find any more out of this. It seems like at least a tier 1 bottom tower to be taken.
Yeah, they've got the room for it. No real sign of defense coming out for Chimera. Still need to take that time to get that build up. They're not at the point where they're ultra durable just yet on Chimera. Again, with the Hawk rushing that Orchid, no pipe up yet to help mitigate some of that output, especially coming in here from Watson. Even the Burning Spears, of course, not being mitigated just yet. So you do need some time to build up. At the very least, the Mage Slayer of TA2000 is good, but not good in a vacuum. So they have to work as a unit here. Side of Gaiman in the comfy spot, 2k lead. Still looking for this chase down on 1J.
Should have him. 1J.
No.
Actually buying a bit of time. Lorinov will move in. Ace to go down, so it's a pretty good trade now for Chimera Esports. We'll get away with a quickie here onto Ace. Mid lane? Huh? Is there going to be another jump? TA2000? No, he does retreat. He's alright. The Hawk? He's going to find himself Tofu. Tofu does still have help. Here comes the roar from Watson. Tofu gonna die. The Hawk still trying to survive. Does get stunned up though by Maladich and will lose his life.
Not really able to try to get that stunner off. Well-timed stuns coming out from Maladich. And inside of Gaiman, I mean, it's not the cleanest game from them. Chimera are finding some decent openings, using 1J as a very enticing piece of bait that has dragged Gaiman a little bit too far a couple of times. But the game still feels relatively simple for Gaiman. Right? Again, it's down to how strong these power spikes are at 20 minutes. With his Ags, with a blink up on Watson, now with his full Glimmer Cape up as well into KB. Not an easy hero to pick off. You've got Quinn with a full S and Y with that Glimmer Cape and the armlet. Still has just half a minute in the Aegis, not really able to look for much with it. But we'll have the BKB before the next fight, I'm sure, as he's just going to be keen on farming that up before forcing a big 5v5. And even Ace, his aura game is starting to really ramp in. I do believe the full Guardian Greaves are set, going for the Pipe of Insight next, could go back for a Crimson Guard if need be. They've got access to their Tormentor here on Gaimin. We'll just take it nice and quick. Doesn't take too long when you have the Beastmaster Ags online. And get that freebie shard up for Tofu. Same thing goes, 1J at least has the jetpack to play with, but the scaling damage it can fly in from Tofu can start to get a little bit silly. No assists or kills yet would pierce the veil, but once you do get a couple, you know, the spell amp can get into gear. A little bit surprised with Lornoff's pickup into the what seems to be the Yasha and Yasha Kaya first instead of the Ags. So wanting a little bit more of a safety net, wanting that faster cast animation rather than just full on the flame cloak is a little bit interesting for diversion.
I mean, it is. Maybe even just the ability to try and burst down Quinn before he can just armlet toggle over and over again. Quinn does end up finding 1J, another free kill for him up at that top lane. It's going to be a 4-man smoke from Gaimin as they do rush through the mid-river into what looks like the Radiant Triangle. They're trying to maybe find Lorinov, but Lorinov is going to see the ganking coming and does TP his way out. Rest of the squad also avoiding that Radiant Triangle for now. Dahak, though, is on the far left side of the map, so he is still somewhat viable of a pick-off if they could find him, but he's going to hide in the tree line, and that's going to make it practically impossible to actually see where the TB's gone. So this big smoke rotation, not really... Oh, wait a minute. He shows himself. Well, he had the right idea at the start, John, but he just was not anticipating that observer ward at that top lane to scout him out. And sadly, Dahak will lose his life.
Yeah, he picks the wrong spot for the ward as well, which is... This ward is very sneaky in the middle of the lane. You have to admit, Chimera did get a really good scan to bail them out, just Dahak getting a little bit too greedy. And does manage to get punished for a 12-17 4K lead for Gaimin, taking over that triangle area now for just a little bit of farm. The side of Chimera also digging into the opposite side triangle just a tad bit to get their own build up. Again, we're still waiting for that full Ags up on Lorinov. You know, TA2000 just trying to go for a Hurricane Pike to get some repositional tools available. They're standing around the triangle though, playing with confidence with these wards on hand. So any straggler that comes up can just get insta-bursted down if they're not too careful here. But Gaimin are also playing just very conservatively. They have a rough idea. They left alone. They ran through the enemy side triangle. They know they're not playing on their side of the map, so the triangle's not safe, and the opportunity isn't really there for Chimera. Just very smart teams right now in this match for Chimera and Gaimin. Very heads up on both sides. 12-17 4K. Getting still that steady build-up. Eventually, your build-up on Chimera will feel good. Your scaling is great as 1J will be able to run away with a jetpack at the least. Not going to get stuck in for another kill attempt. Possibly. No.
Oh, no, never mind. He's in trouble. There goes 1J. He's not having the greatest game of his life. Currently 0-7-7 on the clockwork, having a bit of a rougher time. Still a pretty slow game between these two sides. Like it's just, oh, as I say that, jump is there. Ace again being caught on the dark sea and does get taken down. Ace just kind of farming in a very peculiar situation, and of course they do make the jump in immediately from Chimera. Tofu? Yep. He'll get stunned up as well. Silence is out from Dahak, and Tofu will get bursted down now.
Yeah, those are a couple of gimmies that you don't really want to be given out here on Gaimin. A nice little gold swing back for Chimera, allowing these cores to start to, again, build into their next big items. Lorinov just about 1,000 gold away from the full Ags. He's going to be very pleased with himself once that full burst potential is unlocked. Maybe just lacking the E-Blade at that point, and you're going to be very satisfied playing the Lina in this game. For the side of Gaimin, again, because of this kind of draft, you are actually fairly reliant on your tempo here. Right, like the Beastmaster in the ultra game, late game scenario isn't necessarily the best pause one. There's some funky potential with having Bloodlust on hand, where maybe someone like the SNY can come in for Watson. He can just start to right-click heroes down with those drums flying on. There's also almost a little bit of a hard cap on Quinn as well as the game goes up, but he does still have this satanic spike that he's working himself into that can still shine here in this game. You just have to question if you have to be a little bit concerned about DK, Lina, and Terrorblade as, say, the game scales into 30-35 minutes. Things can still be pretty playable for Chimera. It's not like they're locked out of this game. Again, your lead on Gaimin isn't that high. 2k gold isn't that much to speak of at 25 minutes in. The Axe time is there for Lorinov. They're getting a little bit of that siege on the bot tier 2. Knowing that the side of Gaiman were probably hanging around top looking to lock in Roshan. So no defense to come in, and there might be enough time for Chimera to actually go for that Roche defense if they so wished. And they do have gate access here. Would be a little bit telegraphed, but there's no vision on Gaiman watching ramp just yet. And they do actually spot Roche first with a flare, so they should know that's going to be an objective they play for here.
Indeed they will, but the problem is, I mean, Chimera, they're going for tier 3 tower.
Wow, okay.
I mean, why not? You pop the meta, you just force them back. You know they want Roshan. The Roshan will make it pretty obvious that it is being taken right now, so of course Chimera, they will commit all the way for the tier 3. Glyph will be forced out, and well, Gaiman, they will respond. Immediately in for the defense. Quinn's actually having a look around to see if he can find Lorinov on that Lena. So he will TP mid, but he will miss out on the kill attempt. And in fairness, Chimera, they haven't really backed out yet. They're still by that bottom lane, just farming Ancients at the moment. So they could still try to commit again. But they would be committing into 5 heroes plus an Aegis, and here we go. Gaiman, they go for a 5-man smoke. The scan has shown exactly where Chimera is standing. Rotation's over. Quinn on the front line. It's going to find 1J. He'll try to jetpack out of there, but there's no chance in hell Quinn will take him out. Everybody else, though, from Chimera Esports looking to TP away and will make it. Apart from Panto, who does get left behind. But he'll eventually get his own TP off as well, so he's fine.
I'd say that's not too bad here for Chimera. They still get space to shove in, you know, that tier 3 tower down to 800 HP. Gonna be something they can fully commit after.
Roar out from Watson. He was looking for the Lena, and Lorinov kind of just gave him as a nice blink away from the stun as well. Watson finding a solo pick off onto the mid laner. You love to see that.
And doing it with style too. LSA could have provided a little bit of a turn potential there for Lorinov, considering having all of that damage up with Yags, leveraging all your stealth. They catch out Malady in exchange at the very least.
I mean, Quinn's around, but he's been silenced. He still seems like he wants to fight those. He will jump in. Hookshot is out from 1J. Quinn is fighting the world on his own right now, so he will lose the Aegis. They'll drop an egg. A nice back wall ace. He found 3 targets. The Huck is trying to run, but he will slowly just burn a Quinn's fire spears. As Watson, looking for a little bit more, will make the jump in on 1J. He does find the clockwork in the end. And with that, even Panto still trying to fight here against Tofu, but is just trying to escape. Quinn will life break him. He will die, of course. And I suppose if you're gaming, maybe you look towards that tier 2 mid tower now.
You've got the room for it at this point for Gaming Gladiators. They just did it fall, but you're not too unhappy about that on the side of Gaming. You managed to get some big kills your way. The very fragmented fight out from Chimera just not quite panning out. I think you've got to be able to work as a unit. Rather unfortunate for the Hawk as well. He couldn't get a Sunder off with a quick BKB out from Quinn, as he was trying to walk back to Sunder, save himself, tried to stall out. So, still not too tanky on this TB. Again, he bypassed all of this magical barriers. No pipe, no glimmer cape. Leaves him a sitting duck for all of this magical output you do have in Gaiman. Nice little siege onto the bot tier 2. Then we'll find it with no contest coming out from the side of Chimera. And Chimera, for their part, starting to lag behind now. 8k lead for Gaiman, so it's a much more noticeable gold lead, as you are starting to lag fairly behind on the Hawk and TA2000. T2000, for his part, just trying to get some protection up against Quinn with the Lincoln's pickup. And still a ways off from that full commitment for it. I'm wondering if Lorinov will want something defensive for himself as well. It just feels like once you have a couple of Lincolns up, this game can kind of complicate for Gaiman, right? Like you're reliant on Roar, you're reliant on Life Break, you take those tools away, the game sort of simplifies for Chimera. They'll try to gun out here with a smoke. Mind you, all of the spells are back up for Gaiman. Egg is going to be back up when this fight breaks out, but you really have to find a clean angle here from the side of Chimera.
Well, here we go. They're going to try and find that angle, John.
Oh.
TA2000, they'll see Malady. Watson right behind him with the Glimmer Cape. They will throw the stun out immediately onto this Beastmaster, and he is just gone. Watson, not expecting the sentry placement to see him through the Glimmer. Does go down, and well, suddenly Chimera Esports now looking for their own mid-tier 2 tower to be taken.
Yeah. And they've got a lot of anti-Glimmer Cape play right now. They've got the full gem up on TA2000. They had the dust, they had that ward. They understand just how pesky that quick pickup will be from Ace and from Quinn. So they show a lot of respect for the item, counteracting it in a big way. And that does lead them to find their own tier 2. Like, only one outer tower left for Gaimin. You have 2 outer towers for Chimera. And that was Gaimin playing with the Aegis earlier on. Full Satanic up on Quinn can help the cause. Much tankier now on that Lifestealer and on the Husker. And it's going to be a lot harder to try to burst him down at the very least. But I think Chimera's at the point where they're very comfy. Like, even this itemization in tier 2000, he switches. He's out of Lincoln's going for the Daedalus. He just wants damage. He's feeling confident that if they can find the right jump, if they can take care of one of the two, either Husker dies first or Beastmaster dies first, but you take care of the Roar or Lifebreak, you're still happy in this game. If it's only one of those spells being thrown out, you still have a very decent chance for Chimera to leverage your damage, to leverage your durability, and run down the side of Gaimin. For Gaimin, they have some good damage on hand, right? Like, Tofu, he's got the drums, he's got the Atos and Force Staff to help reposition. Not quite at that point where you're getting a semi-core Muerta just yet. You've got the Aura play coming in here from Ace, trying to go for an Octarine for more spam out with the Iron Shell, more uptime for the Surge and Wall and Vac. But that's still a ways off in farm. And it does start to feel like you're tapering off just a tad bit with this Beastmaster Pause 1 along with a Husker. Like, you have to be so cautious about being picked off. Because without these two heroes together, then you just don't match what you have on Chimera. You don't match this DK, you don't match this Lina, you don't match this Terrorblade. As they are starting to scale up at this point in the game. As we'll try to hunt with a smoke out here on the side of Gaimin.
There we go. And Chimera, they're kind of grouped up as well in their own triangle. It seems like they might commit their own smoke. Diascan not going to find anything here for Gaimin, so they are kind of running the wrong way if they are looking for a big fight. Meanwhile, Chimera Esports, they're just looking to take a Tormentor on their own end of things, so they're well and truly safe where they are. It's like Gaimin will go through the Twin Gates eventually. In fact, never mind. They've decided they're going to go through the bottom lane instead. It doesn't really feel like you're ready to force high ground yet as Gaimin Gladiators, so chances are they're just forcing in the wave and getting back to farming the jungle instead. And Chimera, they're not interested. They're more than happy to play the avoid game right now and just keep this DK snowballing.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to Gaimin, I think this position they're playing in, they're just trying to play off this vision they had. The ward on the high ground does expire, but they did have a ward right around that ramp area on that bot jungle, along with this ramp ward freshly planted as well, watching the jacuzzi down bot. Just no one from Chimera showing really good game sense coming out from them, understanding which directions that Gaimin would want to go, considering their own ward placement. They'd spot anyone trying to play in the top jungle. So there was a across the map attempt. Panto is showing in the relatively close on Gaimin would be a nice simple kill. Not the most meaningful kill, but taking care of the Phoenix could force a wider fight where the egg's not going to be a factor.
All committed. Who they got, it's going to be the Phoenix. So Panto will drop. Not the biggest deal in the world for Gaimin. They'll just take what they get. Meanwhile, Chimera Esports, though, they are hunting. They've got Tofu around if they want a quickie. Watson's up top, though. That's a much tastier target. Then they are ready with everyone to just try and blow him up, and they will jump in now. And Watson can do nothing about it. He will drop once again. They do find 1J here with Quinn at the bot lane, but it won't really matter. You just lost your Pos 1 Beastmaster.
Yeah. It's really not a worthwhile trade. They're already starting to pressure onto the tier 3. Lornoff surely realizes that he can't, as the rest of the team already backed off, but TA2000 still on that chase.
Oh, we've actually finding Ace as well. Ace is going to be saved by his Glimmer Cape, of course. That'll be about it for Ace. He'll get out of there just fine. It really does make you wonder how they're going to change the detection game in Dota. Like, it's just so stupid to see them pop Glimmer Cape and walk away every time, because just nobody has sentries or dust left.
Yep. I'm pretty sure Glimmer's going to take a hit. The move speed increase, popping it is going to be gone as we do get a smoke. Maybe they'll try to find someone else to take out here on the side of Chimera. Quinn is the one presenting himself.
Yeah, Quinn also uses Glimmer Cape, John, so he's not so much invincible anymore. Quinn, BKB's up. will be okay to escape. Maladich also running his way out, and that was a pretty big committal. They do at least get a BKB forcage, but I mean, Roshan's still not available for another 30 seconds, so you are going to have time for Gaiman to reset. And although they still won't have Quinn's BKB ready to go, they'll be much closer than they are now. So I think Gaiman, they're going to smoke up now and rush towards the pit. They do not want to give this Roshan away for free. Chimera Esports also don't want to give this Roshan away. But it seems like they are going to just force the bottom lane out first. Which will mean Gaiman will have first dibs as they are walking right into the pit as Roshan respawns. Perfect timing for this.
1J? Not at the very least. Not a very safe spot.
Tofu's found him pretty early on, so it looks like 1J just going to have to accept his own death, and that's a pretty big loss. The clockwork just means so much when you're taking Roshan. Thing is, though, the Hawk's taking tier 3 mid tower now. So they're doing the same thing. Roshan is given for free, but it's going to come at somewhat of a cost. And that is going to be at the cost of your tier 3 tower's HP pool.
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing enough to really... They're not fully committing to take it. So in that sense, you're really not losing anything here for the side of Gaiman. Like, these towers have been low HP for a while down bot. Still not enough for them to kind of clean up. No opportunities to clean up on Chimera. But it does force Gaiman all the way back to their base in response. So they miss out on, like, say, pick-off potential, taking further control of the map off the back of that instant Aegis take. Going for their own push as well, like they're not able to shove up top into the tier 2. It is buying time for Chimera in a very nice way, as they are starting to go for the Lincoln stacking now. Again, Lorinov has his. We have TA2000 going back for the Lincolns now as well. You've got the BKB being worked on by the Hawk. And once that's up again, this game is starting to simplify just a tad bit for Chimera. They're still 10k behind. But the heroes you have on Gaiman are starting to taper off just a tad bit. I mean, Quinn is still a tanky Husker with a lot of damage with 2 lives right now, but it doesn't feel like you're that scared on Chimera. You have some ways of managing all of this, and they have an angle for this tier 3 top now as well. It's only Ace kind of trying to come in to defend this one.
It's hard for Ace to get this done. We'll see. I mean, it looks like he's about to get caught out here on the darks here. T2000 breaks the Lincolns with his stun. That's not going to be quite enough. Meanwhile, Quinn, immediate rotation in, making the jump in. Ace actually does die at the Hawk in the end as Watson trying to take down the Phoenix Egg does manage to pick it up. TA2000 also just dropping very quickly to Gaiman Gladiators. Lorinov immediately going for a run. Should be okay to escape. Though I say that, it is a smoke, so if they break the gap, they could see him, but it seems like he's fine. He's out of it. Can Gaiman approach high ground?
And they've got the angles to do so. A little bit surprised from the side of Chimera that they didn't spot the Lincolns. Like, Ace was showing creep wave clearing it out. Someone must have checked his inventory and said, hey, there's a Lincolns, you gotta time your spells right. You know, you have this Hurricane Pike, you could have used that instead. If you got the instant stun into a faster kill from Lorinov, your chances are you're not in very nasty position for the TP in from Quinn to catch out your DK. Still, Gaiman find the opening. Chimera falls a little bit flat. Do get a good scan spotting out this collapse coming in from Tofu, but the rest of Gaiman are still lurking on that bot jungle, but Chimera will just opt to play it safe. And the 14k lead is still there for the side of Gaiman Gladiators. They've still got the Aegis for 2 minutes. They haven't made progress on these tier 2s. They tried shoving in bot a while ago. Haven't really touched the tier 3. If they find the Hawk, that could maybe make up for the slower game, but they also don't manage to really get the nighttime vision on him. He's going to be fine hanging around in that forward part and just TP home as well. These missed opportunities for Gaiman is costing them. Again, it's so silly to say when you're 15k ahead, but you are getting tempo checked right now here. Quinn?
Gonna look for Pantone. It's kind of the thing, like, it feels like they can just kill anyone and take any fight, but whether they can find objectives afterwards is the big question, and Panto still looks like he might just die to the fire damage, and he does. There's not much escaping it. Once Quinn gets a few hits onto you. Meanwhile, down towards the south, it seems like they will find Watson. I mean, that's a big deal. Watson going down again. That was a very nice back wall from Ace. 3 heroes caught in that. Lorinov He'll be the big target. They'll take him down. 1J will try to go for a run. Meanwhile, Dahak also still hanging about, but he needs to escape. 3 down for the price of 1, so Watson, now he's sacrificing himself for the greater good, and suddenly Gaiman, they can finally look towards this tier 2 mid tower.
And it takes them a while to finally knock on these outer towers, but they've got the opening for themselves. With no buyback on Lorinov, he bought out the Octarine. You are free to run this down on the side of Gaiman. Like, that is your one main concern. There's not quite enough damage on the Hawk, and these are 2 transformation heroes you've left here for the side of Chimera. So as soon as the Dragon form fades, you don't really have presence. You have to wait for these pseudo ultimates and ultimates to be up, and Gaiman just run it down. Again, no buyback on that Lina. You have a lot of room to play with here on the side of Gaiman.
Now, here we go. Tier 4 towers under siege. Gaiman Gladiators have had enough, and they've certainly got the space to make this game go their way now, as another wall and vac has been placed by Ace, finding Dahak and Panto. 1 tier 4 tower down, make that a 2 tier 4 towers down. Does look towards the Ancient now. Still 30 seconds without Lorinov. Jump in. Dahak, he's targeted by Quinn, and he just cannot survive it. He should eventually fall, and does. Again. He does have buyback available at the very least, and the Aegis will expire. So Quinn won't have that secondary life, but he doesn't really seem to mind too much. There's your buyback from Dahak. 10 seconds for Lorinov. Jump in again. This time onto the clock, but 1J had the Glimmer Cape ready. Quinn popped his BKB on top, so he needs to find a way out of this one, but 1J, he actually jumped in. He goes for the fight. Watson, meanwhile, with the roar out of Dahak, trying to burst him down, doesn't quite get there. Ace will drop the wall once again, only finding TA 2000, but that might be enough. TA still forced to just fight back against Quinn. So he will run with the Glimmer Cape now, but Quinn still moving forward, trying to get a kill. Doesn't want to go too deep, as now Lorinov has been called out. He can't afford to die in the Lina, but he's got no choice. He's down. TA 2000 gonna buy back, but he's got no dragon form to play with. He'll just do the old-fashioned way, taking down Maladich. The Ancient, though, still just dropping. Gaiman focused on the main objective, as they will buy back one more time, this time on Malady, who will get back towards his team. TA 2000 throwing out the stun on Quinn, still trying to buy themselves some time to force this game back their way, but they're going to lose TA 2000. Dahak will go down to boot. They've even found themselves a Phoenix, and GG is called. Gaiman will make game 1 go their way.
Yeah, not a simple process for the Gaiman Gladiators there. Chimera fighting back hard, as they were finding some great openings. They were finding some good punishment onto Watson, who was playing by himself for a long time. And it did feel like at a certain point, if Gaiman weren't careful, they were going to get outscaled, but they managed to hang on. Really big turnaround from Ace. He sealed that game up for them with that big vac wall jump in after Watson's fall. And they do manage to clean up there. I will say though, you are seeing the power of Chimera. You're seeing why they are currently in the top half of the groups. They are putting a big fight out to game. Maybe a couple of mistakes here and there. You know, some positional plays that did fall short, like say that initiation onto the tier 3 siege when Ace had his Lincolns up. That did kind of cost them some of that forward momentum in this game, just not spotting that out in the inventory. But Gaiman does still rally in the end. Again, just the way they executed their fights towards the end was a lot cleaner. A little bit reckless from Lorinov, but he's done this a couple of times now, all the way back this time in Aurora, where he buys out a big item, they take a fight, and he feels safe, but he doesn't respect the fact that there's always an opportunity to come in, and because of that Octarine pickup, he's just not there. They needed him there. Everyone else was the transformation hero. A hard one to defend without that Lina.
It certainly was, Jonathan. A bit of a tough loss, I'm sure, here for Chimera Esports in game 1, because it really felt like it could have gone either way. I don't know what they're going to do to change things up in game 2. I think maybe they're just hoping to not have to play against another Husker in game 2, maybe, because Quinn was popping off a bit too much. We'll find out, though. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Chimera Esports and Gaiman Gladiators.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for game number 2 here between Gaming Gladiators and Chimera Esports. I'm trying to figure out what this music is. I at first I thought we were playing the whole Universal music, you know, the movie music, but it's not that, Jonathan. It feels like a movie from the Middle East. Like I feel like I'm in a desert right now. That's what it feels like. Is that
really?
wrong?
I feel like I'm in an 8-bit fantasy right now, which is a very good vibe. Those are good games. Still, what was a good game was what we saw a while ago from Chimera and Gaiman in that game number 1. We'll have to see if Chimera can rally themselves in game 2, because in the end, it did feel like they were actually struggling a little bit up against Quinn's Husker, which is to be expected. Like Lornoff with his Lena was doing a fine job in mitigating perhaps that earlier start that Quinn was building up, as we do have the graduation march going on now, Mikey. I don't know if you prefer that. I was chilling out in the 8-bit RPG music, and now we're graduating. We'll see if Gaiman... Yes, that's it. We'll stay there. We'll see if Gaiman can graduate into the upper half, because if they get a 2-0 here, they can start to build up and, you know, have a better time to close out Group Stage 1. But Chimera...
Did you ever graduate?
No, I didn't.
No.
That's why it hurts me. I don't want to hear it. I'm uneducated, Michael Phoenix. Uneducated. Not that a degree in animation would do me any good. I think I'd be in the exact same spot I am in. What a terrible degree to take a scholarship on. Animation. I made so many mistakes going in. I could go on, Mikey. I could go on.
Yeah, look at the bright side. You could have done like a Bachelor of Arts, Jonathan. That would have been.
I was taking a Bachelor of Arts in animation, a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Arts Design and Media major in animation in Nanyang Technological University. That's what I was in.
How do you keep getting more stupid every time I talk to you, John? Like, what do you mean you did a Bachelor of Arts? What's wrong with you?
I did. I had a full scholarship, you know?
Were you low on toilet paper or something, John?
Computer science was my second choice. Unfortunately, I got my first choice. So, all of those little mistakes I made from high school going to college has led to this moment with you 8 years into it, Mikey. It all boils down to that. If I didn't go to Singapore, I wouldn't be as zoomed in on this, yeah?
The worst part is we grew up in a generation. You can throw the draft, by the way, but we grew up in a generation where we were told by our parents to, go to uni, get a nice office job. Every peer that I know that dropped out of high school and just became a truck driver is now a millionaire. And here we are, the uni dropouts, sitting here casting Dota. How great's that, John? I could have just driven a truck. How great would that have been?
To be fair, you could also just drive a truck and cast. You could probably do it. I think outside of watching out for kangaroos, you're kind of fine in Australia. So do you have that draft you called for, Mikey? Gaiman banning out the usual suspects. Alchemist, PA, Bristol, along with that, the Hawk, Enigma getting some respect here. Chimera for their side.
That his house?
Well, let's go back. If we could. I would like to see.
That's got to be like...
That is a very nice house.
That's a nice house. Is that his house?
I think it might be.
I'm kind of jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
It is a lovely home. That's a lovely place to be in. Stuck playing Dota all day, still getting some sunlight in. You compare that to Tofu, the lighting in his room. It's all. You know what? Tofu's camera right now is reminding me of our old friend Sammy Boy. I think he's losing his mind.
What are you talking about?
Remember, Sammy Boy had an era. Sammy Boy had an era where he was also like basement-like windows, basement-like windows, very low lighting. This time it's not low lighting, it's just against the light, but it's almost that same vibe.
I can't imagine any context where you're comparing Tofu to Sammy Boy. John X.
The room. Just the room. Not in looks, not in anything else, just the room. We just need to spare your camera angle.
I never said anything about looks. My apologies to Sammy Boy. We're not trying to say anything about the way you look, sir. You look fantastic in my eyes.
He's a great looking guy. I miss him. I miss Sammy. But the room. I feel like if Tofu stayed in that room for 6 more months without going out, he would he would start getting some Sammy Boy faces as well. The voices will start kicking in, as Neff likes to say. Still, the draft has continued, Mikey, while we're rambling away about absolutely nothing. Chimera take the Abaddon, Gaimin take the Lycan.
Oh,
so we've got potentially those alpha wolves coming out. Oh, I'd love to see it. You know, Quinn's right up by the camera now as well. He's feeling it, seeing Dog come out first. He's having a good old time. We see the Beastmaster being banned along with the Sniper and Nyx from Chimera. For Gaimin, what are they going to take care of? Because it does feel like you've taken care of all the big dogs. Maybe you don't want to deal with Clockwork or Phoenix. Those are two options that can come in here. Perhaps a Mars if you're scared of your Lycan being annoyed, but Mars has been a very dead hero. Although we did see at least one successful Mars game in DreamLeague. I do remember seeing that. There was at least one Mars win, but still not in the best spot, just to counteract this Lycan. There's a Pugna pick that could work out for Chimera. Kinda saves you from Lycan, so there is that. Could be one way to go as well for Chimera, if you don't want to ban it here on Gaimin. And Quinn's got the jacket back on, so we'll get another camera shot of him taking it off later, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Hopefully. Gaming Gladiators. What is it, John? What are you laughing about now?
I don't know, just the absolutely and the hopefully at the end. It's like, all right. All right, I'm hoping for that too. Quinn, give us a better jacket takeoff. Just rip it apart. Who cares about the zipper? Break it. Be a monster, Quinn.
Second pick for Gaimin. Till this day, I don't know if they want us to pronounce it as Gaimin or Gaimin. I remember there was an era where everyone was saying Gaimin Gladiators, which made no sense. I believe Gaimin make Navigators or something. I think.
I have no clue.
Watches? I don't know.
Garmin.
No, there's a brand called Gaimin too. I think we are going to have the Phoenix coming out, not Garmin, Jonathan.
Really?
Yes.
That just sounds like a Garmin knockoff.
I mean,
it's funny too. We've hung out with the Gaimin Gladiators guys so many times. You know, Alex and all of those good guys there, and they've never talked to us about the way we mention names. So I just figure we're right, but I'm also maybe they also just aren't too sure. Maybe anything goes. You know, who knows? At this point, Mike.
Well, who cares how they pronounce it? As long as the team's winning, who gives a crap?
Ooh.
Enchantress going to be picked up. Ooh. And the Bounty Hunter. Very nice. I mean, I guess the Ench is enough of a pick, like a good enough pick in the sense that you deny it against the Abaddon. So we've seen the Enchant Purge against the Aphotic Shield's very nice. And as well as that, you do have the added bonus of being able to take the Helm of the Dom Creep if the Lycan goes down that route.
Yeah, or just stealing an Alpha Wolf away. That's all you can stop that gank in its track. These two supports not the easiest for the Alpha Wolves to just rip apart by themselves. So if you are looking for Alpha Wolves here in Gaimin, probably not the best game for it already. They will go straight forward, just back to the Phoenix Clockwork support, along with Lena coming out here for Gaimin Gladiators, so I do like seeing that. For their side, very well-rounded draft already, nothing too far off the meta. For Chimera, again, we've seen some success with the Enchantress. We can see it scale up. I am curious which way they will lane this Abaddon, whether or not we'll get it for the Hawk or if we'll get it for TA2000. And that is where it's a little bit open for Chimera to figure out in their flexibility here, as we're seeing changes from the draft. We see the DK being banned out this time around. A little bit of a swapperoo with Phoenix, Lena, and the Clockwork. So Gaimin are looking to fix up that gameplay from Chimera. But how do you close out? Like, how do you close out this phase now? Chimera has to start to show what they're planning with this Abaddon. They could still go for a flex 1-3 kind of pick, but they don't have something like the Beastmaster. Instead, they'll just go for the Storm. So they see the Lena matchup, they get Lauren off his Storm Spirit, and that matchup's pretty all right for Storm. Not that you'll really threaten the Lena with Static Remnant, though, even with Static Slide. So the Lena still has a range advantage, shouldn't cop too many overload hits. This should still be pretty smooth here for Quinn overall. I think that matchup is just fine. The one thing is, it is a relatively free Storm game. You don't have that much hard lockdown for it. You have maybe an Alpha Wolf route, but that's not going to be long enough. You have Hookshot, and that's really it. Lining up an LSA on a Storm just feels impossible, so likely not even an issue here for Lorenoff down the line.
No. I do like the Lorenov Storm as well. We've had plenty of chances of watching Lorenov, especially back when he was playing for Aurora, and I felt like Storm Spirit was that one pick you could go back to every time you needed Lorenov to just pop off with the team, and Certainly seems like a pretty okay Storm game as well. Not really much in the way of locking the hero down apart from maybe this clockwork, but even that probably won't prove to be enough. We shall have to wait and see. Of course, more bans to come. We will see the Darkseid ban against Ace, which makes enough sense because Ace was doing some fantastic work on the Darkseid last game around, and it'd probably be one offlaner that could do a pretty damn good job against this Abaddon safe lane. We'll see the Naga Siren removed here from Game and Gladiators, which isn't a hero you and I have had the pleasure of seeing yet at DS25? A DL25? No. I said DS, didn't I, John? DL25.
Yeah, it's all right. DreamLeague
DS for
one word sometimes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, we haven't seen it too much. Again, we've seen it in qualifiers. Jackie plays this, but not really much anyone else. TA2000 does enjoy that. I am curious though, with the Darkseer ban, it does look like they're expecting a safe lane Lycan coming in for Watson. So that raises some interesting potential. Will you still go Alpha Wolves on safe lane Lycan? Will you consider Pack Leader into an Enchantress? Is this actually a good Spirit Wolves game for the Lycan? Because hey, there's an Enchantress on hand anyway. Don't give her to Wolves. Don't get Dominator. Go right click with Spirit Wolves. Could be funky. Kind of sucks, but it's kind of cool in a way.
You're going far. You're doing this thing where you start to go off the deep end. John, that's enough.
I had an arts degree in university, Mike. Yeah, I'm supposed to go off the key. Shout out to the School of Art Design and Media. If anyone goes to ADM, I don't think that place has gotten any more colorful for an art school. So there you go. It was very drab. That was something all of my professors were like, why the hell is it so depressing here? And they weren't wrong. No. Especially the animation students. We were stuck in the basement. We would literally get locked in the basement area in our render farms. That was fun.
Very realistic, at the very least. You know, as an animator, you're going to probably be locked in a basement somewhere in some corporate office.
Yeah. That is true.
It's good. You know, make it depressing, because that's what life's going to be like after you get an arts degree, John. It's going to be very black and white and very depressing.
What if the kids wanted to be artists, Michael? You give them the spiel as well?
If you want to be an artist, go be an artist. You don't need some uni lecturer that is stuck at uni because they couldn't do anything with their degree either.
Yo, dude.
You don't need them to teach you how to be an artist.
No.
What is it, John?
Dude, we had people that worked on like Mulan. Literal lead storyboard artist from Mulan. We had some pretty experienced guys there.
I didn't watch Mulan, John. I'm going to assume it's garbage because I haven't watched it. I'll be frank.
No, Mulan and Lion King. Like the golden era of Disney's renaissance in animation, right?
Lion King was pretty pog. I'll give you that, John.
Yeah.
Not as good as Aladdin. Not as good as Aladdin.
To be fair, that professor's advice was basically just he'd look at your drawing and say, you suck. And that was it. That was his feedback. So I don't know if that's worth a university degree either. As we do get the Void Spirit to close out from Chimera, an interesting flex. So you could potentially run off lane or safe lane Void Spirit now, which we have seen safe lane Void Spirit a little bit more often. So perhaps that's the way they go on Chimera, which is fair enough. I think the lane is okay with an Enchantress on hand. You can try to run down. You don't really know your matchup because you are expecting this to be a Watson Lycan coming out. We'll see if that's the case with Gaiman closing out your draft here. Trying to think of anything else sneaky for Ace. I mean, into this kind of draft, there's nothing too comfy showing itself on the off lane. Like you might have to just accept like an off lane, go for some bigger wind condition for Watson. Big cores are all banned out though, with Lifestealer being banned out from Chimera last. I don't see any comfy pause ones that can also flex in.
I don't think Watson's clock is working, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. I don't see it. Is it? Oh, it is working. It's
working. Yeah, it's ticking.
Apologize. My apologies to Watson. His clock is working.
I mean, if it's not working, it could be an art piece, you know? Art is whatever you make of it as we get the Doom coming out.
No, John, you've got an art
game and Gladiators. Yeah. No, I don't have an arts degree. I didn't finish. Get your facts right. I'm a dropout. How dare you? I wouldn't fully finish an arts degree. I'm not that insane. Because you do get the Doom from Game and Gladiators. And that's a nice way to close out. It's a great Doom game on hand. Watson will just go pack leader Lycan, so we're not getting anything too fancy. No Alpha Wolves. No Spirit Wolves. Just sadness and pack. Oh, wait, no. He switches to Alpha Wolves. Maybe he's going to swap around until we get in game. All right. No, but Alpha Wolves it is for now.
Don't swap it, Watson. It doesn't matter if the supports will survive. There's still other heroes, Watson. Don't swap. It's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. and I'm keen on seeing how much a game can get out because again, they're doing a little bit of a quirky time with Lycan 1, right? Like we kind of saw it with him kind of flexing as well in the last game. So I'm wanting to see if Chimera can try to get something out. Again, TA2000 Void Spirit. We've seen Void Spirit safe lane before. It can scale up in damage, especially as you work yourself into post-ags, going for damage item build-up, like say a Daedalus. It can start to feel really good if the Void Spirit can scale into that game. And considering what you have here on game, and your biggest threat is really just Doom.
It's off, John. It's off. There it is. Time to get serious. Adjusting himself. Oh, look, the sleeves roll down as well. There, we're serious now. Put the hair backwards. It's all right, Quinn. My forehead's getting bigger too, Quinn. Don't you worry, sir. It's all right.
Yeah, he's set. He's set. He's locking in. He's playing that Lina. You know, we're taking a look at that lovely home again here. Yeah. What a lovely home. So we're getting into Dota 2. Oh, getting into the action. Oh, some rock and roll. Like medieval rock and roll, John. Yeah, bounce that camera, Scriff. Heck yeah. Get us some zooms, Scriff. In and out. Oh yeah. That's my degree. My theoretical degree.
A couple guys with motion sickness just projectile vomiting right now, thanks to Scriff. Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, that's what I enjoy. We're making someone's day. Good or bad, we're making someone's day.
I get motion sickness too, John, I might add.
I have no idea how you can stick next to me. I don't know how you stick next to me when I move so much.
That's true. I just pretend you don't exist, I'll be frank, John. GG.
I know you don't. I know you.
They're gonna smoke. Smoke up. Now Gaiman don't exist either, John. How about that? They're rotating through the mid-river.
You know, if you're someone with an art degree, you probably wish you didn't exist.
You know, John, my kids are going to grow up one day and try to search up our cast. And they're going to be like, Dad, you were a really weird guy. Where's Uncle John, by the way? Whatever happened to that Uncle John guy? Is TA2000. Tofu doesn't skill up cogs. He's not going to end up trying. TA could have gone for Dissimulate anyway if you really needed it. No fight to break out. It is going to be a 2 for 2 trade. I can still count. 2 for 2. Happy days for both sides. Mid lane matchup, of course, Loranov on his signature. Storm Spirit, Quinn going to be on his Lina. And a Lycan Wolf going to be hanging around the mid lane as well for no apparent reason.
Yeah, just giving some vision while go scouting out, maybe trying to check for a ward. It does expire, so at least you don't give that bonus gold away. Taking a gander down bot first is we do have that safe lane Lycan for Watson. And it's not going to be a fun time having your sold in chat. That is the one thing here for Watson. You're not really going to have the best of times, but it is fine enough. This matchup as well for Watson. It's not the comfiest, right? It's a melee lane matchup into Mephetic Shroud Abaddon. You have just some dispels on hand to take care of what Malady will try to throw out. At least if your timing's right here on the Huck. So you will have to watch for when the Spire Spirits are committed. But you should be able to get some consistent poke out onto Watson. Just with a shield up, we've seen this lane be menacing for melee matchups. You tend to just out-regen anyhow. So let's see how much.
Oh, there it is. Quinn gets you there. First blood drawn from the Lina. Very close call for Loranov, but the final right click did do just enough damage to get the job done. Very nice.
And this matchup on mid, we were talking about it, right? The Storm doesn't necessarily have a great time against Lina. You're outranged. You can't really utilize your overload up against the Lina. You can clear out the creep wave, but that's about it. And Quinn should be very comfy in this matchup. This is one of the matchups where Lina will just kind of pop off if you're not careful. And Quinn without First Blood is already going to be feeling good. So taking gander elsewhere, a bit of a threat here.
Yeah, top lane, a lot of blood grenades being thrown out. Tofu, though, dropping low, actually gives his life away to TA2000. They're desperately just trying to chase the Void Spirit, but perhaps not expecting to Simulate to be ready to go. And he does end up paying for it with his life. 1J, really playing with fire, but he is going to be just fine. Playing on the edges of the bounty. Still sticking around. Tofu's going to try and see if he can break the gap, but is still level 1, so doesn't really have the cogs anyway. And with that, 1J is going to be just fine.
Can be perfectly fine, but you are seeing.
Sec again. Yeah, this time around, John, don't ask if what the second was for, just in case TA2000's just had surgery as well. What? He deserved that burger, John. You know, he just had surgery. He deserves the burger. Well, what's Crit gonna know about somebody else's burger? Nobody else but you does that, John. I'm telling you, nobody cares about food as much as you do. I'm telling you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't need to enjoy this. It's like, you gotta enjoy food. No, you're living.
ESO1 Thailand, when there was that segment about if you're a breakfast enjoyer or not. Hold that thought, because top lane 1J's in huge trouble here, just trapped in the cogs, should go down and does. TA2000 copying a fair bit of damage, will be okay. Meanwhile, the Hawk bottom lane though, also dropping, does die to Maladich, and Maladich will trade his life away for that. Very worthwhile trades for Game and Gladiators. You love to see this kind of start. Meanwhile, Lorinov just really having a horrible time mid lane. Quinn is just doubling his CS at the moment. 1J will TP and give him a bottle refill. But this lane is not looking like it's going to get much easier here for poor old Lorinov.
It doesn't simplify at all. Like, there's just no play here for the Storm. Again, you're outrange, you can't leverage overload. You don't even hit the stat remnant on the Lina anyhow. You're just clearing out your creep wave. You're trying to get even. That's all you can do here on the Storm. Maybe you have to hit that jungle slightly earlier as well to play that catch-up. But a strong presence already out from the side of Gaimin. 3-2, you're finding some trades out from the side of Chimera. But the lanes are very stable for Gaimin so far. I mean, Tofu has been dropping low. He's been giving a lot of room for Ace to just soak some solo EXP. They do make that rotation up top, though.
They sure do. They found 1J once again. 1J will be dying another time. Just focusing on ensuring this top lane is not going too smoothly here for TA2000. Here's one of those things with Pos1 Void Spirit. You do kind of rely on getting those early golden XP bonuses your way, but Gaimin trying to ensure he has a bit of a slower start.
And they're doing a great job of it. TA2000 is still finding farm, but they're building this strong foundation from Ace. Double bracers up. He's not going to be threatened, even with, say, some commitment out from TA2000 down the line. Some emphasis on mid as we're getting a bit of rotation out from Panto onto Quinn.
Now Lorinov desperately trying. Hurricane pushback is nice on Quinn. Rotation from Tofu. Quinn barely still alive. 1J still chasing along with the Wild Ring Ripper, and they do secure, but Lorinov now may go down as Tofu does pick him off. They will still find Tofu's a trade, however. Panto finding a double kill. Certainly a worthwhile fight here for the side of Chimera Esports.
Not the hero you'd want to really give that kill goal to. With how far behind Lorinov is, he does actually want to get these last hits in. Heck, he doesn't even soak up the EXP. So he's still stuck at 5.5. Quinn's going to hit 6 on the TP back in. He's going to have that threat with the Laguna set to go with full mana up and a full bottle up as well. Even though the shield rune is given out to 1J, I mean, Quinn can still murder you here if you're not careful. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Quinn. Quinn is back. Lorinov is back as well, so it looks like they'll get back to the farm game. Problem is, Quinn has hit his level 6. No, in fact, they're both at level 6 now. So Lorinov, not too much to be afraid of. Meanwhile, it's still a pretty even affair across multiple lanes, though Ace was being chased down a little bit, but looks like he is okay to walk his way out. Watson, in the meantime, across the map, going for that standard Midas build up for the like and looking for that very early escalation in those levels in the summon walls to try and be really annoying as top lane. Once again, Ace gonna find himself in a spot of danger. Tofu's gonna be there with a cogs though, and that will block them off. And of course, TA2000 wasn't quite at the level 6 mark yet, so couldn't really jump in to secure the kill. But they will at least force Ace away from the lane. Mind you, Ace has hit level 6, so he might not mind being pushed away from the lane too much. He has got those initial levels up. Meanwhile, some action back in the mid lane by the looks of it as 1J and some supports from Gaimin are rotating over. Just in case we do see a gank attempt on Quinn's life, Ace will TP down bottom lane in the meantime, looking to secure a kill using that Doom that he just picked up, and it looks like he will Doom up the Ench. Whether this means a kill or not is a different question entirely, because it's a bit of a slow process here onto the Ench, and in fact, they do not get the Ench kill.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff of that Doom. Not gonna be too happy about committing such a big spell for it, but as a Doom, you're kind of happy just sitting back and farming anyway. Still some attention onto mid, and you managed to catch up just a tad bit here in Lornoff in terms of EXP at the least, as Quinn doesn't really have that EXP advantage any longer due to all of that attention being shown on mid, providing enough space here for the Storm to kind of build up back into the game at very least. Still attention down bot, Panto.
They're going to try for Panto again. This time with the Fire Spirits, they might have enough, but the Aphotic Shield actually just blocks off way too much damage and just purges off way too much. So Panto again will actually walk out with another kill in hand, by the way, now dominating on the Ench. And it's starting to feel like they should probably just leave Panto alone.
Well, not an easy target to go for, as we've seen time and time again. I feel like your only solution to Panto right now is Quinn. If you can get Quinn, start to get some movement across into the side lanes, is inching towards that Travels, so at least that kind of movement shouldn't be too far off now for the side of Gaming Gladiators. But again, a very even game coming out here, despite a little bit of a slower start on the mid. The side lanes have managed to recover nicely. Watson's keeping track, or Lornoff's keeping track at the very least, with the rest of the core is evenly farmed. It's Ace and Watson falling slightly behind as that tier 1 tower does fall for Chimera. So they're finding a lot of room opening up in the map. That tempo you were talking about with this Void Spirit is going to kick in. It's going to be an Orchid Rush here.
Try another time for poor old Panto. This time they've got him. They've got him this time. Maladich will actually be the one to take the dominating spree away from Panto, though, with the Fire Spirit DPS. So a bit of a shame in that regard, I suppose, as the Hawk now got to show up, trying to chase down Maladich, but there's Tofu with the cogs. So they finally get the edge. Happy days.
I mean, it does, again, all you kind of need is just Quinn to be in the same general area, and you can kind of burst her down. No Glimmer Capes yet, Mikey, so you don't have to worry about that lack of burst. Eventually we'll get to that point, I'm sure. As it's 6-5, less than 1k lead, still hanging for Gaimin, but Chimera, again, are doing a fine job of just coming out of this laning phase stable. They do not manage to steal away the Power Rune, though, but Quinn is in the firing line. Not for long.
He's actually all right. It's the side of Chimera that might need to retreat. Here come those wolves, by the way, but you're not really having that impact yet with the Summon Wolves. A couple more levels to go before they get kind of ridiculous. Even then, as you kind of went through the draft, John, these supports don't really care so much about these Alpha Wolves this time around. But they're still going to be annoying. And that's fun. Top lane. The BH is dead. He's been doomed up. There's no saving him. Meanwhile, jump in onto Ace. They'll try to at least trade for 1J. Egg was dropped to try and save Ace in this scenario. In fact, it's going to go all the way and pop here as now the Laguna coming in from Quinn. Rotation's perfect. TA, oh no, he misses the Remnant. Oh, that's a rough one. That's a 3-for-0 trade up a top lane, and it gives Gaming Gladiators the net worth lead.
Yeah, and that's the big kills we're looking for here from the side of Gaimin. You are having a little bit of a poke and prod from Watson and the Hawk, but there's no one really to try to follow through for either side. But you are starting to slow down, or at least impact that build-up you're looking for on the side of Chimera. At the least, you don't lose Lornoff, but every single time your tempo is thrown off in the Void Spirit, it can fall a little bit flat. Again, we're still waiting for the Orchid. You're going back for the Mantis, and like the Ags, it's going to be way further down the line here for TA2000. It does feel like that's going to be the X factor as you do get build-up. Starting to shove in mid just a tad bit. Not that much mana on Quinn at the least, so you can't fully threaten here.
I mean, Quinn's still actually just right-clicking Lornoff. I'm always trying to bait them in, it feels like, but he's quite low on mana, so I don't really know if there's too much he can do if they do go for a fight. The Hawk's also rotating. They'll jump on Tofu. Lornoff, though, not quite finding the initiation he wanted, and oh boy, the cogs bounce is pretty painful here for Lornoff, but he does barely make it out. And you saw in that scenario as well, like, just one person being locked down with the wolves hitting away does so much damage. Maladich now being chased. He'll be okay. Nice light strike away from Quinn to ensure the Hawk could not keep the chase up. And they are still pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower.
They are. They should be able to find it. You do see the value in Alpha Wolves here at the very least. Even though that route isn't the longest time, it's not the longest route coming out here with a hamstring, but it's enough time for you to try to line up for the follow-through control. So it can be a little bit dicey for Lorinov if that's staggered just correctly here from the side of Gaiman. Still a relatively even game, 9-5, but the net worth lead from Gaiman not really as high as you'd expect, mainly on Quinn. So it's all in on this Lina so far. And the investment has looked pretty sound with the Ags coming up shortly in 2 parts. But with the track up on Chimera, they're starting to get a little bit active around the map as well. And if they can start to find some kills with this Bounty Hunter up, this game can kind of go out of hand very quickly if you're not careful on the side of Gaiman.
Oh, Maladic, he's actually copping it so bad from these enchanted wolves. It's kind of the thing, like Panto just takes a wolf for himself and kind of turns it back towards the supports of Game and Gladiators, and well, Watson's just always forced to continue summoning the wolves to try and kill it. Right now, slightly worth lead the way of Game and Gladiators. 9-5 is the scoreline. Still a very close affair between these two sides. Quinn again has taken off in terms of net worth. So as usual, Quinn's performance is very, very good.
Oh, Naudi.
Hold on. And the Hark trying to jump Malady. Not going to be so lucky this time as Quinn will rotate over. But you can see Chimera, they're feeling a lot more confident on the map, especially with the mid tier 1 and the bottom tier 1 towers down. They are feeling like they can just do whatever they want around this mid lane, as now Watson finding Panto. Does take them a while, but they'll get the job done. Panto is gone.
The Hawk's still kind of stuck in this area.
Hookshot is there, Tofu. Just gonna body block him up. The Hawk does skill up the borrowed time, but he's still gonna get caught in the cogs here, and in fact a couple are caught. Oh, TA does not want to be here any longer. He just wants to get the hell out of there. It looks like the Hawk has no choice but to die in the meantime. Meanwhile, Lorinov actually jumping back in. He'll jump back out, but the mana is getting quite low for him. He'll be alright. They're still playing on the edge here, Chimera, looking to try and find a way to trade. But there's nobody left for them to really aim for here on game, and so they'll have to accept that their offlane just dies for nothing.
Yeah, just again, a little bit too forward for the Hawk. Not quite showing the respect that Gaiman would be clumped up in that area. Still looking for the smoke out on Chimera. And again, they need to start getting some kills going. With this track up, they need to start to find some pickoffs. Ace, he doesn't have that Doom. Less of a threat here if they can find him.
I mean, he's still going to try and go for a run. TPs are incoming. He's got a bit of time to buy. Ace is going to drop. Malady could not help. They do eventually find a trade. It just took them a bit more time. And it seems like they'll stick around for a tier 1 top tower. So nice and easy here for Chimera Esports. There are rotations coming from Gaiman. They are trying to get there. And in fact, they've got the Ags now of Quinn. So it could be a nice time to try and get a surprise reveal on that Aghanim Scepter. But it seems like the tier 1 tower will not last as long as they need it to. Although I say that, they do glyph it. But I think Gaiman just going to let this one go.
Not they should. They are still getting a ton of space out here on Gaiman anyhow. Like, you are getting online with Watson, Echo Saber up, going for the Shard next. Could go for the Harpoon and start to drag yours around. Does have the max level wolves now, so they've got that hamstring and the hightail. Again, you're not going to be finding easy support kills, but you can still be a massive nuisance. You do manage to find some good targets here. Enchant was just popped by Panto, but Watson's being very cautious with giving these wolves out, showing a lot of respect for the Enchantress. Still, you are hitting big strides, right? Like, the Flame Cloak's up for Quinn, Ags is fully up and running, so a lot of spell amp for him to play with. They still have complete control in their triangle. Their defensive wards here on Game and Gladiators does still allow them to get this safety farm going for their Lina and, you know, provide that bigger jungle for Watson to keep that build up on. For the side of Chimera, TA2000 still needs a lot more. The Orchid's a nice touch. They still haven't really found as many track kills as you'd want to see with the Bounty Hunter. And it's down to the fact that Gaiman have been sticking relatively close to each other. Outside of Watson maybe going in that deeper bot jungle, they've been really close to each other that you can't really hope for these solo track kills, which you need to snowball this kind of draft on side of Chimera, because you are very tempo based. Like, the Storm is very sensitive to his timings, Void Spirit is as well. and it just doesn't feel like you're finding enough. Like, this 2k lead isn't massive, but it is telling a little bit of a story, considering that you want to be in a stronger position right now on Chimera, and you're, again, just not able to really find it. Maybe this time around with Quinn showing up bot, but it's only the supports playing solo push here. No real backup from their cores. And with this kind of movement across the map, this just favors Gaimin entirely. They're farming safe, they're building up, they're not under pressure to look for kills themselves, because they're not under a timer. They scale really well with Lyke and Lina. They're not under any sort of pressure to kind of close this game out fast.
No, they certainly are not. They're Gaimin more than happy to take their time, where Chimera are certainly feeling like they might need to make some more action happen. It's a bit hard though, they are just a little bit underfarmed, and might feel a bit awkward to try and find some opportunities here. You haven't really seen 1J feeling too safe either on the bounty. Like, he has mostly stayed on his side of the map, as they are going to smoke behind Quinn. Gaimin Gladiators looking to force another one, as 1J going to move up. Not spotted yet. Meanwhile, Loranov jumping in onto Tofu, trying to find this clockwork. Nobody really caught out yet. They have found 1J on the bounty, and Laguna is going to be enough to burst him down. The Flame Cloak plus Laguna, I mean, it's just too much damage.
And it is. Just melting right through. Again, no Glimmer Caves yet. So that is something that makes this Luna's life a lot happier. Yeah, you just need to stack 4 Glimmers, guys.
Tofu? Just at least get caught. So they are going to find a bit of a trade here with support. Nothing to write home about, but it is something. Yeah. I mean, Roshan is open, but you don't really have a Roshing lineup for Chimera this early on, so I don't know if they really want to try and force it.
Yeah, it's not the fastest, but they will get moving across the gate. They do have that amp damage running for, well, it does fade away, but the Hawk can at least hammer onto Roche with the Aphotic Shield as well, so it shouldn't be too bad, but again, it's not that quick. TA 2001J, it should be a little bit better, but again, there might be enough time here for Gaimin if they had a read. Unfortunately, they don't have that forward vision. So Chimera is going to be comfy enough. A nice freebie for themselves. The scan does spot them out, but Gaimin are playing on the opposite side of the map. Tofu could try, but just instead TPing to the outpost. Maybe he tries the gate moving across. Does get the flare going. Could try to be brave for his team here.
It seems like, yeah, I think he thinks it's just too late. And Roshan is indeed just down. Tofu not quite getting what he wanted.
Oh, he sees them coming in.
He does see them coming in. They're going to set up with the cogs. The Hawk really wishing he did not come through the twin gate, as they're just going to doom him up, ensure he cannot survive with the borrowed time. And of course, the rest of Chimera Esports, they'll be more than happy to see their offlane dying instead of them. They'll just let him go.
Yeah. A nice kill still to find for Gaimin, though, as getting a freebie 4 kill like that after Aegis being taken is honestly a really good position for you to be in. Like, you're slowing down this build up for the Abaddon to get really annoying with, say, the Diffusal, the Disperser down the line for slowing down and chasing down. So timing's going to be thrown off a little bit. You've got a safety net, at the very least, for Loranov to start to play forward here on that Storm. And at the least, with Doom being committed, you are relatively free to try to snipe people with this Aegis up for a little bit longer on Loranov. At least for the next minute 20. Not that you're in the position really to hunt here.
We have found TA2000 trying to swipe the Wisdom Rune away, and does get away with it, but he needs to escape Quinn now. Laguna immediately committed, taking out over half his HP as TA. Oh, he got to the low ground. Light Strike Array will not land. He misses the Remnant. Can he still get away? He cannot.
No.
Oh, everything just went wrong for him. Everything. That's unfortunate.
No, that's a big life to give away just for the Wisdom Rune. Very happy with that on the side of Gaimin for sure. Again, the net front lead is still fluctuating here and there, but it's still very steady for Gaimin Gladiators at around 4k up. So they're still in a happy spot, so they're trying to snipe here.
They sure are.
Oh, Tofu.
Tofu trying to save Ace, but Ace is still going to go down. Tofu, he will be following very closely with his buddy. As Loranov now picking up a killing spree for himself. They even know Quinn's there. He did just Dragon Slave the creep wave. It seems like Quinn will be able to get out just fine. Chimera, they'll hang about and start focusing on this bottom tier 2 tower, I'm sure. By the way, live news, Jonathan. We do have our patch waiting room with T-Governor now going on. So,
wow.
If you're waiting for a patch, the waiting room is now live. Shout out to T-Governor.
Yeah, good on him. doing whatever he's doing again to gain well the path.
He's running away from Lycan Wolves, Jonathan. That's what he's doing this time.
That's fair enough. They'd be doing the same thing on Chimera relatively soon. 14-9, 2K lead for Game. And again, you are recovering nicely on Chimera. The lead is dropping from 4K down to 2K. You are building up into that point where things can start to happen on Chimera's end. Manta for TA2000 not too far off. You're going to start to get into the Lincolns now for Lorinov as well in TA2000. After that point, you have that Diffusal up on the Hawk. He can start to chase down, get a little bit of that inhibit going, and try to soften up some targets. We still haven't seen the full potential of playing with the track. I think that's really what's holding Chimera back. It's just down to how defensive Gamon's playing, although Watson is a little bit exposed.
Wait, no, he does get the wolf form off. He's actually going to go for a bit of a fight against Lorinov. Does have his teammates coming in to try and help out. Lorinov actually quite low on mana. Tofu, he does find himself Panto. Tahak is there to help him out though, so Tofu could be the one in danger, but they're trying to just still burst down Panto, who does finally drop. Now Tahak trying to run, but he'll cop the Doom out from Ace, which means he's got no healing through this borrowed time. TA2000 trying to jump Quinn, has found himself a target, but he's got no damage output. He needs to get the hell out. Meanwhile, Lorinov, he'll jump back in for Tofu. Quinn's still chasing TA2000 in the meantime, but can't keep up with him. Meanwhile, Lorinov coming back in after Quinn. The Remnant will lock him down. Quinn's still alive, though, trying to back away, but finally does go down. Lorinov now on a triple kill, looking for more, but the mana pool is a bit too low. But Lorinov, he does make that team fight work out for the side of Chimera.
It just comes down to this Doom choice from Ace. Like, he's dooming up the Hawk. We talked about their best solution for the Storm being this Doom. I'm sure you kind of nullify that borrowed time. You nullify, say, this chase down potential with a Diffusal and a Harpoon, but it gives such free reign to Lorinov with nothing else to worry about. Like, again, you can't rely on LSA. You could maybe rely on a good hook shot, power cogs into the LSA, but that's not the easiest combo to pull off into a Storm. And Lorinov is starting to run away with this game. Only one part away now from the full Lincolns to save himself from that potential Doom now as well. And the net worth has just slipped away from the side of Gaming Gladiators, now being a rather even affair. A 1K lead at 24 minutes in isn't really anything to speak of. You are number one right now on Watson, with Quinn not trailing too far behind, along with Lorinov. But you have sacrificed Ace just a bit. The Hawk and TA2000 are getting steady progress into those next items, into that secondary Lincolns, especially for TA2000. Aegis does expire, but the side of Chimera just going straight for a smoke. If they can try to bully out Ace again while Doom is down, that could be a big one here.
If they can, Ace does get caught. A nice initiation from Lorinov once again, and Ace is down. Oh, big deal now for Chimera. They'll go into the tier 2 mid tower. Suddenly, Gaming Gladiators look like they may have dropped the ball here in this game too. It's just this Storm is slowly getting a little bit out of control.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hunting for more. Looking at that bottom lane, they might run into Tofu and Quinn. Quinn will TP away. Zip forward from Lorinov is at least going to find a Clockwork. They will still get something for their time. That they haven't really found that mid tier 2. Like, the Hawk is still there, but he's really the only one there, so he needs to be a little bit cautious not to get caught.
Yeah. I mean, you're still happy enough. You get a track kill, you get a galvanized charge out for Lorinov. So you're more than okay with a kind of pickup, even though it is just Clockwork. Patrick's still hanging this area just to deny the ward, and he will find it. A little bit cheeky out from him hanging in the air just a little bit longer. Net worth lead swinging back to Chimera again, less than 1K, not really meaningful in any means. But the Lincolns are starting to form up. Lorinov buys his out, so Doom no longer a threat on him. At the least, he's going to be very safe from that play. Second, Lincoln still a ways off for TA2000. But again, progress is being made there. You've got the Yasha up on the Hawk. So a little bit more move speed for that chase down could go into the Manta or that full Sanjin Yasha. The Manta might be a little bit of a safer bet here for that Abba, and they will just go for the bot tier 2 pressure now as well. Again, probably not looking for the full committal, showing a lot of respect for Gaming Gladiators. So they will snipe off 1J at least.
Yeah, he'll get blown up. It's 4-man smoke though. I mean, the 1J goes down. Gaming Gladiators now, the 5-man smoke, excuse me, finding Panto though. Not necessarily the target they would have liked to run into, but it is something. That'll make it a 3v5 scenario now in the favor of Gaiman. Roshan is still a while away, so they won't have that opportunity to just rush for the pit. It doesn't really seem like they'll be able to go for a big fight either, because the creep waves are being forced out. It seems like these kills will just kind of lead to addressing the lanes. The TA2000 is being watched right now by the Wolves of Watson. So they might be able to hope for that kind of kill. In fact, TA... Oh no, the dissimulate. Like he jumped in. Is he in danger? Oh, he is. He is in danger indeed. Lorinov was there all along. They'll still find TA2000 though. It's still not the worst trade here for Gaiman. In fact, the Hawk was also left behind. They've got the Doom ready as well for him. They'll commit it immediately. Meanwhile, Tofu also finding 1J with the cogs out. They won't be able to lock him down. The Hawk still running away as well. Ace trying to keep the chase up, but it looks like the Hawk might actually survive. And he will. The Doom was not enough. Now Lorinov looking to jump back in. Has found Ace.
Oh, Lord.
And Ace is gone. Egg committed. Is it going to survive? I don't think so. There's just too many heroes hitting it. Maladich to drop. Lorinov looking for more. Has found Tofu. The TP away should be enough, but no, the Vortex. He had just enough mana. This is what we said it during the draft, John. Lorinov Storm, it's basically his signature at this stage.
That it is. And again, it's a really free Storm game outside of Doom. They keep having to Doom up the Hawk. They keep having to take care of this Abaddon, remove that pressure from this hero, that it just becomes so free for the Storm. Mind you, not that you can maybe even land that Doom onto Lorinov anyway when with his Lincolns up and running. It's a difficult game for the side of Gaiman to try to pin down that Storm. That's the key factor here. The fact that they're not able to stop Lorinov from dancing around, the fact that there's too high mobility heroes that are just dancing around it. You have internet issues for TA2000. Hopefully that gets fixed, sorted out soon. But you know, this is what you get for coming into Southeast Asia at some point, Mike. TA2000 spent some time there.
Yeah.
Lorinov spent some time there. Now the internet curse follows them.
It does. So hopefully it can get resolved. I'm not sure how the rules work, but I would assume if they run out of time, they'd have to play 4v5. I'm not 100% sure on that though, because it does vary.
Yeah, but that tends to be the case.
Yeah,
just to be fair. So hopefully again it gets sorted out relatively quick. Maybe run down to an internet cafe. That's something Joe Camp's been doing in the qualifier runs for Talon. He's had very long pauses, reconnects, and then the next game gets delayed slightly, and he just rushes to an internet cafe. Poor man. It's amazing. Like Talon has played. They've told me that they just hear all these Indonesian curse words in the background from Joe Camp's microphone because he's in the net cafe. It reminds me of, what team was it? There was one of the Mongolian squads, and the boys were just playing in net cafes as well. That is always fun to watch. As we do start to get some epic music going here in our wait. You were saying something about breakfast a while ago, Mikey, when we were talking about food.
We were talking about food. So we ESO on Thailand, there was a whole segment on what players would enjoy breakfast, I think it was. Something like that. Yeah. And basically, you had the breakfast enjoyers and the people that don't eat breakfast. I am one of those people. I'm one of those Giga Chads, John. I don't believe in breakfast. It's a scam, right? Like, let's be honest. It's a scam. I noted down everyone that eats breakfast from the town, just so I know who the weaklings are, John. It's weakness to like breakfast.
Look, I only eat breakfast when we're on land because I can't afford the buffets. Mikey, it's just an opportunity. I can't afford those places.
I'm not picking on you, Jonathan. I'm simply saying that, I don't eat breakfast. That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't make you a better person.
Sure it does.
Why does it have to make you a better person? Are you a better person for not being able to afford food? Would that make you the ultimate person on the world? Like you're living in poverty, you can't get food? Like, it doesn't make you a better person. It's independent of who you are as a person. Mike, don't make me wax philosophical. I'm an art student, an art dropout. I can wax philosophical for a while. I don't know why my tongue got tied for there. For Windows, we do get the unpause. E2000 at the very least fixes his internet.
You always
who
think
you are as a
so
person isn't defined.
Why do you think
it's more like it's like people can eat what they want. People live their lives. They're separate people.
I didn't say they.
Yeah, but you classify them as weak. You classify them as weak.
They are. I'm judging them based on their choices.
Does your daughter eat breakfast?
Yes.
They are weak. They are babies. That's fair.
She's 22 months. I mean, I kind of expect the weakness to come out of a 22-month-year-old. Anyway, obviously, I'm joking, Jonathan. Bottom lane, Roshan's about to happen. Let's not upset any breakfast enjoyers here, John. Dahai. TA2000 going to jump in. Watson, he'll pop the wolf form. Nobody down yet. Tofu getting low, will run away. Lorinov though trying to snipe him. Eventually should have the clockwork. Quinn's courier in the meantime actually gets taken down. TA2000 getting low, will run away from Watson, but Watson now onto Panto. And they'll even commit the Doom on the end just to ensure they can get this kill. But it feels like if you're Chimera, you can just go back in now. And that's exactly what they'll do. Maladich is down. Quinn jumped back in, but Lorinov's right on top of the Lina. Quinn, can he survive? The answer is no. He's down. A triple kill for Lorinov. Watson's trying to TP, but he's got nothing.
Lord, no.
Ultra kill for Lorinov. Oh, it's getting dark now for Game and Jonathan. You're getting close to that plasma build-up as well now for Lorinov, and that's when the stupid amounts of damage start to happen.
When that courier kill of Quinn, that reckless bit of courier micro not expecting that smoke out, that was his full side of ice. The man had a recipe in his backpack. Like he had the one component ready, and that could have turned the fight. That could have been the way you lock in Lorinov. And then instead they lacked the side of ice. They doomed the Ench. Like that, again, we've been talking about this Doom. It's your only tool to try to lock in Lorinov after you pop Lincolns. It has to be the Storm Spirit taken out of the picture. Instead, it's the Ench. Instead, it's this Dahak Abaddon getting the blow, and it's just not enough. It's such a free game for Lorinov, and we're seeing why, again, his Storm is just one of his best heroes. It's something that when he was in Aurora, he must have gotten really damn tired of playing this hero, but hey, if it works, it works. Right, and it is working quite nicely in this game. For Game and Gladiators, at the least, you'll get your Sight of Ice up in a minute 20 here for Quinn. So you will have that additional control. But you have to be just so careful of these fights because, again, even this Lycan is a win condition. Like, mainly we see Alpha Wolf Lycan on the offlane. You still have a hard carry coming out and safe. As a sole scaling hero for the side of Game and Gladiators, it can hit a hard cap. Like, there are some weakness in terms of damage output on Lycan that can just kind of be mitigated. He does hit hard, but you can almost leave this Lycan alone in a vacuum because he can't really burst heroes down as a threat. And once you ignore him, kill everyone else off, it's a simple process of slaying the wolf afterwards.
Well, happy days right now for Chimera Esports now, finding themselves 11k ahead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gaming Gladiators gonna have to find a way to defend TA2000 though, just jumping right in. He's found Quinn on the Lina. That's a huge kill if they can find it, and it seems like they will. Quinn's down again. That is massive for Chimera. They should have their way for high ground now as Quinn has no buyback gold available. At least his courier is respawning in 5 seconds. He'll have the side device up, but no life to use it with.
Nope. I mean, that's all stemming back to this decision to buy out the full side of Vice, which got denied off for such a long time anyhow. Jump
in again, Lorinov just feeling invincible now. Takes down Maladich. He's got 29 galvanized stacks. Like, he is not running out of mana anytime soon, I'll tell you what. That'll be the top lane going down. Rax is gone into the mid lane, of course. They've still got 27 seconds without Quinn available.
Such a difficult game. Like, again, you need to be on point with these Dooms coming out from Ace, but he doesn't even have a blink to try to reposition. They fast TP back to catch Watson out. Oh, Watson. Oh, no. Watson gonna run down just a little bit.
He does, Watson. He's gonna go down as well. And so Gaming Gladiators are in a very awkward situation now. I don't know how you even make the comeback now. 2rax is down, 20k advantage the other way. Pretty rough scenario. I mean, they're not out of it yet, but they're just so far behind. Oh. Jump in though, they'll find Panto.
Not the biggest kill. They really have to just try to lock in Lorna. Just try to deal with a storm somehow. And that has to be it. Like, it has to be the Doom. It has to be a Linken's pop somehow into the Doom and just prevent the storm from zipping around. And that's been your main issue. And then you can maybe start to think about holding down TA2000, who is starting to really scale up on this Void Spirit. Silver Edge coming in now for more damage output. Get their free shard up for Panto. He's going to appreciate that with a Sproink once he's back up. And Gaimin, for their part, at least they'll have this tier 2 to hold them back here from the side of Chimera. So they can't just fully commit for that tier 3 bot. And we'll have to work the map just a little bit more. Aegis is going to expire in 48 seconds as well. So you do have that threat disappearing on the secondary life, but it feels like these fights will never go your way unless you manage to lock in Lorna. That's really it. Like, it might not even be enough considering how much TA2000 is farmed up now, but the first step is to kill off Lorna. You have to deal with this problem first, and again, you have the tools on Gaimin. This slight device that was a little bit costly for Quinn should be able to do the work, and you should be able to get the Doom off as well. You have some ways of popping the Linkens, but you have to be smart about it on Gaimin. On the side of Chimera, I mean, as this game scales on, everyone becomes a threat. You have your own side of Vice up now on Lorinov, so some good control coming out for him. Full Bloodtorn up for Watson, a little bit more to play with for some damage here. But again, like the Silver Edge being up for TA2000, the full Basher up for the Hack. Like, there is so much to be scared of if you don't manage to dance around properly, because now in theoreticals, now even if you doom up Lorinov, all of these other heroes are all such a massive threat. I'd say maybe an Ags pickup on Ace fixes this, if you can farm it up. At least with the AoE Doom, you can put a stop to all of these heroes in front of you. Double melee, a Storm that wants to zip around, easy enough for the AoE Doom to kind of lock in.
Oh, we'll see if they can make that happen, John. Again, it's a very rough time here for Gaimin in this game too. They've got one lane of barracks left to defend here. They're holding on for now. Chimera is still more than happy to just kind of roam the map and keep that farm going on their end of things. Occupy that Radiant Triangle. Hope somebody makes an appearance. I mean, the nice thing is, I suppose, at least you can keep the waves forced out with these alpha walls from Watson. Here they come. They're going to find Panto on the end, so Panto might just get bursted down, but in fact, no, they don't have the damage output. Panto will survive. Instead, it's Tofu to go down, and in fact, they've even jumped the Phoenix now. The Maladich will barely make it out. Watson, he's going to pop the wolf form and just escape. They couldn't even burst down Panto. That's problematic.
And it is. I mean, he has a Glimmer Cape up, along with that Aphotic Shield come in, just clutch enough to save there for Panto. I mean, this is the point where you start to worry about that output on the Lina for insta-giving supports, right? Like, Glimmer Cape alone is gonna start to weave in a few issues here and there. Roshan's still a minute away, but the side of Chimera just looking to end this. They're to run into that high ground. Sneaky angle coming out from TA.
See if they can take this freely. I mean, it is still a clockwork that is about to respawn in 3 seconds, so they're going to have all 5 heroes on game in just a moment. Jump in again, Lauren. He wants that Doom, and Ace is just deleted. He's got buyback, but there's a double kill already for Lorinov. No buyback on Malady. And of course, Chimera, they have no reason to back off. You just keep going. And that they will. T3 tower down. Still playing it somewhat safe, not trying to, risk giving a big team fight away to Gaimin. Lorinov, though, he'll jump in. Side device is out. He found Ace another time, but he doesn't have the backup. Side device onto Lorinov now, but he's all right. In fact, TA2000 is going to jump in, but does need to jump back out. They just want the barracks. In goes the Hawk now, onto Quinn. That's the big target, and Quinn is gone, but he's got buyback. He just needs to commit it. They'll jump in again, onto Ace. Quinn's forced to buy back here to try and help out, but immediately the retreat is there. To Hawk, he does get hexed up, but he will get forced after away. Meanwhile, an egg being committed, but nobody's really within range. Mega creeps up. Panto's waving them goodbye as they will walk out. Quinn still trying to just blow up the bounty, but even that's still not enough. Lorinov again jumping in. We'll get doomed up this time around by Ace, but can they actually kill him? He's just walking out of there. He's not dying yet. The TA2000, he jumped back in. He's going to go down. Now back onto Dahak, who's running out of that borrowed time. Looks like he is set to fall as well. So they do kind of mess up at the end, giving 2 kills plus a gem away. Lorinov, though, again going in, looking for the dieback, and he might just have it. Lorinov!
Guy's a maniac.
He sure is.
Jesus. That is still, I mean, you're still not in a good position now for gaming, right? You died back, you bought out in a couple of heroes to try to help with that defense. You do punish the side of Chimera for getting a little bit greedy, for sure, but the issue with Lorinov still stands, and that was him getting doomed up. That was him getting hexed up. Your follow-through just isn't there. And this lack of damage is starting to show with Watson. Like this Alpha Wolf-like, and it really needs a carry that can actually scale up with it. And right now, you don't really have that. Magical Lena's tapering off because you have a couple of glimmers up. It's more than enough to sustain true here for the side of Chimera. They're going into Roshan now for Chimera with the banner, with a refresh and the cheese. It's not going to take them too long to clear out, even with these 2 respawns still coming in. And they'll just get to town on it. On the side of Gaiman, their backs are against the wall. Playing into Mega Creeps, they're clear. Isn't the best for these Mega Creeps either. 28k disadvantage. And Chimera, and they're looking to sail into a nice draw here. Keeping that path for Gaming Gladiators to reach into the upper half of the groups. Still fairly complicated. Still reliant on other series, reliant on their next series now as well. If this does close out for Chimera, we'll go for the smoke. They've got the secondary life now on Lorinov, and they can't even kill him the one time.
We'll jump in again. Ace has already been caught out. TA2000 just doing so much damage along with Lorinov, and they've got him another time. That's a secondary buyback here as Quinn at least is going to respawn in 7 seconds, but it's not looking too flash hot for them. They'll lose Maladich as well. In they go for more now, looking for the Wolf, but at least Watson does get the Wolf form off and run. Quinn is back. Double stun is out, but they don't have the damage. They are still lacking so much here on Gaiman's end of things, as now the T4000 under siege and the jump back in. TA2000 finding Quinn, finding another kill immediately. Quinn is down for 80 once again. At least Lorinov will lose his Aegis, but that just gives him a reset. He's happy to go again.
Oh, Lord.
Maladich just dying to Panto. Lorinov into the fountain. He just wants to dive right in. He might die here, or maybe just not. He'll zip out of there. This game's over. GG will call it. There you go. Chimera Esports, Jonathan. I mean, Game 1 was a bit of a rough affair, but Game 2, they looked pretty dominant.
That they did. And again, this is a team that is in the upper half of Group B for good reason. They managed to get a couple of good draws. They managed to find some clean 2-0s on the side of Chimera. And for Gaming Gladiators, that story we were hearing earlier on, it still stands. It's still a little bit of a rocky road for the Gladiators so far. They've not been able to find some good fitting. Their idea in this game was just very high paced, right? Going for that safe lane, Watson Lycan, instead of just going for the ace off lane and trying to scale up on Watson instead. It left you with no damage in this late game scenario. They had a decent enough start in gaming. Like they were crushing Lorinov's lane quite hard. Quinn was working that lane really well, but the momentum was just kind of lost. It felt like, again, the Lycan in this game couldn't really hope to kill off supports, so you're not running in that case. And even if Chimera wasn't really finding the biggest track kills, finding them consistently, you were also just not able to really stop the side of Chimera from forming back to relevancy. And once they hit a couple of items up, it just became hard. Ace as well, dooming up the Hawk, just providing Lorinov for the freest game. It's a hard decision to make because having to deal with the Abaddon is also a nightmare, but Lorinov just looked like he had way too free of a game here.
He sure did, Jonathan. Of course, we are going to head off to, I believe, a break because we will have an interview coming up rather soon with somebody from the side of Chimera Esports. And God knows I want to talk to them. Johnson will throw over to a break and be right back with our next interview. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for an interview from somebody from the side of Chimera Esports after they did end up pulling off a Game 2 victory up against Game and Gladiators. My goodness, was it a great game for Chimera, can I just say, Jonathan? Game 2, what a performance we saw from these boys.
That it was. They had a pretty free run. I like that last pick, Void Spirit on safe lane. It's not something we see too often. We have seen it before. And Lornoff getting his specialty on the Storm. It just looked like such a free game. The fact that they weren't even trying to focus onto him. So I'm keen on hearing what they have to say. Again, they've had a phenomenal time in group stage number 1. They're looking good to stay in here.
Oh, here we go. We've got an interview ready. We've got Lornoff, the man himself, the Storm Spirit player that made Game 2 happen. Lornoff, congratulations, sir, on your Game 2 victory up against Gaming Gladiators. How the hell are you feeling?
Thank you. I mean, fine. Nothing special.
Nothing special. What were the expectations, Lornoff, going into this matchup against Gaming Gladiators? Were you guys confident to be able to secure the 2-0? Were you expecting a draw? What were you guys thinking?
I mean, especially for me, I kind of understand my mid matchup will be hard because like Queen playing a lot of cheese mid heroes. Like first game he played Huskar, and second game he played on Lina, so he focused on lane. Like I will understand the lane will be hard, but in game nothing special happened.
Okay. Is that why you said just give me Storm Spirit? Like in game number 2, were you the one to say just give me this hero and I'll just carry the game for the team, or was it just a good
pretty good game for sure. They don't have stun, and I understand my mid will be hard, but I kind of fuck up. I die 1x1, but anyway, like it's don't really matter. You can play a game no matter what.
Yeah, it certainly didn't matter very much. You performed fantastically. John, go on.
Right, Lornoff, I'm curious, what was the mindset for Chimera coming in? A lot of people are probably not expecting such a great outcome from you for Group Stage 1, but you guys look fantastic. Were you guys expecting to do so well here in DreamLeague, at least in Group Stage 1?
To be honest, not really. We kind of almost a disbanded team, so just playing like DreamLeague. I don't think we expect we will play well, but we trying our best and it's work for a bit at least. We don't play really well, but it's medium level, so it's okay.
It's good to see those results coming in. I'm curious, Lornoff, we never really got to talk to you much when you were in Southeast Asia for some time. Leaving that region, did you enjoy anything? How was your time in Southeast Asia? Just to fill us in.
I mean, the country, amazing, but to be honest, playing in the region, it's not so interested. It's half, I would say. I got a lot of experience from Sandy. This coach amazing, and he helped me a lot about Dota understanding. Yeah, I would say I enjoyed it.
Fair enough, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now, I've asked every single pro player here. We had a piece in day 1, how long this patch has been. It's been 200 days. Is there anything you want to see in the upcoming patch, whenever it does come out? Any hero you'd like to be able to play again?
I mean, I wait patch. I think the patch already for I don't know, for 1 year or 1.5 year. It's kind of same Dota. So I need change balance or gold. I don't know, because game not really changed. I really wait patch and some new heroes, because a lot of heroes just don't playable. A lot of heroes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Well, Lornoff, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your Game 2 victory, and we can't wait to see you again, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Resto. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. The lovely Lornoff. Jonathan, he wants a patch, like I said already. In case you weren't on Twitter, T-Governor's got the waiting room active now, which usually implies we're very close. They usually imply. I don't know if they're going to drive the man mad by doing it for a week straight, but he's there. He's in the waiting room. It seems like we've got a patch coming soon. Tia.
Hopefully, it would be prime time right before Group Stage 1 ends to drop that patch. Would be very funny.
I agree.
To do that to all these teams who are, again, in very precipitous spots, like a team like Gaming Gladiators. Again, still not in that top 4. Gets a new patch. What happened to them? Who knows? But that's where the spice comes in, of course. For
what?
Chimera, yeah.
Everyone's buying 10 Glimmer Capes a game that they deserve. That's the way I say. You want to buy 10 Glimmer Capes? Cool. Now there's no Glimmer Cape. Now what? What are you gonna do now? That's what if I was a Valve, I'd be that guy. I'd be like, let's put it in right as the group stage is about to end. Let's see what happens if we just remove these stupid items.
That has happened. That has happened so many times in a lot of ESL events. It's on the last day of groups. I remember waking up, it's like, oh, new patch. Oh, crap. While we're having breakfast, being topical there, Mike. We end up all just reading the patch. So it could happen. Who knows? That's going to be the surprise down the line. But again, big props to Chimera for staying in that top 4 so far. They're looking great. They're getting some big draws. And we heard it from Lornoff. This isn't even a team that had the greatest confidence coming in, but they're all playing their best. And their best is good enough here, Mike.
It certainly is. Of course, there is more best coming, Jonathan. We've got 2 new casters coming on the way for these next 2 series, so don't go anywhere. We're going to head off to a short break, and right off that break, we'll be back with Aries and Trent for 2 more series tonight.
drunken maidens come from the Isle of Wight. They drank from Monday morning or stopped till Saturday night. When Saturday night was come, me lads, they wouldn't then go out. But these three drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. And in come Bouncing Sally with her cheeks as red as bloom. Move up, me jolly sisters, and give young Sally some room. Or I'll be your equal before that I go out. So these four drunken maidens, they push the jog about. There was woodcock and pheasant and partridge and hare, and every sort of dainties, no scarcity was there. There was 40 quarts of beer, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. But these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Then in there come the landlord asking for his fee, and a 40-pound bill, me lads, those girls were forced to pay. They had £10 apiece, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Where are your feathered hats? Your mantles rich and fine. They've all been swallowed up in tankards of good wine. And where are your maidenheads, you maidens brisk and gay? We left them in the alehouse and drank them clear away.
Go
Tune his heart to mine.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. I I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
What the f?
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
We have subbed Mike and John out for the last two series, and we're going to be covering now the remaining games we have for Day 3 here, DreamLeague Season 25. Trent, we ready for the action?
Oh, we most certainly are. Yes. It's another fine day, and we warned you folks yesterday that decisions would be made today. Today's the big day, and now we're halfway through it. 2 more series to go. Teams are starting to lock in their spots. So far, nobody is eliminated, I don't believe, in either group. So everyone still has a hope. That's what's important right now.
Yeah, the only team, at least from what I'm seeing currently, that is guaranteed is in fact Tundra, I believe, are guaranteed already with a spot in the upper bracket. So congratulations to them. I say upper bracket, I should just say guaranteed into groups too. So used to saying upper bracket, but
yeah.
So we will see. For them, this is mainly seeding doesn't matter as well, right? So it's just top 4. That's what you want. They're happy with that. So maybe they can crush some dreams for Extreme, who still being with a 2-8 map count, still not guaranteed elimination just yet.
That's right. They would need to win out everything to force tiebreakers right now, I believe, if I'm doing math correctly, which you can never count on a North American doing, but I believe I am. For currently, obviously, Heroic and Shopify have 6 wins. Extreme with only 2, and they have 4 games to go. So if they win out, they can tie up at 6. Now, of course, that might depend if Shopify, do they play Heroic? No, they've already played each other. All right, we're good. Yeah, so we have a chance. They got to play it out. Just win.
All right, just win XD.
Yeah.
Make it, is at least the fate kind of in your hands, and we'll see how they're going to be able to perform and if they can be able to get a little bit of momentum going, because we have seen, at least for XG, we covered one of their games, right, I believe, and they were struggling a little bit.
Yeah, they had a bad day. They that was their worst day, when they started the tournament. I believe, I want to say 0-4, right? Yeah, they had to play against BetBoom, and then we watched them play versus Shopify Rebellion. It didn't go too well, but since then they have split with Falcons, and then they split with 9 Pandas. They did drop 2-0 to Mudang Warriors, which might end up being one of the series that really hurts them, but they're here. They're trying to figure their way out. We're wondering how much longer will this patch go. You can't think about that right now. You got to figure out this patch right now because you need all of these wins that are left.
Yeah, try and maximize all your strategies that you possibly have on this patch, and then you can worry about what crazy things you can cook up, and Tundra are a team that I'm sure they've got the big brains to be able to work out what heroes and what strategies they want to run with the upcoming patch. But that is for another day, maybe even hopefully tomorrow we'll find out, but that is not the discussion at the moment. In fact, we will even get to hear a little bit more about Tundra before we get ourselves underway here for this series.
Tundra, this once TI winning team, has been through many iterations of players in the past year, ultimately looping back to 3-3 as the captain once again. Their current roster consists of former Tundra TI winning players, 3-3 and Soxa, but it also includes Duraccio, BZM, and Whitemon, who's been a part of every Tundra iteration from the past year and has just stuck around for all of it. At Fissure Playground 1, they eliminated Duraccio's former teammates, Gaming Gladiators, and went on to win the whole tournament with a close 3-2 against Team Falcons. A great showing, and in case that wasn't impressive enough, they put up an even better, spicier result in the next tournament at Blast Slam 2. They found themselves against Gaming Gladiators in the finals, and they cleanly 3-0'd it. So, now we're looking at this hand-picked 3-3 Tundra squad, and we're asking the obvious question. Is Tundra the best team in the world right now? Is 3-3 the best captain? Maybe ever? They'll have a lot of expectations riding on them after their last 2 tournament wins. Will they manage to reach up to their potential, or will they have to make another swift roster change if they get second place? Time will tell, but DreamLeague Season 25 will be the biggest test of strength for them yet.
It seems like without a doubt they are living up to those expectations so far throughout the groups. A guaranteed spot in groups too, and they definitely 33 in particular is making that argument to be the best captain to go down potentially in history.
Yeah, he keeps making it work, keeps finding some success here, and it didn't happen right away. I think people were a little worried. Like, obviously there was this big excitement of like, he really wants to play with Nightfall. That's like what he's been wanting to do, and it just didn't work. And then they were kind of going to limbo, and everyone started looking around the rest of Western Europe thinking like, who's it going to be? And then they just popped back up. And Tundra has been looking incredible, and I think you can't really argue it. Currently, they are the best team in the world, purely by results and gameplay, and they've continued that through this group stage. So it's not the wall you want to go up against right now as Extreme when you need every win you can get, but at the very least, they're already guaranteed on Tundra, and maybe they'll experiment a bit. That's what we got to hope for.
Yeah, that's what they as well have to hope for Extreme, hoping that Tundra give up a little bit. No, I don't want to say give up. Actually, I should say, let loose. Maybe go for a different strategy. Maybe put the feet up, relax a little bit. But we'll see if it's just going to be all business for the Tundra boys. We do have our draft getting underway.
Here's what I'll say, Aries. Extreme, they've been letting loose a little bit here too, because in their first win after, they got their 1-1 with Extreme, then they got 2-0 by Mudang, they went back for the Pudge, and they got a win over 9 Pandas. They went back for the next game. They lost with the Pudge. But, they still tried 2 games straight, rocking this support Pudge running in the safe lane. Actually, they played it as a 5 in the lane alongside a gyrocopter. So, I don't know. Tundra, how dare you? How dare... That's come on. Up. That's messed up. Look at them. They're sad there. Like, come on, man. Oh, that's pain.
For the viewers, for the content, that's pretty. We're gonna have to have a word with 33.
That's insane to be guaranteed into the next phase and ban Pudge. I just can't. I can't. Tundra, I can't support this. I'm a full-on hater now.
Pudge? Yeah, I don't know. I hope they get eliminated in groups 2 now.
Yeah, I hope
they lose every single series.
We're gonna go back through some replays again. We're gonna check for some bugs.
Oh my god.
It's our only recourse at this point.
Come on.
All right,
dude.
XG, they have first pick. What do they want out of our glorious heroes? The PA is probably the big one that is still sitting here. What do you think, XG? Is that where we're gonna go? Oh baby, there she is. Look at that. She's surpassed Elk.
In all her fine glory, she has surpassed Elk. So this is well, we have the Beastmaster as an opportunity for Tundra. We also had the Dragonite as well. It's something we've been seeing, at least in particular, a lot from Tundra, and still other teams are first phasing it. But 33's Beast is interesting though, because it's into a PA. So Trent,
yes,
what's going on here?
I don't know. This whole PA thing started with she'd be like a almost second last pick or something, and like it was after all the other carries were banned, and we were like, well, I guess they might pick PA because it's a Beastmaster lane, and we started seeing it more and more because you have the dagger. You're not super susceptible to the Beastmaster, and like traditionally it's been a bit of a counter. You've got that natural evasion versus some of the right clicks and the summons, but now she's just the top dog. And of course, with it being 3-3, and perhaps maybe Dyrachyo, of course, yes, they're still willing to grab this.
Honestly, the point that I was actually about to bring up, I was looking at Dyrachyo's Pro Tracker and seeing if he's played any Beast lately. He's only played 8 games in 8 days, so full focus on DreamLeague and maybe scrims, but I wanted to see if there was this potential, because it does seem like Beastmaster against PA, like lane is definitely the massive issue, but Raw could be quite frustrating as the game goes on, and we're seeing this Beast 1 at the moment. So yeah, I was making sure that Dyrachyo, there's a potential for him. I don't know what BZM's actually been up to. I know he played the Bristol back 1 at some stage this tournament, so maybe we could get crazy with that if they want to put it there, but maybe I'm just overlooking it. Like, even though we know this matchup in the lane is pretty PA favored, it is probably, what do we say, 33's best hero? I mean, maybe the Doom. Let's just say top 3.
Yeah, easily. I can tell you that it has been banned in every single one of their games so far, except for one other one. It was not banned in the first phase, and they ended up grabbing it first and they won. Well, sorry, they got it second overall, but they got the second they could, and Tundra won the game. So if it has ever been available, they've taken it. Every single other team has banned it every other time in the first phase.
So let's see. What support are we looking at now for, I suppose, Tundra to maybe enable the Beastmaster lane and help him in a bit of a weak matchup versus the PA?
Oh, well, first we're going to grab the Pugna, and that's probably going to be our 5. I don't even think it's really that weak of a matchup, honestly. Like, I think he'll be fine. It's 3-3. He'll just do creep pulling shenanigans with, like, they'll probably just get a support that just ignores, like, they could grab the bounty is still in. That's probably the big one that's there. Because you can always just do Axes build too and farm up your Aghanims and play your Dota game. So it's more like the PA at least is going to have a good time, I feel like,
Okay. So what have you seen so far that has been at least convincing you the most on how you deal with the PA with a good game? Because if you're saying that PA is going to have a good lane versus Beast, what is then the strategy for Tundra?
Well, part of the problem is she does just keep on winning. She has looked exceptional. She's almost at a 70% win rate. I haven't seen a whole lot of great answers, to be honest. Outside of, like, one thing that PA is not good at dealing with is a mid hero that's out of control, if you think about it. Because, like, if you have this mid player that starts dominating the map and they're just, like, picking people off, PA needs that little bit of time where she wants an opportunity to, like, we've seen them join a little bit with, like, just Battle Fury, but ideally, you don't really want to have to be called in too much. You want to show up, do some easy daggers, like TPing into a tier 1 tower or something, and then go back to farming. So I think if you have like an out-of-control Ember or an out-of-control Puck, one of these heroes that's just all over the map, which is definitely a style that BZM's good at, I think that's what would make the PA suffer the most.
Okay, so more of an active hero for BZM, which is, like you said, something he really thrives on, and something we see often they like to pick for him in with his, of course, addition to the Tundra roster. So let's see, they've been liking the Tiny a lot from him. We've seen the Pango as well as something else. I was just taking a look at the statistics. I know you are not a Tiny fan, my friend, but Tiny apparently is destroying this event. He is 24 games, 17 wins.
Yeah, I'm kind of back on the Tiny hype a little bit. I think people are better at playing around it, and I think that the heroes that are in there now are worse, and it feels like no one's punishing him in the lane at all. I don't understand this Chen ban from Tundra. Extreme Gaming has not played Chen in 4 months. They are not a Chen team. It's just not something I think about them at all. And instead, they just give them the Warlock. I'm very curious as to why they would just want to do that. I don't know if that's just a we don't want to deal with like the possibility of Chen being strong, because like fair enough, obviously Chen's a good hero, but this is like, it's almost like disrespectful. It's like, we're not even gonna look at your team. Like, I did zero research. These guys have like barely ever played Chen, and we're still just gonna ban it. Plus they have a stand-in. Like, who's playing Chen with a stand-in?
That is true. That is true. I don't know if there's some like annoying purge creep for the Pugna decrypt, because it does seem like they've gone like pretty heavy into trying to counter the PA, at least with Pugna Bloodseeker. This is something else that maybe it was actually Falcons I saw as a response to the PA first phase, where they just went Bloodseeker, and a lot of people have been saying that this is probably how you may look to address this hero.
I like it. It's been a very frustrating hero. Again, similar to the PA in the sense that like you kind of join a little bit early, but it is definitely a farming hero. They just want to get their items and join when they're actually ready. I'm not surprised we got the bounty though. Socks of bounty is just a gross one, and we'll just give Beastmaster that good lane that he's looking for.
Yeah, that was a really nice point that you brought up before, just having the melee hero. Who did we interview that also spoke a little bit about that, where having the melee fours just really helped them being able to lane pool? Because it felt like it was something that they prioritized. I don't remember who we interviewed that brought that up.
It might have been Rue when we were talking about just those supports in general, maybe.
Potentially, yeah.
They will grab themselves the Storm Spirit, the most picked hero of all time for Extreme Gaming. I just happened to be on that page because I was trying to figure out if they ever played Chen. Across multiple iterations, but this is one hero that I don't mind for XM. I know that he is well known for his tower heroes of Viper and Razor, and he just right clicks and stuff, but he's got a solid Storm. And it's obviously a hero that they kind of need a little bit of pizzazz, if you will, here. And Storm Spirit's going to give it to you.
What else are we looking at here for Extreme? Another hero with potential pizzazz, or something a little bit more stable for new in the off lane?
I mean, the Dawn's definitely the best. Like, this idea of like playing around the Storm Spirit plus Clockwork would be really nice. Like, high mobility would be good. Maybe a Primal Beast will probably be the other band simply because they've played it. Then again, Primal Beast also sounds really annoying versus Bloodseeker, so perhaps you don't have to worry about it because of that. Is Doom's banned? Abba's obviously banned already. The pool's getting kind of low here. Get rid of the Magnus. He was still in. But, I mean, yeah, I've been pretty solid with the PA, actually. Jeez, they played Underlord, eh? And the Slam, too. That's a spicy hero.
I know New's been playing
kind of a good Brewmaster game.
Okay. New's got a good brew from what I remember.
Yeah. Oh, there goes the Puck and the Ember. Those are the two exact BZM heroes I just wanted once I saw PA, but then now they're gone. Fair enough. I mean, they're obviously good versus Storm Spirits, so. I was gonna say they were the ones who played the Necrophos. They played it versus Betboom in a loss, but I mean that's also kind of an interesting hero versus the Bloodseeker in theory.
True. I believe it was XM that played in that game, but I knew has a very wide hero pool. They will still go the Primal Beast, so the hero that you mentioned before. And now we look towards BZM's hero. So Monkey, is Monkey still in the pool?
Oh, that's a
Monkeys
nice
maybe
snipe.
something we can see. Invoker as well for BZ, and the man that's banned.
Monkey and Tiny are still in, actually. That's crazy. They're so often banned in just the first phase. It's unusual to see them wind up here. Don't go DK. Don't fall into the trap.
Oh, they like it though. They've had a lot of success with BZM DK. But I also don't want them to go at this game. I feel like too slow. What are kind of the pros of either the Monkey or the Tiny? Because are they relatively similar or they do slightly different things?
Monkey, I think, is a little bit riskier. I think it's kind of... I could see you struggling versus Storm and Clockwork. There's definitely some scenarios where they're, getting outside the Wukongs, or maybe the place where you have the Wukongs doesn't feel like great to fight versus Warlock on top of it. So, I mean, I don't think I want to be so, committed to a single area to fight as the Monkey. So, I can see Tiny being better because of that. You just get the explosions.
And I guess value with Rupture too, right? If you are going to be able to find that combo.
Yeah, true.
Rupture into Toss could feel quite nice. I think maybe even a hero that pairs potentially a little bit better with the Beast Bounty, having the board to be able to toss easily, and the track in particular, I think may be able to utilize some of the heroes on the team a little bit better than maybe what a Monkey King would have.
Well, we'll see if Tiny just keeps on winning. Yeah, I mean, he's got some decent targets here. Paulson's got a pretty good Clockwork game, I will say. That feels kind of nice. I feel like the cogs are solid. You're definitely an important jump for your team. Open up some space for XM. You have some vision to try and play around the Bounty Hunter vision that obviously they're going to be taking advantage of. I'm worried for Extreme with this Pugna, though. These Pugna players who are really good at bullying down your tier 1 towers can accelerate the game faster than you want it to and break lanes faster than you want them to break. And Whitemod's really good at that.
Can they do much with an open map, though, on Tundra? Because we have seen... Look, Yutori spoke about the Bloodseeker, at least, when you asked him the question about the PL, that if you compared it with Bloodseeker, at least, even though that hero is a little bit slow, he could get involved in power and fights and fights early on with Rupture. But still, without that, you are very item dependent, whether it be Radiance or Mjolnir or even Gleipnir, depending on the game. We know the Beastmaster is probably going to have a little bit rougher of a lane and will be going Scepter, I imagine, for 33, so still need some items. So do they actually still do much on Tundra with an open map?
Yeah. Thank you, production. Thank you. Okay, I'm being attacked. All right, this is local maritime music. I tried to explain Eyes by the Builds About, Eyes by the Sailser to the other talent in Bangkok because I thought it was like a commonly known theme, like folk song. I didn't realize it wasn't. Now we got the free version being done here. I square danced to this in gym class, guys. All right. I've been here. Eyes by the Builds the Boat and Eyes by the Sails her. Eyes by to catches the fish and brings them home to Lizer. It's what we do over here in Nova Scotia. So big appreciations to DreamLeague. Greatest theme ever, we'll say.
Is this a tongue twister in Canada? Or
a little bit. A little bit. It's just what it is.
You practice this. I can tell it flows off the tongue pretty nice.
Oh, you should hear me do Fox and Socks for my kids. I'm a phenom. I crushed that book.
You want to give the viewers what they want?
Whoa, no. Like Dr. Seuss is very litigious. I wouldn't dare.
Oh. You must be happy, though. The song's going out. You were trying to preach it to all the talent. Now all the viewers are being able to admire it.
Yeah, I was like humming it in the green room, and they just had no idea what I was talking about. And I was like, I was about to build a boat. Maybe this, I feel like someone in that green room obviously just was infected. Like, clearly it has traveled.
Who was it?
And created this theme. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's good. It just feels like home.
Not a bad way to
If you guys want more, look up Mary Mac's Mother's Making Mary Mac Marry Me. There's for the fans.
Jesus.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this
just what?
Is this like a common genre of folk songs? What's going on?
It's just our music, dude. It's all we have. We got lobsters and we got music. We got spoons in the kitchen.
Okay. Top lane 33. Getting rent down with an aggressive blood grenade. Another dagger up in a couple of seconds. It's a pretty difficult kill, and they are wasting a lot of time in hopes they're going to find it. They're even diving the tower. 33's asking for someone, but unfortunately Saxa is dragging away, so he can't really do anything.
Yeah, they'll sort it out though. And you mentioned, we talked about the Ags build and stacking up for it and stuff. He currently has the helm queued up, and that is one thing about 3-3 is that I feel like whenever he can force the helm, he wants to force the helm. And with the fact they have the Pugna too, I do like the idea of still going for it. So we'll see. Probably going to be the way he goes.
Can you elaborate why you with the Pugna specifically?
Oh, we're just pushing towers, baby. You know, we're hitting towers. We're grouping up. It gives you like a little shield for the Pugna. It's just nice synergy all together. Helps the Pugna do Pugna things. I think it's just.
And who
just
kills the
simple.
creep?
Yeah, exactly.
Clock.
Right.
Warlock. Yeah, have fun.
Ooh, look at that. Decrep. Not gonna slow him down. Duraccio, he's dead.
That is. He's going to be able to get a big kill here. You were saying Polison, you could have a pretty good game here for the Clockwork, and definitely would say one of the better Clockwork players. I don't know if he's surprised on the gold tier, but this guy, he doesn't have too bad of a Clockwork.
And he will escape from the blood right down bottom, just barely. Nice thing about the Primal Beast too, and I was a little worried when I suggested Primal Beast because I love the mobility. I think it's great to go with Storm Spirit and Clockwork. I think that part of it is excellent, but I was a little concerned about, there's Rupture, there's big AoE silences. Like before BKB, I feel like New's gonna have a bit of a hard time, but this ability to still, do damage and being annoying in the lane versus the Pugna is really nice.
Sorry, I'm so confused. Saxa just threw a blood grenade at... Oh, maybe he tried to cancel the clarity. Okay, because Low and Undyne... Well, Low was just CSing under the tower, and I wasn't... Why am I on bottom? Oh, Jesus, that was kind of cute. The onslaught bounced into the cogs. Another kill for them. Yeah, I don't know. Top lane, I just saw Saxa use a random blood grenade when they were all full health, but maybe I missed the clarity that was on Undyne. Sorry.
Surely there was value.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what was going on.
Yeah, this trample is just, you got no choice as Whitemon, right? Like, you don't have an answer to this. Decrap him all you want, it's not enough. He's still on top of you and you're still dying. Whitemon does take the time to go mid and destroy an enemy sentry. Now, waddle his way back down bottom. Saxa and Undyne are coming mid right now. Undyne walks a long road to heal his mid. Wow. Support players, they really do it all. Saxa will chase after Undyne for a bit.
An ambitious stack. The water rune should be able to. Oh, no.
Yeah, no water runes for you. Saxa's still just sticking around. I mean, they even have the boar there, too. They're putting a lot of emphasis on this rune control right now because it's Storm Spirit. And I'm going to say it like 100 times in a Storm Spirit game, but man, you really want those runes. It is the way to win or lose a Storm Spirit game. Control over the runes, both the water runes and the power runes once we get there, of course. And Tiny is very similar. This hero also does a great job with the runes. So it makes sense why Tundra would want to prioritize that.
Under that, we could see BZM if he gets an early power rune. So make some chaos across the map. He's got some lanes to gank. Top potentially with the Raw, bottom with the Rupture. A lot of potential. Still at the moment, he's tossing Saxa in, and XM, that's a quick and easy kill for Tundra. Nicely done. BZM was putting a lot of pressure on, cutting the wave, making the Storm Spirit vulnerable, and they're getting a lot of value out of the bounty early.
They sure are. Saxa is certainly a sacrifice that BZM is willing to make. And toss them in there for the good of the team. And you know what that means. Refill my bottle is down bottom. Another kill with a trample. Oh, he's too slow this time. He can't do it.
Now he's dead. Poor
Yeah,
News so close to getting Whitemon bot. Ooh, maybe phase boots back up. Yeah, okay, never mind. Blood Right should be able to get the damage to help.
Wait.
Let's we got to deny. Okay, very close.
Not close enough, unfortunately. It's back up top, also busy.
Is he a TP in? Is he going to be able to find the toss? 33, unfortunately, still not playing with the raw. It's a bit of a waste to teleport by the looks of it, but it's not that far away from the mid lane.
Oh, the haste rune. Undyne steals it. That's big. Oh, can you imagine XM if this Tiny had a comeback mid level 6 with a haste rune? Like, Storm's just in the jungle.
Yeah.
There's no way you're farming this lane. And Soxa also going to get punished after. Undyne having a great minute here as him and Polson link up for that kill on Soxa. So deny the enemy Tiny a haste rune, kill the roaming bounty hunter, and also killing that primal beast down bottom is this clockwork, you know, that is the one downside. Him rotating around did cost them a death on their offlaner. And Polson going to plant a deep ward here as he starts to prepare for the Wisdom Rune in 20 seconds. Soxa's coming too, though. On the other side, Whitemon is doing the deep run to steal their Wisdom Rune.
Now it's kind of going to be up to the cores if they can protect the Wisdoms. 33, speaking of one of those cores, getting dived on the tower, so Extreme might be able to yoink the Wisdom and bypass and get a kill as well.
Oh, Undyne denied it.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Soxa couldn't get to it in time.
XM's here. BZM is also responding, looking to try and put some pressure onto the tower. Still not 6 on 33, so him tipping back in is not really going to assist that much, and maybe there's an opportunity to go for Extreme, or do they want to just slowly whittle down the tower? Like we were expecting. What I thought, Polson. It's going to be okay. Kills XM's going to bypass the stacks, but not really able to do anything at the moment. Hopefully 33 is able to get the double stack. Like we were expecting, though. Top lane not going as well. Would the Beast sponsor the Soxa Bush be able to get onto Undyne? It always catches me by surprise on how much damage this toss does.
Yep. Yeah, Crash Landing is a hell of a spell, especially rated level 7, when like the health pools haven't quite caught up there yet, and it's just like the boom chunk with the bonus from the toss there too. Even just plus 50 from the ulti is nice. New.
Cool tipping from Soxa down bottom. I mean, New was past couple of waves playing pretty aggressively, cutting and just farming the jungle. And Dirachi always had Rupture at the ready, but just needed a way to be able to cancel the TP. That's where Soxa was able to come into play if needed with the Shadow Walk. I think a big question though, right, is how are Tundra going to be able to protect the stacks for 33? Because Extreme have a decent lineup at least invading, maybe if Nu's able to get there as well.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That'd be a great hero to come and assist, and they're really getting in here right now. A lot of it's still, of course, going to be much more threatening once you have the level 6 on the clockwork, so for now, it's not the easiest jump. Storm doesn't want to just, like, hop in completely on its own. What about the Black Grimoire? He's got 4 charges, so they could walk in with a potential chaotic offering, too, pretty soon.
Definitely the big advantage that we could see for Extreme, just the fact that the supports are going to have these level 6s. Bounty Hunter at least maybe not as impactful. Could be, considering BZM is also a pretty high level with the Tiny, maxed out toss. We have seen his spellcasting so far throughout the early game has been pretty solid. But importantly, time for the Bounty Rune fight once again. Nu's going to try getting range here. Hold down Tiny at 33. We'll cancel the last second, and the turnaround is going to be good with Dirachi. So that's a massive blood ride, and the cleanup crew. I mean, they have arrived. Tundra lose their mid laner, but not a concern when you get the trade like that.
Jeez, that was a crazy blood ride. Max out, catches everyone to the most damage in that fight. All right, that's the Dream. I mean, this is a hero who obviously doesn't have a whole lot to do, and Yeah, much like BZM was willing to sacrifice Soxa, Dyrachyo will take this death on BZM for sure, because it immediately gives them the tower after and a hell of a lot of gold towards this Radiance.
Massive injection of gold, holy. He's so rich, actually.
It's also just going to give so much space here, too.
Yep.
They're starting to work on these stacks. Unfortunately, not able to get any more going. His 3-3 and Wemon are pretty greedy trying to stack it once more, but yeah, 3-3 is going to find himself a game, and he did in fact abandon the helm. So he had it queued up early, and he said, "No, it's eggs." It was that bad. So fair enough.
Okay, well, did he get any kills in the fight? Okay, he got 2. So I was going to say, how the hell is he also 3rd in net worth? But his game is apparently not looking as bad. There's a pretty big smoke, though. Let's see if they're going to need the rock, but by the looks of it, that's not going to be the case. They may now have it for the fight, but unless BZM's able to blow him up, they'll toss in Whitemon, looking for the nuke. They're going to be able to secure it before the ultimate comes out, but lowers in a little bit of danger. Green Wave coming in a couple seconds. He'll use the neutrals instead to be able to get the jump away, but the track will always enable the chase from Tundra if they want to go for it. They'll respect the tip into the tower. Look to play this one a little bit more cautiously. I say that though,
hanging around
here as well.
Paulson is coming with the hook shot. He's invis right now. There's a Radiant Sentry, but he goes in.
They're gonna be follow-up. New charges through the cogs, and there's the rock as well. Dyrachyo should take the brunt of the force. Not enough from BZM to be able to secure the kill onto Nuke. He's gonna be fine off the back of the Rupture. Still, they're so incredibly low from Extreme. Close to getting multiple kills if they can just find the finishing blow, and that's where the axes fly from across the map. 33 back in. 3 members down. Soxa continuing to chase low. New. What is he going to be able to do for the Primal Beast? Puts himself in an opportunity to try and charge away, but the toss... Oh, what? No way, dude. Milliseconds away from getting the kill before the TP out.
Barely surviving even the Shuriken, too. That was... all right, very fortunate for the Dire, but still, that is a lot of tracks. Some more bonus gold here going to the Radiant. And surely that Radiance is coming in soon. Yeah, it's only 400 gold away right now. Plus the Blink Dagger is done on BZM. It is time for them to control this map and start knocking down some of these towers, courtesy of the Pugna. As we get the replay on that. I mean, how close was this? That's great. That's crazy. I can't believe that didn't hit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aggressive smoke by the looks of it from Tundra. Around the time of the second Wisdom, it was got some heroes playing behind him. He's going to be able to step out of the Blood Ripe, but BZM, that toss Rupture combo like we were mentioning. There's still going to be a turnaround. Extreme will respond, getting a 1-for-1, but of course Tundra. Look what they're also getting across the map. Importantly, 33. Farms enough gold towards a Scepter, so not needed for that little skirmish down bottom.
Yeah, and that's a big magic damage nuke to deal with this frustrating Phantom Assassin hero. Like, she's already at, what, 35% evasion right now, so doesn't hurt to just have a roar into beating a big magical drum into her before she has any real answers versus that.
That's definitely not bad. Besides that, a lot of other good responses as well. 100 against the PA, who is... got Battle Fury now coming out. A little bit too late than what they were hoping for. I mean, what BZM and Soxa, they're actually going to be able to find the kill. Looks like they are. Just the two heroes playing hand in hand. Recognizing their strength. Okay. 33 is going to be a big kill. Zipping the timing of the Raw. Not going to be able to find that opportunity. XM will play himself in the tree line. They cancel a TP. New wasn't able to join by the outpost. It's not going to matter. 33 will still go down, but wasn't able to join because he actually died underneath their own T2 tower in the mid lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, looks like he got jumped at the same time mid. There's a reason why 3-3 was alone. Everyone else was heading mid to try and grab a couple other kills. Soxa's now gonna bump into XM here. Or maybe not. Oh, now I'll see him.
What? What's going on?
Dude, it feels like you just can't go anywhere right now as XG.
It's a tough map to play. Very difficult. I mean, maybe starting to set up down bottom. They saw that 33 TP down, farming up this side of the map. And they've got a couple of heroes starting to also position themselves around the triangle, maybe wanting to protect low in his farming area. Unfortunately, this game starting to slip a little bit away from Extreme. 5,000 net worth lead. Roshan as well. Scans on the mark, but it's going to go for free. They are too far across the map. Multiple TPs down to the opposite side. So Tundra Ages now will be given over to the Beastmaster.
It feels like the only way to get back into this is to catch Tundra playing a little bit too greedy. Either by grouping up too much around a tower and you find yourselves a big chaotic offering plus fatal bonds. And then that's going to... I feel like New is going to be the one that gets the most damage out of that as BZM just jumps onto low.
Let's try 33 just a little bit too far away. After getting Roshan coming through the portal. Now Soxa is on the other side being able to scout out the retreat. He's going to find both supports in the... what? I've never... Dude, what is... Oh, he's going to have enough mana surely for the sword. Are they actually all out? What is going on, dude? Dota is such a weird game. Looks like they should be able to get Undying Harvest for the tree throw damage, mitigating that. I'm hearing a roar as well on the other side. So, wait, XM even died pretty much full mana that he had, dude. What?
They got mad enough they ruptured Undying. They're like, just die, you stupid warlock. Tossing onto a evading clockwork with a hookshot to save his life. BZM was cooking a little too hard with that toss right there. You know, trying to double up with a toss into an avalanche and ends up giving them an escape.
Are they going to lose New as well? It just feels like Tundra are playing so incredibly fast.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to make a hell of a juke to lose him in the tree line here.
Oh. Okay.
Easy.
BZM didn't get the toss. There's the do. Easy indeed.
That was cool. He forced him into a 50-50. It's a nice play. All right, well... what to do now if you're on the side of XG? You've lost the Aegis. There's 3 minutes of that still remaining.
Dyrachyo? Austin's actually going to miss the hook. I don't think it's going to matter in the end. Dyrachyo doesn't have the Aegis. Those are one of those Dyrachyo deaths.
All right, that's what you do. Just simply find a kill on Dyrachyo. I like the Solar Crest. We already saw the Pavis have a big save once before. God, the Storm Spirit needs the BKB. He's so far away. I feel like the Primal really needs it, but he started going for the Pipe instead. I don't know. I feel like, in my eyes, you want the BKB to like desperately try and save the game based off of a Chaotic Offering and a Fatal Bonds or something, but he's going to try and pipe it up and see if that'll salvage his teammates, see if they can withstand the initial storm of damage, maybe save someone from a Roar plus Drums of Slom combo. Withstand the Blood Right. Oh, they're just
they're under the ward, dude. Let's see the Soxer with the roaming ward or just a vision that they themselves have been able to place down. Poliston be able to get out. Kind of maybe lucky, to be honest, because it felt like that could have been much worse than what the outcome actually was. They are losing multiple objectives, so tier 2 bottom and mid has been claimed.
Yeah, they're even trying to de-ward it. The courier was on the way to sit on top of it when they got jumped there. Certainly one of those times you're just wishing you're playing a support that has a way to gain vision on those pillars. You don't have to wait for a courier.
actually. Don't have one of those heroes, and now they put themselves in a position where you are losing your Tormentor.
What do you think of 3-3's build?
That sucks up. Body blocks the hook shot. They're still coming over to try and take the fight. Rock's going to be laid down. A lot of damage onto Dyrachyo early on, protected with the Glimmer Cap along with the live train. Wymon's doing a good job to keep his carry alive, but it's not enough. They'll lose Dyrachyo. 33's about to go down as well. Tries to bring Low into the grave with him. Won't be able to do so, but BZM unfortunately is too far away. He's going to try and get Key towards the tail end, but I think it's going to take a little bit too long. Does he still jump in? He was thinking about it, but BZM will not go for the Hail Mary play.
All right, well, a bit greedy. They go for the ultra game ender of like stealing the double Tormentor and Wizarune at 20 and 21. It feels like you just got it all for your team, and they paid dearly for it. It's going to be a lot of XP going to the Dire. 3-3, by the way, got 1,686 solo XP here. Nice block here by Sox on the hook shot. Nearly saving Dyrachyo, too. Barely able to get the kill thanks to the Spirit Vessel that was picked up on Polison. And when they eventually go for this kill after Dyrachyo, you see them start beating into 3-3, who's in here with the Drums of Slom. It takes them an extra 1,000 damage. Despite him not really getting heals from his Bugna, it takes over 3,200 damage to kill this Beastmaster on his first life, which is just ridiculous for only having 2,200 HP.
Yeah, and I know you were trying to mention about the item build before that fight. He's going Manta, so...
Yeah.
He's
gaming.
I'm not entirely sure why. Right, but I actually... No, I don't know, to be honest.
He's been watching the Position 1 Beastmasters, you know? He's feeling a little jealous. Doesn't feel like they need any AoE, like a Shiva's or something. Doesn't look that good this game. I mean, the other build would probably be like BKB Refresher, but he has a Glimmer Cape, so BKB sucks. And you know, he's dealing with a hook shot plus Pulverize plus Chaotic Offering. It's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one, but see, that survivability, it's been difficult for them to go through previously for Extreme. You're really looking at Low to maybe be the person to change that, but it is a relatively defensive item build. Glimmer into BKB. He still needs a little bit of time. XM needs some time as well. Level 50 for the Storm Spirit. Still yet to use that first BKB. But
they're getting to the point where you can say your PA prayers and, you know, maybe you salvage a game, right? Like, you get the BKB, you get the Fan of Knives, you get a good Fatal Bonds. I mean, that's definitely a solid part about the Manta, right? Giving yourself something versus Fatal Bonds is very helpful right now.
Yep. This is not a bad rune. XM's got the Arcane, and they're actually looking to try and force the fight off the back of this smoke. They have split away a little bit on Tundra. Both BZM and Sarksa aren't with the team, and they're going to try and smoke, but they've got the high ground advantage running into 33, so they're going to be able to activate the Roar on the charge, and with the damage almost enough to bring down Nu. Pipe activated. We saw previously 33 was a difficult kill, but without the live train, Whitemon does get it off at the last second, and this time BZM, he's going to be here. He was not active inside the last team fight, but it's not going to matter because they also lost Dyrachyo on the other side. And now Low, he should be able to clean up some of the supports. A big crit, Newt down, Whitemon. They got the detection for Sarksa, though it looks like they do not. So he's able to slip away. BZM as well will go uncontested on the escape.
And that was all Fatal Bonds, by the way. He took 1,000 damage from Fatal Bonds on the Bloodseeker. That is what won that fight, without question. It's just, that is the spell that can bail you out of a bad game. And the Spirit Vessel, again, it is really helping them chip through this Beastmaster, because that was with a Spirit Vessel on him. And you can see the struggle that they're having still trying to kill this guy. Yeah, what a way for it to start, too. He walks into it, gets the Roar on the charge as well, and this Fatal Bonds that connects, because Dyrachyo, he gets tagged right there. And all this damage later, like, look, he's just running away, gets jumped on by the PA. But it's just Fatal Bonds that's doing all the work. Wow. Even Dyson wasn't even the dagger. So, yeah, he's going to have to find a Lotus Orb from a friend, I think, because it's going to be a while before he can afford his own Dispel. I imagine that Soxa swaps off this Force Staff that he's been eyeing for a while, and I think he goes Lotus.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Unfortunately, that will take a little bit of time for him to complete that item, though. So there may be a bit of a window where we continue to see the Fatal Bonds be a bit of an issue.
3-3 just has a wheel on his desk. He's spinning it around for items. He just had Orchid queued up, and now he's gone back for Ashivas. We'll see if he actually gets this or if he decides on something else. His BCM throws out an avalanche. Oh, there's the hook shot, though. Oh,
but
is this Roche?
Yeah, Roche is up, and they're going to be able to control the area. It will be a top spawn, so they're going to shove this out, looking to try and get all the lanes in a pretty good position. Now, 33 is actually... Hang on, what's he up to?
Oh, he's gaming.
People are playing behind Nu. Does he want to go for it? Okay, we'll pop out. Is there going to be anyone's help? No, no one actually shows up. XM, along with Poliston over to the right side. Oh, they just watched their Primal Beast dying. Now, they too might be dying as well. XM... not concerned about the rupture, but meanwhile over to the other side, Poliston will be another casualty of war for Extreme.
Jeez, that beast mode. What a facet, eh? Just getting those stacks on top of him so fast and blowing up that Primal Beast. That's through a pipe as well. Although a lot of damage was just raw physical too. 22 hits for 1,700 damage. It wasn't even so much the drums on that one. It's just the stack up of the bonus damage from these the axe buff that you get when you use the Inner Beast.
Are we fighting? Well, quite unfortunate, unlucky, or whatever you want to call it for Extreme. The fact that
I might call it outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, it's not like it was luck at all. It's just, yeah. You lose a very important couple of kills when you had the opportunity to control Roshan and maybe bring yourselves back into this game, but a misstep off the back of maybe being a little bit too overzealous, and now puts Tundra with another Aegis. And they could start walking down some of the objectives. Gives them also time if they want to get that Dispel, importantly. We have not seen the item build change from Sarksa just yet, but he still also hasn't committed for the Force.
Lowe is trying to finish out this Nullifier, but I think he needs to get the Shard first. Like, it would help so much in these fights. Like, because you're in the YOLO territory, right? Like, it really feels like they have to try and get it to him. And you're not going to get it from the Tormentor because nobody on your team has one. And I will see. Maybe if they get close to the high ground, he'll just straight up buy it if he's not going to have time for the Relic, because he is really close to the Relic. I can understand the idea that he really wants to finish this first, because he feels like he knows he needs
late reaction. Had the high ground ward, smoke popped as well, but 33 was able to get the roar at least in the nick of time.
Yeah, he went back for that Orchid too to help the burst.
Well, high ground about to be on the siege. 40 seconds for the 4v5. Let's see if Extreme looking for the defense. Rupture toss, so they're going to have the detection low. Has to activate the BKB, with the rock going to be used as well. But the spell casting, this is a lot committed for Extreme, and well, they get no value out of it. So yeah, Storm's up in 25, but once he respawns, can they even still take a fight on 5v5 grounds?
Yeah, it was a good Fatal Bonds to protect the PA. Like with that Rupture coming in too. Good save with the Glimmer, by the way. BZM unable to toss them out because of that, or else it's going to be a Rupture toss play. So that saved Lowe's life, but now there won't be a Chaotic Offering if they decide to come back to the high ground.
Looks like they won't come back to the high ground. A little bit of respect. BZM is still hunting outside the base under the cover of this invis. for a free pick-off, anyone that steps a little bit too close. Lowe's got the nullifier now, but like you said, really wanting the Aghanim shard, and he's quite away until he completes that. They might be able to take a fight around the Tormentor. Zoxa, no way, not again. Not again, the position from Zoxa. Really? Given the information, BZM as well. Tossing Clockwork over to the right side. Extreme, is this a fight you want to force? Undying without the rock needs to play with the Fatal Bonds. It's linked up multiple heroes. It's a little bit of a messy fight going on at the moment. Noo's trying to scurry back to the base. Lowe's going to be able to escape as well, but this is a fight where Duracho should be able to reign supreme with the low health members for Extreme. Duracho running deep inside the base with the assistance of BZM. There's not going to be kited. You are not able to hold down this Bloodseeker. And 0 casualties for Tundra. They can now look to try and clean up. Under siege is the base from Dire.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker is certainly heating up at this point. They're unable to keep that wave going mid at the very least. We got Low jumping out up top as well to kill the next one. So doing everything they can to try and delay this. But obviously there's still an entire wave just chilling down the bottom lane. So this is not going to help you.
Just Megas? Are we sticking around? Maybe. No, we're out.
Well, Aegis at least will dissipate here, but... All right, what can you do to salvage this game? I mean, I guess it's always just gonna be Fatal Bonds. That's really the answer. You always have the damage if you get a good Fatal Bonds. He also got another Tormentor last time, which was kind of cool. And we can do that again.
Easy him again. Gets the toss this time onto New, back into Duracho. Low, that is an ambitious jump in. Nice use of the Lotus. But 30, oh, they got him actually. Big crit from Low, buyback out of Nil as well, but the Cogs, they holding Duracho back momentarily. Now the Pulverize as well. Chain controlling the Bloodseeker has fallen pretty low. Assisted with Whitemon's life drain. Now with the healing coming into play, Duracho seems untouchable. There was a moment where we thought that maybe he was vulnerable, but not to be, thanks to the assistance of the medic. And this is about to be a dieback onto New as well. Tundra teamfight him looking good. They'll do their best to try and force out an okay fight, but it's going to have to cost them multiple buybacks. They'll try and catch up to Duracho, but importantly, they need to deal with Whitemon first. This goddamn Puncted dude, someone kill him!
Yeah, they get him, but it's a bit too late. Undying just wanted to be with his friends, so... Gonna TP home to survive through the Fatal Bonds. BZM dominating this game on the Tiny. Has made virtually no mistakes in terms of his initiations, constantly getting good combos in these fights. He's removing the key players immediately, like that Primal Beast, just getting chucked up into his allies, going for the kill. He's been fantastic on the jumps. Truly, truly awesome. And now they're going to get the top lane too. Everybody's still just dead. This Poulsen is desperately just pulling creeps over to as well to maybe get a little bit of gold.
Unfortunately, that gold is not really going to help you too much when you are up against Megas 34 minutes into the game.
Duracho with the cursed item build here. This is the Skeeter Wraith King Classic, the Fire and Ice build, the Radiance plus Chivas guard. Very powerful. Not many heroes get to pull this one off, you know?
Cursed item build. Look at the folk tales out once again, the folklore and the songs. And they're going to get another victory. Damn, this Tundra team look good.
Izabita picks the Tiny and Izabita tosser. Izabita gets the kills and brings him home to Nita. That's Tundra. That's another win. They're just going to put it in the books. And I don't want to put any evil on XG, but I think they're out now.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
for Extreme, not like this. Well, this has been a really tough couple of tournaments for Extreme. I know they are playing with a stand-in in Undyne, but yeah, the last couple of tournaments has been very, very rough for them.
Yeah, not quite able to get the mojo going, but you know, at least they're in Western Europe. They're getting a good chance to scrim against some of the best teams in the world because everybody's here, right? We got multiple teams from all over the planet here right now, so it's definitely the place to be. And you just gotta, you know, maybe they could just scrim with Gaming Gladiators a bunch and help each other figure things out, right? And and then maybe a new patch happens, and life's just good. That's what we're gonna go for.
True.
Positive.
True. Hope for the good scrims, hope for the new patch, and maybe with that patch you'll have all the meta heroes that you are incredibly comfortable with. But unfortunately for them, the struggle bus will continue. For Tundra though, this is just a completely different story. I don't know, Trent, it's really no surprise when we watch Tundra play that they are the team that won the last 2 events. So they are rolling. Of course, like we were saying, heading into this series, they are already guaranteed playing in groups 2, but just trying to continue to build up that confidence and play together and get the chemistry down pat, which I don't even know if that is an important thing anymore with the results we've been seeing from them. But regardless, Tundra able to get the game 1 victory. Let's see if we're going to have a little bit more of a closer game heading into game 2. First to break, we'll see you guys soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
You're watching DreamLeague Season 25, Groups 1. We are going to be covering our Game 2 here for the third series of the night over in Group A. We do have a couple more results and a couple more teams unfortunately guaranteed out. Nine Panthers is one of the other ones that will be joining Extreme, unfortunately eliminated out of the road to be playing in Groups 2.
My goodness, another one down, huh?
Yes, unfortunately.
I do believe that if Tundra banned the Pudge again, we should all riot. Because, like, at this point, come on. Like, let that guy play Pudge, all right? They're already out. Okay? You don't need... How many more wins do you need, Tundra? Okay? Stop hogging all the wins. Hands them out a little bit. Of course, you know what feels good is going undefeated in the group stage. So maybe that's their mission here.
They did lose one, but it's okay. We'll pretend that.
Okay, almost undefeated in the group stage. Fair point.
Can you guess who they lost? Oh, I mean, I don't know if that's too hard. They've lost to Shopify. I don't even know if you know other teams that are in Group A. I was going to say, without looking, that's probably a tough one. But they lost to Shopify. So who I believe are playing right now versus Falcons. Yes, Falcons won game 1. So we are potentially shaping up for some tiebreakers, which could be exciting depending on your heroic Shopify and Falcons by the looks of it. Group B is a little bit closer as well, especially with Liquid getting a much needed victory over Team Spirit.
Ooh, true. That is good. I did not know they won that second game. That's very important. Team Spirit, I mean, was that their first loss? I didn't check the standings, actually. Yeah. I mean, they were absolutely crushing. So it's definitely looking like some of these teams, though, shaping up to be our big ones between Tundra and Team Spirit, definitely the top two. And it is crazy that, in theory, some of these teams still aren't safe at this point, though, across these groups. So we'll see. See how it all pans out. And we are getting ready here for this next game, guys. We're just trying to fix some cameras. Be fine, folks. Here
we go.
And we'll get our game.
We'll see the standings as well, live and updated.
Perfect.
Mudang one, actually. So wait, who are they versing? Oh, they're versing Nine Pandas. Okay, so maybe that puts them in position to potentially contest. I believe tomorrow they're versing Tundra, though, which is a bit of an unfortunate last team. I mean, it is what it is, though. Still haven't played them, but if you're going to make it into groups 2, you got to be beating the best teams. So we'll see if they can get some more wins under their belts.
Man, that group B is crazy, though, isn't it? Chimera currently sitting in that 4th place slot right now with Gaiman and Liquid below them. And Alvis at the bottom, too. A team that had been looking pretty good. Started to feel like they were getting their mojo back as well, but they're struggling a little bit down there. It's been a very good tournament. Excellent spread of teams that we have here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And hopefully we will see even more of those bottom teams be able to compete again. I know Extreme and Nine Pandas unfortunately not, but no one is guaranteed on Group B out just yet. So later on today, we have Liquid versus Avulus, which will probably determine if Avulus are able to make it, or potentially if Liquid can make a run to contest for that 4th or 3rd place. So it's always very exciting as a viewer, as a commentator, probably the players as well, to be honest, as well, when you're getting towards these later series in the groups and still nothing has been determined just yet.
It's wild to think too, like, you know, we got more and more of these qualifiers coming up here, and these teams are looking closer and closer. And then we'll have Raleigh pretty soon as well. It is, I mean, we haven't talked about it today, but the points, you know, it's all about the points. Gotta be getting those for yourselves. Make your way into the EPT.
That is the big one. I believe I'm gonna say a random number. It's around that, but I think 6-7 of the teams that are playing in DreamLeague, at least at the moment, Groups 1, guaranteed, or at least the top 8 in the EPT. So there are still a lot of teams that could potentially make it in Groups 2 and then play really well if they make it to the playoffs and get those much needed points to be able to move over and play at EWC. Just to update everyone really quick as well, we are having some issues connecting into the lobby, but hopefully it doesn't take us too long. I know everyone is wanting to see the infamous Undying Pudge.
Wait, is your lobby having a problem, actually?
Mine's okay. No, mine's okay, but...
Oh, okay.
No.
Because mine looks, they haven't done anything on my screen. I was making sure I wasn't crazy.
No,
Mine's just been chilling. Like nothing's happening. Okay. Just want to make sure.
I'm always
I was
worried.
thinking, so, with the way the groups look, right? Okay.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, how strong are Team Secret and Enigma right now? Because they're not here, but I know their fans are here. I know they're also watching.
Wait, why we bring up Team Secret? What's going on here?
Because Enigma won the Western European qualifier for the next Valahia, right? They came out on top, over top of Team Secret, who were in the grand finals with them, and they both had to go through Yakult, who are currently in top 4 in their group right now.
True.
Right? So by the power of IBU, you beat them. Like, they're currently winning this group right now, is what I'm saying, for Enigma and Team Secret. So I think that the next round of qualifiers, like for the next Dream League, is going to be insane. I don't even know, what are we going to do with Western Europe? What if Yakult's still here? We need more slots, Aries.
Oh, do we? We need more Western European slots.
More slots, yes. I think we should just have a full Dream League, play it out to decide, like we call it like 25.5. It's just Western European teams, and the winners get to go to Dream League 26. Thoughts, viewership thoughts. I will take a cut of all that viewership this will generate. Thank you, ESL. But I think this is a brilliant proposal. We'll just have it should be a LAN. They're all in Western Europe. We'll make it a LAN.
Why not?
We can have a crowd. Hell, we're just making a new tournament.
All right, I'm for it. They got a new studio, so they can host it there too. Everyone can go.
Reconnected lobby, think you're the problem? Okay, because my lobby doesn't show anything.
Oh yeah, maybe relog. So
that's why I was wondering. I was like, why are you saying it's like something's happening? Because like for me, my screen's not moving, so I think I was the problem.
This is actually where it is. Casters
Caster's actually holding up the game.
Yeah. See, the players low looks mega bored right now. New is just he's just chilling. White ones at least they're laughing at you, not relogging just yet.
That's good. That's good. They're all wondering. It's my Dota really wants to synchronize with the cloud.
Oh,
don't you love that one?
Oh, Jesus, that one is.
That's a good one.
Oh, I got a problem with that one. That is.
Play anyway. I pressed the button, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, that's right. Play the crickets. That's a lot of crickets. Dota, please, let me in. Launching. Right, maybe the patch is dropping.
Oh,
maybe it's not my fault.
Is Tigov?
Is he still walking?
Is he done?
Oh, come on, let me in. Yeah, I know.
Did he kill some of the wolves? Or what was going on? I didn't watch enough of the stream. I just saw that the wolves had a HP bar and it was saying that
I know that they had to type patch in sequence. Dude, what is happening? My Dota client is not launching. I'm working on it, folks. Oh, stop trying to synchronize to the cloud, man. It's not worth it.
No,
let it go.
Yeah. Why has this always been a thing? Dude, it's just...
I don't know.
Yeah, what can you do? Sorry, fellas. I know, it's okay. Right, we will get ourselves underway here.
I can watch it on Discord. Give me like 2 minutes, production. Give me 2.
It's alright. I'll give you 2. Don't stress, my friend.
I don't want to watch it on Discord or I can't see anything. I'm going to relaunch Steam. I'm going to see if that solves it. I'm troubleshooting. I know. Actually holding up the tournament. Finally, I have some power. Oh, yes, there, it worked.
Nice. Let's go. All right, well, we can do a...
Yes, okay. All right, guys, if you get stuck on that, just kill Steam completely and relaunch it. And that seems to be the fix.
I see.
I'm on my way. I'm hurrying. No, put your phone away. Extreme, I'm coming. Put it away. Don't be so bored.
He's taking a photo of how late you are. He's gonna post it and mock you. Trent late again.
I'm here. That's the wrong one. Hello. Oh, thank you.
All right, let's go.
All right.
It'd be funny if it wasn't. If it was someone else.
Oh no, it was definitely me. I guarantee it was me.
I'm always worried when we have those issues. I think it's me, even though when I load in. All right, we're in, guys. No stress, no stress. We will get the draft up on stream. So Extreme, they're going to be on Radiant. We got first pick as well for them as well. Tundra on Dire with second pick. So no messing around for them, even though they are already qualified and Extreme are out. They're banned. Oh, they got rid of the Pudge. Are we serious, bro?
That's crazy. I was just protesting. That's all it was. I mean, because they won with it, and it's good, and it actually sounds legit with Gyro. Right? Like, you have this really strong carry, and the Pudge is annoying, so you can't... Because typically, to beat support Pudge, you just commit, right? You just fight him low armor, and you out-damage him before he can kill you. But that's not going to work versus a Gyro carry. It'll get rocket barraged.
Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe we'll see. Maybe someone else has been influenced by the Gyro Pudge lane. Who did they win against?
They won one and they lost one. Versus
that's not the team. Okay, it was 9 Pandas. So I was going to say maybe 9 Pandas might look to pull out this strategy, but no, they're unfortunately going to. And okay, so. They leave the Beast in. Apparently, they are feeling happy with playing into 33's Beastmaster.
It is interesting that we had the same setup, but they instead would rather face the PA, like get rid of the PA rather than ban out the Phoenix. I guess it really did impact 33's game.
Yeah, well... I'm still. Was the Phoenix banned last game? I have to
no. That was the replacement. Oh? It was sorry. I mean, the Phoenix was banned last game, where the PA is banned now. Yeah.
Yep. Which? Why? Okay. Why? Well, what's going on? Why ban? This is the thing I'm so confused by. Like, so you let the PA through. Wait, go. Sorry.
Because they beat it. You mean like? Like you just beat the PA, why don't you just give it back to them? I think because it was a little worrisome. Like it stayed closer than I think it should have. And he did have a pretty bad lane by 33's Beastmaster standards.
Sure. I don't know. This just makes me I don't know. It just makes me so confused. I know like PA is good versus Beast, and then we did see it in the lane, but they still felt confident enough to pick it. And now they're like, okay, we just don't want to verse it. Which, sure, that could also be fair enough. Let's just not play a PA game. Let's also get rid of the Morph thing, which will enable our potential Gyrocopter carry if Dorachi wants to play it. We have, of course, seen Saxa and Whitemon play it as well.
I'm seeing that there's a Bat Rider in play now with a Nyx Assassin, Ricky, and Bounty Hunter banned. I just assume I'm getting a Saxa Bat Rider because he's pretty good at that hero. We've also been seeing a lot of the support Clockwork come out if it looks solid.
Oh.
And that is an early XM Razor. They're just saying, XM, what do you want to play, man? What's your hero? And he says, Razor. Razor's my hero.
They were yoinked the clock for Extreme, so something at least, of course we saw last game, but even regardless if they didn't win with it last game, this is a support they've been really falling back on a lot so far throughout the tournament, so... We've got some issues, I suppose, a little bit with some of your support. A little bit of relying early on with level 6s. Clock can kind of make plays, but you are needing maybe a bit more of an active offlaner.
Yeah, that'd be helpful for sure. Get a little bit of pressure going too. Maybe open up some space for the Phoenix to get some XP. Right now for Tundra, I still like the Bat Rider. I think it still looks solid. I always like Snapfire. I'm glad Crit's bringing it back. I know it's not always winning, but I see Clockwork and I see Phoenix, so I still think Snapfire. but to me, they'll probably, like, they could just go Pugna again if they wanted. They could do Pugna Bat. It's not really much wrong with that. Could do Disruptor. Would be kind of beast.
What are you seeing with the Disruptor?
I like the hero versus Phoenix, like this, like, yeah, the AoE silence and stuff, because there's pressure on the Phoenix coming in. I like it versus Clockwork, get the plays going, but they're gonna pick ET into Clockwork. Ew, gross.
Yeah.
ET's most hated matchup. It makes it really annoying to play this hero. But Whitemon doesn't care because you're going to be helping out the Gyrocopter a lot throughout the entire game. He's a very magical-based hero with the way that he outputs a lot of his damage. Same thing with the Beastmaster once you get into the Aghanim Scepter. So the Spirit you can always count on. You can always count on getting the magic amp. It's just difficult to get the minus armor that you get from the Elder Titan with the aura. So always going to be focusing more on the magic capabilities, I think, when you have an Elder Titan for offensive reasons. But yeah, playing into Clockwork sucks. At least there's no Dispel to deal with or to worry about in the laning stage, though. So you're going to have your Astral Spirit.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Which is something that what we saw the Oracle right as a response from Spirit, which really just bodied the ET. This is a big thing that the ET is able to provide. I mean, you already at least have a Gyrocopter with a very strong lane. I'm looking maybe Mars for Nu. I don't know. I mean, I think maybe their offlane's a little weak because Polson has been playing the Clockwork, but I would like some... Yeah, go.
I would kind of like the Oracle, honestly. I don't know. I feel like you go 3 Phoenix, fuck it. 10-minute hero, like Amar said. You YOLO versus Tundra. But no, it's not happening. And they're going to just grab themselves a Lycan. Decide what their offlane's going to be now. Good Alpha Wolves games. Shadow Demon and Elder Titan, trying to find and pressure them. But you also have a Razor on your team. So I think of Pack Leader. I think of having a very similar timing to your Razor, where you're both just kind of running over the map, feeling strong, invading. Every time you have Shapeshift, you're just storming all over them with your creeps. That looks pretty good.
And a lot of flex as well, right, for Extreme, which maybe doesn't matter. It will matter a little bit, but they don't have the Ultra last pick. But Low can play either mid or safe lane Razor, and then of course the Lycan can be mid or off lane as well, depending on what they want.
Yeah, I don't mind the doubling down on the Clockwork Lycan, like a Dawnbreaker carry or a Spectre or something. Like I'm trying to, think outside the box a little bit here, get some real power stuff going. Morphling's already banned.
Is this also because you want to see them experiment because they're eliminated? So why not just go crazy?
Well, I just like the all-in with the Alpha Wolves. Like, it's looked pretty successful in the past because they really can't bully and pick people apart. But I also would never want to lane a Spectre into 3/3 Beastmaster, so it's got its own problems.
Yep, that's very true. So does that then kind of make you want to play the Razor into the Beastmaster? Is this even enough of a lane dominating type of hero? Do you feel like that could be a way to punish the Beast?
Wow, they are really, look what they're doing. They're banning the Ench because of the potential here. Because you could, in theory, just have that Dispel versus the ET, make his life a little bit harder. It's annoying versus the Beastmaster too, and they're saying, yeah, we know you could play mid Phoenix. We'll respect it. I can't imagine they'll ban another carry or another support though.
No, surely not. I really would like another hero for Extreme to be able to find this Shadow Demon. Maybe Clock and Lycan is enough, the Razor running in as well, but the supports for Tundra could be protected quite now with the Beastmaster and the Gyro. We're also still looking for our mid hero for BZM as well. They're going to get rid of the Storm, so hero we saw from XM previously, and is one of those ways to find the Shadow Demon. Puck looks quite good for Tundra.
Yeah, there is not a lot of good catch for it. It's true. Maybe they could go carry DK on Extreme. You'd have all that plus armor versus the ET. You put the Razor mid. What's the punish versus your Razor mid that's available? Not much. Maybe you ban the Viper if BZM wants to double down. Yeah, Queen's the other one. That's kind of got some sauce. I think you ban one of those and you just pick DK.
Okay, they get rid of the Tiny. A little bit of respect. BZM Tiny looked good last game.
Oh, they'll take it. Fair enough.
And they're going to yoink it. So, what do we have available? Is Monkey in the pool?
Yeah, Monkey and DK are both still in. So
they are.
They both have a lot of good reasons to go for it. Monkey's pretty annoying versus Phoenix, of course, because you just get hit by one Fire Spirit and it feels like you can't play the game. That kind of part can be a little bit annoying. But I imagine he's playing one of those two heroes, or maybe the DK. Or sorry, wait, what were we talking about? Monkey DK? Was there a third one?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was not. There was not.
I just added one there.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We can add a couple, although I feel like they're a little bit less likely. But we've seen TA snipers in the past against the park, but I like them as much in this game. Let's see, where do we go?
Oh, okay. That's a good one. I forgot about that guy. Every mid player right now, they just want to play this hero. I know this to be true. I can tell. I see them in their pubs. I see them tipping and having fun. They all just want to play Earthshaker. They're just waiting for moments when they get to play it. He's so desperate, he'll even pick it into Clockwork because Clockwork is the best hero versus Earthshaker, but he's also the best versus Elder Titan, and hopefully he doesn't hookshot both of you. And you're not both stuck in the cogs. And if you are, well, you're sharing the load, and one of you will get your spells off, maybe. So that's the logic we're going for here.
I'm checking now if BZM has played it so far inside DreamLeague. He only has one game recently with it in pubs. At least from my quick glance, I wasn't able to see a game.
No, I say his last one was at Blast.
Okay. But like you're saying, every mid player wants to play this hero at the moment, so
yeah,
that's not going to be a big thing. It's mainly just like there are some teams who are like under Nisha's really prioritizing it. Yopaj is playing a lot as well, so him and the teams as a whole. But how do you feel about the draft? Like, if you were to look at this game, not knowing that Tundra have only lost one game, and not knowing that Extreme have only won one game, and that game was against a team who's already eliminated. How would we feel about the draft?
If the top lineup was like Falcons, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, here we go. They got their Razor game, their light game. They're going to be running all over the map. They're going to be doing these high pressure plays. I feel pretty good about it. So I think in a vacuum, I do like XQ's draft. I like the ability. It's so much of it just comes down to just this Razor and the way the hero's played. I feel like he is one of the most polarizing heroes to me, where one day I think he looks so good and he's incredible, and other days I think he's the most useless hero that's ever existed in the history of Dota 2. So to me, that is the key, is Lowe's Razor here.
Okay. Did we cover a Razor game? Was Melrine playing it? The one that we watched, or was it?
Yeah, he was, and he stomped.
Yes, yeah, I wasn't sure because there's so many games going on. I don't know. I'm getting confused with the games I'm covering with the games I'm watching.
Yeah.
So it's just a blur at the moment. It's just kind of Dota is my life. So I wasn't quite sure, but yeah, that game, the Razor looked very good. But this one, I'm honestly not quite sure. I mean, sure, like, if you just look at it on paper, Razor versus Gyro, we've seen this matchup in the past, right? Like, can be a little bit frustrating. Gyrocopter throughout the early to mid game, pre-BKBs, like decent amount of damage with Rocket Barrage and Cooldown. But really, as the game goes on, Static Link is quite frustrating for you. With that being said, the Razor could be kind of this game. I really like Beast and Shadow Demon as heroes versus the Razor. Like, any ways to be able to control you through BKB. I think a random like Echo Storm or Fissure can make it a little bit awkward with your positioning. You do have some okay ways to enable you, like the Cogs potentially. We saw Paulson had a decent game previously and looks good on the Clockwork. Maybe the Coil as well. You're speaking about the Razor kind of being the X factor. Pudge gone. You guys won't see, but Sarkster is. We're seeing the respect from Tundra with the bans, but even apparently with the all chatting as well. But you were mentioning about Low probably being maybe the X factor and the person you want to see. honestly, for me, I feel like if they win this game, I think it's off the back of XM. This looks like quite a good puck game. My only concern is just how the mid lane goes.
Yeah, we've seen these Shakers do quite well in the matchup. Maybe not necessarily getting the kills, but if there's any sort of a rotation, it can cause some problems, because obviously if you just get caught without your orb, you'd be in quite a bit of trouble. If you pump thick enough and you just catch them without a phase shift, you can really slap them. Level 5, it feels like you take away like 30% of the puck's HP with a totem, so it's a little spooky.
Is indeed a little bit spooky, so see if BZM's going to be able to find those totems and those slams. Importantly as well, you have a position for is probably one of the best to be able to make stacks, to be honest, in the Shadow Demon. We've seen as of late the Earthshakers have not really been hesitating to use Echo Slam onto those stacks and farm up the gold for the Blink Dagger.
Yep. All about getting that up. Taracho chases off a wolf here. Yes, we take a look at our facets here. It is indeed the pack leader, which I think makes sense in a Razor lineup. And not many other surprises here in terms of the facets. They're all pretty much what you'd expect.
I actually haven't been paying attention. We've been seeing the Razor. Which one are they normally going?
I've seen this one more often. Yeah, Thunderhead. Yeah.
Oh, no fights. Skirmishes, 2 for 2 exchange in the bounties, and we're going to get ourselves underway. Are there any mid, at least for me, is something I'm going to be paying a little bit more attention to, at least closer attention? What about you in regards to some of the lanes?
Yeah, mid's a really good one. It's an exciting matchup these days. Just seeing like how the puck plays it and how much pressure the Shaker can put with the totem. Then the battle between Clockwork and Elder Titan would be the other thing that I'm going to be watching, just because Polison should have the advantage there, especially once he gets into the points of battery assault. And it's not really a whole lot Whitemon should be able to do against him, especially when you factor in Wolves being there as well.
Did they stop the Rachu from farming though? Probably not, right?
No, but it should be also pretty free for a new, you would think.
Okay.
You know, he gets that HP regen going. He'll have a relatively early Helm of the Iron Will. Daracho is doing his best to put on that pressure early, though. And I love that Whitemon is getting these punches in right now before there's a battery assault. Oh, the jukes! You thought? Yeah, wave at him, Whitemon. Yeah, tell him.
Funny seeing 2 Southeast Asian boys playing on teams from regions where they did not start on as well.
Yeah, that's true.
On bottom, 33 and Snarks are putting a lot of damage into Lowe's Razor, and they're going to be able to find him. They will. One last poison, and Undyne, ambitious attempt to try and get up to 33, but now may be in trouble. Saxa will not continue to go.
That's a painful first blood to give away. At least it went to Saxa.
Yeah, a bit of a yikes. It's a lane that need to be looking to be good for low, unfortunately. This Razor hero.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at mid as well, and of course, you have the reason why I say every mid player wants to play this is the denies, because every mid player just loves denies, and you just totem and you deny. It's really annoying. Oh, look at that chunk. He's level 3 and that hurts. Jeez, buddy.
Nice melee creep, bro. Just a couple of enchant totems. Can't CS now. Yeah. And it's also satisfying to see creeps go flying.
Oh yeah, it is the best facet, I think, in terms of just satisfaction. It's very hard to choose the other facet.
That is true, especially, yeah, I don't know. Come on, it's just not as cool. It's not even close, to be honest.
No, there was a point where it was clearly worse than the other facet, and then it was better for a while. And now it's still just too good. Got him.
33 should be able to actually catch up to low, especially with the assistance of the Hawk. They need to probably try and kill it off. They're going for 33 instead, thinking they've got the damage. And looks like they will. Undyne gets the double. Not a bad hero to find experience, but unfortunately your Razor is really struggling in this lane.
Oh, but he can get Tranquils now. Oh, he sold. He bought an urn. Okay, Undyne almost bought a full Tranquils. Wait. All right, is the urn coming? Yes, he is. All right, he's bringing an urn to the lane. I like it. It's a very good Spirit Vessel game. You're versus this Beastmaster. You can tag up the Shaker if you see him to stop him from blinking as well, maybe, with your early urn. So Undyne's looking to make plays this game.
Oh, he's definitely going to have to assist across the map to maybe release some of the pressure that we're going to see eventually down bottom. Because you are going to have a very early blink from the Earthshaker with the stacks already being made. And you can even potentially see a rotation through the portal as well. This is one of the nice things about having a Gyrocopter carry, is that very self-sufficient. Just send Whitemon out of the lane, come through, gank and wrap behind the Razor, Echo Stomp, and an easy dive to be able to set up for some of the axes and the Purge, and the Poison.
You just happily farming under his tower. Dracho really not feeling threatened at all, though. Willing to just walk under the tower and get some denies. That's gotta be annoying.
He's a drums enjoyer. I like this build from the games that I've seen.
Yeah, it's just so annoying. You get infinite charges, so why not?
Undyne is coming. No urn charges just yet. Looking to try and pick up his first one. TP might be a little bit too late, but the cogs bounce back. Still going to be able to find a way through. And now they're quite weak as well on Radiant. Sark's rotation is massive. But the poisons are racking up. The damage over time. Polison's going to be chased into the tree line. Tundra, good for 2 kills. Sark's got 3-1-1 involved in all 4 of Tundra's early kills across the map.
Yeah, now the Starcopter's got a wand, and he's got Belt of Strength, and he's got the drums finished. That's crazy. Man, that was a perfect save, because he was going down to those Fire Spirits there, but couldn't re-tag him after. And now we do have a coil available here for XM. He drops it behind him. Oh, that was a great play. That might have saved him.
Well done.
Nice.
Maybe now Sark's as well might end up dying. So we're going to be cautious about the threat of the Acro Slam if they clump up BZM, hoping that it's going to be able to just slide on in, but actually do a really good job to play their distance, get the kill onto Sarksa. They will
run. Yeah, nice play. Great coil. That was perfectly spaced to save him from the combo that they had set up for him. All right, no Wisdom Rune steals being set up right now. It looks like they'll just go 1-1, and we'll get some stacks. Polson actually too busy to stack, turns out.
Who farms these stacks, do you think, on Tundra? Is it BZM, or do you want 33 taking it?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously they have 3 cores that all want them, so.
Oh, he's doing
Oh, here it is. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, that's something else, isn't it?
Yeah, that's also satisfying. I don't know if he got all of them inside the Echo. Maybe it's because Fissure was leveled up, so the Aftershock didn't do as much damage, but it'll take him a little bit longer to farm. Does not matter. He's now going to pole vault himself to the top of the net worth. Meanwhile, Duracho is wanting to try and take that spot back, but not going to be able to do so without killing Undyne. Levels is maybe another big thing. They're off the back of the stacks. 33 level 7. And BZM level 8. Shield Rune is going to be yoinked from Sarksa, so XM unable to find that Power Rune.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about this puck game, though, is that it's pretty hard to die without the blink on the shaker. So careful how you approach this, though.
Should be fine, right? Yeah, that's just the winning rift. Going to be able to get out of range. So 3. Walking from bottom inside the river. Long way for him to get involved inside the gank, but maybe rewarded. Paulson, the sole casualty.
Thinks he's playing Slardar here.
Apparently.
Walled his way up here for a kill in the mid, but it worked. Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So how is low top net worth? What's going on there?
He has just been hitting creeps. That's pretty much it. He has been very static. He's down here. He's getting all the last hits that he can in the lane where it's the most valuable. He's gone for this Falcon Blade, and unfortunately, like, one thing that I like about Razor is contesting stacks. I feel like it's a really strong hero for going to enemy territory and trying to fight it out there. And you do have the egg ready on the Phoenix, so yeah, it's time to fight. This is good. This is really what you want to do with Razor. You gotta put some pressure on with your hero. I'm just gonna find these stacks too. There's a lot of gold stacked up here.
Oh, Duracho tries to drop the combo, but they're wanting a fight. They're happy with using the shapeshift to try and charge him down. There's no way to be able to hold them inside the supernova. The creeps are body blocking new at the moment, but once they're able to slip past, Duracho looking for the deny. Is he going to be able to get... Oh, Durach, well played.
Oh, that is so frustrating. Well played. Yeah, too many units there. Needed to just run his hero in. And Undyne is going to steal the stacks that they prepped up at the very least. Whitemon not going to give him away for free, though. Wants to stay around. Middle lane, though. You can see another coil having to be used essentially defensively as XM just stops moving. He's a genius! He would have got chased down for sure with the hasted shaker. Oh, but then he doesn't jump to the orb.
Oh, the echo. Okay, that's not a very satisfying echo, unfortunately, for BZM. Undyne's going to be able to get away. Starkson, meanwhile, nukes down Paulson.
Wow. Nice escape from XM. That was very impressive. He has been on his puck grind, as you can see with that Grandmaster medal.
Is this the gameplay? Just go both supports shovel, so my mid laner always has water runes whenever he wants?
Yeah, makes sense, you know? Can't have your mid laner doing it. Plus a royal jelly, it never runs out.
He's looking to try and make a play off the back of this Link Dagger. No echo, maybe no worries, especially them combining with 33. Duracho even. A classic movement from him through the portal. And they will slow down this Lycan. It was having a bit of a decent time. Your lowest net worth out of the cause, but he wasn't too far away from the middle of the pack, but this will push him a little bit further. They get that first objective, and
no way.
Apparently they're eyeing up 11 minutes, guys.
I mean, the totem, it hurts. All right, they're gonna punch him. If only deconstruction worked on him. Unfortunately, it's heroes only. That would be nice.
Oh, please kill him.
Ah. Man, the Alpha Wolf is doing some serious work here, though.
Yeah, some heavy lifting. It's one of the faster Roches I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that's going to give us a 22-minute second Roche. Ish, you know.
Oh, Paulson, sorry. Sometimes you miss them.
And still sitting with a coil available here with an arcane rune. So XM still wants to get frisky in the mid. Phoenix still backing up here with the egg.
Oh, we have Echo.
Yeah, he went for the plus 90 Fisher damage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen the base damage more.
Oh? Have I? I don't know if I've seen the Fisher damage. Have you really seen the Fisher damage? I thought it was always base.
No, as far as I've been seeing, it's been the base. So, not sure.
Okay, anyway. We do have a smoke from Extreme. Call over to the right side. So not giving the Aegis to 33. Puts a mark on his back, and They're going to try and capitalize with the opportunity. Egg to stop the roar. Nice timing. 33 has to use it defensive with a bonus movement speed. He might be out.
One hook shot. No, he's got this.
Oh, wait. And he's not going to be able to find it. 2 hooks in a row. That's going to miss from Polison. 33 will now just TP out in their face. Meanwhile, we've still got another fight going on. Low and Undying. Echo some nice sidestep from Low, but might actually matter in the end. BZM linked down. Importantly, Duracho. He's going to be the potential hero to turn the tides from Tundra. Low is making this difficult, but the plasma field's slow. Polison's still trying to step out of range. Selva's got to repair some of the damage, and they can go back in now. Duracho is vulnerable. Low is still stuck around with the plasma, but it's not enough, and BZM has got another jump in a couple of seconds. Earthsplitter to fly out. What a great placement as soon as the orb was used. Perfect spell casting from Waimon.
Oh my, what a team fight. I mean, seriously, no mistakes. They somehow keep the Aegis through all that, despite him being at like 10% HP. It's always these fights where you see the damage, you get out damaged, but you go, oh, for like no kills for you, and you get 3 kills, right? Like you're just playing some good Dota. That is the sign of good Dota.
Ooh, busy.
So it started out, we got the Echo Slam, didn't quite connect with the Spirit Vessel's there, and I'm thinking like, all right, he's just gonna tick on out. But they don't quite have the damage. They get pulsed, and again, we know that there's no more tools left. He's already used the hookshot at this point. Duracho is scary enough that they still have to just walk away. XM can never find a good coil moment because he doesn't have the individual damage to just kill someone. He needs to combo up with Low or something, but it just never occurs. Maybe here could have been it. That might have been a mistake, but oh, I hear a roar. That's Polison. Down he goes to the power of the dragon.
Yeah, importantly, Helm of the Overlord still not up for new. He's close though. Last Campito is going to find it. Wasn't there for that fight, which maybe could have been something to assist. Waimon, he will be killed off, trying to venture a little bit too deep. Maybe a warding expedition. Did have a ward, didn't place it though.
Well, he is correct that they do indeed have vision there. And they're going to now smoke through that area with BZM. Level 12. Echo Slam back in 1 second. The timing is very good here. Oh, Razor.
Oh, strikes for a split second on top of a mini Creeway. BZM.
It Soxa gets a 5th kill.
Not bad. They really want to fight this? Shapeshifted up with the backline stab from Nu. Who does he want to go for? Glimmer Cape gets Darkster out. Meanwhile, Duracho is not going to be able to scrape. That's a great placement of the cog from Polison, but Nu has gone too far forward. Everyone else was still trying to deal with a gyrocopter, and they could not follow up with their offlaner. Rory's still there, but the chain control is going to be the thing in question, but it is a perfect use of the spell casting. Echo Stomp to lay it down that extra little bit of stuns that was required.
It's like the one thing you have to worry about is the roar, and they are just ensuring that it goes on this puck, and he has no play. Again, no coil here. XM just failing to connect here and find some sort of a play for the team. The idea of just egging and killing the gyro, I think, was good, especially just ignoring the shaker as much as you can, but the problem is you can't ignore him too much. Like, they know there's no Echo Slam, and so the Lycan kind of starts to dive on him as the fight's happening, but just starts to get messier and messier. Plus, you're going into a fight at 15 minutes without your Razor, like the hero who is built for these big fights right now. As we get a quick pick onto the Phoenix here, and the Aegis expires on BZM.
4K lead that they're able to gain. 4K extra gold, I should say. It's up to 6K lead. A little bit awkward in itemization to how much it kind of matters. With the, I mean, 33 went drums as well.
Ah, you can never have too many drums. It's fine.
Ah, okay, sure.
This is definitely one of your last moments to feel something here as Low, though. Like, you're not going to have a power spike until this BKB is finished. You just got an S and Y. They have to find some sort of a Dream Coil combo, or else they're going to start getting to the point where the only way they can win this game is nothing but raw split push over and over again. But Supernova's back up. Shapeshift is back up. I think they got to try and force something here.
Let's see where they go. They're starting to clump towards the right side. Nice read, though, from Tundra. Scan So we'll at least get some information that they're setting up. Will be a double damage rune as well for the Puck, with Blink up and a little bit of gold as well.
Yeah, looks like that's what they're waiting for. Dire gonna show a couple heroes mid, kind of giving away where they're playing. 3-3 just making it very clear as he starts to drums and beat down this top tower, and they're gonna try and trade for a tier 1. Doesn't feel great. They send Polison back, maybe hoping to cancel some TPs and set up for a fight.
Are we walking? High? Okay, no. For a second I thought they were thinking about going high ground.
BZM is hopping away with his Agnum Scepter. Still fairly vulnerable at this point in the game to the Clockwork because he has no BKB. He's thinking about going for the Glimmer next. Of course he is.
Here's that fight that you were mentioning. BZM out of the base. Oh, what a fissure as well to kind of stop them from entering the low ground. Echo Storm will set up for the Echo. Perfect. Once again, Tundra. Everything you would expect from this team. The synchronicity of their spells, fight after fight, it is just clean.
How does he get the spells off? You know? Like how? That looked like, surely this has to go well for XG. You're sitting there, you're thinking, all right, he's right by the base. This is what we've been waiting for, but they don't have everything there. They don't have enough, and now they're marching up into your base, knocking on the door, asking if you would, like to come and say hello. Roche, let's see.
Hello.
It's going to spawn in 25 seconds.
Minute 12.
All right, a little longer. 2:06.
Oh, we are going Hex next for Soxer. Okay, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's just a game secure right there.
Well, he can scratch one item off the list there, as he's the one who gets the shard. So now it's going to be even harder to lock down BCM. Oh, Undyne's going to smoke up here and grab New and Polison as they look to link up with XM. We're going to bait out the Shield Rune Puck. They're going for the Wisdom Rune play. I don't even think they can. I mean, they could 5-hero do the Tormentor, but that just sounds very risky.
Okay, apparently Thunder just every play that Extreme are going for.
All right, there's Echo Slam in 10 seconds.
BCM glimmered up, walking forward. They just know every time. Tundra's read of the map is just exceptional. Phoenix gone without being able to use the Supernova. XM doesn't get away. Maybe the control is going to be lacking for New. Lucky Hawk is in time. They're going to be able to get him to revive on. No way, bro. This is not happening.
Let's keep on going.
He took over the dragon too.
Wait, hold on. BZM's jumping. He's going to find the... They still have a ward up ahead.
Oh, we might get him. Okay.
Nice. Good escape plan. All right, well, his dragon is also cutting mid, so he's got that going for him. 3-3 takes it, unfortunately.
My dragon back now. Just a random water rune as well. Yeah, so I don't know, Tundra know everything. Multiple times their scans have been on point this game, so cool attempt. I do respect it for Extreme. You're playing with such a... This is 15,000 deficit. Your Dota Plus says 13%. I don't know. We can put it like a 5 or more. But I rate that they are at least making these plays. They're playing to win. They're not just...
Yeah. You got to try something like that. Like sitting back and waiting for Tundra to make a mistake is not going to happen right now. They've made that pretty clear over this group stage. All right, they have a Razor BKB for the Roche fight. They have a Clockwork. They have a Phoenix. You got to go for the Roche fight. Unfortunately, you have to be ready like right now because you are facing a team that's going to kill this instantaneously. And you're already too late.
And they know they're going to be coming anyways. Well, mid shoved in. They don't even care about getting stood up. They'll kill Roche. They're happy with a full 5-on-5 fight by the looks of it. And now they're going to smoke and take the fight through them. We'll give time at least for Nu to be able to tip in. Undyne's going to be able to dive over to the left side. Low wanting to charge on forward, but the Purge again. I mean, cool BKB, bro. Nice use of the first reveal. We've got a Roar now as well. So your BKB is completely nullified. You can try all you want, but it's just not enough. Over to the right side, Nu is able to munch on the Shadow Demon, but that is probably the only kill they're going to get by the looks of it.
Thankfully, the Wolves are slowing down BZM enough to help XM escape. But they're going to guard this wave and shepherd it with the Master of the Beasts right to your high ground. There is a glyph, and it is the only lane that is getting in here right now, so...
Oh, low. And not a bad start to the fight outside. Duracho's just going to turn to the egg, though. I'm still only level 1. Low not feeling confident enough to be able to protect the Supernova. And back to sieging we go. They see Low as well in the tree line. He's going to pop out, but the crits don't really care about the static link. Low will be able to get away.
All right, sleep in the well. Take a breather.
Bye, Nu. Good knowing you.
All right, guys, let him
dive in?
go.
Oh, BZM, a little bit aggressive. Dasta got everything? Looks like he does.
He's got blink.
Close
Oh, he didn't get
a
it.
decent chunk of damage, but again, your BKB, and we'll just counter you with Raw. BZM also gets a glimpse of the puck over to the right side. Echo to the dome. Couple of buybacks, and that's the only hope they have, or at least surmounting it. A defense inside their base, but Nu has walked too far forward.
Oh, Nu's at least laughing right now, so that's a good sign.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, he's having a good chuckle. I think he can see the writing on the wall. There's a lot of writing on that wall, actually, in there. I saw, like, mid, support staff. They got a lot of signs up in there. There's also a big alien head. So, hopefully they're enjoying their times in the Team Liquid facility. They won't be needing it for much longer. But, you know, maybe they get to hang out a little bit.
I don't know, Trent. I think they got the debuff for the Liquid at the facility. Liquid apparently don't do well in DreamLeague, and apparently it's just maybe the facility is what it is.
Connection issues, obviously, must be what it is. Wow, that's a lot of Funko Pops. Do you see that? Can we go back to Duratio? Do I have that power?
Wait, yes.
Is that possible? Why does he have like 1,000 Funko Pops? I think those are his. Oh, look at those. He got a lot. Okay. He's a decorator. He's got good taste, apparently. 28 to 9. No, I don't have any. I don't even know if that's literally what they're called. I think that's the right name.
I don't even know. I don't know. They're cool though. They're cool. But yes, like you were saying, incredible performance. I don't know. Tundra, this team, 28 kills, 28,000 gold net worth lead to end the game. They're on a bit of a roll, my friend. I don't know who's gonna stop them. We're gonna have to find out. People couldn't stop them last 2 events. Maybe this one will be different.
Stop looking that way.
No, apparently not.
Just Shopify is the only one who can manage to make these gods of Dota bleed. The only one is the copium that there will be a patch. That's what every other team is hoping on right now. They're like, oh, nothing will matter once there's a patch. Surely that's coming soon. And then they'll just be bad at Dota. Because famously, 3-3 is not good at figuring out patches. Or Soxa, right? It's not like they've been around for a long time and have done that multiple times. That would be crazy.
Yeah, definitely not like they're maybe some of the biggest nerds in Dota as a good thing, and they haven't just been able to come up and cook some incredible strategies through almost every single patch and again be some of the most successful players in Dota. So we'll see. We will see. But first, of course, we're going to have a break. When we come back, we will get an interview with one of the lovely members on Tundra. So we will see you guys soon. Short break, and we are back ready to go with an interview coming up. Tundra, another incredible series from them. These boys are rolling. Seems like nothing is stopping them anytime soon, and we're gonna hopefully be able to get an interview with one of them, and it will be the lovely 33 that does join us as well. So we're gonna get him in, asking some questions, see how he is feeling after this series victory. Firstly, 33, big congratulations as well. You and the boys are looking incredible. I've got one question, then I'll throw it over to Trent. I'm wondering how you feel overall about your leadership. You're building quite the resume with all the victories you've seen. You're leading the previous Tundra teams through some victories. Of course, then we saw Liquid and now this Tundra roster as well. I'm intrigued on what you feel like maybe is your strongest quality when it comes to being a leader, and then maybe one quality that you think was potentially your worst and that you had to work on through a lot of your career.
Yeah, I don't really know. That's always a hard question, I guess. I don't think I've changed too much. It's what I feel, at least. I feel like I just try to do everything I've always done in my past teams as well. And yeah, just, I don't know, try to... Yeah, I don't really know. You put a lot of... you hyped me up too much. I don't know. So, thank you for that, but I don't really see it that way. I don't know. I just try to help every player, I guess. Just play the game. It's not that complicated, I guess.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Just that easy. Well, I guess in terms of being just that easy and not complicated, we're currently in a patch, or at least for you guys, where you're frequently getting your hero just like picked at the start of the draft, and you're constantly just playing the same heroes over and over. It feels like you get to experiment a little bit, but you're just like Bristol if it's there, Doom if it's there, Beastmaster if it's there. Do you like that style? Like, do you like your hero being picked first, or do you kind of prefer, like, I feel like in previous iterations, you were often like the last pick, right? You got to bust out like the Visage or something. Like, is there one that you prefer, or do you just like winning?
Usually I like to pick my hero early. I guess my hero pool is not as big as some other players, or at least I don't want to play a lot of heroes. Like, there's heroes that I could play, but I don't want to. So it ends up that my hero pool is smaller, so I'm happy to pick early to make sure I get the hero I'm happy with. But of course it depends on the draft.
Yeah, all right, makes sense. And I mean, obviously, I'm sure you've heard everyone is kind of excited about the thought of there maybe being a patch soon. You're well known as being someone who likes to dive in terms of like the new patches and stuff. Would you like there to be a patch just like, let's say it just dropped today? Do you prefer that, or would you rather it was right after the tournament?
I think the sooner the better. Like, we are playing tournaments all the time. This season there's no real breaks, so patch mid-tournament or after the tournament, which would be right before the next tournament, it's the same. So yeah, I'm ready for a patch.
All right, guys. Valve, you heard it. We got the clear from 3-3. You can press the button now. I think that's pretty good, Aries.
Yeah, I would agree. Thank you, 33, for joining us. I appreciate your time, and congratulations on the recent success, and good luck with the upcoming tournament.
Yep, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, mate. We'll see if he has the power to assist with us getting a patch pretty shortly as well, and where that one goes. But for us, we are done for our third series of the night. We're looking over towards Liquid and Avulus now, which I need to see an update of the groups. We can do that when we come back, though, but at least from what I remember, these two teams are still fighting for their lives here, but Avulus, a potential to be guaranteed eliminated if they don't get some victories against Liquid. So we have a very exciting series for our final one tonight. You guys want to stick around. Do not go anywhere. A short break. When we come back, Liquid versus Avulus for Dream League Season 25.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
We are back for our final series of the night. We're going to have a Western European showdown. Liquid taking on Avulus in a very important series as well. Avulus, they need to win every single map now to have a hope of potentially forcing tiebreakers to make it into groups 2. Of course, some other results really need to go their way and other teams need to lose some games, but still fate is somewhat in their hands.
Ari, do you think we'll ever make it?
Where? Where are we making
as,
it?
Like as players. Like, do you think you and I will ever compete in a DreamLeague?
This is
whoa, soundboard! Whoa! That's harsh. It's a little harsh.
Sorry,
Why
buddy.
not? Why not us, Aries? What are we missing?
Well, because you're a however old you are dad, and I don't have the skill anywhere near to be as a pro player, my friend. I think we should. I enjoy.
Weren't we all noobs at one point? Weren't we all noobs? So you don't think that you and I are future prospects? Is just what I'm thinking. You don't think that?
I don't think we are future prospects. No, unfortunately, I do not. But I do know some people who I would say are future prospects, and definitely the best at the moment. These two boys on top, Rue, Satanic, and really the big thing is where they came from. That's what I want to be mentioning. Yellow Submarine, this organization, this is a sneaky organization. They come from Eastern Europe where they somehow are able to develop some incredible people. We saw that TI winning roster from Team Spirit, and then the second big iteration of Yellow Submarine. They developed these two young, fine lads here, Trent.
They did indeed. And, I was going back after you brought this up before about Yellow Submarine and the history. I was going back. Maposhka's first team, 2014, Yellow Submarine.
Damn.
That's when he started. You think about it. So the talent that has come out of this org is actually ridiculous. Now it's he went from Yellow Submarine, getting signed to Team Spirit, winning TI, and now Team Spirit and Yellow Submarine kind of have this like relationship going where it's kind of like a minor squad for their major squad, where if you make it down there, you get moved up the ranks. That whole thing going on. So Maposhka, he's finding them in the dirt. He's finding these diamonds, digging through there. He's like Cinderin, with his old escape roster, finding some good players. He's gonna keep Rue though. They had to let Satanic go to bring back Yadro, but they're keeping Rue because this guy's been looking fantastic, as we've been saying.
Yeah, got to keep him. Got to keep him because they've been looking good. It's kind of the farm system. If anyone feel like that is a terminology we hear sometimes in sports, we can kind of use it now as well in this aspect. And yeah, Yellow Submarine. So they did. They signed a new roster. For anyone that is aware, in Eastern Europe, Barnya something. So we will see. It's a bit of a.
Oh yeah, they're good actually.
Yeah, they're not bad. So we'll see. We'll have to keep our eyes on them. But at least the boys from Yellow Submarine and again Ruin Satanic. We'll see how these two players continue. And at the moment, their respective teams are looking good. We're going to be able to see as well where they're currently positioned. Team Spirit, we know up top only one loss in regards to the standings, and Paravision, they're having a bit more of a difficult time, not as easy as Team Spirit, but they are currently tied. Well, they're second, but they're tied with the Colt brothers along with Chimera.
That's right. Yeah, they're up there. That's all that matters. It's a busy board here, as you can obviously see. We're talking about like the hopes and dreams of Avulus. It's Liquid. I mean, they can hop right up in there if they manage to grab 2 wins here for themselves. Leapfrog right over top of Gaming Gladiators. It's a extremely important matchup that we're very lucky to have here on the Ember stream. Very, very good for us. And is there's still one more day of this? How's
Apparently.
that? How's that working out? That's craziness. My goodness, it only gets wilder.
Because it's looking like some tiebreakers we're going to see over in Group B, and apparently Mudang we're able to get a 2-0 over. Who did they get that over? Over 9 Pandas. So they're actually now potentially in a position to maybe make things even interesting in Group A. The only issue is they're going up against Tundra as their last series. So
that's tough.
That is a bit of a tough one. But to focus in a little bit more on this series as a whole, Avius, what do you feel like what's going on with these boys? Because they looked incredible in Bangkok, and then I don't know, something's not clicking.
Yeah, they felt like kind of fell off a little bit, and they're trying to sort it out. They have been showing very much they got that friendship. We talked about the honeymoon phase a little bit. It was brought up a bit with this roster, and we're like, is that still a real thing? Kind of feels like it might have been. Maybe things were really clicking at first, and then maybe there's a meta shift and you're not following through. That maybe teammates have different ideas about where they should go. It's easy to keep doing well when you're winning in terms of team morale. It's when the losses come where you really gotta dig deep there, and oftentimes it feels like you have to follow one person's ideas, because everyone on a mediocre plan is better than 5 different people trying 5 good sounding plans to them. It's about being together, and well, who's more together than Team Liquid? Except for 3-3, who's gone now and replaced by El Saber Lighto. Incorrect name here, obviously. It's, of course, it's Mr. Saberlight. He's here, everyone's favorite offlaner, joining Team Liquid, continuing to be this very friendly team that a lot of their fans want to cheer on, and they're always looking for the content of Team Liquid, aren't they? They want to see those vlogs and everything.
Mm-hmm. It's hard not to cheer for them when all the players are so lovely, and then you have the coaching staff as well, which is led by Blitz, Jabs, and KP. I mean, that's a difficult team to be able to beat in regards to the friendliest team.
All right, well, no friendships here. All right, this is Dota, okay? Wait, we're going for wins. We're going for some heroes. And again, both teams just need to win as much as they can right now. Extremely important games. Really cannot stress that enough. And hopefully they're going to be bringing their best to this one as we start to see which of these top-tier heroes will be remaining in the pool. We've really narrowed in on the meta of this current tournament. And the PA and the Tiny are 2 of the larger ones.
Yes, they are indeed. So the Abaddon, of course, another one of those heroes. Atlas did run a couple of interesting things. I mean, mainly the Broodmother, Smiling Knight, played it not to success in the previous series against Boom. But they also ran it in the following game in Alchemist, Lycan, and DK as their tri-core. So some tanky boys. Some of them are going to be removed.
Yeah, some other teams trying to let through the Alchemist and seeing what happens. And Atlas did, looks like, also lose with it versus Paravision. So they did try it. They did fail with it.
Oh, Zibe vibing. Oh, he's bobbing. What's he listening to?
He's just listening to the musings about Dota. That's all. It's not even music. He'll be listening to Eyes by the Builds about too. Could be that. That also is a pretty good jam. Yeah.
True. Right, what do we got? Oh, we gotta get the Magnus. A hero that we have not actually seen a lot. I don't know if it's been banned. I don't remember, to be honest. But nonetheless, we will get the Magnus, and the response is the Lycan.
All right, now, let me ask you this. Does Boxy get a pass for you on support Magnus, or no? No, nobody?
Absolutely no. No one.
Not even Boxy?
I don't care. No one. Not even Boxy.
Okay.
I only say that because I haven't seen Boxy actually play the mag. I'm sure he has, but I just haven't seen him play it. So, no, I don't want to see this hero as a support, please.
Oh, they do tend to play it, of course, in that core role. All 3 of them very much capable of picking it up. Nisha really likes to grab it, but it can be a little bit tougher when you don't have the last overall pick. There might be some sort of a matchup that you're concerned about, and you start to fall behind on this hero. It doesn't feel great. You become really dependent on the stacks. And we got a Lion ban here. Don't want to see that. Obviously, it is a classic for Avalis. Another classic strat for them was always this Nyx Assassin plus Darkseer, but with the Darkseer banned out, maybe they're not so worried about the Nyx Assassin. I don't know. I feel like it's a ban here. Thank you, production. Now Jive can dance rightfully.
Just gotta see him. What'd you say? What type of dance was it? What was the name?
Square dance. Well, square dance.
You know?
Okay.
Okay.
You know what a square dance is, don't you?
Yeah, kind of. Not really.
Holy moly. Did you at least do the Macarena in school? You're probably too young for the Macarena.
Yes, I know what the
thank God.
I do know what that is. But no, the square. I mean, maybe. Hang on.
Sorry, guys, we can't play that for you. We don't have the rights to the Macarena. we get in a little bit of trouble. So this is the best we have. No Nyx Assassin, as they will indeed remove it since Avilis have shown it to be one of their more potent options. So they grab the Riki. We had some pretty fun games with this Riki, courtesy of Rue. Soxa, of course, has also been making quite a name for himself, and at this point, everyone's picking it and playing it. So what to do versus the Riki? Try and find some damage that can get through this cloud. That's always a pretty good option. Pango roll. Bristleback's already banned. Gyrocopter ulti's been looking all right as an option. Plus, he actually builds MKB, so that's kind of cool.
I think it's a little interesting that the Phoenix has been avoided so far. I thought they were going to Phoenix from Avilis to go into the leading into the second phase.
All right, Team Liquid, we gotta have a talk, buddy. We're going Jakiro over the Phoenix. That's pretty crazy. I know Insania's been liking this hero, but that's wild.
Yeah, is anyone else playing the Jakiro?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I mean, in his defense, they've been winning whenever they pick it. So their last 2 games were wins. He's feeling it.
What is our boxy hero, though? That is the question. What do we want to see Boxy pick up?
All right, I have a question. If you
This sounds crazy.
If you snowball through a Riki smoke cloud, your ally could click on the snowball and get in, but you couldn't click them. So, you know, there's some snowball value. I just see that he's been playing some Tusk.
Oh!
All right, there we go. We'll see if it works. They have some insane wombo combo potential right now. RP into like Ice Path, just shards flying through, trapping people. Big old punch. I like the Tusk because you have that single target burst damage as well versus the Riki. Now the problem is he's got decent armor and you don't really have a secondary ally to really help burst them down. I think Dawn looks really good for Liquid after this, depending on the 2 heroes from Avilis. 'Cause I'm thinking like if it's mid Magnus, Dawn would be pretty helpful versus this Riki and Lycan.
Be happy with the Dawn. Incredible combo, right, with the toss. So maybe we do see Sableye, probably one of his better heroes as well. What do we want from Avilis? Do you reveal your Lycan roll?
Yeah, I'm wondering if because you could steal the Dawn in theory, because it's also really good versus Magnus, because then you kind of force him to hold RP. So that could be an option. It would be laning with the Riki, so that could be a concern. They're gonna grab the Pango, probably keep that as an open flex between the mid and the off lane, maybe. I guess we have a Lycan, but it's a lot of flex at that point.
There's just Bloodseeker if you're Liquid though.
It is Lycan and Pangolier. It does look pretty good.
Yeah. He's head bobbing at a pretty good time with this song as well. I don't know.
It's just got to be it. I mean, when production's on, production's on. There's nothing you can do.
Oh, where'd this hero go? Why? Is this our first game? I don't know. Maybe.
It's one of our
second.
first, but it has been almost completely ignored. It's true. Going from the absolute toppest position 5 hero. I mean, a lot of them were counterpicks to the Bristle, and it was like getting this stone gaze or this gaze and just like pulling them in and getting the right positioning. But of course, the other thing was just the ulti and how ridiculously annoying it is with Shard and Blink in the mid game. I don't think there's a good reason for him to have been gone for so long. I think he's still just very good. Much like Clockwork also surviving through all this draft too. So some very team-specific picks and bans throughout this drafting phase.
I feel like though overall in this game in particular, the Lich, you can see the value, right? Like Magnus, traditionally a hero that will probably provide your lineup a lot of physical damage with the Empower. So you've got the Frost Shield, you have also the instant Sunburst like any Skewer back, which is of course something that we've seen in the past be a bit of a counter. And like some AoE damage we've seen be quite nice versus Snowball. So maybe you can already just put the Spy down on the end of the Snowball location and be able to get a pretty decent combo with the Chain Frost. There is that Bloodseeker though that we were mentioning from Team Liquid.
It is pretty wild. I mean, every single time you see a Pango, we think Bloodseeker. It's also been showing its prowess versus the Lycan as well, because obviously you're just stuck committing when this happens to the Lycan, and if it's a bad fight, then it just gets worse. You're not going to be running away on this hero. Surely Avalis thought of this and knew it was coming, as he is a very powerful hero at the moment, and you just have to be considering with every draft, particularly if you are picking Pangolier, it's like the #1 thing that you consider. So I'm curious to see what their 10th pick is that shuts this down, or if they have one.
How do you feel about the Darkseid ban? Is this protecting something like a TB or Morphos? Like,
I think it's just the last time they played the Nyx Assassin, they had this Darkseer, they rocked that, and it's, I mean, TV, sure, it could obviously be like a big Agi carry as well. That's definitely a good reason, but I also think it is one of the best offlaners for enabling Tusk alongside the Dawnbreaker, so I think that'll be my 2 bans.
Sure. So if Dawnbreaker gets banned out, what do we still got for Saberlight? They're actually, okay, I mean, sure, there's a lot of value with the Primal Beast as well, right? And something that they really like to run. We mentioned about the Rupture. Of course, Pulverize versus Penguin Lycan is also very good.
Yeah, he's a great Primal Beast player. He's also a good Beastmaster player, and that hero is still in. So there's a lot of choices.
So do you go Beast or Dawn?
I like the Dawn, I think. But it's also hard to turn down a Beastmaster versus Pango. But, you know, if you roar the Pango, he can't roll to take the Rupture damage, so... You know.
Counterintuitive. I see. I don't know, let's see, honestly. I feel like there's merit to both the offlane picks. They couldn't even just go for something else if they really want to for Liquid. What is the decision for Saberlight? It would be the Dawnbreaker.
Let's go. Dawn Tusk. The Wombo combo. Bloodseeker, just that little extra bit of heal too, you know, you save him a little bit longer, someone else dies, the enemy team, he gets the big heal bonus, and the fight just feels over. Also, Evasion looks very good versus the Lycan, any of his units. At least Pango is someone who can avoid that with the rolls, but it's, yeah, I think cohesively, the Liquid lineup looks very good together. Avalis does have a lot of time here, and they do have a lot of potential flex. I think that it's very tempting to put this Pango as a 3 and the Lycan as a 1, because I feel like this Pango is getting shafted no matter what. Maybe you want to lower his priority. On the other hand, you could say, well, at least he'll have a good start versus the Magnus if we throw him to the mid lane. Then we can just keep the Lycan as a 3 with the Riki. We're pulling the waves. We're avoiding the Bloodseeker Jakiro. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Okay, so we're picking a position 1 hero to win the game. And that is... Faceless Void. Okay. Versus Dawnbreaker. Clearly very good. We need a big one. We need a big shot, whoever this is. They've tried late Huskars. They've done late Broodmothers. That doesn't look that amazing right now. I mean, Morphling, I guess, is one of the big dogs who's still in.
Still the one I'm looking at, but I don't know how the lane goes.
Okay. It's Morphling. The lane's always good. All right, Gridwood. Handshake Aries, good job. Bloodseeker into Dawnbreaker into Morphling. We got that one. That was good.
Yes, we did well.
Solid work. It's a Smiling Knight style hero. It's a bit of a classic for him. Just like wants to farm and wants to dominate the game. He's had some pretty impressive showings over the past couple of months. Definitely showing that he can be one of those top carries.
Do you feel like he's enabled this game though? Like, is this one of the Morphling games where you see like, holy shit, like we're in trouble, or is this not? It's just okay.
He's got the sauce, right? You got Empower, which is always a nice one to just become the Magnus. Skewer Empower can be pretty insane. Just with all that bonus base damage is kind of wild. You have the Dawnbreaker gives you mobility. The Tusk gives you crazy mobility. You have a lot of outs. Like, you get into trouble, you can copy into 3 of these heroes and have a mobility tool, which is pretty cool.
I think I have seen there's been some games where maybe the Morph can be overwhelmed with at level 3 with 2 points tag team and their Starbreaker. So we'll have to see that catches him off guard. But I would imagine he should have a pretty decent time inside the lane. I'm intrigued on how Nisha's mag is going to go. I feel like this is a hero that I saw him play like a long time ago. And then something like he doesn't mind picking up every now and then. So let's see. Let's get ourselves underway here. A very important series. Again, like we were saying before, to recap, Avilos need to win every single map. Have a hope of forcing tiebreakers and Liquid. Well, they still need to win some games as well. They don't need to win everything, but you want to at least make sure that you're not hoping for some other teams to lose. I have no idea what that means. So you're speaking to Nisha, maybe?
I know we're dancing on this Pango, though.
Yeah, we are actually vibing over there.
All right, Eki just snipes that ward. So that's a great start. Good luck, Arlington. God. That's right. Of course, back in Arlington, when Saberlight stood in on Stormstormer's team, he was indeed the Arlington God. He was the MVP of that tournament, frankly, with the way he played and performed. There were many games where Saberlight just absolutely popped off, standing in for another team.
Wait, really? Did he stand in for Entity?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he stomped. It was incredible. Many a meme was born from that tournament.
Well, I think also, does he still have the Arlington tag on Stormstormer? Oh,
I also
changed the fun fact.
Fun fact, I had never met Stormstormer, and I mistook him for Fishman the first time I met him. And I had a full conversation with him thinking he was Fishman. Yeah, I know. I had never seen a picture of him. I don't know why. I just hadn't looked it up or anything. And he just came over and started talking to me, and I thought he was Fishman, and I made a comment about his Chen, but I'm not sure if he heard it. He probably did. And then I paneled with him. I was like, oh my God, that's Stormstormer. Oh no. So shout out Stormstormer.
He's really nice. I'm sure he would have thought it was funny. That's okay.
Alrighty.
It happens, you know. You won't make that mistake again now.
No, I certainly won't. Not at least with him. But another player, almost assuredly. Boxy will grab the wave here. We're going to spread this out here on the first couple levels. As you can already see the Lich, you know, a lot of teams ignoring him, but he's still pretty good at being very annoying.
Very, very annoying indeed. Have to see if there's some kill threat as well. Maybe if Smiley Knight gets level 2 quick enough, and we'll see if Saberlight's positioning with how weak he is. To see some other lanes go as well. Jibe's probably free farming right on the Lycan up top. Are we expecting this to be a difficult lane for him?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, Chikiro can be annoying, obviously, with like the dual breath and stuff, but Eki should be dodging the blood rights, so there's not going to be any double value. He's constantly pressuring Insania whenever Mickey does do a blood right, so that he can make sure there's no follow-up play onto Jibe. So, yeah, I'd say it looks pretty good. They're just going to block the camps over and over again with the wolves, which Insania can't really do anything about. Seems good.
Seems good indeed. The mid lane. How do we feel about this? We've lately been seeing a lot of the Pangos go back for the Thunderbolt facet. Do you feel like there is a big reason why that they're starting to make it almost like 50-50?
Yeah, and maybe even more so too. It seems like it's almost always. I think the double jump doesn't seem to be like the lane winner that it was before. I feel like that was the part that just made it the best.
Oh.
Easy.
Sorry, I thought
that's okay. He's living.
Gonna get him.
And then the Thunderbolt, even with the nerfs, it still feels really good in the mid game. You know, just you can even see some of the Pango players aren't used to it, and they miss the chain stun because they're going a little bit too fast. But in theory, when you're doing it right, like it just means like you're getting more heroes caught a chain stun, right? That's the best thing you can do.
Lotuses looks like it's, I believe, both actually going the way of Avulus. So the resource is going to assist. So far, No kills, a little bit boring. Maybe onto Seneko, actually. They're not putting attention onto Smiling Knight, which does mean that this Morphling's starting to get a decent amount of damage onto Saberlight, but he was able to run away, and Boxy was able to clean up the kill onto the Lich.
Early boots on Tusk feels good. Nice first blood to grab. Every time I look up top, Eki is just on top of Insania, harassing him over and over again. Then he just dodged out a bunch of the damage over time from the dual breath and just goes right back in.
Radiant are scanning.
Stormstormer are going to be fighting with Nisha for this rune middle.
I don't know if he wins. Yeah, I don't know if this is looking too good for you. Yeah. Able to run away. They get the other water rune. At least he has the bounty still to play with.
Yeah, Boxy actually...
a little bit.
But yeah, Boxy went and took to the water rune too.
Bottom Saberlight? What's going on here? How'd he get here? Out Boxy as well? Frostblast up in a couple of seconds. Let's see if they're going to be able to get in range. So unfortunately a little bit slow. Boxy will be able to outrun the pace of the Lich, but big kill. They're at least able to even up what we saw previously from Liquid striking first.
They do have the top farmer right now in Mickey. He's got himself up to 24 last hits, but followed shortly behind here by Smiling Knight as Wave gets into the tower. So no one really pulling away, pretty much even on all of the lanes at the moment. And in terms of when this game's going to start kicking off, probably Saberlight 6 will be a big one. Try and set up a play. You could just do like Rupture into Solar Guardian is a bit of a tough one to deal with because you're just stuck. You move, you know, you're ruptured, you stay still. The Solar Guardian comes down on top of you. It's a difficult one to play around. Bloodseeker coming through the Twin Gate to target the Morphling. Feels like you could actually maybe have a chance of killing him since you do have the stun there on the Dawn. Maybe that's the play.
Stormstormer. Use the Swashbuckle and Sinistrus was put on cooldown. Liquid looked to try and pounce for the opportunity, but the response is there from Avulus. A little bit too late to keep the mid laner alive, and they're not going to be able to get a rebuttal kill as well, as now Ek is chased down because Liquid, they were quick with bringing the Jakiro, and no one will die as a result. The Wolves are trying to feast onto the low members, but they just do not have the levels, unfortunately, this early in the game here from Jibe.
Jeez, that is a giant swing for 6 minutes, man. Yeah, I mean, great jump there from Liquid, recognizing the weakness of this Pango. And the power that you can get from a Magnus, who also is still holding a haste from Nisha. You baiting here, bud?
Oh, he's baiting.
All right, this seems crazy.
This does seem incredibly crazy, but the cooldowns is the big issue for Stormstormer, and back-to-back kills walk a shame out to the lane to the Pango.
Oh, he's so good. Oh, that was so sick. What a use. And then he takes the haster down to grab the bounty rune too, so he can start refilling his bottle. Oh, man. Yeah, Stormstormer is just putting the dirt after that. Oh, what do you even do as a Pangolier player? Now, coming back mid is going to be a pain. Like, if Boxy lurks around and threatens with Snowball, too, you ever swashbuckle for a CS? It's going to be scary. Saberlight going back for his Wisdom Rune. They did manage to scare off Eki. Jibe is going to leave his here for Seneko. Nice guy.
Guess they're able to get 1-1, but probably you would say the support's on Dire. Happy with what happened mid. You get a lot of experience for them. And we have that Solar Guardian coming up pretty shortly, like you were mentioning, and along with the Rupture timing. So the side lanes and mid is going to be under pressure. How do you stabilize this game actually for Avulus? Who are we looking at?
I mean,
Smiling Knight,
unfortunately.
Mass TPs down to bottom. Not just one, but a second as well, coming through the form of Nisha, and it won't be needed. He'll still yoink the kill, but of course, it's a little bit of tax for that TP down.
Yeah, it just ensures there's no counterplay either, right? Like, if anyone had tried to assist there, then you're just going to get caught up with these extra heroes, and he's trying to make his way back mid for the rune. He does get it thanks to the block, but Storm will jump to the high ground, and Nisha still gets back in time for the wave, but wants Eki instead.
Gonna be a long chase. I don't think it's a worthwhile chase as well. No wave. They got the read. TP location. Suppose.
Oh, he swashed. Is he dead? He's dead. He swashed. Oh, Nisha. He thought about it. He pinged.
Mercy.
Oh, there's no mana on the Jishkiro. That might have been why. I was thinking like Ice Path and then just into and like RP, Ice Path, turnaround, skewer. But not needed.
That's a big rotation from Avulus. 3 heroes through the portal. See how they're going to be able to connect with this. Zibe wants to use the shapeshift. You have the Solar Guardian. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, like you said, Nisha is all the way behind the tower as well. They're going to try and make the attempt. Mickey inside the river. Let's see if they clump up. Whiff of the skewer. And now it's pretty awkward. With a potential trump card that Liquid have in the ultimate. Now not a factor at the moment. At least they're able to keep Mickey alive. And they will waste the shapeshift. I thought it was actually going to look a little bit scary for them in the end. But apparently we have 10 heroes top and no casualties. I say that. Okay, Smiling Knight. Actually still stuck around. Rupture the block. Nice shots, dude. Boxy lines him up. Nisha's going to knock him down. RP connects onto both. And Saberlight is in with the combo as well. Stormstormer's going to do his best as he can. He's in a decent location to bounce back off the walls. He's going to be good for one, but that is all the damage. It's not going to be there afterwards. And now they may just turn to the Pangolier as well. There is nothing that's going to be able to protect Stormstormer. Once again, the shots from Boxy. Liquid just overwhelm Alveolus at the top side of the map. And this game is getting out of control.
Nisha the Wanderer right now, perhaps the most well-traveled hero in this game, right? Like he just ran around the map. He TP'd bottom, walked through mid, chased the Riki, walked back to his tower, walked up behind the tier 1, finally gets the fight he was looking for. I was worried there was going to be a waste of time. I thought they don't get a fight here. All this roaming around the map, he could have been hitting creeps this whole time, but no. They end up getting it so much more than worth it, and now they're camping this ward. Trying to maybe punish, because that snowball, yeah, Snako, he's going to live.
Dude, I missed Boxy toss. Yeah, let's see that one again. What was going on with Smiling Knight running up that high ground? That seemed like crazy positioning. And then the shards as well, the stairs. Oh.
I mean, maybe thinking that Stormstorm was going to be there a little bit sooner to try and make use of the Rolling Thunder because, things had been used at this point outside of the Rupture, and he's thinking like, I can survive a Rupture or something. I'll be all right. But then the Ice Shards, that made it a big problem. Just got locked in. And caught with no place to go. Beautiful snowball inside too. I love that punch on a Stormstormer as well. Like he doesn't just try and finish off the like and he just turns to elbow on the Pango first. And then you only have so many maneuvering tools here as the Pangolier to try and get out. Domstered.
Yes, indeed. And it is showcased in regards to the net worth.
Yeah,
5,000 here.
He's almost over top of Jibe right now.
Oh, wow.
He's only a few gold behind him. Oh, one more last. He's gonna jump him. Ah, come on, it's so close.
Okay, he's got time. So we've got Blink coming out on the courier for Nisha, RP. Good to go. And who are we going to be looking at here? It's unfortunately just Riki showing. Maybe they'll look for the freebie with Mickey nearby, not even needing to use too much. And Seneko also steps up inside the river, so support's continuing to bleed kills over towards Liquid, and maybe Jibe is in trouble as well. Boxy keeping in. Jibe's going to try and use the ultimate to run the opposite direction and Mickey, but the snowball, can they get in range after it explodes? Close.
He didn't have the mana. Wasn't able to Ice Shards.
Oh, they're coming. And they're coming quick. Stormstormer. Okay, well, wasn't able to get the Rupture previously. Now ran back in range, and Jibe's just going to pretty much run himself to death. TP out. Nicely done. The Rolling Thunder maybe canceling that shockwave from Nisha, which could have been enough. They're still going to force the fight. Mickey's stuck in the high ground. Apparently, Stormstormer wants to join him now. They'll skew it down to the double RP Blood Right combo, but the Chain Frost is the big issue. It will now expire, stopping some of the damage turnaround, but they're starting to respawn on Avulus to support Nisha. He's going to go down. Insania might join him. TP out will survive, but that was looking what could have been almost a nail in the coffin at such an early stage, but Avulus able to make amends and drag this game back.
What a Jade Frost, man. I can't believe that just expired. You get 10 bounces? That's crazy. The most damage in the engagement right there. This is why Lich was certainly still a hero, of course, with that very annoying facet. It's so hard to stop it. And yeah, this was beautiful. I mean, wow. I don't know if he knew. I don't know if it was just dumb luck. I don't know if he saw the angle the Magnus was coming from. I'm going to give Stormstormer all the credit because surely he knew. And that save just also turns into a great fight for them with that crazy Chain Frost. This is like, they were sniping every play. All the spells were perfect from Liquid, and they were just snowballing. This is what happens when you make one little mistake in these greedy lineups. Very, you know, OG 2018-esque, the way they're just like diving behind these towers and going for these crazy kills at 12 minutes.
Yeah. Sometimes it is going to pay out, but now it unfortunately has not. And you put Avulus in a position where this game is without a doubt within reach. They're making it pretty close. Importantly, Smiling Knight as well is building up the farm. This is almost Yasha completed. And again, I want to go back. Like, if this is a Morphling who is top net worth and has the items, is this a game where you would be concerned for Liquid?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Shift looks really good this game. Especially, you know, late game again the shard and stuff. You can even just deal with the RP. You're probably not getting an Orchid hero either, so it's only going to be like the one silence to really worry about. He's not considering Manta right now anyway, though. He is thinking about just going for the raw SNY. As the Radiance is picked up here.
Pretty good timing.
Yeah, that's going to put... I mean, considering how busy Mickey's been also just being engaged in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, thinking about Smiling Knight, who's going to be able to finish off the tower, but we'll stick around to continue farming. Not be able to go for a TP out. Apparently, it's just going to run it off, though. Okay, it's fine.
Big courier kill there. They did grab Nisha's shard, so that's 2 minutes without it.
Vision as well, I think, is something to mention here from Avulus. Eki's been able to drop some really deep observers across the map. Eventually going to see a fight, Stormstormer. Toying with Boxy at the moment. Punch is going to make it a little bit difficult. Seneco's in for the combo as well. Nisha's going to follow the Chain Frost back to Boxy. They're going to step away. Solar keeps Nisha healthy for the moment, but these are big ultimates that haven't rewarded them any kills in our Stormstormer. He's going to be able to have a free fight without the rupture to be a big issue for him. He's rolling around, but not getting that much value out of it. It's a 1-for-2 at the moment. They're still going to try and turn to Smiling Knight. Wait for him at the last second to stop the Starbreaker. Can Smiling Knight still re-enter the team fight? Mickey trying to do what he can. Like they're going to be okay. A way to stop Liquid from retreating. So a 2-for-1. They also get the objective in the mid lane.
Yeah, Smiling Knight with the copy into the Magnus there, trying to help his team out, but you can see that the second he starts shifting strength, he's still a little bit weak to actually deal damage, just tickling them as they walk away. But another opportunity here where Avulus have found a way to claw back some of this lead. Morphling is catching up, and now, of course, this Bloodseeker, now it is a fresh Radiance. He's, I think, got the Glimmer Cape done now, too, which is big, because that is a lot of the damage that's coming out from Avulus right now. It's just raw magic, so... As of, you know, of course, your hard carry Glimmer Cape is now ready at 17 minutes. That's the standard right now.
Yes, sir. I laugh because I think Jive just yoinked the Ancients with the wolf.
Oh, well done.
Very impressive. Stormstormer? Run into
But I think what you were saying before as well, the ward placement is a big reason why they're getting these fights. Because, I mean, those two wards are insane. They're so powerful. And, like, they even have a sentry down from Insanity, but I don't think you get a chance to check the high ground. So, like, Nisha is still just under here because the fight kind of broke out then. So, yeah, despite having a sentry, they don't check the pillar. And it's going to help Jive avoid any potential harm here in the mid lane.
Another ward apparently from Eki over to the right side. Sees Mickey and also sees Boxy playing behind the Bloodseeker. They still want to force the fight. Boxy He gets the read of Eki's location. Has he got anyone to jump to? Stormstormer. Yeah, we'll run back over.
He is thirsted.
This is getting scouted out. He's able to get out of range of the blood, right? But Mika with the movement speed is actually going to be forced to use the Rupture. But now, once again, it means that Stormstormer doesn't have to be concerned about this spell, but where is everyone else on Radiant? Smiling Knight's going to be here. Jibe will also funnel through at the last second. Nisha looking for the pump fake. Doesn't find the angle just yet. We'll be able to close the distance shortly. And it's just 2 supports, okay? So no real big casualties.
Stormstormer quick to get that Blink Dagger up after the defusal. All these fights. Doing a lot of work considering the position he was in before, so that is going to help a ton with these engagements. Like you said, like the Rupture has been being utilized pretty early, so he's had some freedom. Now he can also try and avoid parts of the fight that the Bloodseeker's at a little bit more easily. Insania not going to get it on that one, that's for sure. And this is a lineup with Team Liquid that you are kind of hoping to be ahead at this point, right? Like, you have this Dawnbreaker, Magnus, Bloodseeker. You're thinking, yeah, he went Blink first on the mag. But all those little things adding up. This deep vision, again, Boxy just running right through it right now. This shard that was delayed by 2 minutes. It's a lot of early damage that you get from this shard in these team fights, especially because there's so many, like, 5v5s that are occurring early on. He's trying to cut through these wolves, through these creeps, and just splash damage on everyone. That's all been reduced for some of those pivotal fights in the game. And now they're going to steal the 20-minute Roche. 10 seconds before he heads through, but Roche will not be making that trip here today.
They may even be able to force the fight afterwards. Stormstormer gonna be able to get a glimpse of Nisha. Boxy playing behind. Nice use of the Rolling Thunder is gonna stop a little bit of the save potential from Boxy, and Nisha's just nuked down. Liquid, and they have really spilled this game with the potential for them to have a massive net worth lead early on, but they dive too deep behind that tier 1 tower top, and now 20 minutes in, Avulus have the lead for the first time. They've got the Aegis as well onto Smiling Knight's Morphling.
They have that shard on Seneko too, just like controlling these team fights. This all looks very strong, and still have a Tormentor to go back to. Pick that up on a second hero. Hopefully Eki, I think, is the best one, right? I mean, you already have the Glimmer available on the Bloodseeker. You'd like to make sure that's not going to be an available tool. Try and make the Snowball save less effective as well.
Spying out Saberlight. They have an idea of something going on. Sentry, well aware of the shenanigans that Eki's trying to pull off. They may lose their wisdom. Boxy, which they will, but they're going to be able to get another kill. Those supports.
Oh, he wants the ulti. He's thinking about it.
He's not going to get it.
Wait, but with the Tormentor?
Oh my god. Well done.
Gamer. Nice play. At the very least, they do get it for themselves. It's going to put the shard on the Tusk. Not one of the better support ones, but it's more damage. And, you know, I guess Secure would have been a little bit nicer. Mostly just trying to get ourselves to helping out Dawn, perhaps, or the Bloodseeker.
Speaking of Dawn, I feel like this Scepter is going to be a big thing here for Saberlight. 4-1 and 8. I mean, KDA is looking good, along with net worth as well. And we have seen the Solid Guardian. I think now it's been a little bit difficult because of the mobility from Avulus. We haven't really seen it help out that much aggressively. But maybe just with the ability to reposition it, could see it used a little bit better from Liquid, because it's the one thing that was working for them in the early game. Like, their spell casting was really on point, and then I kind of turned throughout the later fights. Oh, Nisha.
Oh, baby.
At least there was an Arcane Rune RP. That's okay.
That makes it all right. Yeah.
Well, you go now, right? Yeah, they're going to clear the mid wave and look to smoke, so map is pretty free for Avulus for the next 70 seconds or so. Top lane, probably the area that they're wanting to control.
Neko has Blink and 20 gold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's ready to jump in on some of these heroes. It's a lot of pressure on Boxy. He is the save from that play.
He's going to be scouted shortly on the retreat down the stairs. They can waste some time, so easy kill. T2 tower claimed.
what can you do on Liquid at the same time? Find some farm on the bottom half of the map is really the only option they have right now. And Eki's going to try and come find them, maybe set up for something. Bloodseeker has now entered his second power spike, though, of the Aghanim Scepter. One of the better tools is...
mid lane.
Oh, nice.
Stuck around for far too long with the T1 tower up to be able to TP over to, and Jesus, that nuke is crazy. Mickey will try with Eruption, but the Rolling Thunder's already out, and there was no potential. You did not have the numbers for the fight. And they are beelining over. Jibei's almost here. Lacking the stuns, which is going to be a bit of an issue. Shards is awkward as well.
Well, on the plus side... Oh, hold on.
Oh, nice smoke cloud timing. They're kind of still here on Radiant. They might lose Eki. I guess Jibei a little bit cautious about the fight, and Seneko is going to go as well. So never mind. Okay, it's just supports dying on Avulus.
Yeah, Nisha trying to make a play as well, chasing further. Jibei, this is a bootless Lycan. He's got to beat the drums.
The mana. Intreads. It's not going to be enough. So soon he keeps tapping over to see if he's got the mana, but they're going to catch up to him nonetheless and will not need the RP by the looks of it.
A little worried for Nisha here as he sticks around, as the blink out as Stormstormer zips in. They currently do not have any dispels on the Radiant, as the Aegis will expire on Smiling Knight. So that is one good thing for Mickey. There's no Yules, there's no Nullifier yet, so he can come into these fights and actually utilize that big barrier that the Ags gives him. Again, another deep ward here, though. Eki is just crushing them with these wards. Constantly seeing, like, these wards spawning couriers tells you so much in Dota. It's just ridiculous.
To try and use that information. Unfortunately, they'll split away.
I mean, it's actually worse, though, because now they're going to find Saberlight instead.
That they will. 1,000 net worth lead. Seneko. And this guy's got 9 deaths, but somehow he's up there at the top net worth with some of the supports, and this is still making me question why we have not been seeing this hero.
That's a good question. Oh, no gaze available. Oh, actually, he did have gaze. Oh, he just didn't see him. My bad.
Middle tower is under attack.
I love the Liquid Sphere for Stormstormer. It's good.
What do we feel like the game plan is for Liquid? Or what has been going wrong for them? Because really for a while, we have not been able to see them get their foothold back into this game. And what do you feel like needs to change in regards to their attitude towards the fights?
Fighting into the Aegis really crushed them. Like they have a very RP dependent fight plan. It's like RP and then anchoring the fight in a spot with the Dawn ulti. So I think Aegis just really ruins that. So it's best to just wait it out. And from here, I just want to make sure they get the next one. And here's that start.
Oh, it's going to run straight into them. He's able to get the strength morph up, but he is in no man's land, and really no one else is nearby. Seneko is just going to try and cut his losses. He's got to... That is an ambitious TP.
Well, I mean, potential for Roche to be up before he arrives, but very unlikely. Meanwhile, Eki's going to find out that he's under a sentry as the creeps start attacking him. And he's going to smoke cloud TP. Makes it out.
Hey. At least give them an idea that this deep ward once again has been placed. Deep ward after deep ward. Stormstormer bottom. Looking for the nuke potential between these two heroes. Gets on the other side of the shards. A little bit more awkward here for Liquid.
Yeah, retreating off to the east. He'll be all right. And the most important thing, this Roche timer, we'll find out in 5 seconds. Aries, how long will this Roche spawn be?
112.
112. He's staying consistent, folks.
Are you sure?
He's not right.
Zibei gonna be dragged back. He's able to at least activate the shapeshift. Gets out of range, but still the Ruptures are ready. It tries to TP up. That's not gonna work. Again, Mickey finds to kill Seneko over to the left side as well. Will be chased down. Liquid able to strike back. Double kill for them. Not seeing any massive skirmishes. Just a couple kills going back the way of Liquid, then it turns to Avulus's favor, but this is a great timing for at least the boys on Die to be able to get the Wisdom Room. Meanwhile, it does leave Nisha alone in the mid lane, and Smiling Knight and Eki, they see an opportunity to be able to bring down the Magnus for the 4th time this game.
That's a big one to strike back on, because that has just ruined, like, if it was an early Roche spawn, then Liquid aren't able to just, like, assert control. Like, they basically just been keeping Avalus off balance, right? Like, they punched him over when they got the Morphling kill, and then they pressured him immediately after, just knowing that, like, hey, Morphling isn't available yet, so, like, let's start this fight. But clapping back like that and getting the Magnus is going to stabilize things, and now it's going to be a matter of who's got the better vision to set up for Roche, and that is, it's pretty much just been Avalus this whole time. That ward is still in the base. Thankfully, it's going to expire in 2 seconds. That is massive for Liquid. Actually be a bit of a mystery to their movements now at this point. But a big talent now taken by the Riki. Super annoying. The -3 second smoke screen cooldown. So it now lasts for 6 seconds and has an 8-second duration. Yeah, cool stuff, right?
What is that? Oh, importantly, Avulus, they're going to be able to control this side of the map first before Liquid gets set up. So
they are, but Roche is not going to spawn here.
We have committed, and Liquid is still going to beeline over towards top, though. Like you say, Vanova Roche is not going to spawn here. We may still get a fight, though, which will favor Avulus.
Yeah, definitely. If this forces a bad Solar Guardian, especially, that's really the worst case scenario here for Team Liquid. And Avalus, they're going to roll the dice. They're saying surely it doesn't spawn, and they can't take it in 10 seconds. So obviously this makes the most sense. Get down bottom, stake your control here. There's an off-sentry combo from Liquid. It's going to get spotted out because the creeps saw Eki and the Wolf. So that immediately gets dewarded.
This is pretty a big committal here to try and run them down because they see Saberlight, but they're starting to TP back. So Saberlight will have some heroes playing behind.
Did the break of dawn.
They got a glimpse of Stormstormer. So have the ward over the right side as well, which also sees Mick a lot of information for Avulus. They're going to try and jump. Eyes on what Boxy's going to be able to do to protect his Bloodseeker, and Mickey will just charge into the middle and look to clean up. He doesn't need protection because he just wants kills instead. Jibe cannot stand his ground, and Smiling Knight is nowhere to be seen as well. Stormstormer brought down, tries a Hail Mary use of his ultimate at the last second, but it's not going to matter. As Liquid, they were scouted out for the entire time under the ward. Eki, what is this? Eki, he's looking for Insania, but the Liquid boys, they were still sticking around. Insania's going to be able to survive on a slither of health, and why not just add an extra kill?
The psychic headband play from Insania to save his own life. That was pretty sweet. Well done there. Man, that Bloodseeker pick, though, it's Lycan and Pango. It's just one of the struggles when you see this Bloodseeker just immediately countered into the Pango is like sometimes, like we saw earlier in the game, like you just can't get the Rupture off, right? Like the fight starts in a weird spot, but with such good targets from 2 heroes, it just makes it a lot easier. And the Solar Guardian, I thought it might be bad because they kind of baited out the Solar Guardian and the BKB, but he's just so fast getting right onto Jibe, and his fight's over. Like, what can you do? You have no recourse as the Lycan. And from there, it's just wombo combo plays, GG. And I'd say the Dawn Innate helping a lot there to give Liquid some confidence that fight started, because like you said, there was a pretty good ward from Avalus, but the Saberlight's Innate certainly helping them get a little bit of confidence back.
Oh, they're going to be quick on the kill because Roche has gone down and they're not fast enough. Nisha with a double RP with a perfect time, and the Solar Guardian slammed down. Smiling Knight's gone too.
He just keeps getting away with it. Eki, don't try it. Insania's immortal. Don't try it, buddy. Don't do it.
How do they? Oh, they stormed the sentry. Okay. I thought they just had some crazy read, but walked under the sentry range, and we are bleeding kills back all of a sudden to an 8,000 net worth lead for Liquid.
He's the MVP. I mean, they just keep trying to kill Insania and losing heroes. What are we doing here? Insania, his survival has garnered a lot of gold for his teammates. He's just going to use that to pick up a Soulcrast here, as they look to actually put some pressure onto the high ground. And yeah, they thought free kill, right? I'm Lich. I can do my wombo combo Morphling. How? Like, how is that enough heal? That's just ridiculous. Another Chain Frost, but again, the HP coming in from Saberlight and his ultimate, it's too much for them to get through. And now they can try and get some good pressure on this map with the help of this AC, and of course just countering out this Riki, this Pangolier, and this Lycan. It's an incredible AC game.
Yep. Very good AC game. Nisha's about to hit level 20 as well. Talent for him to work with. And we're going to have to see a bit of an adaptation with how Avulus are taking these fights. I think importantly as well, really, Jibe on how he's taking the fights. Probably feels like he needs to be coming in towards the tail end. I mean, this guy, you're pretty much fighting 4v5. He's getting ruptured every time. Stormstorm is fine with the Lincoln, so the issue is I guess he may not just use Rupture, he may wait to see Jibe even if he comes 5-10 seconds late.
Yeah, he's definitely still a great target, so. And well, even has a Dagon for himself too to try and deal with this.
Interesting.
This Lincoln Sphere, right? It's a bit of a classic item on the Bloodseeker thanks to the Blood Rage spell lamp, so very useful. Now he's going to go roaming invis. Might run into Eki. 2 ships passing in the night here. Ob Sentry combo. Eki might walk right into it. That is a Radiant Sentry in the tree line. So he sees Mike here.
Nothing will happen as a result. I'm looking at this Morphling. This guy's got to pull some heavy weight on his back. Smiling Knight, level 22nd in net worth, closing in on the Butterfly. And like you were saying previously, like it's a pretty goddamn good Morph game, but he's getting hunted. He's going to try and go through the portal. Nisha's RP will be there at the buzzer. And these are a couple of deaths in a row and a couple too many, unfortunately, with a game where all the hope is on him. They should be able to get the cancel, right? Yep, there we go. Saberlight knocks him down. 5th death now for the Morph.
Yeah, and even with the Tormentor giving him the shard, it's still not enough. And again, that's going to just put you off balance right now as Avulus. It's very hard to do much on the map in a situation where your Morphling is no longer here, so that's why you see them just invading territory. This is a nice play. Can they actually get it, though?
Oh,
jeez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Stormer.
They're just dying, dude. It bounced an echo. I mean, it was kind of crazy.
At desperate times, desperate measures, you know? This Tormentor is taking names, though. Nisha couldn't finish it. Now Boxy's punching it. Possibly the world's strongest Tormentor. Attack. Attack the Tormentor. All right, Saberlight, your turn, buddy. Oh my god, this is like a pub lineup trying to take a fucking Tormentor.
Oh, there we go.
That was some day one tormenting right there by Liquid. But eventually it falls.
Alright, Saberlight stepped up to the plate. It's alright, boys, I got this.
Yeah.
We got the shard.
All for Instania. I mean, he earned it with those survival plays earlier on, of course. He's been taking a lot of heat.
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
But he has indeed. Amp damage bottled up for Nisha. That's had some good RPs so far this game.
Jibe has been...
Jibe may...
Yeah, he's been up here for a while.
Well, just use Shapeshift to escape, I suppose. Don't need to worry about being ruptured now.
Yeah, they have successfully waited out the Aegis without losing too much.
They're going to try and fight Boxy, but they attempt with the snowball. Nice timing. Save is out, and now Nisha's going to be ready to go once again. Smiling Knight, they hit the Morphling. Evasion won't be enough to keep him alive. Is there a potential to turn with some of the ultimates now wasted from Liquid? They want out, actually. They feel like this is not a fight to be had. Drag back Skewer, they're going to get him. Nisha stops the TP again, and Smiling Knight can just not catch a break.
I mean, you can see the effectiveness there of that smoke cloud, too. The evasion buff just doesn't matter if the Magnus has a BKB. He's still just missing because it's an ally buff, and one of the reasons why it is so frustrating, but still enough tools to take him down.
I'm sorry, Mickey, as well. I didn't notice she was 16-1-7.
Yeah, he said a very good game. He is consistently just locking onto his targets in the fights and finishing the job, and that's why he's a Dagon 5 now.
Oh, nice pickup off top onto Seneko. I think was maybe going for a solo kill, so now you force him to have to buy back to defend the base. Got Glyph at least.
Okay, where are you going?
Cross shield.
He's running towards the well.
Up to the melee barracks by the looks of it. I'm actually going to look for the 4 set. And we'll get it. So, what an interesting game. Liquid, at least we're starting like they were going to stomp the game. Took a couple of bad fights. Avius clawed their way back, and then the game was starting to look even. And then Avius just have not been able to get any fights going for them.
Yeah, I felt like they got to a point where the Bloodseeker pick to counter these heroes just really turned on, you know? This ability of like, how does the Lycan play if he gets ruptured? It's kind of what we said. It's like, if you're not already winning the fight, it's definitely over at that point. But Radiant trying to find a decent angle here.
I just go for
you know Boxy's just going to jump here. Goodbye, Snako.
Showing the wave. Goodbye, indeed. That's a dieback. 70 seconds of your main defender inside the base as well to stall, and you will now have to go for a crazy 4v5 fight, and it's not going to be easy for Avulus because the response, your RP, Rupture, Snowball Save, Solar Guardian, how do you ever start if you're Radiant?
Yeah, and they got the mid wave, but there's still waves down in the bottom, so it doesn't really matter. Nisha just jumps up.
An aggressive jump before the Rolling Thunder is able to get the axe shot off at least from Stormstormer. That will keep him alive, but the link gets popped. It's not going to matter. Mickey quick fingers with the Rupture. He will buy back in the mid laner, but Smiling Knight again is just running away. We've never seen this Morphling actually right-click anyone. Hasn't felt the confidence to be able to go toe-to-toe against Liquid. Now needs to be the time, but they just do not have the gold nor the numbers. Jib is able to slip away. Stormstormer looks like he will escape as well with the Rolling Thunder, or Willie Nisha. So trying to pursue, trying to chase him down. He will not catch up. Think they'll get Eki instead. Got the gem. Nowhere to run or hide here for the Ricky. So 2 heroes without a buyback. Liquid gonna walk up. Should be another set of barracks for free.
This damage coming out of Stabilite is kind of ridiculous. He's doing like 600 damage to a Morphling with his Starbreaker. Like, that's odd. Even when he's got high armor, it's just not mattering. Like, he's cutting through the evasion with the Starbreaker. He's got Empower. He's got the tag team a lot of the time too. And of course, he also just feels invincible between his ulti and the Shard. He's a really hard hero to handle.
Somehow they need a miracle hold for 10 seconds for Smiling Knight. Otherwise, their chance to be able to make it over into Group 2 is going to be cut here with this game lost. And that'll look like it's going to be the case. Liquid, you want kills, you want objectives. Kills is apparently the call. Smiling Knight, keep it in, run out of the base. Where are you going indeed? Again, running. That is all we're seeing, but it was too late. It didn't matter in the end. So Liquid, they will guarantee the elimination of Avulus. This team is continuing to struggle to find the results like we saw from them in Bangkok.
GG is called, throne is gone, and Nisha cracks his knuckles in victory. Just so powerful.
Yes, he is indeed. You know, he's got to be feeling good after that. 10-4.
Whole team
performance. Yeah. Whole team. 21.
Looking great.
Jesus, Mickey. I mean, I don't know, dude. This looked like an incredible Bloodseeker game when we saw the Lycan Pengo picked up. Yeah.
It's that simple, eh? Just that Bloodseeker really ruined things, honestly. It really did feel like, uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I feel like the air just kind of like left the room for Apples in the middle of that trap. That pops up just like, uh-oh, we got a problem. And then, you know, they kind of had these nice mid-game fights. It looked like they could maybe find something, but it just had to be consistent after that and just like keep that ball rolling. And once there was one more mistake, unfortunately, they weren't able to keep it going. I think the Eki Ricky was still extremely powerful. I would be worried about that in game 2 as Liquid because they just had way too much vision the whole game. And it did help them find those wins in those fights where they were already at such a big disadvantage to start.
Yeah, that they were. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. You know, you put yourself in a position, like you said, mainly off the back of the vision from Eki, but you were not able to capitalize and get that much needed victory to still be potentially fighting for your Dream League lives. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be eliminated. Of course, we will still be able to see some gains from them. And importantly, now we're looking at Liquid. This is still a team who are not guaranteed on where they're going to be. So an important victory for them, but they need to get more wins under their belt because currently their group is looking incredibly even and potential tiebreakers could be coming up as well tomorrow. But we're not there just yet. We still have one more game to be able to close out day 3 here for Groups 1. First, a break. When we come back, we've got our final game of the night. See you guys soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
We are back for our final game of the night here for Dream League Season 25. Liquid still fighting for their lives here to try and be promoted over to Groups 2. We saw a good game out of them. Trent, what do we feel like they can do to have a repeat in their success? What did you like from them in game 1?
Well, they had this like hyper aggression thing going on. That was kind of cool. And it was working. And then maybe they went a little too far, just a little bit. And then that's kind of how they managed to get a little bit back there from Avalos as they drove the towers a little bit, missed a couple of spells. Overall, obviously, they played it very well, and it did largely go well for them. But that is kind of like the first setback they had. And then the second problem that was consistently occurring was they were getting outdone on vision. Now, a lot of that is part of just the hero itself of Riki. It's one of the best heroes at doing that simply because you can just drop wards while you're invisible. And so even if you have good ward coverage yourself, you don't see that this Riki has gone in and done the same thing and covered that same area. So it can be difficult to combat it because of that. So I would say maybe at least either ban the Riki or really consider these deep wards being placed constantly by Eki, because it's clear that like he used them on the Nyx Assassin too. So if he gets bound, if he gets Riki, if he gets Nyx, he's going to be looking for these, and they have to be cognizant of that.
Okay, so we'll have to see maybe even an early gem pickup if that may be something we're looking at if you are playing versus heroes, or like you said, let's just be cognizant of the potential of the Eki hero or Eki player in general,
or Boxy Slark. Right? That doesn't sound like overkill, right? We'll just pick support Slark. If they're going to rely on this deep vision, we'll give them none of it. You're welcome, Liquid. I got you.
So, what do you make of this Boxy Slark? Is this a meme? That they're obviously, they have some crazy strategies. No one else is trying to run the full Slark. What is? You've got time.
A couple teams have done it. It's fun. It's kind of. It's definitely frustrating. It's a very annoying hero to play against in the core role or the support role because nothing feels worse than just losing your vision all the time. It's a bit of a funny issue in terms of just like the draft too. Like sometimes they pick it up like a little bit early and you have to wonder like, is this it? It's like the Morphling with 9 class, same thing. Like you have to be prepared for position 1 Morphling, but then it just gets chucked to 9 class and then he just is still incredibly frustrating to play against. So I don't think we'll see it, but I wouldn't hate it.
But if we want to deal with Eki's warding, you're saying there is another alternative.
That's right, exactly.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see if we get some crazy stuff coming out. It does look like the bans. We will get some respect for the Magnus, and we are going to get no Elk, no Phantom Assassin, nor Abaddon. So the other ones, Bristle, Tiny, were removed by Liquid, and then we saw the Monkey and Bat Rider was also banned previously.
All right, a lot of the same old as we've been having through all this. The Bristol, I guess, is the one that sticks out to me as being like, okay, you can run your game around this. As Avalos, I feel like I'd probably remove that. It's also one they haven't gotten a chance to pick though in a while, so maybe they're willing to run it here. So see if that's what they want.
I'm honestly a little surprised they did. I guess it's tough because Avilos are also a team that really like to first face the Monkey King. We've seen Stormstone will play it into bad matchups. Smiling Knight has a very good Monkey King. Eki will play it as well. I think when we were maybe covering some of their qualifiers, or at least there's been so many qualifiers, but I was really impressed when they were going for Monkey early. I thought they were actually going to bristle back themselves then, because I also think Smiling Knight has probably got one of the better carry bristles out there.
But they want this hero, the Phoenix, who is looking like one of the absolute strongest heroes in Dota. I can't really disagree with picking this hero up early. I don't know if they have flexed it. I'm looking through. I'm only seeing support by the looks of it. I'm not the biggest fan of the core Phoenix, so I'm just very much happy to just see it picked up and put in the support role. But Team Liquid, they're going to pick up that Riki as Shibe is dancing once more to his music.
How does this support matchup actually fare? Like if you just look at it as a one-on-one, is the Riki quite frustrating for the Phoenix?
Certainly it can be, right? Because you're a low armor hero who has a spell that you use for your survivability, both in the dive and the egg itself. So it can go very poorly for you. Ricky also has this kind of like low reach in some sense. Like if the fight breaks out and you're not on the Phoenix, then there's a good chance the Phoenix is going to find an egg supernova before you can really do much about it. And then obviously, you know, you can try and jump in and maybe help your teammates kill it. And if the egg's going to go off, you can also dodge it as the Ricky. So that part's helpful. But I don't think it's enough to just like shut down the Phoenix or anything like that.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's see how the Phoenix also gets addressed overall. Like if we are looking for like supernova answers, because we saw there was one game in particular, right, with Falcons playing it. I believe it was Snaking, where the Phoenix, like, I'm sure there were other reasons why they won that game, but we were both incredibly impressed with Snaking's Phoenix performance, and a large reason was because the egg didn't die that game.
Yeah, I feel like it just won that game for sure. Like that was all Phoenix, as far as I'm concerned. That hero was the GG.
What are we looking at? Probably Snap, if it's played, is more as a 4, right? And I know people are kind of in two minds about it versus the Phoenix. I imagine, honestly, the Chikiro probably would have been pretty nice with the double hit, if that.
Yep.
I'm sure that has some value. Liquid are a Marcy team, but I don't know where this fits into their lineup. And
that could be really cheeky, actually. If you did IO Marcy instead of, like, if you actually brought that into your playbook with how they play other stuff too, be kind of cute.
We saw earlier today as well, right, with the early gyrocopter. I think the Phoenix was first phase, and then we saw the gyrocopter second. So the first pick heading into the second phase. So maybe that's something. They actually banned it themselves on Liquid. So I guess protecting Saberlight's Beastmaster. No PA, no Elk, no Bristle, no Gyro. So I would say some of the better heroes maybe to lane into the Beast.
Yeah, that is definitely something that's trying to give him a good time. I mean, outside of that, there's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, Chimera did manage to defeat their Beastmaster with the legendary position 1 Void Spirit. That TA2000 is so famous for.
Liking that hero at the moment.
You actually got that from 2 games straight. That's crazy. Well done.
He got the Void Spirit in 2 games straight?
Yeah, he won both those games on Void Spirit. I didn't actually know that. That's how they won yesterday. That's beast. All right. Well, they liked what they saw last game, so they're going to take it for themselves. I'm going to have a list that's going to block out a lot of heroes. Most notably, you know, Lycan and Pango.
It was like kind of interesting combo. I think the lane's not too crazy, but maybe like the game as a whole, like Supernova Rupture, at least can kind of control one hero inside the fight, which is something you kind of need from the Phoenix, or you like a little bit more AoE control, but that could be something. I will say again, nothing has changed. Like Bloodseeker with BKB basing stuns can be a little bit frustrating, so that definitely can go back into Liquid's favor with the Roar.
Kind of interesting. I'm looking through their games. They have not played against a Bloodseeker.
Liquid?
Yeah, for Liquid. I'm trying to find a game where they played against a Bloodseeker. I'm scrolling and I am not seeing one.
Okay.
So that's kind of interesting. I was kind of looking to see what maybe what tools they had developed versus it, but I don't see a single Bloodseeker going back for 2 months. So I guess we'll get to find out what they like versus Bloodseeker. Considering how popular the hero's been, I find this very surprising.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll see what the strategy is going to be. I'm sure they would have played it a couple of times in drafts, and in scrims, and at least have theorized on how the response is going to be for them. So what are we looking at? Probably our Insane Hero +1, maybe Mickey's.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe something that can flex potentially with Nisha, like the Magnus. Obviously, it's banned out, but got a couple heroes that maybe there. Maybe Mickey's also been practicing the Beastmaster potentially, so that could be something. Not a super surprising turn of events here for Team Liquid to see the Oracle come out. Oftentimes you have this thought of they might flex it between Insania and Boxy, but with the Riki already being here, pretty likely it's going to be Insania. And it's versus the Batrider, which obviously has always been a classic to save people from the lasso, but it's also good versus Phoenix because these constant dispels that you can get. You know what's really good is the Omni Knight, but they're Oracle players. But Phoenix puts like 12 debuffs on you.
Versus the Bloodseeker too, right? With the Blood Rage, sure, but the barrier with the Scepter, that's probably another massive one to dispel.
Yeah, no, the dispel is crazy good here. Having it offensively is really good. Yep.
I was trying to think of what they would combine with the Oracle though, because that definitely feels like we always look for like old style like Death Prophets, Leshraks, Terrorblades kind of maybe lower on the list, Huskars, those type of style. But can you come up with anything crazy? Nisha is not, I can't really think of much for Nisha. I would think maybe if it was going to be a combo, it would be with Mickey, but they've got the DK now.
Yeah, I mean, DK makes sense, right? Because you're getting the amplified regen during the False Promise. So this is a hero who takes advantage of that. And him being able to just swing in a team fight is obviously going to be very powerful. I've actually just been wanting the safe lane DK with the Omni Knight, so I'm even more upset now. But yeah, the offensive Dispel is really good versus Bloodseeker, so I will allow it. And now the protected Lycan no longer having to face against the Bloodseeker will come into play here. And we'll see if this can give a better game. It is laning into a DK, so you're not really expecting to get a whole lot done, really. Particularly when your Batrider is going to be dispelled in the laning stage as well, if that's the setup that you do. Even if it's the Phoenix, you know that they don't have offensive potential in the laning stage.
I really like the Puck ban. I feel like that could have rounded the draft better. I mean, you are just looking for a hero to really enable the Dragon Knight. Is someone who you can anchor the fight around, which is quite nice versus the Lycan to maybe protect the Oracle. We say like it's definitely a better Lycan game than previously playing into the Rupture, but he still, I feel like, can die against the Roar and the DK damage if the DK is immensely farmed.
Yeah, now they have to figure out exactly what they don't want to see from Stormstormer. Likewise, they have Bloodseeker, so they're going to ban out his Pango. The Invoker is still in play. Obviously, always a concern when you're thinking about Stormstormer and how they want to play out that mid lane. Tiny's gone, of course, nice and early. Yeah, not much else. I feel like you just banned Invoker.
Yeah. I was going to say he's been playing a lot of Earth Spirit, but maybe that also gives more value for the Oracle Dispel. But you really need a style of hero like that. You are way too reliant on your ultimates, which is a bit of a concern for me. So, and Stormstormer, regardless of whatever game it is, he's kind of the playmaking hero for Avulus.
Yeah, and I like not having to like commit into the fight really with the Riki. Like you think of like Storm Spirit and even Earth Spirit too. Like at least he's tanky, but you wind up in a smoke cloud and you're just stuck. So That is one nice thing about the Invoker. And again, it's Stormstormer. I think that there's virtually zero chance you don't ban it here. I think the only reason you wouldn't ban it is on the hopes that maybe Nisha gets it after and you had like Invoker plans or something.
So what do you think? Because Riki makes it really difficult on what you want to draft, and kind of even the DK as well, because you could put it mid in some matchups.
Maybe Sniper is kind of interesting here for Avulus, because they don't really have like what ruined Sniper that's left. They want the Storm. Oh, that's risky versus the Riki, man. I like it with their lineup for sure, but I am worried about the in. But I think it does tie their lineup nicely together. I definitely agree with that. Is there a punish, though? They don't have a whole lot of time. They only have 20 seconds. And is there a better Mickey hero? That's the other option, because you could send the DK mid. I don't like it that much. I really like position 1 DK, especially into a Lycan. But, if there's a big hero they really wanted, that shift is there for them.
When in doubt, shaker it out for Anisha. Okay. Big dog, like you said, is indeed here.
More pack leader here for Jibbe. Even with the Storm Spirit, it looks like no Alpha Wolves to be had. And is Insani going to stay on the Clairvoyant Curse? I've been seeing more of the other facets.
Same.
With the Clairvoyant Cure we had. So that is the spell amp increased by level as opposed to the heal amp increased by level.
There you go, build.
He's the Oracle player, so I definitely look towards him. Oh, Snapelight's going for the Wild Hunt facet. I hate this facet. I think this is such a bad facet. Okay, this facet is just good when you get the Dark Troll Summoners, and that's it. To me, that's like the only time it's better than the Beast Mode facet.
I don't remember seeing anyone go Wild Hunt.
It's been picking up steam. Some people are, it's getting picked more and more, but it's not that much attack speed unless you just have like a crazy amount of units. And the only way to do that is the Dark Troll Summoner. But in comparison, it doesn't give you that same solo kill potential because with the beast mode, like you roar, you activate it, you get the damage stacks up really, really, really fast with the amplification from the axes and your right clicks, and then your drums do a ton of damage. And so do your right clicks. I mean, that's why we saw 3-3 do this like beast mode into Manta build. So, yeah, I have some major hater energy here, but the number one thing this can do, again, because I do recognize the strengths of it, is you get a Dark Troll Summoner early with the Helm, and you can take tier 1s and tier 2s by 13 minutes.
Okay. Well, if you do get lucky enough to be able to get the Dark Troll Summoner, do we see the Avios have an easy time to defend their objectives early?
They do have the Phoenix, which I always find a pretty nice hero for that, obviously, just like chucking in the Fire Spirits. But outside of that, I mean, Bloodright gets maxed out first these days, so that's pretty good too. Yeah, they got all right options, but you're also dealing with a sneaky Ricky. So if he's 6 at that point as they're kind of approaching, it can be a bit tough.
Get ourselves underway here. What we have in store for us. Take a quick look at the standings and see if anything had changed. Looks like Boom is another team. Unfortunately, is now eliminated as well from the hunt to make it into groups 2. One more team gone.
The battle begins.
Foxy, okay.
Gets there. Ah, what a tricky little hero.
Blood.
Yes, indeed he is. Once again, I feel like last time we spoke about the Earthshaker, we were both saying it's going to be interesting to watch how his lane goes, so be keeping tabs on Anis's Shaker, which is something that they have been drafting a lot so far throughout DreamLeague.
It's again, I'll say it. It's the hero every mid wants to play right now. I can just tell. He's fun. Gets the big dunks. The enchant totems are an insane amount of damage. You really feel like you can control the game with it. You get to outplay your opponent with so many ways in the mid lane. It's like the new age TA spill, you know, in the mid, where like there was a real skilled expression with how you could just get Psyblade spill. Now you can do that with your Slugger.
So Stormstormer's had a very good start to the first 2 waves. Got both his range creeps, stopped Nisha from also getting his range creeps too, which you often see secured with the enchant totem.
Yeah, it was nice.
And may have a kill? Okay.
Yeah, he's pulling Fairy Fire. But Stormstormer will still bully him back.
Oh. Very cool. Okay.
Alright, guys, someone die. My bottle's coming. I'm going to be using it pretty fast, so... Start getting aggressive on those side lanes. I'd like to make a play here.
And we are down bottom, apparently. Eki, way to Dragon Tail, surely. Let's see if they're going to have to damage, probably with the Purifying Flames. Fortunately, it's Dire that die first. They needed to... Well, now they got first blood. Now they can just go feed.
Right, yeah, exactly. Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry, Nisha. We saw that. From downtown with that slug. Yeah, looks like they'll just go 1 for 1 though. You know, chilling. I think this Phoenix Riki, you know, we kind of talked about in terms of like the game strat. I feel like the lane is kind of similar, where like you can dodge the fire skirts fairly well. You can, just like the Jakiro, you can avoid a lot of that damage over time too, just by hiding inside your Tricks of the Trade once you have it. He's currently sitting with a smoke screen, which is great versus Phoenix in particular. Oh, that was nice. Oh,
they got it.
Bird on bird violence.
Smiling Knight as well might take some damage. No, doesn't get the Hawk proc. Okay, nice kill considering Sebulad, I think before that only had 5 last hits or so. Will give himself a 2v1. You get the Lotus. Also getting himself closer towards level 3. We'll see if he's going to put a point in the axes or a second in the ball.
I mean, it does look like a good Helm game. The only downside will be you'll be battling with the Helm creep with the Lycan, but obviously that kind of goes both ways. So.
Do you kind of have to when you go this facet as well?
Yeah, 100%. That part is very true. Yeah. It is only a Dark Troll Summoner facet. So. Yeah, I don't know. I just, it really is a very just like one-dimensional. I mean, maybe I've got the wrong read on it, but that's all I've seen. Like when you do the math and you test it in lobby and stuff, that's really the only time it seems to be good. That being said, again, you know, taking a tier 1 and tier 2 early on can, of course, like really open up and maybe even just like straight up win you a game. So it's a bit of a gamble.
Doing some really cool things, honestly, with the Lycan Wolves, where they bring them over to try and deny one of the water runes. So Nisha is continuing to beg for someone to die in the side lane.
Please. I don't know. It's not looking like it's going to happen.
It's not indeed. So Somsom is going to have a really good game, which is... Look, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. I feel like he needs to be able to find a lot of items this game to play. BKB is an absolute must, but there is still possibility for him to eat a fissure from afar before he's able to respond with the BKB. So it's not going to be an easy Storm game, but he's going to have level 6 at a pretty decent timing, which will help with securing the power rune. Maybe he can transition that into a gank in the side lane.
He couldn't chase that courier, but punches Smiling Knight instead. Yeah, it's kind of funny that we get Stormstormer and his most known hero is just Invoker. You know, like, come on, dude. Got to rep your namesake here.
Yeah. Something's a bit wrong there, buddy. They are setting up for a dive mid.
He just TP'd in here.
On Nisha.
That was the walk home, since none of his friends will die. And they'll add another die. Yeah, yeah.
So I should know something's going on. If Jibe's dying like that top bottom...
The back courier!
Oh, was it? I think he also stepped down the stairs as well, but maybe it was...
I think his courier also walked into vision for a second. Now it's just going back through. Shagbark, run!
Isha should be fine with Insane Haven boxed. He's going to bodyguard his... Shake it back towards the tower. So a little bit awkward stuff going on. You're putting a lot of emphasis from Eki to try and gank mid, which means Jibe is alone and that kill previously.
Oh man, I mean that's again, you're losing out on the first power rune while having the Oracle too. That feels bad, you know.
True, true. What are we going to be able to do with the power rune though from Stormstormer? It's starting to move to top. We've got the wisdom up in a couple of seconds, so not the greatest mana pull from Stormstormer. So with some rotations, he actually could be in trouble. 2 TPs will come out, and now this is an all or nothing committal. Phoenix gonna get the snipe. No, what? He got
what?
Okay.
All right, I can't believe that. Nice. Well done. That was worth it. They forced a lot of rotations, and he gets the wisdom. So they'll get the double there on the side of Avalis. They now have the gold lead and presumably probably the XP lead as well. They do. despite being down 4-0. It's not much to start.
And also, another thing quickly is the fact that we no stacks as well for Nisha, which is something that we've been seeing a lot with the Earthshakers.
Yeah. They had a sentry blocking the ancient camp for a long time as well in Avalos, so the option wasn't even there.
Where was... I'm trying to remember the draft. Where was the DK and... Was the Bloodseeker picked into the DK?
No, the DK was picked a lot later.
Oh, I'm hearing an Echo Slam inside the river. Nisha, though, not going to have the damage to be able to find these kills. And Smiling Knight's early rotation is going to assist as well. Back-to-back power runes. Avulus finally, after 8 minutes, were able to find their first kill in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid obviously, they know the importance of controlling these runes for the Storm Spirit, but they're just too busy on these side lanes. Obviously, they're getting a lot of farm on these other two heroes, but it's coming at a big cost for Nisha, who's now the poorest core in the game. As Avulus will invade in here and take a look at what kind of stuff they're working with here on Liquid. They will bump into Box East to level 5. And he's going to try and turn on Taneko. Geez, it's slow, though.
The Metal and Saberlight is actually going to be given over the Lotus, I think, and won't require the Raw, as they're going to have what it takes to be able to find these two killers. So seems like it doesn't particularly matter now that you lost both Wisdoms. The supports are happy with that little skirmish. I think one thing to mention in regards to the carry matchup, we may have to hold that actually because his tower is starting to get assaulted. TP some extra heroes. Stormer once again is going to be nearby. An early rupture onto Boxy. Insane. He's going to show for a second, and Stormer pretty decent timing out of the Fortune's end. The Centaur Conqueror actually gets Incendia back to the tower, but it's just not enough. They needed way more out of it if he was going to be able to escape. Boxy does TP out though, I suppose.
Yeah, they throw the Fate Siege on him, so gives him a way to escape. Big move for Avulus, but at least they get something for it. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Facet is online. Saberlight has found his Dark Troll Summoner. Fear him.
Stormstormer? They got detection. They do. His sentry is going to be laid down. He's got a big one if he's going to be able to get it off. Enough mana for the zip away. He's okay. Is there going to be a response out of Avulus? They will bring everyone in by the looks of it. From the west and east, they are moving over to the fight. Jibbe along with Smiling Knight, but a couple of seconds too late, unfortunately, to influence this gank.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nearly getting that Storm Spirit, that would have been massive for Liquid. Try and slow him down. These early galvanized charges, of course, very important that you don't die on Storm Spirit. And now Saberlight, after pressuring that mid, he's going to come back on top with his army, and this is where you see where the Facet really kicks off. He only has 2 points in it right now, so he's only getting 4 per unit, but the Dark Troll Summoner is the only hero, like the only thing that can just make this many raw units. And so everyone's getting plus 70 right now. Then you add that in with the rally damage bonus, and towers just absolutely melt. There's nothing else like it. Like, look at that. No one else can do this. This is better than like a Broodmother or an Enigma. It's just crazy.
Stormstormer going for an aggressive attempt. Nisha wants to walk in to find the Echo Slam. Should be able to get it. Maybe the other two. One nice split away. Egg drop to the north side. They're not going to have anything from stopping Liquid from retreating. A rupture out, but have they got it? Yeah, okay. There's just no follow-up. So ultimates expended for no kills, and they may not be able to defend the tower, though, with the catapult still going to work. They'll get the deny at least.
All right, gaming. I like it. Nisha gets the luckiest bounty rune that he needed very badly there, too.
Yeah, why not roar him? Get the kill, put him in the grave. Give Nisha a chunk of change as well to get himself closer towards the blink.
It was thoughtful of him to bury him on the dire side. You know, they send him back home with the slugger. It's very kind. And the Dark Troll Summoners! The power of the Facet, yes! Destroy the tower! Oh, Fire Spirits, boo!
Gonna be able to get it? Important, actually. Oh, it's okay. Let's see, does Nisha echo this? Okay.
you knew the answer. There's the blink. Beautiful. I want to see a Ricky die to that. Like, we have all these Invis heroes running around. I want to see someone running through as that happens and they just get sluggered by like 7 creeps.
What's up? What's going on to the net worth? I swear Bloodseek was keeping toe with Mickey, but Smiling Knight is wasted a lot of time trying to get involved inside these fights we've seen around the river, whereas Mickey hasn't, and dude, he has about a 50 lasted advantage.
Europe. Yeah, you were there, man.
I know,
this hero.
I know.
I spread the good gospel about carry DK, and other people didn't believe me. I was like, it can't lose.
Is this an easy go? He's got Lotus Wand, Armlet turnaround as well, as long with Insania here. They are going to be lacking the damage, and Nisha amped up. We'll nuke down Stormstorm, Roar as well for good measure, and a well-deserved tip. They want to shapeshift and fight, really? I mean, maybe you're going to get Insania, but the creeps are going to be dealt with, so a shapeshift is wasted, and almost gets caught as well.
Yeah, Nisha doesn't have his echo back yet from his little farming experience, so they're safe from that. But the 14-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up here, and the Echo Slam still won't be back by then at the very least, but Boxy's going in. He wants it.
Actually not going to fight. I thought maybe Stormstormer could TP down, but we'll give up the Wisdom Rune and give up a kill, and maybe even more as well.
What?
Saberlight is here, unfortunately. He doesn't have the Dark Troll Summoner, but Mickey's ready to go.
I can't imagine a world where you live there as Phoenix. I mean, I guess I know Wisdom Runes are important, but... oh, jeez.
Okay, so in regards to the carry-carry matchup, it's a very big deal, the fact you're able to keep Mickey alive. Your top net worth. The Bloodseeker matches up quite well versus DK, a hero who's got such high armor, and Bloodseeker pretty much magic damage solely. So yes, BKB for DK is going to be a big timing inside these fights where he can maybe win it off the back of that cooldown, but you really need is to get that kill down bottom. You were so close to doing it, to slowing down Mickey's game, but now it's just going to put more of a divide between the carries in regards to the net worth.
Yeah, he also goes for the Blink Dagger on Mickey too, which is not my favorite, I'll say, on the carry DKs. I much prefer when you can just go Sanjin Yasha into BKB. But he feels like it's going to create better opportunities for his Earthshaker since his Beastmaster isn't going Blink, which fair enough. Like, it lets him be the first one in. They don't really have a initiating support other than the Ricky jump. So.
Let's scout it out. Nice timing with a Sentry. Counter initiation simultaneously. Stormstormer trying to deal with Insania over the southern side. False Promise TP up. We'll see if he dies inside the base. It looks like Ricky's out as well. Okay, at least Insania, they're able to get that one.
I cannot believe that Boxy and Nisha got out of that. Are they that limited on stuns? I didn't really realize, but I guess they are. I mean, just a smoke cloud to help prevent the damage and TPing out gets them both an avenue to escape. Also, Nisha only level 10 right now. A little bit behind on the old XP as they will blow up Seneko.
Level 6 Bat Rider. Getting run down by Boxy. It'll take a little bit of time. That Mickey here though is getting some value out of the Blink. I am also in agreement. So I really like the other builds besides the Blink, but importantly, Smiling Knight as well. They got a glimpse of him starting to run over and farm the Ancient. Blood is going to be able to find him on the retreat back to the Defender's Gate. He will not, just 1 second short.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, most carry players also just want to go damage, but it's certainly pairing up well. It's also going to help a lot when Stormstormer keeps trying to jump Insania, because it'll allow him to jump and save him. Yeah. Yeah.
You need to use the Echo Slammer as the raw. Oh, he doesn't have any more mana though, so maybe they actually will be able to chase him down still. Oh, please don't keep farming. Alright, looks like this one's gonna get him. He's dead. You man, that was a bit close. Lucky that they were able to close the distance and Boxy was there. Otherwise, you would be kind of side-eyeing your teammates.
Oh man, these enchant totems are so much damage too.
Smiling Knight item count getting close towards Glimmer. Still needing a lot more out of him to feel the impact, whereas the Dragon Knight here, he's in prime shape. 2-2 tower if they want to can be under siege. They're going to sweep towards bottom as well. They have this lane ward, which now gets dewarded at pretty good timing.
I thought they were going to go top of the tower and the Roche to join up with Saberlight, but instead they're hunting for kills after taking the outpost.
Or the tip to the outpost. What says? Okay, sorry. I thought the I was TPing again. I was worried. I was gonna know something's going on, at least with the position for them. Quite defensive on this.
Oh, he's going for the boar.
Unfortunately, Storms is not positioning as safely. Mickey 3-0 and 5. And again, there's Blink.
Oh no. Ares, he has 0 galvanized stacks.
Or oh my god. What happened?
He kept dying.
Oh yeah, that's true, I guess.
Like he just got level 12, but then he died. Oof.
Which is a very important hero to have farm this game. This is pretty much the only way you're going to be able to deal with the Oracle. And if the Storm Spirit has a good game, then maybe you can enable the Bat Rider to not be worried about False Promise inside Lasso. You do have Blink on Eki, but again, are you really going to be able to find that much value out of it? We'll have to see.
Not a lot of time left if Saberlight is thinking about a Roche right now. They'll have to be kind of quick. They've only got 35 seconds. But they're going to go for it.
It looks like... Is this... Quick Dr. Mick is in.
Teammates are coming. Team. Realizing they need to ult for it.
Who do you want the Aegis on?
Oh, that's a good question. Nisha, I think, because he's going Ags build. That'll be my choice. But they're going with Mickey.
Who? Maybe, can you see a world where high ground can be sieged?
I mean, in theory, yeah. It might be a little early. Because they don't have like a damage amp. I mean, they have the... To be fair, that is the whole point of this facet with the Beastmaster. Like now you have the maxed out levels. Then any creep is pretty good. Like as you can see with just the Granite Golem. So you can certainly hit buildings, sure. I don't know. I felt like with the Enchant Totem bonus on the Ags, though, would have felt really nice to give it to the Shaker.
Look, we'll see how fast he's able to farm this Status. Maybe, honestly, the crit stick we saw too many times when we were covering some of the qualifiers where the Aegis plus crit and DK just walks high ground and pretty much ends the game. So...
It was truly the GG item of this hero.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was over. Like, completely done. He hits level 18. He gets a bonus 100 attack damage. He splashes for 100% damage in a 600 radius or 600 AoE splash zone. It's pretty gnarly.
They're setting up bottom. They had a ward at the portal that was able to scout up some TPs down. Mickey's going to be able to get the jump over the wards of Storm Spirit. They're lacking some extra control, but they are pinstring them from the right side, and this might be unexpected. They're going to have a full sense of security with dealing with the first life, because all of a sudden Liquid will pop out, but it's a little bit awkward because the Orchid reveal. It's going to stop Saberlight's spell casting. Nisha's got to do his best to protect him, but it just doesn't matter. They have such an overwhelming lead at this early stage of the game. Avrilis tried to do what they could, but Smiling Knight is not going to be able to catch up to Saberlight, nor will Jibe.
No way.
Tries to use the remaining duration of the shapeshift to escape, but Nisha, he's going to be in pursuit. They will get the Dragon Tail last second. Jibe's going to die as well as Taneko's going to be quick to try and TP out. Nisha's looking for him, but he won't get the full team wipe regardless. Mickey is incredibly happy along with Liquid. Ultra kill for the Dragon Knight carry, and now this gets him closer not only to the small crit stick, but the Daedalus as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is the finish. I mean, that is a Chrysalis if he wants it, but it looks like he might be going to have an MKB instead. And I thought maybe this was something for Avalos, right? Because They managed to blow up the Oracle first. Insania wasn't buying back. I'm thinking, okay, maybe there's a chance here, but this Echo Slam that comes in is just like, okay, that was the last hope, you know? You just take down the Storm Spirit. Picking it into the Riki, I think, has not been it, unfortunately. I mean, there is a BKB now. Maybe he'll find the moment instead, but you can see that if you go in first in the Storm and the Riki is anywhere nearby, you're going to have a bad time.
I'm still just trying to work out like what other heroes could have been, what they were thinking about, because I still think they needed this style of hero. Unfortunately, the Storm is not working for them. Maybe this fight, though, we could see. Smiling Knight up with a high ground. Boxy, great position to be able to pop the smoke. They're going to be able to get the last or drag back onto the Beastmaster, but Saberlight's fine, dude. Not even close to killing the Beastmaster. Supernova will be able to protect Smiling Knight, but once that blows up, Liquid should have firm control of the team fight. The Bloodseeker trying to escape, but will not be able to do so. They'll lose the Beastmaster towards the tail end, but once again, it is just a convincing fight for Liquid.
Yeah, they even have the Echo Slam back up now, too. So it's not even like they're having to blow everything here. They're going to start heading towards the high ground with this creep wave that they're shepherding in. There is a glyph from the Dire, so they can slow this down if they want to. They might just want to let it go, though. Just get us out of here, man. Eki grabs a wave mid. We need that Riki voice line now. Why prolong the inevitable or whatever it is.
Come on, Boxy. What's going on, buddy? Backing out, all right.
Oh, and a classic item versus the Storm Spirit. The blink for the Oracle is ready, and here's that team fight against Snako. I mean, good Fire Spirits, gets it in there. Can't quite find a good egg. Eventually drops it, but it's outside the range of the rest of the fight. And Mickey just pops ulti and starts swinging on people. Well, lots of nice little dances. You can see Stormstormer's trying, but he's just dying during his BKB. He is still just being focused on. Now back in the game, live on your televisions. He's dead again. Wait, have I spoken too soon?
What? Using the courier, well
done. Nice courier.
Typical Boxy. Meanwhile, Jibbe, what's going on here? Oh, protect him. Yes, still the creep. Well done, Saberlight. I'll keep insane your life. They're gonna roar him as well. Sure.
He's still waiting for his blink tagger. On Insane. He bought that so long ago. Courier's been busy. Oh, BKB done for Anisha as well. He's gotten over the hump of the Agnum Scepter, where kind of feels like sometimes he's going a bit too deep sometimes with these shakers of the BKB, but now he's got it. He's almost level 18. And your one big hope here, Smiling Knight. Does he go for the BKB or does he go for the Agnums? Probably the Agnums.
I don't care where it is. It's got to be something pretty quick, though, because buildings are falling. So through the decision.
This might be a record, though, for our viewing pleasure lately. There's only one Glimmer Cape in this game.
Oh.
It's kind of shocking. Of course, it's only on Bloodseeker, as you would expect.
I thought this was the GG cape. Auto win. The V, unfortunately, was doing a decent job. Got out some of the members. War dropped on the low ground. Eki, though, it's very difficult to get the jump. Senu's always going to be ready. This is kind of back-to-back games, honestly, where initiating has been so difficult for Avulus. And even just entering the team fight, like a Bloodseeker entering into a Raw. Sounds fun, right? Or anyone you commit to. You got Force Promise, Fissures getting laid down, Smoke Cloud to protect.
Yeah.
So many things.
Having to go in first just feels miserable, but they also can't just like sit back and wait here. Oh, Smoke Paw.
Saberlight. Oh, Fissure connecting onto multiple heroes. Nisha instantly stops the team fight there. There's just no messing around. Nothing further is going to be had. They'll try from Smiling Knight, but roar to the face, zip into the silence. This is, it's not even close.
And poor Sneko even got smoked by the Slugger. He took 320 just from his friend, his Bat Rider buddy, flying through the little corpse. Ivalis, what are you going to do?
Oh, that's a good question. We've been asking that for a while this game now.
I think, I don't know, there's a couple little letters. They're going to play it out, though. You know, maybe they're not too busy tonight. This is all they're really up to, so.
I respect it. Already being eliminated, still trying to find a way in that. Hopefully any win can build some confidence for them because they are struggling. And they have some tournaments coming up though, so take a victory and even, you know, maybe there is some FU in it as well. You know, beating Liquid will also make their chances a little bit more difficult to make it into groups too.
I like that. Power through spite. That's good. Let's try that.
It's not working at the moment.
They want one Blood Mist fight, you know? And hopefully it doesn't get immediately dispelled by the Oracle. All right. Aegis and a Roshan's banner is available here. Their last big chance. Do we have a smoke on the Dire? I don't see one. That would be good. But unfortunately, no. So it's all on you, Eki. Good luck. Open up a slot now. Come on. I know you want to. All right, that was a YOLO dust of YOLO dust.
He was opening the slot.
You're right, my bad. Fortunately, it's 2 charges, but it's okay.
Smiling Knight. They're going to see the Blood right on top of the wave, and they're going to be able to blow him up by the looks of it before the response is there. Supernova used. They will now turn to deal with the egg, leaving Smiling Knight on a low health pool. They won't bring it down, but it's just not going to matter in the end. Liquid, by the looks of it, are going to be able to find a 2-0. Probably they will tap out after this fight. Creeps are inside the base. Jibe might be able to get Saberlight, Dragon Tail. Can they keep him alive? They will not. So losing a couple of heroes is Liquid actually in the end. And Jibe is apparently going to be able to get away. Maybe. Will they see him? Nisha? Okay.
He's doing it all.
How did that fight look okay?
I believe his gem... Oh, did they get the gem back? There's a gem somewhere that Beastmaster dropped.
Nisha's got 2.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Well, I thought this game was over after that fight, but apparently they actually were able to make it an even trade in the end.
Well, look how long it takes to kill this Bloodseeker. I actually don't even understand how. He was chain stunned over and over for so long. The stun rate comes on near the end, but...
Ah, Glimmer.
Yeah, a little bit of Glimmer help there. It took a lot out of them. And eventually the fight just kind of moves away from Mickey somewhat. So he's having a hard time. He can't chase after Eki, and then he's we're just gonna have to watch as he chases to the right. Saberlight's being gone on here by Lycan and his full army. And a nice escape as back in the main game. We have a pause. Mouse.
We are.
So we're going to try and get the pest control in here for the Liquid facilities. Obviously, they're having some issues with rodents. Looks like that's done. Blitz has successfully captured the mouse. No animals were harmed here, and we can get going again. Good job, Blitz. Thank you, bud.
Thank you. And Aegis ban on Game Mender here for Liquid. Capture Mouse's head and put it on a mantle. Able to beat them at the Fissure Playground 1. Only a best of 1, but still in that previous matchup, and looking to best them here as well. And honestly, big victory for Liquid. That's going to put them 6-6 heading into the final day. And they're going to have a series up against Boom, who... so their last 2 series for Liquid are against the teams already eliminated. So...
That's
is what they're going to need to potentially get those tiebreakers.
Can kind of go both ways. Sometimes the nothing to lose almost powers up teams, you know?
Very true. See if that power is going to be enough. Of course, that is for another day. First, we still have to close out this game. See what Avilos are going to be able to do as well. I mean, Jibe, I think, had a pretty good fight previously. Targeting down the Oracle, making that false promise not a factor, being a nuisance that defies Boxy. We'll run into Eke. That shoots the Fortune's End as well, flying through from the other side. He's just beyond godlike too.
They gotta at least kill Mickey once this game, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
KDA is pretty good this series. That's fine at all for the carry.
Here's the dragon.
Nice stun ray.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
He's sending his courier to try to find him in the trees right now. Mickey's courier is just lurking up there. Looking for Stormer.
Respect it. Next level play even when you're 19k ahead. And Mega Crips is about to be online.
I mean, you know that's where the bat wants to go, right? It wants to do the little firefly up into the jump.
We're gonna back away. So I guess Outer Dragon form expiring for Mickey. Back for the Daedalus. Hello? Is this a fresh nullifier on Sableye?
Yeah, I think so. Just looked at those items before. Don't think he had that.
Havlis, they're gonna try and force the issue. Smoke out of the base.
I'll keep an eye on that barrier here for Smiling Knight, see if he gets any value out of it. Now they have 2 tools to just destroy it.
We got a timing with the BKB then for him. What a good read, Liquid. Starting to move back over to the west. Again, gives him an idea where Avios are currently positioned. Mickey just looking to give them the information. Instant stun, raw fallout, but they've got any way to be able to protect the storm. They do not. Death out of him without a buyback available. They're going to try and turn it over the egg, but they won't be able to do so. Smiling Knight's BKB, quarter duration left, but he hasn't been able to gain any kills off the back of this, and now with it expiring, he is immensely vulnerable. Jibe will finally deal with the Oracle, so he has done his job, but everyone else is unfortunately unable to do theirs. 5-man wipe, and walk it down they will.
Yeah, they managed to get the Oracle, but unfortunately the Spawn Spirit goes down, doesn't have the buyback, and GG is called. A noble effort here from Avalis, and things starting to work at the start of the game, but overall Liquid just... The carry Dragon Knight cannot be defeated nor killed, it turns out, as Mickey ends that game at 13-0-12. You deserve the smile there, friend. So that's a hell of a game.
Hell of a game from him, hell of a game from Nisha and everyone else as well. Did a very good job. Much needed series victory again. I mean, heading into it, like we were saying, Avios before this series still were not guaranteed elimination, but unfortunately with that first game lost, then they were. But Liquid now, again, 6-6. They're not sure what the other results have been so far in Group B on the other streams. Chimera got a 2-0 over your Colt. Team Spirit still playing versus Gaming. Regardless though, things are very close in Group B. Only Team Spirit is decided. Compared to Group A, we got Tundra and BetBoom are already through.
All right, well, like we'll just have to keep on winning. That is obviously the plan at this point in the group stage. So desperate to make it in there. And they, as we've noted a few times, they're known to struggle a bit in DreamLeague. Bit of a curse at times for them. They like to play it close when it comes to the group stages. And that's the situation that they're in right now.
Incredibly close, but at least not out of it just yet. We'll see, again, like we were saying, tomorrow they're going to have a easier opponent, but yeah, there could be a buff given over to Boom, and this is still no team that you want to... You still need to respect Boom. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in that matchup, but we are not done for today. We'll be able to
We're not?
We're not. Well, we do have an interview, of course. We're going to get a beautiful interview from one of the members. We will be able to also see the schedule, but at least for the games, we are done on the Ember stream. But again, there are more going on other streams at the moment. So don't worry, guys. You will still be entertained.
Phew, that's a relief. It's good. I know that's what the people are really needing here. And, you know, one more day as well. We got some highlights here, too, as we wait to find out who's going to be joining us from the interview. And this is kind of where it felt like, all right, there's no coming back, you know? They got this almost kill on his Saberlight, but he gets staged multiple times. Boxy was clutch with the smoke screens throughout this entire game. And then you got them just lurking here. And, oh, the big slugger. Here we go. Oh, Bat Rider right through the Phoenix for the kill.
This Earthshaker trend, I feel like we've been seeing some pretty good performances out of the Earthshaker today. And well, what's the win rate, actually? What's the win rate?
I feel like it's got to be pretty good. At least for us, I don't think we've seen very many bad games on the Shaker. I feel like it's consistently having a good time.
63%.
Oh,
19 games,
good.
12 wins. That's very good. We are seeing it a bit later on in the draft. I'm not seeing it as early, but I've been very impressed with it. I guess the people that are winning with it, I think Niche is winning a lot of games. I know Yopaj was winning a lot of games with it as well. I think BZM's, we saw earlier. Regardless, this Earthshaker hero is apparently something we need to be looking at a little bit more closer now. I wonder if the priority is going to be bumped up in the upcoming games and maybe groups too.
And Liquid with the alphabetical ordering advantage here. Get to go ahead of your Colt brothers there on that Group B standings. They also went 1-1 when they face each other in the group stage. So that's how you know they are truly tied.
What's going on with Chimera as well? Like, this is...
Dude, they're just winning.
Apparently, this is a team that dropped the Hawk.
Yeah.
Didn't look that good in one of the recent tournaments with Malik. They don't find anyone else. The Hawk comes back, and apparently, yeah, they're just winning.
I figured it out, actually.
I see.
So the logic is that you have the honeymoon phase, right? And then you stick around together too long like Avalis, and it falls off, right? Honeymoon's over. So simply, instead we're going for more of like an unstable relationship, you know? Like really aggressive and passionate stuff here. Break up, get back together, apologize, break up, get back together. A little toxic. And that is what is the key here. They want to avoid the honeymoon phase where you're truly in love and liking each other. They just want this combative and very exciting thing. So that's why they're doing this little game with the Hawk.
I see. So the toxic relationship. This is what keeps them going, keeps them coming back, fighting for each other. So it's definitely an interesting one. Apparently, looking at the standings, Eastern Europe as well is reigning supreme. I'm counting Chimera as Eastern Europe. So they are 3 teams currently top 4 in Group B. And then, of course, you have Beppu already through. So you're the only team 9 Pandas is eliminated. So 4 out of the 5, by the looks of it, at the moment, are going to be moving over. So I think that says something about the standard of Eastern Europe at the moment.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Maybe it's because they just discovered DK first. That's what at least it seemed to be from our qualifiers. Yeah, they just kept on going for it, and we got Liquid now taking a win with that there too. And again, it is 8 teams getting eliminated tomorrow. So it's still a lot up in the air. Still, I think both groups the same. Yeah, we got 2 potential teams remaining in each one. Like nobody is guaranteed out except for 2 in each of the groups. So that's why you got to make sure you keep an eye on all these various streams and matchups.
Yes, without a doubt. It's very, very close. Very close. All right, we're going to get an interview with one of the members. Looks like we will have the lovely Insani joining us. Congratulations, my friend. A 2-0 victory for you guys. What do you mean, oh?
Thank you.
What's this?
Trent's disappointed, dude.
He's a nice lad. Yeah, this guy again.
Insani, I've just got one question for you in regards to being the Oracle expert here. I'm intrigued on the facet. I thought mainly a lot of people going for the cure. I'm just intrigued on when you kind of favor the curse over the cure. I know you don't want to share too much of your strategy, but as just a pleb as I am and maybe some of the other chatters wanting to better our Oracle performance, can you say anything about this?
I think a lot of people play Oracle to save people. I personally like kill stealing with the Purifying Flames. It's like the most satisfying thing, especially like, you know, Boxy is like expert kill stealer. If you watch him play Tusk, he's like not pressing buttons until the heroes are like low. Then like snowball shards come out to like last hit the guy, or like to punch. So you need like the extra damage to compete with the geniuses on my team.
See. All right, more damage. That's what I'm hearing. More damage, better. We can barely hear you for some reason. Just so you know.
Is that the case?
I think it's the other microphone that's currently connected. Is that possible? I'm tech checking. It's so far away. All right, well, it's fine. I'll crank up the user volume. It's fine. It's working.
I will do.
It's
how
good
about
enough.
Is this better?
Oh, there it is. That's you.
Okay.
Hello. We found
I'm
him.
using my Alienware mic, by the way.
Yes, of course. That's how it got so much better. Thank you. That saved it right there.
Yep.
Okay. So could you run us back just very quickly because we could barely hear you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't like playing Oracle to save heroes. I like to kill steal with my Purifying Flames, and I have like expert kill stealers on my team. Like Boxy, like if you watch him play, his spells will not be clicked unless like the hero will die to the damage. So
right. Yeah.
Having the extra damage like on my Purifying Flames makes it kind of easier to compete with the geniuses that are on my team.
The geniuses. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We had a question earlier actually in terms of your role here, Mr. Position 5. Why did Lich fall off a cliff and suddenly not be prioritized by a lot of teams?
To be honest, I don't know. I feel like Zero, like in pubs, is still very annoying. This Glimmer Cape stuff is like obviously quite good against it, and people are picking more just like Zoo and like tanky heroes that just don't actually die to the combo. So it's not as easy to get the one-shot stuff that was going on like a while ago, and people are just tankier in general. I think with items they buy, SNY, Glimmer. So you don't really get the one-shot the same way. But I think the hero is still like fine. But my coach told me you're not allowed to play it anymore, so I'm lucky.
Damn. Yeah, I mean you guys did survive an entire Chain Frost bounce under that tier 1 in game 1, so I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aries, please.
No, if you got one more, please. If you finish, man.
Oh no, please, no. Let him go.
Okay,
let him leave.
How about I ask him questions?
You know, I actually was gonna ask that. And then I knew that I would get shit from the chat if I said that. Yes, why don't you ask us a question, Aiden?
How's your day been, Trent? How are your kids?
My kids are great. You know, they're getting old. I gotta get them like cool presents now for their birthdays because like they kind of recognize things. So that's kind of
nice.
exciting. You know, they're almost 7. One of them. Right now they're 6'5" and also almost 3. It's birthday season for us, so it's good stuff around the house. But right now I'm chipping ice. I got like 3 inches of ice outside. That's my life right now. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it sucks.
Damn.
Yeah.
We have snow here in Sweden, but no ice as far as... I mean, I'm in Stockholm, so not as much.
Yeah.
But we have some snow. What about you, Aries? How is summer in Australia?
Yo, it's lovely here, dude. I'm getting 30-degree plus weather. You know, we don't have to worry about. Yeah, it's okay, guys. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. It's lovely here. You know, at least it's 8 a.m. for me. You know, that's okay. You guys get to play throughout the day, 8 a.m. I'm through the night. It's chilling though. Thank you for asking. And I hope you're doing well. Hope everyone is well over in Liquid. I do have one more somewhat serious question. How does it feel as a support knowing that Glimmer Cape is going to be nerfed because of the goddamn core players that have found out that it's quite a decent item? Is this a bit frustrating for you?
I mean, as long as like Lycan gets removed from the game, like I don't care. Or like maybe we can. Actually, I saw they were doing on the mainstream this like requests for the patch, and I didn't get to do that interview, so I'll just share it with you guys. But I feel like why do offlaners have 2 ancient camps? Can my like carry have an ancient camp where the small camp is? Like, you know, behind the tower.
That's like, a fair point.
Why do offlaners have 2 ancients? Who came up with this idea? They should be fired.
All right.
There we go. An ancient camp.
We'll make sure that the mainstream here's what you say. They can add it to the board as well.
Yeah, we'll pass that along.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. We'll let them know. We'll let you go as well. Thank you, my friend. Good luck tomorrow. I know you guys are getting close to being able to make it over. Still have one more series to determine. So we'll let you get some rest and potentially prepare. And I will see you tomorrow for your series. So congratulations on the 2-0 victory, though, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Bye bye.
Hey, good. There we go. Always love it to hear from him, the Oracle genius, and we get to hear what he wants in the next patch. We'll have to send that over because actually I don't think I had a quick look at the board and I do not believe that is on the board, and I respect that one because a lot of the others are like, yo, I think Boxy said like something about the wisdom rooms, or someone said something about the Lotus, and then people are just saying like nerf Glimmer, nerf this, boring shit. But then instead you actually says something I feel like quite interesting, like a very nice take on what you want to be changed. So we'll make sure they add it.
That's all it is. It's selfish because he wants to stack an ancient camp so he gets the XP and the gold bonus. That's all it is.
I was going to mention that, my friend, come on, you have literally the small camp and the medium camp right next to your tower, and I feel like that is quite strong in the safe lane too. But he's a pro player. I wasn't going to mention it because I feel like obviously he feels like that is not good enough. So we'll see. Maybe he gets removed heading into the upcoming patch. We got the schedule tomorrow. It is shorter. It's a shorter day, last day of the groups, which does mean we're going to be starting much later in the day as well, 5 p.m. CST. We've got Tundra taking on Mudang Warriors, and then Paravision versus Chimera. It's going to be a good day of Dota tomorrow.
That's right. I don't know which one we're doing, if either of them, but I'll find out. That's for sure. We're doing the second one, Aries. We'll be there for that one. That makes a lot of sense. That's good. I'm glad.
It's going to be an exciting one too. That is both Paravision and Chimera, of course, are fighting for that spot, and I believe Mudang is still, they could also force tiebreakers tomorrow depending on some other results as well. So it's good to see that we're at least having the opportunity heading to the last day where some series, they do without a doubt still matter. So we'll see, of course, where that goes, but why not? Any early predictions for those series in particular? We can do it to close out the day.
I predict chaotic heroes and exciting. I predict Pudge. Can I predict that?
You can, my friend. You can. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get the Pudge, but we will take the prediction. But for us, we are done on the Ember stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Like I said, we're going to be starting 6 hours earlier. I believe it was 5 p.m. if I remember correctly. We don't use 24-hour time here. That's 1700 24-hour time for all the Europeans. I know that they use it over there. So yeah, we're done on the Ember stream. Hopefully there's other streams going on, finishing up on their second game. If not, we will see you back tomorrow for the final day of groups as well. Keep in mind just groups 1, but we'll see what teams are going to be moving over to groups 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
smile.